The situation during the summer solstice was, admittedly, a little awkward, particularly with Hermione and Cassandra around. However, the summer solstice had one significant advantage: a thick skin. He lived by the philosophy that if he didn't feel embarrassed, the discomfort would be someone else's problem. After another day in the infirmary, he was officially discharged, just in time to catch the last Quidditch match of the year. With Harry leading the Gryffindor team, they triumphed over Ravenclaw in a decisive victory. For the remainder of the term, most of the summer solstice's time was spent in the sanctuary of his magical suitcase. This semester, his conversations with Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Mr. G had gifted him an abundance of valuable magical knowledge. He meticulously organized these learnings, storing the darker, sensitive materials safely within his enchanted ring. The more innocuous content was placed in the small building inside his suitcase for the DA members to peruse in the future. When he mentioned this setup to Harry, Hermione became a regular visitor to his suitcase. She claimed she was only there to study the summer solstice's rare magical codices, and he didn't think much of it. But whenever he was deep into research on soul magic, he often felt Hermione's gaze lingering on him. Whenever he glanced up, though, she was absorbed in her book. Oddly, her face seemed a little flushed, though he attributed it to the warmth inside the suitcase. Hermione's book, however, stayed on the first page for an unusually long time, a detail the summer solstice missed entirely. Time flew, and soon it was time to announce the final exam results. As expected, the summer solstice claimed the top spot, earning an outstanding O in every subject, even potions. Cassandra and Hermione tied for second place, each achieving exceptional marks in a subject. Harry and Ron, too, passed with commendable scores, which set the tone for the year-end feast. That evening, the Great Hall gleamed with green and silver, the colors of Slytherin House, which had claimed the House Cup yet again. If only we hadn't lost 100 points earlier, Ron sighed wistfully. Harry's expression mirrored his regret.
Yeah, we could have won.
Don't worry, you might still be surprised, the summer solstice said with a sly smile, heading toward the Gryffindor table.
Harry perked up, nudging Ron.
You know, when the summer solstice says things like that, they usually happen. Maybe there's hope. The summer solstice sat down next to Cassandra, who shot him a glare. She pouted and shifted to leave, but he caught her hand.
What's wrong, Cassandra? Are you feeling unwell?
Should I get Professor Snape to brew a potion for you?
Humph.
I'm perfectly fine, she retorted, turning her face away. Then why are you upset? Did I do something wrong?
Upset? Me?
Why would I be upset with a hero who saves damsels in distress? She replied with biting sarcasm. Her words stung, and the summer solstice put on an exaggerated expression of sadness.
I see.
You'll never forgive me. He stood to leave, but Cassandra, seeing his forlorn demeanor, faltered. In her eyes, he suddenly appeared vulnerable, almost helpless. She began to question herself. Was she being unreasonable? He had risked his life to save someone. It was a noble act. Why was she angry? Was it because the person he saved was a girl?
No, that wasn't it.
She was upset because he had risked his own life so recklessly. Her thoughts churned, but her emotions softened. Sit down, she blurted, grabbing his arm. Where are you going? You said we're not friends anymore, he replied with mock despair.
Who said that?
I never said that. I'm not angry, okay? Then why aren't you smiling? I am smiling. Cassandra forced an awkward grin, but the summer solstice continued to look unconvinced.
Fine.
I'm not angry anymore.
Happy.
The summer solstice's face lit up. Great. That means we're still best friends. Just then, Hermione slid into the seat beside him. What's got you so cheerful? She asked with a smile. The summer solstice froze. The atmosphere around him grew tense as Cassandra's mood shifted visibly. Hermione, however, appeared unfazed. She struck up a conversation about their exams, acting as though Cassandra's displeasure didn't exist. Cassandra, meanwhile, retaliated by subtly stomping on the summer solstice's foot under the table. Another year has passed. Dumbledore's cheerful voice echoed through the hall, silencing the chatter. Before we indulge in tonight's feast, I have a few announcements to make. It reminded the summer solstice of his previous life, listening to long-winded speeches while his thoughts drifted to gaming consoles back home. Fortunately, Dumbledore's speeches were typically brief. When it was time for the House Cup ceremony, Slytherin's table erupted into cheers. This year marked their 7th consecutive victory. However, Dumbledore said, raising his hand for silence, there are a few recent events that must be accounted for.
The hall grew still.
Slytherins exchanged uneasy glances, and Snape's frown deepened as his gaze shifted toward Harry. As the summer solstice anticipated, Dumbledore awarded points to Ron, Hermione, and Harry for their bravery and cleverness, propelling Gryffindor to the top of the leaderboard. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, joined by Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students who were glad to see Slytherin's reign end. Harry turned to Ron grinning. "See? I told you the summer solstice was right. Everyone, please quiet down." Dumbledore's voice rose above the noise. "There's still one more score to be awarded." At that moment, all eyes were on Summer Solstice. The story of how he had shielded a classmate from a death curse had spread like wildfire throughout the school. Admiration gleamed in every gaze, for not everyone had the courage to face such dark magic with unwavering resolve. "Yes," Dumbledore's voice echoed through the Great Hall. In a moment of dire crisis, Summer Solstice selflessly threw himself in harm's way to protect a friend. "It is not the first time I have witnessed such bravery from him. Many strive for righteousness, but few truly embody it. I have met countless individuals willing to make sacrifices for the greater good, and Summer Solstice is undoubtedly one of them." Summer Solstice sat awkwardly, fidgeting slightly as the headmaster's praise carried on. He silently wished Dumbledore would tone it down. "This is starting to feel like a eulogy. And for this extraordinary act of courage, I am awarding Summer Solstice 200 points.
The hall erupted in applause.
By now, Gryffindor had already secured the house cup, so the extra points were merely icing on the cake. Even Malfoy offered a reluctant clap, though his expression remained sour. "Now," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, "let us make a small change to tonight's decorations." With a wave of his hands, the green and silver banners of Slytherin transformed into bright red and gold, the colors of Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers, and the hall became a sea of celebration. When the feast began, Summer Solstice noticed a spread of his favorite dishes appearing before him. Dumbledore winked at him from the staff table, and with a grin, he beckoned Hermione and Cassandra to join him in sampling the delicacies. "These dishes are amazing," Hermione said between bites, her eyes widening in delight. "Better than the usual fare," Cassandra admitted grudgingly. Summer Solstice chuckled. "If you like them, I can make these for you later. I know how to cook all of this." Hermione and Cassandra exchanged glances but quickly looked away, each avoiding the other's gaze. The feast passed joyfully, but like all good things, it eventually came to an end. The next morning, the castle buzzed with excitement as students packed their belongings and prepared to board the Hogwarts Express. The corridors echoed with chatter about summer plans, family reunions, and vacations. While others discussed their destinations with excitement, Summer Solstice stood apart, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He recalled the mirror of Erised and the bittersweet vision of his family. Everyone else could go home, but what about him? Could he ever return to the family he once had? Ahem. Cassandra's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She stood nearby, trying to appear nonchalant. "My parents miss you," she said casually. "Would you like to visit my house this summer?" Her words brought a smile to his face. "Miss me? Or are you sure it's not just your dad glaring at me again?" "Come to my house, Summer Solstice," Hermione added suddenly. "You saved my life, and my parents want to thank you in person." Summer Solstice blinked, looking between the two girls. A classic binary choice? Surely not. He grinned. "Actually, I'd like to invite both of you to my home this summer." "Your home?" Cassandra frowned. "When did you get a home?" "It's new," Summer Solstice explained. "Professor Dumbledore suggested I set one up near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole." "Ottery St. Catchpole?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "That's right. Ask Ron. His family lives nearby." Summer Solstice had decided to build a home there, not far from the burrow. Living in the Broken Axe Bar was fine for a while, but it was time for a place of his own. Besides, the proximity to a wizarding community would help him avoid the restrictions placed on underage magic. The Hogwarts Express whistled, signaling it was time to board. Summer Solstice stored their group's luggage effortlessly in his enchanted ring, and they found a private compartment, just like at the start of the term. "So, where's your house going to be?" Ron asked eagerly. "I can come visit you, right?" "It hasn't been built yet," Summer Solstice replied. "I'll need to find a good spot first." "Oh. My dad can help. The Weasleys are great at fixing things up. Just say the word." Ron's enthusiasm was infectious, though Summer Solstice couldn't help but notice his gaze drifting to Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew in disguise. The rat froze under Summer Solstice's sharp gaze, trembling as though he sensed the danger. For a fleeting moment, Pettigrew felt like prey under the watchful eyes of a predator. When the train finally reached King's Cross Station, the students began to disembark. Summer Solstice bid farewell to his friends, choosing not to pass through the barrier but to apparate directly to the leaky cauldron. "Well, look who it is." Tom, the innkeeper, greeted him warmly. "Summer Solstice. Long time no see. Staying here for the summer." Just for a few days, Summer Solstice replied, tossing a few gold galleons onto the counter. Once I set up my new home, I'll be moving out. But for now, I'll have a butterbeer. Underage wizards can't drink, Tom teased. Come on, butterbeer doesn't even have alcohol, Summer Solstice shot back with a grin. Later, he arrived at Ottery St. Catchpole via the night bus. The village, with its mix of muggles and wizards, felt like the perfect spot. After a day of exploring, he found an ideal location, a gentle hillside surrounded by dense woods, complete with a flat clearing for a house. This, he said, gazing at the view, is going to be mine. Building a house in the wizarding world was simple with the proper permits, and Dumbledore had already expedited the paperwork. Summer Solstice drew his wand and began casting the foundational spells. The hillside would soon transform into his new home, a place where magic and mundane life could coexist. Here he would build not just a house, but a future, a sanctuary where he could carve out his own path. Safe and secure, he muttered, his wand emitting a soft glow as he cast protective wards around the property. This place would be his own sanctuary in a world that still held so many mysteries.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
The summer solstice arranged protective magic nearby, like the Muggle banishment curse or something. And then we got to work. He took out a pitch-black chest from the ring, and then released Nagini from the ring. Because no living things could be placed in the ring, Nagini could only temporarily hide in the gold piece in his ring. Now that I am home, I naturally want to release it to breathe. Hissing. I liked it here, the sun is nice. Unlike other snakes, Nagini loves to bask in the sun. I don't know how Voldemort raised her so darkly. Hissing. Just like it, this will be our home in the future. Nagini climbed to the side to bask in the sun. The summer solstice began to work. He placed the black box on the ground, then raised his wand and chanted a spell, and a white light shot from the wand, hitting the black box. The black box trembled, and then the lid opened automatically. A lot of materials flew out of the black box. These materials begin to assemble automatically in the air. At the same time, many tools flew out of the black box and automatically dug up the foundation. It is worthy of being a house that was bought at a large price. Service in one step. Xia Solstice nodded in satisfaction on the side. This is the finished house that Summer Solstice found the corresponding house merchant through Tom and spent a lot of money to buy. This selected house will be packed into this black box. Just unlock the seal at the designated place, and the materials in the black box will automatically fly out and build the house automatically. The finished product is exactly the same as the picture seen at the merchant on the Summer Solstice before. Xia Solstice moved a chair next to Nagini and sat down, and one person and one snake watched the house in front of him slowly take shape. Xia Solstice felt that this was always interesting. He could watch it all day. However, the quality of the goods bought at a large price is still very high, and it did not take long for the house to be built. The large house in front of you is fully equipped, beautifully decorated, and luxuriously inside, and equipped with a garden, similar to a villa. It is worth mentioning that this big house has a lot of rooms. Xia Solstice went in and looked around, nodded with satisfaction. Perfect, and you can check in directly with your bag. The black box had done its job, still smoking white smoke in place. Summer Solstice opened the black box and threw a bag of gold gallons inside, which was the tail of the house. The black box closed the lid and then twisted and disappeared in place. Such a big house just cost 5,000 gold gallons. Summer Solstice felt very worthwhile. Even if he didn't have the Philosopher's Stone, he could afford Nagini's venom, hundreds of gold gallons an ounce. Summer Solstice walked into the house, and then the owl little Snowball was dumbfounded, because Summer Solstice took out a whole bunch of letters. Sorry, the letters are a bit much, but you can send them one by one. Summer Solstice prepares owl food next to the letter. Little Snowball squinted at the Summer Solstice with an expression of who you looked down on, then picked up all the letters and flew out the window. I have to say that Little Snowball is a very strong owl. Xia Solstice glanced at the house. The house was very large, but he was alone. Thinking about it this way, he was still a little lonely. Moreover, such a big house, even if there is magic, it is very troublesome to clean, and he suddenly remembered the house elves in the school. Just as Xia Solstice was thinking about where to turn a house elf, a paper airplane flickered in from the window. Mr. X, whose name is hidden. Hello, I read your letter and honestly, your ideas piqued my interest. That's how I learned that Muggles have come to this point. I remember when I came into contact with Muggles, they didn't have that much technology. I've thought about it for a long time, and you agree with one point, which is that Muggles are growing rapidly, while the wizarding world is almost stagnant. This is indeed a big problem. Muggle technology is so incredibly advanced, they do have the possibility of discovering us someday in the future. If we were unprepared, then the wizards at that time would be like a group of rats that were suddenly opened their nests, exposed to the sun, frightened, and fled everywhere. This has to be said to be a kind of sadness. I'm sure that the wizarding world needs to evolve as well, and that magic and technology can indeed be combined. The future you described, where magic and technology intersect, fascinated me and I hope to see it all for myself one day. Here, I sincerely wish you success. Mr. G, who is inconvenient to reveal his name. Summer Solstice put down the stationery and wish me success. My philosophy? He can't misunderstand something. Summer Solstice spread out my hands. What ideas do I have? I just casually said a few words. Do you really expect me to start a revolution in the wizarding world? Xia Solstice sat at the desk, seriously replied to Mr. G, and then quietly watched the paper airplane fly out of the window. He had actually faintly guessed the specific identity of this Mr. G. If Dumbledore knew that he was a pen pal with him, it would be a troublesome matter. Summer Solstice scratched his head, thinking of Dumbledore. He couldn't help but think of Fawkes. Thinking of Fawkes, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a phoenix that he hadn't adopted. Haha, now is the time. Xia Solstice suddenly remembered this matter and quickly called the system. System, I'm going to claim my phoenix. Ending? Can the host find a sunny time to call me? What time is it? It's only 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. What's the problem? Do you still have to sleep in one system? Summer Solstice has a bit of a toothache. Ding! The host is successful in receiving the phoenix and asks the host to move outside the house. The system said in a reading tone, as if it wanted to quickly pass the summer solstice so that it could continue to rest. System, I find that your work attitude has been a bit negative recently. I don't usually make much noise. What about your bootstrapping tasks? What about your training program? Ding! Hehe, you are so contentious. Do you still need to see my cultivation? You are darker than anyone now. Summer Solstice was speechless. Indeed, in just 1 year, he recognized a Dark Lord as the boss, and then became a pen pal with a Dark Lord. He also deceived the White Devil King of Trust. Hiss. Am I already so dark? Xia Solstice scratched his head, but I think I'm a good person. Suddenly, a pleasant phoenix chirp came from outside the house. Xia Solstice hurriedly walked out of the house, and at this time, in the distant sky, a fiery red figure was rapidly approaching. Swoosh. It seemed distant, but the fiery red figure suddenly disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was already in front of the summer solstice. Summer Solstice looked at the big fiery red bird that was close at hand. Is this my phoenix? Summer Solstice nodded in satisfaction, looking better than Fawkes. You have an aura that I like. Can I sign a contract with you? A crisp female voice sounded from Summer Solstice's mind. Xia Solstice smiled and nodded. Xiaoran can. Boom. Fire burst out from the phoenix's body, instantly drowning the Summer Solstice and the phoenix. A moment later, the flames disappeared, and Xia Solstice looked at the phoenix who was still standing beside him, and he felt as if there was something more in his blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host and phoenix for signing a contract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining talent, the power of the phoenix. Phoenix power? What does it do? The host can freely add the power of the phoenix to the spell he casts, making the power of the spell stronger. Summer Solstice suddenly remembered Dumbledore's fiery curse that beat Quirrell into flying ash. Summer Solstice guessed that the spell Dumbledore cast that day contained the power of the phoenix. Because he used a disarming spell, but the power was ridiculously large, and it looked extremely hot. The disarming spell that can beat people to ashes? Xia Solstice said that it was the first time he saw it. If Harry's disarming charm had this power, wouldn't it be much cooler than Avada? Summer Solstice learned from Dumbledore's appearance and made a nest of the same style as Fawkes in the corner of the study. This phoenix is called Xia Zhi, and when it was perched in a certain valley, it suddenly felt a heart, and then found the Summer Solstice, and after seeing him, she very much wanted to sign a contract with him. Xia Solstice still thought that the phoenix given to him by the system would appear out of thin air, but he didn't expect that it was also a phoenix that already existed in this world. It just gave this phoenix a kind of force majeure, so that she couldn't help but sign a contract with the Summer Solstice. It's not clear. Xia Solstice watched Xia Zhi standing on the shelf and napping, which was fine, so as not to explain and not know whether this phoenix recognized Fawkes or not. Early the next morning, when Xiao Suekue returned to the Summer Solstice home exhausted, he was startled by the phoenix standing on the shelf. The Summer Solstice brought it water and food, and it was exhausted. In one night, it not only ran all over the Summer Solstice friends' houses to deliver letters, but also brought back all their replies. I have to say that this strong little owl is really good, and the Summer Solstice 270 showed a capitalist-like smile. Summer Solstice let little Snowball drink water and eat on the side, and then opened the letters of friends. Knowing that the Summer Solstice has a new home, they all said that they would come to play for the Summer Solstice home for a few days and celebrate the Summer Solstice by the way. Hogwarts, office of the headmaster. Dumbledore was sitting comfortably in his chair, frowning and reading. The cover of the book is a handsome wizard with a big smile. The defense against the dark arts teacher for the next school year has to recruit again. It's just that there are legends outside that the teachers of the defense against the dark arts class are all ambushed. The Earth Demon cursed. So even though job postings have been out for so long, almost no one has signed up except for this best-selling novel author named Gilderoy Lockhart. Now Dumbledore was reading Lockhart's book. I have to say that his ability to tell stories is still very strong, and if his ability is really as strong as written in his book, then the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts is indeed very suitable for him. It's just that the words in his book are still a little pompous, which makes Dumbledore a little doubtful whether Lockhart is exaggerated. How about letting him try it? Dumbledore seemed to have made a decision. Suddenly, there was a flash of fire in the office. Dumbledore looked at the fire in amazement. This kind of fire was all too familiar to him. It was the flame produced by the phantom transfiguration of the phoenix. But Fawkes is nearby, and this is definitely not made by Fawkes. The fire disappeared and a phoenix appeared in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore had never seen the phoenix, but he noticed that the phoenix had a letter in its mouth. The phoenix flew onto Dumbledore's desk and handed the letter to Dumbledore. Then he looked curiously at Fawkes not far away. Fawkes also flew over, looking at the same kind curiously, and chirping and saying hello. Dumbledore took the letter and opened it curiously. He also wanted to know who this person who, like him, had signed a contract with the phoenix. But when he opened the letter, he was greeted by the familiar font. Dear Professor Dumbledore. Hello, my new home has been completed and I would be very honored if you could come and visit tomorrow. Address attached here. By the way, when I was looking for a place to settle here, I accidentally found this phoenix. Her name is Xia Zhi. We just met and talked and signed a contract together. I don't know if she and Fawkes recognize each other. Hope she and Fawkes can get along. Also, forgive me for presumptuousness. I gave Xia Zhi the coordinates of your office. Your student summer solstice. Dumbledore put down his heart, and then carefully looked at Xia Zhi. Only people who are honest and brave enough can get the favor of the phoenix. Xia Zhi will favor the summer solstice, which makes Dumbledore feel very gratified. The character shown by the summer solstice is indeed very appetizing to the Phoenix family. Dumbledore happily wrote a reply, readily agreed to the invitation of the summer solstice, and then handed the letter to Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi chirped towards Fawkes, as if saying hello, and then the fire flashed and disappeared in place. Dumbledore touched a ring in his hand, and summer solstice could actually use the ring to send a message to himself. But he still sent Phoenix Xia Zhi to recognize the door, and by the way, he showed it. Dumbledore smiled and put down Lockhart's book, then took out a box of cockroach piles in the drawer. When he is happy, he always likes to eat some candy, which can make his good mood last longer. To Xia Solstice's surprise, the first guests were not the Weasleys who lived closest. It's the Grangers. After receiving the letter from the summer solstice, the Grangers drove overnight with Hermione and set off. Then, following Hermione's guidance, the Grangers passed through the Muggle banishment curse under the summer solstice cloth. Came to the big house of the summer solstice. The Grangers almost fainted by Nagini lying in the sun on the doorstep of the summer solstice. They had never seen such a huge snake before. Fortunately, Hermione had seen Nagini once in the suitcase of the summer solstice and knew that she was a pet raised by the summer solstice, so she quickly calmed her parents. After learning that this was a pet of the summer solstice, and seeing that Nagini did not pounce, the Grangers were relieved. At this time, Xia Solstice also knew that the Granger family was coming, and quickly went downstairs and welcomed the Granger family in. As soon as they met, Mr. Granger excitedly hugged the summer solstice. Thank you so much, summer solstice. We are such a daughter, if you hadn't saved her. The Grangers couldn't be more grateful for the solstice, especially when they knew that the solstice had blocked a deadly attack on their daughter's behalf. They couldn't imagine what would happen to them if they lost Hermione. This is a pain that they simply cannot accept. This big house has a lot of rooms, so the summer solstice can easily settle the family. Summer solstice took Hermione to visit her house. Hermione, I recently made a new friend. That's great, can you introduce me to it? Of course, she will be glad to meet you. Hermione watched the summer solstice warily. What's her name? When did you meet her? Xia Solstice didn't notice the abnormality, and continued to say with interest, her name is Xia Zhi, and I knew her the day I just moved here. She, living in your home? Of course, she has lived in my house ever since. Hermione looked at the summer solstice in disbelief, and her heart was like a thunderbolt. She always thought that her enemy would be Cassandra. Unexpectedly, how long did he and Cassandra be separated from him? So soon he handed over to the woman. Friends, and we just met and lived together. Oh, it seems that I didn't come at the right time. Hermione said depressedly. How so? You've come at the right time. Xia Solstice said happily, let me introduce you guys. Summer Solstice pushed open the door of his study. Hermione had to smile and follow Summer Solstice into the study. Hermione, this is Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi, this is my good friend Hermione Granger. Summer Solstice was introducing Hermione and Xia Zhi. This is your girlfriend. After seeing Xia Zhi, Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. She regretted it after saying it, and quickly covered her mouth. Summer Solstice people are stupid. Who said Xia Zhi is his girlfriend? Although Xia Zhi is a phoenix, she is also a bird? People can't? At least not. Who told you that Xia Zhi is my girlfriend? Xia Solstice put his hand on his forehead. I'm sorry. I misunderstood, because you just said she, and then said that you will all live together in the future. The more Hermione spoke, the quieter her voice became, and now she couldn't wait to dig a hole and bury herself in it. How embarrassing. Oh, well, blame me for this, didn't make it clear. Xia Solstice scratched his head, and he found that what he had just said was indeed a little ambiguous. Xia Zhi looked at Summer Solstice and Hermione curiously and chirped softly. Is she a phoenix? Hermione looked at the phoenix in front of her in amazement. This was the first time she had seen a phoenix. She hadn't been to the principal's room, and she hadn't seen Fawkes. Yes, I happened to meet her when I came to settle here. Xia Solstice touched Xia Zhi's warm feathers, then we signed a contract. Hermione swallowed with difficulty. You mean, she made a contract with you? As far as I know, the only wizard known to be related to the Phoenix is Professor Dumbledore. The book says that he owns a phoenix. Yes, you're right, Professor Dumbledore does have a phoenix, his name is Fox, and I've seen him before. Summer Solstice said happily, I just asked Xia Zhi to send a letter to Dumbledore, and I invited him to my new home. Xia Zhi and Fox are now friends. Hermione hesitantly said to Summer Solstice, may I touch her? Xia Zhi seemed to understand her words and nodded. Hermione trembled and placed her little hand gently on Xia Zhi's body, her feathers warm and supple. Hermione was thrilled. This was the first time she had seen this legendary magical animal recorded in the book. Because of the addition of the Granger family at home, Xia Solstice suddenly felt that the empty home had a trace of popularity. He happily dragged Hermione to the Muggle town to buy groceries. The wizard's entertainment is so scarce, I think I can buy some Muggle appliances. Summer Solstice excitedly walked into a home appliance store. Hermione followed and whispered, however, where there is magic, it seems that the appliances do not work. Let's say at Hogwarts. Of course, I can reinvent it myself. You have to trust my alchemy. Summer Solstice happily selects a TV set. The combination of magic and technology is not just talk. Xia Solstice thinks that it is good to do some interesting experiments, and he has always admired Mr. Weasley's modified flying car. And, of course, Sirius's cool flying motorcycle. But relatively speaking, Summer Solstice still likes Mr. Weasley's car, because the flying motorcycle is open air and not very comfortable. Now the Summer Solstice, very rich. He had long disguised his identity and exchanged gold for enough Muggle currency at the bank. He bought a lot of electrical appliances at once, including televisions, game consoles, computers, and so on. He even bought a video recorder. Of course, the electrical appliances of this era are still very backward, such as the bulky computer, which feels ancient when the Summer Solstice looks at it. These are electrical appliances that are very advanced in this era, but are very backward in the eyes of the Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice has the confidence to transform them into something very interesting. When Xia Solstice left the appliance store, the store manager respectfully sent them out, and today their sales have exceeded the sales of the previous 3 months. Because it was inconvenient to use magic in front of Muggles, Summer Solstice left them an address. After the clerk arrives at the location, let them go back. Seeing the Muggle clerks driving away, Summer Solstice put away all these things with the NA ring. For the rest of the day, Summer Solstice and Hermione spent the morning shopping for a lot of clothes and snacks. It can only be said that shopping is indeed the happiest thing for human beings, especially when it is not bad for money. So when they got home, they were still unsatisfied. Hermione blushed with joy, very cute. Xia Solstice don't look away, he feels that he is really not a Lilicon. In the afternoon, just when Mr. Granger and Summer Solstice said that without electricity, the television could not be started. The Weasleys are here. They actually lived nearby, and the kind Mrs. Weasley, when she learned that there was only one person living on the Summer Solstice, immediately brought a large family of people over as guests. I thought that the Summer Solstice family could be lively, so that this poor child would not feel so lonely. She also brought a lot of food that she made herself, and I have to say that Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship was still good. The reason why Ron didn't like to eat the food her mother made was just because he was tired of it. Mr. Weasley was excited to see Summer Solstice studying television sets and immediately joined the discussion. When Mr. Weasley suggested that perhaps a little magic could be used to modify the television so that it could start and receive a signal, Mrs. Weasley coughed loudly to the side. Mr. Weasley loved Muggle products so much that he often forgot his duties. Therefore, he would deliberately leave a piece of information in his own Muggle Protection Act. Hermione cooked the meal with her mother, Mrs. Granger, and Mrs. Weasley, and they would have a party tonight. Ron, along with several of their older brothers, visited the house to see the Summer Solstice. Finally, they started playing Quidditch on the doorstep of the Summer Solstice, and their youngest sister, Ginny, watched enviously from the ground. Her brothers wouldn't let her play with flying broomsticks now, saying she was too young. And Summer Solstice didn't get involved in that, because he now has more interesting things to do. Summer Solstice liked Mr. Weasley so much that he quietly looked at Mr. Weasley and then studied the appliances with Mr. Granger. Mr. Weasley, although he lacks basic knowledge of many Muggle products, has a wealth of experience in magical transformation. After 2 hours of tinkering, the TV turned on without power or antenna, and received it smoothly. Showed up on TV. Mr. Granger was staring at the TV that could be turned on without electricity, completely confused about what was happening. Yay! Solstice and Mr. Weasley clapped their hands, and then looked excitedly at the working television in front of them. Magic interferes with circuits and TV signals, and Summer Solstice and Mr. Weasley tinkered with it for a long time before finding a solution. Summer Solstice originally planned to use weather spells to convert magic into electricity, and use magic to ensure that electricity can run. But it almost burned out the TV, but fortunately Summer Solstice foresaw it early and cancelled the weather spell in time. Finally, at Mr. Weasley's suggestion, Summer Solstice transformed the television set with magic to run with magic. Because crystals can store mana, Xia Solstice took out a large piece of crystal for this, and then filled the crystal with magic power 3 times and 5 times to act as a battery. There is a lot of magic on the Summer Solstice, and this magic is like a drop in the bucket, it's nothing. In this way, the first television in history that could only run with magic was born under the hands of Summer Solstice and Mr. Weasley. The TV doesn't need to be driven electrically, and it magically picks up the signal from the TV station. Xia Solstice nodded in satisfaction. It turns out that technology and magic can be combined. The first preliminary experiment of the Summer Solstice was declared a success. After this exchange, Mr. Weasley and Summer Solstice became closer, even though they had only known each other for a few hours. If it weren't for his relationship with Ron, Summer Solstice would have almost pulled Mr. Weasley to worship him. Summer Solstice found that with Mr. Weasley's help, it would be much easier to modify Muggle appliances on his own. Many of Mr. Weasley's whimsy were very helpful to his subsequent experiments with magic and science. Because of the success story of the TV, the next game console, video recorder, computer and so on, have also been successfully transformed. Then the Weasley children were fascinated by the Summer Solstice console. The entertainment life of wizards is too boring, and such a thing as a game console is simply a dimensionality reduction blow for them. Transforming this electrical appliance is only a preliminary experiment, and there is still a long way to go after that. Summer Solstice quietly watched George and Fred shouting and playing Mario, but his thoughts drifted far away. In the evening, the Weasley family said goodbye to the Summer Solstice, and their family lived nearby, and Mr. Weasley and the Summer Solstice agreed that they would come to the Summer Solstice to communicate more in their leisure time. It had been a long time since he had met a little wizard with such an interesting interest as him. After Hermione and Granger had gone to rest, Solstice sat at her desk and expertly opened her system panel. Talents: Silent, Parseltongue, Superlative, Crisis Alert, Combo Magical Talent, Unicorn Shadow, Druid, Dating Paper Planes, Phoenix Power, Black Magic Mastery, 1-0, Transfiguration Mastery, 10, Prophecy Mastery, 3, Potions Mastery, 6, Alchemy Mastery, 8. Expand. After more than a year of study, especially with Dumbledore, Mr. G, and Voldemort, his panel has changed a lot. Except for the lack of progress in Prophecy Mastery, the other projects have made great progress. Especially in alchemy, Dumbledore is actually an excellent alchemist master, and he is good friends with the legendary alchemist Nicole Flamel. So Xia Solstice learned a lot from him, directly pushing alchemy mastery to 8 points. Because of this, he can transform those electrical appliances so handy, and Mr. Weasley's whimsy alone, without the corresponding technology, cannot be successfully transformed. Summer Solstice closed the system panel and put the alchemy thing aside for the time being. He opened the soul magic note that he was studying. He has been studying the power of the soul, because he has long realized that most of the power of wizards comes from the soul of wizards. Summer Solstice did not find any physical difference between wizards and ordinary muggles, then the difference could only come from the soul. The soul power of a wizard is not the same as that of a muggle. Summer Solstice speculates that the source of wizards' magic power is also derived from the unique soul power of wizards. Whether it is the unforgivable charm or the patroness charm, it is necessary to have strong emotions in order to use it successfully. I have to say that this is really very idealistic, and the power of this idealism also has to make the Summer Solstice think of the human soul. Because the soul magic he is good at is also like this, the more intense the emotion and the stronger the will, the greater the power of soul magic. Xia Solstice sat in his chair, his whole body relaxed, and all his consciousness was paying attention to his brain. He kept guessing that the soul was hidden somewhere deep in his brain. The original magic note did not give Xia Solstice a clear answer. Now he wants to find out this answer himself. He wants to find his soul in his own body. He's been doing this for a long time. But for a long time, the brain is still the brain, and there is no trace of the soul. Just when the Summer Solstice was muddy and about to fall asleep, suddenly, a white shadow passed through his mind. Xia Solstice's consciousness quickly followed the white shadow and rushed over. It took him a lot of effort to finally catch up with the white shadow. He originally thought that the white shadow was his soul, but when he really caught up, he found that the white shadow was the phantom of a unicorn. The unicorn phantom hissed silently towards him, and then rushed into a white mist. Xia Solstice had a hunch that there seemed to be something very important to him hidden behind that white mist, and he had a hunch that there was no danger in following the unicorn into the white mist. So the consciousness of the Summer Solstice also followed the unicorn's phantom into that white mist. In the white mist, there was a white expanse, white sky, white ground, and the ground stretched in all directions, reaching the end that he could not see. In such an empty place, where there seemed to be nothing, only the unicorn was neighing at him, but this time, he heard a voice. What is this place? How come there is nothing? I was still at my house. Summer Solstice thought to himself. As soon as his thoughts flashed, the white world in front of him immediately became his home. Xia Solstice was stunned. In this world, his consciousness can dominate everything? Xia Solstice saw that the unicorn was still neighing at him, as if to signal him to follow it. So, the Summer Solstice planned to walk towards it, and it was at this time that the Summer Solstice found that he suddenly had a body. Just now, he was still a mass of consciousness. Sensing that there was no danger, Xia Solstice decisively followed. At this time, this white world has transformed into his home. So, Xia Solstice followed the unicorn out of the study, through the long corridor, and came to the living room. Here, he actually saw a person. The man was not inching, but his face was fierce, and he raised his head, stared at a pair of fierce eyes, and stared fiercely at the ceiling. As soon as Xia Solstice saw this person, he felt a burst of creepy, because this person's face is exactly the same as him. Is this hideous man his soul? Xia Solstice looked at the fierce self suspiciously. Am I such a fierce person? Xia Solstice was a little suspicious of his own person. After glancing up at the summer solstice, the fierce-looking summer solstice immediately turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared in place. The mist slammed towards the summer solstice, and the summer solstice wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that he could no longer move. The mist smoothly melted into his body. Boom! Countless fragments of memory reorganized in his mind, and then dissipated again for a long time before Xia Solstice came back to his senses. He looked heavily at the unicorn that had brought him here. Why did you bring me here? Such a memory, I really don't want to remember it again. Xia Solstice only now found out that his life was deleted. It is no coincidence that he is called the summer solstice, and the original owner is also called the summer solstice. The summer solstice is the summer solstice, and it has always been just one person. There is no original owner at all. Or rather, the original owner is also himself. At that time, when he was tortured by the werewolf wizard with the drill heart charm, it was not when he had just crossed over. He actually came to this world 11 years ago. At that time, he crossed into a small baby, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was already in an orphanage. At the same time, he also awakened a system, which is called the strongest white wizard training system. This system is actually not very powerful, which makes the strength of the summer solstice grow very slowly. Just after he was almost 11 years old and knew what world it was, he began to wait expectantly to see the owls at Hogwarts. At this time, he was captured by a werewolf wizard, and his system was not very powerful, so he simply did not have enough ability to escape. The summer solstice, which could not escape, could only endure the inhuman torture that lasted for 6 months. No one can maintain their original state of mind after such a long period of torture. Yes, the summer solstice at this time blackened. The system is a system after all, although the improvement of strength is very slow, but the summer solstice is still slowly accumulating enough power to break away. Why did I endure so much torture? I want the world to feel the same pain as me. I want to destroy this sad world. At this time, the summer solstice, his heart was full of violence, and he swore that when he successfully escaped, he would ravage the world madly. At this moment, the strongest white wizard cultivation system suddenly started the restart procedure. It was a white wizard cultivation system, but at that time, the summer solstice was already a complete Dark Lord. The system was successfully rebooted, and at that moment, Xia 5.7 lost all memories in this world before that day. It was as if a part of his life had been deleted, and his whole person had been reset. When he regained consciousness, he mistakenly thought that he had just crossed over, and was hit by a drill curse. Because of the lack of those extremely painful memories, he lost all his violent thoughts before, and he regained his original intention when he first crossed over. Although he later recovered some of his previous memory fragments, he also thought that it was the remaining memory of the original owner, so he did not pay much attention. The system was also restarted, but the rebooted system, although the name was still called the strongest white wizard cultivation system, but it had undergone some strange changes, as if it had also blackened with the summer solstice. Xia Solstice quietly recalled his forgotten painful memories before, as well as the desperate and violent feelings in his heart at that time. It's like watching another person's experience. Although this emotion is strong enough, it can no longer have any effect on the summer solstice. Because the current summer solstice is no longer desperate, he is full of hope, full of confidence, and full of love. P.S. I haven't asked for data for a long time, here ask for a wave? Xia Solstice turned around, as if saying goodbye to the unfortunate self in the past. Then he did not hesitate to follow the unicorn's phantom and return to reality. When Xia Solstice opened his eyes, he suddenly found that his soul had condensed a lot, and he understood that from this moment on, his soul could be regarded as truly complete. He glanced at the wall clock and found that only a short minute had passed. He sighed, although this time he still hadn't found his soul. However, this journey to the mysterious fantasy realm still benefited him a lot, and the mysterious fantasy realm is a state between life and death. It appears inside the human mind and is both real and illusory. What it looks like depends on who enters there, and some mysterious experiences also involve relatives or other acquaintances of the person. For example, the scene where Harry and Dumbledore say goodbye at the White King's Cross station at the end is a fantasy. The summer solstice can only enter once under the leadership of the unicorn phantom who is already in a soul state. The next day, the summer solstice woke up early because there would be many guests today. He has to be ready. Originally, Mrs. Granger and Hermione were 25 to help, but summer solstice politely refused. Maybe it's because he recovered some of his lost memories last night, and now he really wants to cook Chinese food. He wants to make all the dishes he used in his previous life today. Anyway, there are a lot of people, and you can eat it all. Moreover, with the help of magic, the summer solstice alone is worth 10 chefs. Hermione moved a chair and silently watched as summer solstice cooked. Soon after, Mr. and Mrs. Worley and Cassandra also arrived, so on the kitchen side, there was another shadow sitting and watching the summer solstice cook. Mr. and Mrs. Worley and Mr. Granger are talking together, and the house elf Kayfi is sent by Mrs. Worley to the door to help receive guests on the summer solstice. Next, the Weasley family also came, and Mrs. Weasley was very surprised to see the summer solstice cooking cleanly. So, she immediately pulled her children and made a lot of remarks about how good other people's children are, how you don't argue, and so on. This made Ron and his brothers sigh helplessly, and when their mother finished making up the long speech, they couldn't wait to run to turn on the summer solstice game console. Mr. Weasley also watched the summer solstice at work with interest, because the summer solstice kitchen had many kitchenware that he had never seen before. Although he couldn't help but want to ask the purpose many times, seeing the serious summer solstice, he didn't bother him in the end. It wasn't long before the fire flickered, and Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall joined forces. After they visited the house on the summer solstice, they chatted with Mr. and Mrs. Worley. And Fox, who brought them over, immediately sneaked into the study of the summer solstice and went to chat with Xia Zhi. He hadn't seen his kind mates in a long time, so he couldn't wait to talk to Xia Zhi. By noon, a large table in the garden was already filled with all kinds of delicacies. The house elf K-Fi helped with the magic, so the dishes were still steaming hot even though they had been out for a while. The house elf K-Fi was busy helping out, setting up cutlery, moving chairs, and having a lot of fun. Hermione wanted to help but couldn't intervene, and every time she tried to help, she was watched by K-Fi with a horrified look. Seemed to be afraid that Hermione would take her job? In desperation, Hermione had to give up helping, but she also noticed the house elf creature in advance. After the summer solstice is finally busy, he invites everyone to eat together. He glanced around and suddenly found that he did not see Harry. Summer solstice frowned, the Dursleys should not be locked up with Harry anymore. Summer solstice remembered that he had not received a reply from Harry. Oh, yes, Dobby. It must have been Dobby, the house elf, who intercepted all the letters sent to Harry. Summer solstice can't pick up Harry now, he's a wizarding settlement, so it's okay to use magic occasionally, but Dursleys is in the Muggle community. He can't phantom transfiguration to go there. This trace is really troublesome, but it is not difficult for Xia Solstice to block the trace. Summer solstice wiped his hands, it seemed that he would have to wait until later to find Harry. The dishes on the table were very generous. What Longjing shrimp, Beijing roast duck, Yangzhou lion's head, squirrel mandarin fish, roasted suckling pig. A variety of cuisines amaze these British wizards who have been living in the food desert. Mrs. Weasley also asked for a recipe from Summer Solstice. Dumbledore smiled and said that he wanted the house elves of Hogwarts to learn as well. He was hooked on one of them, a sweet and sour carp and a dish of grunt. This sweet and sour taste fascinated him. After dinner, Summer Solstice invited Dumbledore to his study. Professor Dumbledore, I recently remodeled a Muggle item that I think would be useful to the school's library. Dumbledore smiled. What is it? He didn't say that it was illegal for the summer solstice to transform Muggle products. I must have known the intersection of Mr. Weasley and the summer solstice. This is it. Summer solstice opens that modified computer. Dumbledore approached the computer curiously. Summer solstice brings up a search bar, then types Nicole Flamel's name on top and clicks search. Suddenly, many pages of information about Nicole appeared on the screen. Xia Solstice clicked on one of the messages with his mouse. Then a book on the shelf of the summer solstice automatically flew over, automatically turning to the page that recorded that message. Dumbledore immediately understood. Xia Solstice said, "This computer has been modified by me. I have enhanced its built-in search function, so that it remembers all the books in my study. As long as you enter the information you want to know, you can immediately see all the books about this information, and automatically find them." Xia Solstice did not think that he could directly check the relevant information on the computer, without the need to turn to the book. But there is only one computer, and there can only be one such computer in the same area. Otherwise, the two computers will interfere with each other. If there is only one computer, it can be controlled by the librarian, Mrs. Pants. Dumbledore looked admiringly at the computer on the summer solstice desk. I think Mrs. Pants will like this. I have to say that the wisdom of Muggles is really not to be underestimated. This computer, in my study, actually does not play a big role, because I have very few books here, and like the library of Hogwarts, the vast books like the sea, it is not easy to find books. Xia Solstice paused, and then said, "Of course, if you ask Mrs. Pants, I believe you can also get useful advice, but Mrs. Pants' advice is only a scope. Sometimes it's hard to pinpoint which book to pinpoint. It's different with this, it makes it easy to find the book you want to find, and even helps you turn to a specific page." Summer Solstice calmly introduced his modified computer to Dumbledore. He thought the computer would be really useful for Hogwarts libraries, at least if they were in their first year. Harry, they wouldn't need to look for Nicole Flamel for that long. Of course, we cannot include books from the forbidden area, Xia Solstice said, or add a permission that only professors can retrieve the contents of the forbidden book area. Summer Solstice's recommendation of this computer to Dumbledore is actually a promotion. When the little wizards went to the library and tried the computer, they were surprised to find how convenient it could be when technology and magic were combined. This combination is not the same thing as the roughly transformed Hogwarts Express. In the end, Dumbledore promised to take the computer back and give it a try. After the transformation of the summer solstice, this computer is actually an alchemical product. And the reason why Xia Solstice did this is nothing more than to promote the development of the wizarding world. Now Summer Solstice is also a wizard, so he hopes that the wizarding world will always improve, at least not be so ignorant. He didn't want to see a day when smartphones were invented and Muggles would have the freedom to communicate at any time. and wizards also need to use owls to communicate. This was also the first effort made by Summer Solstice, and he decided to start by influencing the little wizards. It was the same as Voldemort's original intention of applying for a defense against the dark arts professor. As night fell, everyone gradually began to leave. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall was very pleased that the summer solstice could find a place to stay, and she hoped that the Weasleys would take more care of the summer solstice who lived alone in the days to come. Cassandra planned to stay for a few days and go back, but Mr. Worley felt that this few days might be equivalent to a summer vacation. The reluctant Mr. Worley was eventually pulled away by Mrs. Worley, who also wanted to stay and play for a few more days. The Grangers planned to drive back the next day, but unlike Mr. Worley, Hermione was here for a few days, and they were still relieved. Originally, Ron also wanted to take advantage of the excuse to stay and play on the game console, but was pulled away by Fred and George. You wouldn't want to stay here, would you, little Ronnie? I think we should teach him some new knowledge as soon as possible, so that he will always make some untimely decisions later. Ron's face was confused when he was pulled away, not knowing what was happening. After seeing off all the guests, Summer Solstice turned and went back to the house where Hermione and Cassandra were both in the living room. Cassandra was curiously watching the TV show in front of her. She had never watched it before, but she still thought that the muggles in it were stupid. Hermione explained to her that it was just comedy and that the muggles in it were deliberately pretending to be stupid to amuse the audience. But Cassandra still understood no. Xia Solstice sat on the sofa on the side without making a sound, and suddenly he took out his wand and stirred it randomly in the air. Cassandra and Hermione seemed to hear a crisp tearing sound. Then they were surprised to see that Xia Solstice had untied a silk thread that emitted a dark blue light on his body. He wrapped the silk thread around the arm of the sofa, and then the silk thread disappeared without a trace. Summer Solstice, what is it? Hermione asked curiously. Oh, I just found a way to untie my tracks and tie them up to the couch. Then the Ministry of Magic would always think that I was in this living room, and I was free to cast spells outside. Xia Solstice said happily, as he thought, this kind of thing really can't be difficult to hold him. This thing was solved easily by Voldemort, and he even killed his father's family during the holidays, and then blamed it on his uncle, and by the way, cast a soul-grabbing curse on his uncle to make him confess. The people of the Ministry of Magic did not even find out a single hair, and directly locked up his uncle in Azkaban. Cassandra frowned and said, so you're going out and doing something again. She really knew the summer solstice very well, and there would be no problem with the summer solstice casting spells here, but now that he had lifted the trace, didn't this prove that he was going out? Oh yes, I'm going to go out now, Xia Solstice said with a smile. Harry hasn't written back to me for a long time, and I'm a little worried. So I want to check it out now. Yes, Harry hasn't written me back either. Hermione also frowned and said, maybe we should tell Professor Dumbledore today. Professor Dumbledore is very busy, Hermione. He can't pay attention to every student. Xia Solstice said casually, he actually just wanted to see Dobby. Summer solstice gluttony house elves are not a day or two, and it is still a little difficult to get a house elf as a housekeeper. And Dobby's final death has always made Summer Solstice feel uneasy. Of course, he didn't mind paying Dobby, the free elf. Moreover, as long as he paid his salary, Hermione would not dislike him for using house elves in the future. Summer Solstice is now not short of money. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and come back soon. Summer Solstice handed a letter to his owl Snowball, who took the envelope and disappeared into the night sky. Cassandra sighed and muttered, you say reassure others every time. Summer Solstice didn't hear Cassandra's words. He walked out the door, then cast a flying spell, and followed the little snowball far behind. Dobby wanted to intercept all the letters sent to Harry, and it would definitely appear. The little snowball flew fast, and it didn't take long to reach Privet Road. Suddenly, the little snowball seemed to lose its direction in midair, flying up and down for a while, and in the blink of an eye, the letter on its mouth fell. Then the little snowball began to fly back. Xia Solstice saw the small figure on the ground at a glance. Dobby cowered behind a low fence at the mouth of an alley, snapping his fingers with his right hand. He cast a spell similar to the confusion charm on Little Snowball, making it mistakenly think that he had delivered the letter, and then Little Snowball dropped the envelope in midair and went straight back. Dobby snapped his fingers again, and the envelope that had fallen from the sky suddenly appeared in his hand. Dobby looked at the envelope in his hand and muttered, as long as the great Harry Potter feels isolated by his friends, he definitely doesn't want to go back to Hogwarts. It turned out to be you, intercepting the letter we sent to Harry. The voice of the summer solstice came slowly. Dobby was taken aback, and after turning his head to see the summer solstice, he raised his right hand and wanted to snap his fingers. He wanted to get out of here immediately, and the wizard's anti-phantom transfiguration spells had no effect on house elves like him. It was only when his hand was raised that he was shocked to find that he could not move. Dobby looked at the summer solstice in horror. He had no idea when he was under the spell. Tell me, which wizard's house elf are you? Dobby suddenly found that he seemed to be able to speak again, but his body still couldn't move much. Dobby can't say. Dobby this bad elf. Can't even burden your own master? Despite his horror, Dobby refused to say who his master was. It's a pity that Summer Solstice has long known Dobby's origin. So Dobby's tight-lipped lips didn't do anything. Oh, it turned out to be Lucius Malfoy's house elf. Xia Solstice said in surprise. Dobby froze. How did this little wizard know he was a house elf of the Malfoy family? A house elf from a pure-blood family who intercepted Harry Potter's letter without permission was ordered by your master to plot against him. The tone of the summer solstice is very unkind. Oh, no, Dobby never intended to harm the great Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby screamed. But Harry Potter will be in danger. Something very scary is going to happen at Hogwarts? So you're planning to make Harry Potter think he's isolated from his friends and give up going to school? Oh, Dobby. Dobby, this bad elf. Dobby obviously can't say it. If Dobby could move now, he would definitely pick up the bricks next to him and knock his head madly. I can see through what you're thinking if you say it or not, Dobby. Summer Solstice casually unlocked the petrification spell on Dobby's body. Let's go, I'm Harry Potter's best friend, he'll be safe with me. My strength, you probably know too. But, Harry Potter would be in danger if he insisted on going to Hogwarts, and Dobby wanted to protect him. Dobby looked at the Summer Solstice in horror, but still said bravely, if you do this, it will only be counterproductive and will not protect Harry Potter at all. And, Dobby, you have absolutely no idea what Hogwarts means to Harry. Xia Solstice suddenly lowered his voice. He longs for that place as much as you desire freedom. Duh. Dobby was so terrified that it felt like something was blocked in his throat. Oh, 557 bad Dobby? Bad Dobby? Dobby slammed his head against the wall next to him. Okay, I told you, I'll keep Harry safe. So, now you can give me the intercepted letter. Dobby took out a wad of letters from behind him aggrievedly and handed them to Xia Solstice. Summer Solstice took the envelope, and his hand touched Dobby's hand. Summer Solstice suddenly said, Dobby, if you want to be free, then tomorrow night at 9 o'clock in the evening, wait at the gate of Malfoy Manor. Dobby's ears couldn't help but move, and then shrugged down again. Woohoo. Dobby is a house elf, and Dobby can't aspire to freedom. Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby cried and snorted fiercely with the dirty pillowcase on his body, and then the small figure gradually disappeared into the shadows in the corner. Summer Solstice stood at the door of Disley's house, and had no intention of entering. He took out his wand and waved it casually, and a transparent cover suddenly appeared, and covered the Disley's house. This cover can shield the detection of traces. He plucked a leaf from the flower bead beside him. The leaf suddenly turned into 1,000 paper cranes in his hands. The 1,000 paper cranes fluttered their wings and flew up, drawing a perfect arc and flying into Harry's bedroom window. After a while, the door of Disley's house was opened, and Harry walked out, and then he saw the Summer Solstice standing on the curb. Oh, Summer Solstice, I finally saw you, and I haven't even received a letter from you these days. Harry began to complain. He thought he had been forgotten by these friends. Harry, your letters were intercepted by a house elf, but they're all solved now. Summer Solstice handed Harry the large letter in his hand. Then he explained why Dobby intercepted his letter. Oh, I said, why did he protect me like this? That one is called Dobby's elf. Harry, you don't know what Voldemort's presence means to these house elves. That's why when Voldemort disappears because of you, they appreciate you so much. This feeling is even stronger than that of wizards. Harry held the letter in his hand, not knowing what to say for a moment. Well, here is also the letter I sent you. My new home has been completed, and the address is written in the letter. You are welcome to visit my home. By the way, I suggest you'd better stay at your aunt's house for 2 weeks. You know, I've always been accurate. The dark pupils of the Summer Solstice seemed to be able to see through Harry's heart. Harry couldn't help but nod. He knew that Summer Solstice could occasionally see a part. In the future, if he hadn't trained himself for the devil in advance, he would have died a long time ago, so he had better believe his words. When Xia Solstice was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and said, by the way, I just set up a magic spell at Disley's house and helped you block the trace, so you can also use magic at home now. Harry's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't use magic at home, which made him bored, and now he could finally use magic at will. He was naturally happy. I'm leaving, goodbye. What's the matter? Let Hedwig send me a letter. Xia Solstice waved his hand. His body turned slightly, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Cool. Harry couldn't help but marvel. Although he also wanted to learn this magic from Xia Solstice, but he was afraid of the Summer Solstice again, and he took out his big G in again. When Summer Solstice returned home, Hermione and Cassandra had not gone to sleep, but were sitting in the living room waiting for him. It's late, you should go to bed early, instead of waiting for me here. Xia Solstice said helplessly. Who is waiting for you? I just didn't want to go to bed so early. Cassandra rolled her eyes, only to quietly breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. She was really worried about which dark wizard Xia Solstice went with again. This guy has a lot of previous convictions. Maybe he went out and had to bring back a Granger. Cassandra stood up and glared at Xia Solstice, then went back to rest, and as soon as this breath was relaxed, sleepiness immediately came up. Is Harry all right? Hermione was also sleepy now, just holding on, and she, like Cassandra, was just as worried about who Summer Solstice would go to fight with. It's okay, there is an elf who intercepted all his letters in order to protect Harry, and I have already persuaded him to return. After the Summer Solstice, he lightly told Hermione about Dobby. Hermione frowned cutely, secretly planning to go find some information about the house elves tomorrow, and then went back to rest as well. The next day, Xia Solstice stood on the lawn in front of his home, and there were several targets not far in front of him. He suddenly raised the wand in his hand, and a lifelike unicorn rushed out of his wand, turning into a white shadow and rushing towards the target. It's so fast that it's hard to see. The unicorn's horns still have a blazing red light. Boom! The unicorn's horn hit the target, and the target exploded. This is the combination magic of the summer solstice, the shadow of the unicorn plus the disarming spell infused with the power of the phoenix. Summer Solstice scratched his head. No wonder Dumbledore's disarming curse was so fierce. This phoenix power seemed mild, but if it was infused too much, the disarming curse could also inflict fatal damage. This can also be inferred that when Dumbledore saw that Summer Solstice was hit by the death curse, how angry he was, so much so that he infused too much phoenix power, and gave Quirrell a blow to Quirrell. At the same time, Summer Solstice is still very satisfied with the shadow of the unicorn, and any spell that is combined with it will become an auto-tracking spell. After smashing the target, the snow-white unicorn phantom returned to the side of the summer solstice with cheerful steps. As long as the magic of the summer solstice is not broken, the phantom of this unicorn can always exist. And at the moment, it seems that it has a sense of self. Xia Solstice stroked the unicorn, but it pierced it, and the tentacles were cold. It's pretty much the same as those ghosts in Hogwarts. My name is Sophia. A wave of consciousness came from the unicorn's phantom. Hello, Sophia, my name is Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice showed a gentle smile. Sophia took him to his missing memory, even though he didn't want to recall it. But it made his soul whole. As a result, he became more comfortable with his magic. So Summer Solstice is still very grateful to Sophia. As soon as the Summer Solstice shook her hand, Sophia jumped out again, like a virtual shadow, through the target in front, and then slammed into the target behind. The Summer Solstice let it come back, then gently stroked its horns with his hand. He understood that the horns of the unicorn phantom Sophia could be turned into phantoms or objects as he pleased. So you can directly hit the enemy behind you after passing through the obstacles in front of you. And this horn can allow Summer Solstice to enchant with combination magic. Xia Solstice nodded. Good, and one more whole card. He took back Sophia, and today's experiment is all done. Xia Solstice was about to return to the house, when suddenly, he saw a white shadow passing under the hillside. It won't be. The Summer Solstice is a little confused. He was sure that he was not mistaken, but how could there be unicorns in this place? Xia Solstice quickly followed. He was very curious. This is a human settlement. How can a creature like a unicorn approach casually? They all like to live in the forest. As soon as Summer Solstice walked down the hillside, he saw the beautiful unicorn standing at the edge of the forest. It stood there as if it were deliberately waiting for the Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice knew that this was coming at him, if that unicorn didn't want to let himself catch up. Then, at their speed, it is simply not too simple to get rid of the walking Summer Solstice. And now, it just glanced at the Summer Solstice, and found that after he followed, it walked slowly towards the forest. Xia Solstice followed, and without going far, he saw the second unicorn. As he went deeper and deeper into the woods, he saw more and more unicorns. Finally, when he was able to see the golden unicorn cub, a unicorn that was taller and more powerful than the other unicorns slowly walked in front of Xia Solstice. In the eyes of this unicorn, Xia Solstice saw majesty and vicissitudes. This should be the leader of this unicorn community, and it is the one who wants to find himself. It's just that the Summer Solstice doesn't understand why it is looking for itself. The majestic-eyed unicorn hissed a few times, but the Summer Solstice, who had the talent of druids, easily understood its meaning. Children of nature, I am here for you. Children of nature? I'm not a child of nature, and you may be looking for the wrong person. Although Summer Solstice spoke in human language, the unicorn clearly understood. You can understand what I say, and I can understand what you say, despite our language barriers. So, you are indeed a child of nature, right? Summer Solstice thought of his druid talent. Well, it seems that druids will also be made children of nature. Well, I do have this talent, so did you come to me for something? Ancient prophecy shows that our race can only be spared from calamity under the protection of the children of nature. Prophecy? Calamity? Xia Solstice pondered for a moment. What calamity have you encountered? Our ethnic group is now decimally deteriorating, and it may not be long before it disappears completely. The majestic unicorn leader, its eyes showed a very human sadness. Can you tell me why? I know you came to me thinking I could help you in some way. The shrinking of habitat, the slaughter of poachers. It has intensified in recent years. 10 years ago, my tribe had hundreds of people, and now, with the addition of cubs, there are only more than 30 left. The unicorn leader looked at the Summer Solstice and said, many years ago, when we were still in our prime, we met a powerful wizard who prophesied to us that we would eventually perish, but if we can find the child of nature, then we will still have a glimmer of life, and we can rest under the protection of the child of nature. Are you sure that's what the wizard said? Xia Solstice expressed doubts. Unicorns do not have such things as books, word of mouth from generation to generation. It is inevitable that there will be errors. I'm sure, because I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, although I was a cub at that time. Okay. Xia Solstice had a headache, although I don't know why that prophecy said that. I mean, I don't have that much of a place. Summer Solstice spread his hands, or go to the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. As far as I know, there is a unicorn colony there. And the extent of the forest is large. No, that's where we're from. The unicorn leader shook his head. The smoke of war has shrouded that place, and the horse people have given us a foreshadowing, and we can't sit still. So we decided to follow the prophetic instructions and set out in search of the children of nature. May I know how you found me? Xia Solstice asked curiously. This group of unicorns ran here from the Forbidden Forest. Is the goal too clear? Sophia's soul, is it in you? The unicorn leader showed a sad look. The summer solstice suddenly released Sophia, the shadow of the unicorn. Sophia's soul phantom approached the leader of the unicorn and hissed affectionately. Sophia is my daughter, she was killed, but you helped her avenge, so she followed you ever since. The unicorn leader looked at the summer solstice sadly. Just yesterday, her soul suddenly returned. She came to my dream and told me that she is now with the child of nature. So, here we are. The unicorn leader then said, I am the leader of this unicorn tribe, and my name is Blackhorn. I ask you to shelter us, and of course we will not let you pay in vain. I believe that we have a lot of things that you wizards need. As long as you can provide us with the soil to survive, you can take all of this. Summer Solstice heard reluctance and helplessness in Blackpoint's tone. Who would want to be subservient if they could? I don't need anything from you. Xia Solstice said gently, I will not enslave you either. So what do you need? Point Noir asked in surprise. Your daughter Sophia did me a big favor, so you can stay in peace. Summer Solstice decided to let them stay. No one can hurt you here, and immodestly to say that I do have the ability. Child of nature, your generosity worries me. Well, actually, I suddenly felt that if there was a group of beautiful unicorns in the place where I lived, it would be a very unique scenery, wouldn't it? Black Corner still silently watched the summer solstice. Xia Solstice sighed, and then said sharply, turn in 10 excellent unicorn hairs every month, otherwise you will get out of here for me. Black Corner breathed a sigh of relief, so I'm relieved. Summer solstice. Xia Solstice suddenly felt that something was not quite right with this unicorn. In front of the summer solstice's home, Cassandra was wiping Nagini with a brush. Nagini's land was spread out into a long worm. Perhaps Cassandra was supposed to belong to Slytherin, so she didn't have much resistance to snakes. She has always gotten along well with Nagini. Hermione sat under a swing in the garden, reading a thick book. The morning sun shone on her body, making her whole body feel warm. Suddenly, there was a sound of horses' hooves down the hillside. Cassandra put down her brush and looked curiously down the hill, wondering if a squad of cavalry had come from below. Hermione also put down her books and walked out of the garden. The movement under the mountain is getting bigger and bigger. Summer Solstice rode on the back of a tall unicorn, followed by more than 30 unicorns, old and young, which were very spectacular. Summer Solstice rolled over and went to the ground. He was riding a horse for the first time. He was very unaccustomed to it, and he was in pain in a certain part. Generally speaking, we will only let pure witches ride, not male witches. Black Horn looked at the Summer Solstice with its majestic gaze. Of course, you are a child of nature. You are an exception. Why don't you want to approach the witch? To be precise, we are reluctant to approach those human beings with complex and dirty minds, and getting close to them will make us feel very uncomfortable, and we can smell their rotten and smelly souls. Point Noir looked at Cassandra and Hermione who were coming down the hillside. Their minds are pure and their souls are clean, so we generally don't resist girls like them approaching. Xia Solstice heard the keyword soul, and he couldn't help but ask, you can smell the human soul, so do you know where the soul is hidden? I mean, I know that the soul has weight, so the soul must exist somewhere in the body. Why do you think that the soul is hidden somewhere in the body? Blackhorn looked at the summer solstice with its somewhat sad majesty again. Your soul has always been in your own body. It is everywhere. You mean to say that the human body is like a balloon, and the soul is like gas in a balloon? Xia Solstice suddenly realized that he finally understood why he couldn't find the existence of a soul in his mind. What is a balloon? Blackhorn asked puzzled. Oh, it's a human product. Does it work? The role. To be precise, it is generally used as a toy. Oh, that's why I don't understand that human beings, who have great creativity, always make things that are actually useless. Xia Solstice wanted to refute. In fact, balloons were also very useful, but he suddenly felt that telling this to a unicorn was actually a waste of saliva. Well, you're right. Summer Solstice gave up the argument. Cassandra and Hermione had already walked down, and their eyes were full of amazement as they looked at these beautiful creatures. Summer Solstice, where did you find so many unicorns? Hermione couldn't help but ask. They came from the Forbidden Forest and came to me to seek refuge. Summer Solstice replied briefly. I'll tell you the specifics later. Point Noir, you can live here, even though it's a little small. I will cast some more guardian magic in the forest next to me so that those who have malicious intentions towards you cannot get close. Summer Solstice took out his wand and walked deep into the woods. I'll go with you. Point Noir followed. I also want to know how safe our range of activities is. Blackhorn hissed again, and then a very beautiful unicorn stepped forward, then aimed his ass at the Summer Solstice. You are. Summer Solstice looked at Blackhorn suspiciously. This is a good girl. It's not. You. Summer Solstice looked at Blackcorner in horror. Her tail is the most beautiful. You can take 10 unicorn hairs on her tail as the first month's rent. The black-horned fox glanced at the Summer Solstice suspiciously. You. What did you think I wanted to do? Me? Ahem. Of course I know you want to pay the rent, but don't be in such a hurry. Summer solstice does not blush, heart does not beat. If you want something, you have to pay a price, and we can only rest assured if you accept the rent. Point Black shook his head. In the future, my clan will take turns to provide you with good unicorn hair as rent. Well, Cassandra, can I trouble you and Hermione for a favor? With scissors on her tail, cut 10 unicorn hairs, do not cut more, do not cut less. This is the rent that the unicorn tribe inhabits with us. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and then nodded. Xia Solstice turned around and walked towards the forest. I can carry you along, in fact, I do not resist letting you ride on my back, the soul breath of the child of nature, it will not make me uncomfortable, but will make me happy. Although I can feel that your soul composition is very complex. Oh, I think I'd better walk. I don't feel very comfortable riding on your back. How come? I've had wizards ride on my back before, and they never said they were uncomfortable. I guess those wizards are witches, right? Oh, I kind of understand why. Then let's go and go. The summer solstice home is surrounded by a wooded forest, which is not very large, but it is very dense. Summer Solstice arranged a lot of guardian magic in the forest that he learned from Mr. G. Anyone with malicious intentions cannot step into this forest for half a step. Of course, Voldemort also taught the Summer Solstice a lot of protective magic, but if Summer Solstice did the same, at least 2 Muggle towns would have to be slaughtered. This kind of thing cannot be done now on the Summer Solstice. I'm not a big place here, so. Summer Solstice shrugged. It's okay, my people and I just need a safe place to recuperate. Seeing your guardian magic, I knew I wasn't looking for the wrong person. Blackhorn hissed and followed the body of the Summer Solstice 1.4. Do you need me to prepare your food? Xia Solstice asked. Of course, it is also equivalent exchange. I'm not giving you alms. Now, Xia Solstice has understood how to communicate with these unicorns with very strong personalities. No, we'll figure it out ourselves. Okay then, within the range of the spell I cast just now, find a place to place it yourself. Xia Solstice now wants to hurry back and study soul magic. From a distance, Summer Solstice saw Cassandra and Hermione happily sitting on the bodies of 2 unicorns playing. It's a very beautiful picture. However, the current Summer Solstice has no intention of appreciating, because he feels that his research on the soul today will be raised to a higher level. At that time, even Nagini's blood curse will not be completely unliftable. Xia Solstice sat in his chair, holding a packet of BB Duo beans in his hand, constantly throwing the beans into his mouth. His gaze was a little empty, and he didn't taste whether the brown bean in his hand was peppery or booger. Since the soul is like gas in a balloon, and the human body is that balloon, then the human soul should be in the shape of a person. This was confirmed by Xia Solstice himself, and after returning from Point Noir, he finally observed his soul. The shape of his soul was exactly the same as his own physical state, even the scars. The Summer Solstice thus raises 2 problems. Is it the shape of the human body that determines the shape of the soul? Or does the shape of the soul determine the shape of the body? This question is like whether to have eggs or chickens first, tormenting the nerves of the Summer Solstice. If it is the shape of the human body that determines the shape of the soul, that also makes sense. After all, after death, the injuries suffered in the body will also be presented in the soul. For example, the ghost in Hogwarts, almost headless Nick. When he was just 25 years old, he grabbed half of his head at the little wizard's dinner table. His head and body are only connected by a layer of skin, and his soul will always be like this, even if it turns into a ghost. So his application to join the Headless Horseman Hunters was also ruthlessly rejected because his head was not completely cut off enough. However, it is not certain that only the shape of the body can affect the shape of the soul. In fact, changes in the soul can also change the shape of a person's body. For example, Voldemort. When he returned to Hogwarts for the second time and wanted to apply to Dumbledore for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, he was no longer as handsome as he used to be. Because of the creation of Horcruxes, his soul was torn apart too much, and he had undergone several terrible transfigurations, so his face became blurred, as if he had been burned by fire, and it was even difficult to distinguish his facial features. Of course, the Summer Solstice is not sure if it is completely caused by the disfigurement of the soul, or it may be the terrible transfiguration that Voldemort has experienced. Suddenly, a light crossed Xia Solstice's heart, and he seemed to think of something. He stood up, and then turned into a kitten. The omnipotent animagus is actually also a human transfiguration. Xia Solstice observed the soul in his body, and then began to change back to human form. By the way, the reason why animagus can change back to its original form is because the soul of the wizard itself is still in human form. There seemed to be a lightning bolt in Xia Solstice's mind. He can freely change from animal back to human form because his soul is still in human form, so he can change back at any time. Peter Pettigrew has been a mouse for more than 10 years, but he can still transform back into a human. Because his soul is still in human form, Nagini can't change back into human form because her soul has completely transformed into the form of a snake. At first, under the influence of the blood spell, her soul slowly changed into the shape of a snake over time. And when Nagini's soul completely changed into the shape of a snake, she also completely turned into a snake, changing from soul to body. This is also why the blood curse is so vicious, because it can distort people's souls. As for why Ghost Nick's soul bears the mark left by his body, it is because he has been hurt too badly, which also hurts his soul. And those very minor injuries should not hurt their souls? Xia Solstice slashed his hand, and then carefully observed his soul. His soul in the body. There are various scars all over the place, which are the scars left when they were tortured in the first place, because they are too painful, and at the same time leave a mark on the soul. And his newly scratched scars are not shown on the soul. Finally, the summer solstice preliminarily deduced the conclusion that a change in the shape of the soul will change the shape of the human body. And there is only one way to change the shape of the soul, and that is pain, and only this extreme emotion, in turn, can leave scars on the soul. The production of Horcruxes requires killing people to successfully tear the soul. Xia Solstice felt that killing might just be an introduction to the magic of the Horcrux, and what really caused the soul to tear should be the great pain brought by the next magic. In this way, it is still very difficult to turn Nagini back into a human state. Xia Solstice turned into a cute little cat and stretched out to lie on the desk. He suddenly found that after becoming a cat, it was quite comfortable to sleep in this position. The summer solstice in the cat's state chose a corner that happened to have sunlight and lay down, and then continued to think. So, does it mean that by repinching Nagini's soul into human form, she can regain her humanity? But even if she can regain her humanity, how can her memory be recovered? If she can't get her original memories back, then even if she can change back to a human state, she is a baby who doesn't understand anything, and even her memories as a snake will be lost. The result of this will only turn Nagini into a living dead. Retrieving memories. The summer solstice suddenly remembered the mysterious fantasy realm. His lost memories were found there, so can he enter Nagini's mysterious realm and help her find herself? Summer solstice remembered the unicorn phantom Sophia. Could she help again and bring his consciousness into Nagini's mysterious vision? Just when Xia Solstice wanted to be fascinated, suddenly, he felt that his body was being hugged. Cassandra and Hermione wanted to come to the summer solstice because they had just helped the unicorns find a place to settle and wanted to say something to the summer solstice. However, at this time, Hermione found the cute kitten lying on the desk. The 10-point charming summer solstice, even if it becomes a cat, is the one with the highest appearance. So, the consequences are serious. Hermione picked up the cute kitten in front of her. What a cute little kitten! I didn't expect that the summer solstice actually had a cat. Hermione loves cats, especially cats with 10 charm points, which makes her completely irresistible. Cassandra looked suspiciously at the cat whose body suddenly stiffened in front of her. Why do I think this cat is familiar? Cassandra really knows the summer solstice. Summer solstice is going crazy now, and he really wants to change back to human form. But, now Hermione was holding him while Cassandra was watching from the side. If he changed back to human form now, then Cassandra would see Hermione holding him. Forget it, I'd better wait until there's no one to change back. Summer solstice covered his cat face with his small paws, and for some reason, he felt that Cassandra was about to recognize him. Cassandra's emerald green eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly took out her wand and pointed it sharply at the summer solstice. The original shape is revealed. Xia Solstice did not react because he covered his cat face. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The summer solstice in cat form quickly returned to human form. SHHH. Summer solstice looked at Cassandra awkwardly, and Hermione, who was still holding herself, her face full of shock. What to do, online, etc., it's urgent. Ahem. Summer solstice slowly broke free from Hermione's embrace. Actually, I can explain. When did you train to become an animagus? And still hide from me? Cassandra's eyes were a little dangerous. Oh, I see, you must think that turning into a cute kitten will trick some girls into holding you, right? Let's be honest, how many girls have you deceived with this look? Xia Solstice swallowed a mouthful of spit with difficulty, and slowly rubbed his body towards the door. I suddenly remembered that I had a suitcase with a lot of space for unicorns to run around. Don't try to escape. It's been a long, long time. When Summer Solstice finally walked out of the house, he was disheveled and in bad spirits. These are the two female hooligans. It's too much. They forced themselves to take the shape of a cat and came up with a meal of rua. Xia Solstice suspected that he was touched bald. The unicorn leader Blackhorn walked over, and he looked curiously at the messy shape of the Summer Solstice. You're going out. Yes. Xia Solstice waved his hand, and the clothes on his body were sorted out. If anything, I'll contact you through Sophia. You know, I have a special magical connection with her. Point Blackie said in his usual sad tone. Understood, if there is any danger, you can contact me at any time, and I will be able to rush back immediately. Xia Solstice nodded, his body rotated, and he disappeared in place. 9 o'clock in the evening. At the gate of Malfoy Manor, Dobby's hunched over and hid in the shadow of a flower pot next to him. Oh, bad Dobby, Dobby is a house elf. Dobby should not desire freedom, but the powerful gentleman said. If Dobby wanted to be free, he had to wait here at 9 o'clock. Oh, Dobby really shouldn't have come. But Dobby wants to be free. Oh, what did Dobby say? Bad Dobby? Bad Dobby? Dobby knelt down and slammed his head hard against the floor. He was going to punish himself? Snap. A sound like a whip hitting the floor sounded. Dobby hid behind a flower pot and quietly looked towards the door, where it turned out to be his master, Lucius Malfoy. He nervously sorted out his clothes, then sniffed his clothes again, and after finding no flaws, he walked towards the door. I think if he didn't need to check his clothes, he would directly phantom to the house. Dobby hurriedly greeted him, and the house elf needed to step forward to serve as soon as he saw his master come home. Lucius had to go to a drinking party tonight, only the place was slightly sensitive. He didn't want Narcissa to know, so he had to check his body for any suspicious smells. Lucius had drunk quite a bit tonight, his mind was a little dizzy now, and he was feeling a little stuffy now. He walked into the door dizzily, and he seemed to see a coat rack next to him. It seemed that he was a little drunk, so he didn't care why there was a coat rack at the gate, it just happened to be a little hot now. Lucius was about to take off his outer clothes, so he first took off his gloves and used them on the coat rack. Then he was about to take off his coat when suddenly a cool breeze blew and Lucius felt his spirits lifted. Huh? Why is there a coat rack at the gate? Lucius Malfoy, who had come to his senses, turned his head and saw Dobby holding a white glove in his hand with a look of surprise. Lucuston felt bad. Why was his brain confused and saw Dobby as a coat rack? Get out of here. Dobby? Dobby. The owner just gave Dobby a glove? Dobby's eyes widened with excitement. Dobby is free. Lucius finally reacted, and he seemed to have done something stupid. Because he drank too much and his brain was confused, he actually released his servant in confusion? Nope. That's not for you. Roll me in. Lucius tried to remedy this, but it was too late. Dobby is now a free elf. Dobby lifted his chest and put the gloves on his thin hands. You can't restrict Dobby's freedom anymore. You stop. Snap. Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared in place. Lucius cursed angrily and went back angrily. In a shadow outside Malfoy Manor, Summer Solstice put away his wand. For Summer Solstice, dealing with a drunken Lucius Malfoy only takes a simple confusion charm. When he touched Dobby's hand, he predicted that Lucius Malfoy would appear here at this point. I thought I was going to use the Soul Reaper curse. Xia Solstice shook his head in disdain. Summer Solstice cast a spell on Lucius to free Dobby, and he didn't feel anything wrong with what he was doing. Xia Solstice believes that no soul that longs for freedom should be bound. Besides, Dobby is different from other elves, he is a Pokemon who longs for freedom. Moreover, Lucius was originally a Death Eater and spent a huge amount of money to bribe the Ministry of Magic, saying that he was controlled by the Soul Reaper curse, so that he was not thrown into Azkaban. Lucius is not a good person at all, so the Summer Solstice is even more unpsychologically burdened. The Summer Solstice even pits Voldemort. What is a pit Death Eater? With the current level of magic at the Summer Solstice, it was still very simple to deduce the end of Dobby's phantom transfiguration, and he could also guess where he would go. Privet Road. Dobby's tiny figure appeared here. He had an excited look on his face, and now, nothing could stop him from telling Harry Potter about that big conspiracy. It seems that you have succeeded in gaining freedom. The gentle voice of the Summer Solstice came from behind Dobby. Dobby was taken aback, and immediately turned back to find that it was the Summer Solstice. He screamed gratefully, "Oh, kind sir, thanks to your help, Dobby is now a free elf. So, now you can finally tell the conspiracy of your original master without any scruples." Of course. Dobby will tell you and Mr. Harry Potter about this now. Summer Solstice knew that Dobby had been a house elf of the Malfoy family before, and he could overhear a lot of conversations at the master's house at any time. And when Lucius conspired at home, he did not shy away from Dobby at all. So Dobby heard it all word for word. Lucius was going to mix Voldemort's diary from his student days into Ginny Weasley's old textbook and ask her to bring it to Hogwarts. However, Lucius Malfoy did not know that the diary was a Horcrux. All he knew was that it was Voldemort's diary from his student days, and it had been blackened and inherited Voldemort's will. If this diary were to flow into Hogwarts, it would inevitably cause a lot of dangerous things. Dobby even learned about the Chamber of Secrets from Lucius Malfoy when it opened, and Myrtle died as a result. That's why in the original book, Dobby said that Hogwarts will repeat the tragedy of that year. That's why Dobby is desperate to stop Harry from going to Hogwarts, which will be full of danger. Solstice and Dobby find Harry together, and Dobby tells everything he knows. Harry said angrily, "We should tell Professor Dumbledore the news right away." Summer Solstice nodded in agreement, only now Lucius Malfoy hadn't really started to act, so he couldn't grab his handle yet. Mr. Weasley is said to have searched Lucius Malfoy's house several times, but found no valuable dark magic items. Dobby, do you know where that diary of Lucius Malfoy is hidden? Dobby doesn't know. Dobby has never seen that diary, it's just the Lord. Mr. Malfoy had mentioned the diary. Of course, he never paid attention to whether Dobby was there or not when he was talking in secret. Summer Solstice nodded. Mr. Weasley couldn't find it, and Dobby didn't know where. So now there is no way to act directly. Just wait and see now. Summer Solstice smiled. Wait for what? Harry didn't understand. What was there to wait for? Xia Solstice smiled. Now wait to see if Lucius Malfoy will be stupid. Dobby has left Malfoy's house now. 500 Lucius if it is enough. Smart, then it should realize that Dobby has probably heard all of his plots. If Summer Solstice was Malfoy, he would never go according to the original plan, and even if he still adhered to the original plan, Dobby would have to be eliminated. Of course, if Xia Solstice planned some shady conspiracy, he would never let anyone know, not even the closest people. Of course, I'll send Professor Dumbledore a letter telling him about it when I get back. We'll just be prepared then. Well, that's all for now. Harry nodded helplessly. Watch out for Lucius Malfoy touching Ginny's books. I really didn't expect there to be such a person. In order to take revenge on Mr. Weasley, he actually planned to mix such dangerous dark magic items into Ginny's textbook and let Ginny bring it to school. Dobby had already told Harry and Summer Solstice everything he had overheard. So Harry knew that Lucius Malfoy wanted to avenge Mr. Weasley's search of his house, so he planned to find a way for Ginny Weasley to bring the diary into school. If his plan succeeds, Ginny will definitely not end well. If I'm not mistaken, Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks will be expensive next semester, and I think Harry should be able to send Ginny a set to thank the Weasleys for their kindness to you, Xia Solstice seemed to say casually. Harry's eyes lit up. That's right, then, I'll be able to exchange Ginny's old books with dark magic books in her hand. But why don't we tell Mr. Weasley about it directly? We don't seem to need to be so sneaky. If Mr. Weasley knew about this, as a father who loved his children dearly, he would surely be tempted to rush up to Malfoy Manor right away and break Lucius's nose. I'm very supportive of him doing this, and if it were me, I would probably be more excited than he is. Solstice patiently explained to Harry. But right now, Lucius Malfoy hasn't actually started acting. Dobby's words alone were no evidence, and Mr. Weasley might get into trouble. And Mr. Weasley made such a mess, it was not so easy for us to get the diary. That diary, for us, is very important. There is also a reason why Xia Solstice did not say. He did not want more people to know the existence of the diary. Maybe it would be useful to keep it later. After all, as long as it reached his hands, he could destroy the diary at any time. Harry nodded dejectedly. Well, if Mr. Weasley had been frightened, we would never have wanted to get that diary. Never get it. The corners of Xia Solstice's mouth rose slightly. Not really. I just try to stay within the rules. Professor Dumbledore wanted me to do that. If you can't do it within the rules, maybe you can come to the door and give him a Soul Reaper curse, or simply go to the Drill Heart curse. Solstice felt that Mr. Lucius Malfoy must be familiar with the spell. However, if I changed into that socket essence and suddenly appeared in front of Lucius Malfoy, would he be immediately scared to pee? It seems that it is not impossible, because the summer solstice has detected through soul fragments, and the remnant soul of Voldemort has now returned to the forests of Albania, knowing nothing about the outside world. Perhaps, it would be fun? The corners of Xia Solstice's mouth couldn't help but slightly bowl. Harry couldn't help but feel creepy when he saw Summer Solstice's happy smile. The last time he saw Summer Solstice smiling like this, he was being chased by a stone jeep. Dobby, you're a free elf now, so do you have any plans for the future? Summer Solstice asked Dobby. Dobby couldn't help but froze when he heard this question. Yes, Dobby is free, but where should Dobby go? Or many more than should go to a job? But few people would be willing to give a job to an expelled elf. They prefer to serve them more than free. Dobby couldn't help but mumble, but nevertheless, he planned to find a job, maybe meet a kind wizard who would be willing to pay him a salary. I do have a job here, I wonder if Dobby would like it or not, Xia Solstice said. What kind of work? Dobby immediately became excited. I recently opened a new home where Dobby can work for me. Dobby's interest immediately dropped, but Dobby finally became a free elf and didn't want to. I don't want to do it anymore. Dobby thought that Summer Solstice wanted to make him a house elf of the Summer Solstice family, but Dobby did not want to lose his hard-won freedom. Of course you're a free elf, because I hired you, not enslaved you, Xia Solstice said seriously. I'm willing to pay you 25 gold galleons a week, and every Saturday and Sunday are your holidays. Meals and accommodation are included during work, and there is also 1 week of paid annual leave each year. Work is easy, and there are hearty staff meals on holidays, and benefits are available on a first-come, first-served basis. The seductive voice of the Summer Solstice continued to reach Dobby's ears. Mr. Summer Solstice is willing to pay 25 gold gallons a week to Dobby? And also give Dobby a holiday? Oh, Dobby was already moved to tears. He had always lived a life inferior to pigs and dogs in the Malfoy house. If it were another house elf, it would be nothing, but Dobby is a unique house elf. He has a very strong sense of autonomy, and in this group, he is destined to be the special one. So when he heard that Xia Solstice was willing to hire him at such a rich price, the excitement in his mood was indescribable. The position of the Summer Solstice in his mind immediately rose to the second only to Harry Potter. Of course, and in my house, you can live in spacious rooms instead of cupboards. Summer Solstice continued. Oh, Dobby's room? Dobby showed a look of disbelief. Dobby doesn't have to live in the cupboard anymore. Perhaps, he was the first house elf in history to have his own room. Of course, Dobby, you remember, you are my employee, not a slave, and you don't need to be so careful in front of me. Xia Solstice continued. Oh, by the way, my employees all have very beautiful work clothes. Of course, it is a full set of work clothes, including hats, gloves, socks, and small leather shoes. When Dobby heard the clothes, little stars had already begun to appear in his eyes. At this time, the status of the Summer Solstice has even caught up with Harry Potter's status in his heart. Well, I'm your boss and you're my employee. At the same time, we are also friends. So of course I can send you clothes. Xia Solstice said seriously. When the time comes, you can also use your own salary to dress yourself up beautifully and throw away the dirty pillowcase. You are already a free elf, and you no longer need this slave symbol. Dobby's eyes widened, immersed in a vision of a better future. So, Dobby, would you like to come and work with me? Oh, of course, Dobby certainly would. It's just that. Just a salary. Is it not enough salary? Then I'll add a little more to you. The summer solstice, which has countless wealth, is extremely willful. Oh, no, 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 Dobby. Dobby felt that he didn't deserve so much of his salary. Dobby only needs 1 nat for a week. Dobby said pitifully. 25 gold gallons a week's salary, frightened it. I refuse. Xia Solstice said, I'm a big boss, if others know that my salary to employees is so small, then I won't be very faceless. In the end, Dobby had to snort and happily accept the invitation of the summer solstice. Harry was already looking stupid on the side. He thought he was already rich, but he didn't expect that the summer solstice was more generous than him. Although he was willing to hire Dobby, he would not give 25 gold gallons for a week. Summer solstice, where did you get so much money? Harry asked curiously, knowing that summer solstice was an orphan and didn't even know who his parents were. So the summer solstice is different from himself, and he has no parents who can leave a mountain of gold for himself. Remember my big snake Nagini? Harry nodded. Her venom, an ounce is worth 500 gold gallons. I've saved several buckets, Harry. Summer solstice has long been prepared with a handsome little suit, a pair of white gloves, a good-looking hat, and a pair of shiny little leather shoes. Dobby excitedly changed into this outfit, and suddenly looked like a little elf. Well, yes, you will be our housekeeper in the future, a good housekeeper. How can you be less good? Xia Solstice nodded. Dobby, you are so handsome. Harry praised sincerely. After all, people rely on clothes, horses rely on saddle, and after Dobby puts on this new outfit, his spirit is immediately different. Dobby was almost overjoyed to hear Harry praise him. Don't cry, you will stain your new clothes. Summer Solstice said leisurely on the side. Dobby immediately stopped crying. Dobby doesn't cry. Dobby won't cry in the future and said, straightening up his little chest. Harry, let's go first. You must come to my house. You must come to my house. You know, Ron also lives near my house. You can also visit his house at any time. Harry couldn't wait to move to the summer solstice house immediately after hearing this, although the Dursleys treated him much better, but after all, they were not as happy with them as with their own friends. But thinking that he had to live at his aunt's house for more than 2 weeks to go to the summer solstice house, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Don't be sneaky at home. When you come to me, I have to be assessed. Summer solstice said and pulled Dobby away, leaving Harry alone at Dursleys, messy in the wind. Assessment. Harry swallowed a mouthful of spit with difficulty. There shouldn't be any danger to your life. Probably. When summer solstice returned to the house with Dobby, he felt that his head was a little bigger, because he heard Cassandra and Hermione arguing right at the door. I can't believe that house elves are subjected to such unfair treatment. Their current situation is simply a slave of wizards, but they like that, and if you ask them for salaries and rights, they think it's an insult to them. Every creature with an independent mind should not be a slave to anyone. Even house elves need to be respected, and their work needs to be paid. If K-Fi heard what you said, he would definitely spit on you. Is it that house elf from your house? But I really can't understand it. No race was born to be a slave to another race. You should have looked it up, Hermione. They were a race that was defeated by wizards and then enslaved from generation to generation, so they became what they are today. So we should liberate them more, shouldn't we? We should give them their rights. But, Hermione, we'll never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. They now consider it a joy to work for their masters for free. If we do nothing, then of course they will take it for granted to serve wizards. Because they are born, they receive this education. Hermione, your ideas can't be successful. You're putting yourself in the shoes of house elves and speaking for them with your human mind. But you ignore those with vested interests who won't agree with you. So, are you also one of those vested interests? Yes, Hermione, I'm also one of the vested interests, because I also have house elves in my family. From my standpoint, I would think that helping elves take their rights is a waste of time and thankless. Besides, before you push your ideas to us vested interests, shouldn't you push your ideas to the elves? What good is it if they themselves do not agree, even if we do? Hermione stopped talking, but she could hear that she was unconvinced. At this time, summer solstice took Dobby into the house. The summer solstice. I have one thing to tell you. Hermione's idea didn't have support with Cassandra, so she wanted to ask summer solstice's opinion. After all, summer solstice is not a vested interest, and he has no house elves. Just as Hermione was thinking this, she saw Dobby behind the summer solstice. Cassandra also saw the well-dressed house elf. Merlin was on it, and she had never seen a house elf dressed up so spiritually. Ahem, sorry to disturb your debate. Let me introduce you to this as a new member of our family, Dobby. Dobby, say hello to everyone, they're all good friends of mine. Dobby walked out from behind Xia Solstice with some restraint and shrieked, hello, my name is Dobby. From now on, he will work for Xia at least, yeah? Hermione looked at the summer solstice, her face full of incredulity, and her eyes were a little red. Summer solstice, I didn't expect you to be such a person 10. Huh? What kind of person am I? Summer solstice was a little confused, but after a glance at Dobby, he understood that Hermione had misunderstood something. Listen, things are not what you imagined. Dobby Summer solstice explained. Not what I imagined. You brought back a house elf? And I heard it. From today you officially enslave it? Don't you know how miserable the situation of house elves is? They put in so much labor, but they don't get paid. They don't have any rights. They don't even have their own personal space. Hermione was very emotional. I thought you shouldn't be such a person, but I didn't expect. Dobby. Dobby doesn't allow you to say that, Master Xia? Dobby plucked up the courage and stood in front of the summer solstice. Cassandra widened her emerald green eyes in surprise. She had never seen a house elf who dared to interject while the masters were talking. Hermione also looked at Dobby in surprise, but she understood the thoughts of these house elves, because of the influence of enslavement education, so even if their owners were rough with themselves, they would take it for granted, and it was normal for Dobby to speak for their master, the summer solstice. Hermione looked at the summer solstice, ready to patiently persuade him to give up his enslavement of Dobby. But Dobby went on to say, Dobby is a free elf? Dobby was not enslaved by anyone? Kind, great Master Xia, let Dobby get free tonight. And generously hired Dobby. Dobby is an employee of Master Xia? At least Master Xia also said that Dobby was his good friend. Dobby. Dobby will have a weekly salary of 25 gold galleons every week, and there will be 2 days off every week. Master Xia also prepared a beautiful and spacious room for Dobby. The kind Xia at least prepared beautiful clothes for Dobby. So, Dobby doesn't allow anyone to speak ill of his boss, his friend. Dobby's emotions were very agitated, and he would not allow the summer solstice to be vilified by anyone. You mean, you were hired back by the summer solstice? Hermione began to stutter as she spoke, but, Hermione, summer solstice has always called Dobby he, while you have always called the house elf it. In fact, deep down, do you really put these poor little guys in the same position? Cassandra said with a sigh. Hermione was speechless. Cassandra saw Hermione's embarrassment, and she took the initiative to change the subject. Summer solstice, where did you find this elf? I haven't seen such a. What about house elves with ideas? Strictly speaking, his thoughtful behavior will definitely be spurned by other elves. Oh, Dobby is a free-spirited elf, so tonight I purposely thought of a way to liberate it. Summer solstice said lightly. It just so happened that our family lacked a housekeeper with good business skills, so I hired him. Cassandra, can you help me get Dobby into his room? There are so many rooms on the first floor, let him pick and wash it himself. Cassandra nodded, then asked Dobby to follow her to pick out the room. I'm sorry. Summer solstice. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Hermione's face was red as if it was about to drip blood. Oh my god, I misunderstood him and scolded him. I'm such a stupid girl. Hermione, can you talk? Summer solstice said calmly. Oh, of course. Hermione awkwardly followed behind Summer Solstice and walked into his study. Phoenix Yasuri was napping in her den, and Owl Snowball was hiding in Yasuri's den, and they were already very well acquainted. Summer Solstice asked Hermione to sit down, and then sat down at her desk, crossed her hands, and made Dumbledore's big guy sitting position. A glass of chilled lemonade. Hermione nodded. Now she really needed a cold drink to lower the fire in her face. She lowered her fluffy little head, not daring to look into the eyes of the Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice's right hand gently wiped on the desk, and a glass of chilled lemon juice appeared on the desk. He pushed the chilled lemon juice in front of Hermione. Hermione, I probably understood your thoughts. Hermione immediately pricked up her ears. The Summer Solstice can free Dobby, and give Dobby a job with a salary and holidays, then he must understand his thoughts. I have to say, Hermione, you are indeed a kind girl. Others don't pay attention to the plight of house elves. Hermione smiled, but still didn't dare to look at the Summer Solstice. So, do you agree with me? Of course, there is nothing wrong with your idea, and it is a very recognizable thing. After all, no free soul should be in bondage. Hermione smiled sweetly. Sure enough, Summer Solstice could understand my thoughts. But Cassandra didn't agree with me. I don't think other wizards will agree with me. Hermione said with some loss. She actually understood that liberating house elves was very difficult, and not many people would agree with her idea. Of course, your position is not at all the same as theirs. You think of deeper levels than any of them. It's even greater. Summer Solstice looked at Hermione's pitch-black pupils shining slightly. Because many people think about problems from the perspective of their own ethnic group and their own interests, there are few people like you who can jump out of their own ethnic group and think about problems from the overall situation. Hermione looked at the Summer Solstice a little puzzled, not quite understanding what he meant. Because from the perspective of all intelligent beings, enslavement of an intelligent life race is very undesirable and wrong. And most of them think from the perspective of wizards, so they don't think that enslaving house elves is a big deal. And trying to fight for the rights of house elves is a thankless task. Yes, because they are all vested interests, so, Hermione said in disappointment. Nor 2.2 is exactly like that. Hermione, do you remember why the goblins rioted? Because they want to fight for the right to use a magic wand. So you get it. Summer Solstice looked at Hermione calmly. Understand what? Any oppressed race, including humans. If you want to fight for your own rights, there is only one way. What? What method? Didn't the goblins make a demonstration? You mean war? But we will surely have a peaceful solution. Hermione, you were born into a Muggle family, and you should know something about Muggle history. Let's just say that human beings themselves, in the history of mankind, how many times in the history of various interest classes, in order to obtain the corresponding rights and interests of their respective classes, can be completed without bloodshed? Hermione couldn't help but feel speechless. You now think it is difficult to fight for the rights and interests of house elves among wizards, but if, in the future, there are more elves with unique ideas like Dobby among house elves, and they begin to truly fight for the rights of their own group, the resistance they will encounter will be thousands of times greater than the resistance you encounter now. Xia Solstice continued, at that time, there will be only one final solution, and that is war. If you don't show your fangs, it is impossible for others to sit down and talk to you about your rights and interests. Summer Solstice turned his head and looked out the window at the night. Whether it's house elves or wizarding groups living in the cracks of Muggle society, they need to show their fangs if they want to get their rights. Why don't weak countries have diplomacy? Because you are not qualified to negotiate with others at all. Weakness is original sin. If the development of the wizarding world continues to stagnate as it is now, then when Muggles discover the existence of wizards in the future, will the few wizards really be able to withstand the Muggles' persecution? 25. At that time, powerful wizards may be spared, but those weak wizards will definitely suffer. Not all wizards are Grindelwald and Dumbledore. There are still many weak wizards who can't even release the iron armor spell. A lot of people don't want to see the day when house elves start a war. So, Hermione, your idea, while good and correct, will not be accepted by most people. Xia Solstice said. There's nothing I can do about this kind of thing, so I can only do my best to help those really awakened elves who want to be free, like Dobby. Hermione understood what the summer solstice meant. If the house elves really awakened and wanted to gain rights, then there would definitely be a war. So when the time comes, will she be on the side of the house elves, or on the side of the wizards? Or can she only do it and advocate that wizards be nice to house elves? Seeing Hermione lost in thought, Summer Solstice didn't say anything more. Smart people are always prone to getting into the horns. There is a big gap between idealism and realism, and people want what happens in reality to be what idealism imagines. But reality tends to follow realistic processes. The bustle of the world is for the benefit, and the world is for the benefit. Most people are unwilling to do things that are not beneficial, and this is the reality. We all know that it is not correct to treat house elves in this way, but not many people will fight for their rights, because this matter has no benefit for many people. This is the reality. After sending the troubled Hermione back to her room to rest, Summer Solstice returned to her desk and wrote a letter. He wanted to write to Mr. G about some of the things that had just come to mind. He felt that there were many things that only talking to Mr. G would be interesting, and only Mr. G would understand some of his thoughts best, not even Dumbledore. Not to mention Voldemort's terrorist who is bent on himself. For example, in the letter he had just written to Mr. G, he mentioned that the idea of developing armaments that belonged entirely to wizards must not be revealed to Dumbledore in advance. Xia Solstice watched the paper plane gradually fly away, and suddenly, he heard movement behind him. So, Dobby chose his own staff dormitory. Summer Solstice smiled and turned around. Cassandra nodded. I heard Dobby say everything you did tonight. You used the confusion charm on Lucius Malfoy? Yes, Dobby needs freedom, and I need Dobby. Very reasonable. Only Lucius Malfoy's injured world is complete. Summer Solstice shrugged. Such an interesting thing, you should take me with you. Cassandra expressed her dissatisfaction. By the way, I overheard what you said to Hermione just now, and I thought you would tell her bluntly that she was wrong. There's nothing wrong with her thinking, it's just that she's too idealistic. In other words, it is this mercenary world that is wrong, not her. Humph, your opinion of her is still quite high. Summer Solstice. Gee, sloppy. In the days that followed, the Summer Solstice devoted himself to the study of the soul. He also wrote to Dumbledore and Mr. G to ask questions. Summer Solstice even wrote to Professor McGonagall specifically to ask her if she had questions about whether souls could be transformed using transfiguration. As a result, Professor McGonagall almost sent him a yelling letter. Transfiguration of the human body is extremely dangerous, not to mention the more important soul. Professor McGonagall warned Summer Solstice not to die. Xia Solstice rubbed his temples and walked out of the study. There are some key issues that remain unresolved. He didn't dare to lift the blood curse on Nagini now. Summer Solstice has to make sure that when she repinches Nagini's soul into human form, she also finds her hidden memories in the mysterious realm. Otherwise, Nagini risks losing consciousness forever. Xia Solstice believes that the completely restored Nagini will be of great help to him. Thinking about how long Nagini has lived, the magic accumulated by the surviving wizards of that era must be very impressive. A little training is a powerful boost. Of course, the Summer Solstice is only for this reason that he spares no effort to solve the blood curse, and it is definitely not something to see how beautiful the person's body is. Xia Solstice thinks that he is not at all, and he does not like any beautiful big sister at all, let alone a Lilicon. Just when Xia Solstice suddenly had such an idea in his mind, he saw a little loli under the hillside. A girl about his age was riding gracefully on the back of a unicorn, holding a magazine upside down in her hand. She has long pale blonde hair, fair skin, and a delicate appearance. The soft eyes reveal a sense of confusion, as if there is no focus. Around her neck hangs a strange necklace, as if strung from different models of wine bottle stoppers. Hello. She greeted the Summer Solstice politely. Her voice was ethereal and sounded like she was singing. Hello, yes. Xia Solstice looked at the unicorns with some surprise. They didn't seem to have any resistance to the girl's existence, like old friends for many years. My name is Luna Lovegood. Stay near here. Are you the owner of this house? Yes. My name is Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice only reacted to this, no wonder it was so familiar. It turned out to be Luna, yes, or the movie version of Luna. The summer solstice that is not Lilicom is not excited at all. He remembered that the Lovegood family did indeed live near here. At the last banquet, because I didn't know the Lovegood family yet, I didn't invite them. Strangely, unicorns generally don't let witches get close. But they didn't mean to resist you. Luna looked at the summer solstice curiously. Maybe it's because I'm their charter business. Xia Solstice said hesitantly. I think they like you. Luna jumped off the unicorn's back. The movements are brisk and lively, like a little fairy. Xia Solstice felt that he didn't have a clue anyway, and he simply chatted with this little girl who was later called the crazy girl. I found a lot of harassing flies going in and out of your head. You must have a lot of troubles. Luna found a lawn and sat down. She put aside the magazine in her hand, and on the cover was written the name of the magazine, Sing the Opposite Tone. Harassment flies are not the kind of creatures that can mess up people's brains. Luna's eyes lit up. Have you seen Singing the Opposite Key? I haven't seen it, but I guessed it from your words. You said I have harassing flies in my head, so there must be a lot of troubles. Then I recommend you to take a look, it's very interesting. She handed over the Singing and Singing in her hand. Xia Solstice took it and flipped it casually. What kind of animal is the giant horned snoring beast? Have you ever seen it? The habitat of the snoring beast is in Sweden. It has long curved horns, a curved nose, and a body shape that looks like a poisonous horned beast. Of course, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but my dad said that this creature is real. Xia Solstice looked at the cover of the magazine. Your father is Xenophilius Lovegood. Yes, he is the editor-in-chief of Sing the Opposite Tune. Oh, disrespect, disrespect. Xia Solstice casually flipped through Singing and Singing while casually waving his wand. Suddenly, a small pebble on the ground slowly began to deform. Luna's gaze was immediately drawn to the pebbles on the ground. The pebble was slowly elongated, and then 4 legs grew. Then there's the long horns, the crooked nose. After a while, a strange animal the size of a palm appeared in front of Luna with a snort. Luna saw this strange creature, and her eyes radiated a special look. Well, is the scimitar-horn snoring beast supposed to look like this? Summer Solstice put down his wand, pinched his chin, and observed the strange creature he had transformed. I don't know either, because I haven't seen it either, but that's how it should be. Luna tilted her head to look at the creature in front of her. You are amazing. Just hearing the description deformed the appearance of the bent-horned snoring beast. You won't actually say this creature. I haven't seen it. To be exact, this is the first time I've heard of such a creature. Xia Solstice suddenly saw the unicorn leader Blackhorn wandering around. Uncle Blackhorn, you have lived for a long time. Have you ever seen this creature? Point Black walked over, looked at the strange creature in front of him, and then said in his distinctive, sad tone, Is this a poisonous horned beast with a crooked nose and horns? What exactly did he go through? How pathetic. By the way, don't call me uncle, the influence is not very good. Summer Solstice was directly amused by Blackhorn. Luna actually didn't understand Blackhorn's words, and she didn't know why Xia Solstice suddenly twitched with laughter. But smiles are contagious, so she laughed sweetly. She suddenly felt that the good-looking boy named Xia Solstice in front of her seemed to have a crazy temperament. You seem to understand them. Yes, I understand. He just asked me if this poisonous horned beast had been beaten crooked by someone. Ha ha ha. Then Luna laughed again, this time really funny. Xia Solstice didn't know why. It seemed that he talked a little more with the crazy girl, and then he became crazy. Could it be that he had the potential to be crazy? But such a relaxed smile also made his brain that had been tired in the past few days relax a little. You say, if someone wakes up and suddenly finds that he has lost all his previous memories, so does it mean that the previous self is actually dead from that moment on? And the current newborn person has nothing to do with the previous person? Xia Solstice was lying on the lawn and suddenly asked. I think that this person is still the same person as before, and although the memory is temporarily lost, it must still exist somewhere and will not disappear, and one day, you will find them back. When you get your memory back, you'll find that you're still the same you. Luna also lay down and looked at the blue sky, because sometimes, even if people lose their memory, they still subconsciously make some choices like before. Memories are never lost. Then the memories lost in the past can also be combined with the current memories. Yes, isn't that how I am? Xia Solstice muttered. Many doubts in his heart suddenly had answers, and Xia Solstice, who was completely relaxed, fell asleep like this. By the time Summer Solstice woke up, it was already starry in the sky, and Luna was long gone. Only Dobby stood by his side. Dobby saw that Xia Solstice woke up and said happily, Miss Worley asked me not to wake up Master Xia, so that Master Xia can rest well. So Dobby is here to accompany Master Xia, because there are often some nasty little bugs at night. Summer Solstice smiled. Are wizards afraid of mosquitoes? Dobby, today is Saturday, it's your holiday, you don't need to go to work. Dobby. Dobby felt that helping a friend repel mosquitoes was not a job either. Dobby stared into his big eyes and said seriously, Yes, we're friends. Xia Solstice looked at the sky. Tonight's night is just right, it's a good time to eat barbecue. Dobby, have you ever eaten barbecue? If Master Xia is talking about barbecue, Dobby hasn't eaten it, but Dobby has seen it. Then let's make a barbecue tonight for supper. It should be the first team building of our company. Summer Solstice didn't expect Dobby to understand what team building was, he just needed to let Dobby know that he could eat tonight, which was enough. Summer Solstice and Dobby grill meat outside the house. Hermione looked at the Summer Solstice with some resentment. You'll get fat by eating supper at night. You seduced me so much. I can't help it. The meat grilled on the Summer Solstice is so fragrant. It's okay, come out and eat some, only when you are full will you have the strength to lose weight. Cassandra was dressed in pajamas, leaning against the door frame with her arms folded, her face full of disdain. Barbecue is such an inelegant thing, I don't eat it. It's just that her action of secretly swallowing saliva can't hide Xia Solstice's eyes. Do you really not eat? Summer Solstice picked up a fragrant kebab and ate a large bite. The roast with cumin is simply not too fragrant. After Summer Solstice stroked another string, he stuffed Dobby with another big string. This was the first time he had eaten a barbecue, and when he was at Malfoy's would rather throw it out than let them eat elves. Because they think house elves are dirty, lowly things that don't deserve to touch the meals they've eaten. But they eat the food made by these creatures they consider lowly creatures. At that time, this was never considered. Well, if I find out I've gained weight, I'll settle the score with you. Hermione finally couldn't resist and rushed out to pick up the skewer and eat it. One mouthful, a mouthful of oil. What about you, Cassandra? Cassandra looked dismissive. I remember before in Albania, you also had such an expression, and you ate more than anyone else. Xia Solstice said with a smile. You. Cassandra broke in a second. Okay, let's eat something. Summer Solstice forcibly pulled Cassandra over and shoved the meat skewer into her hand. I didn't voluntarily eat such rude food as yours. Right. Yeah. Hermione hadn't gotten into the bull's horn since the last time she went back to think about it for one night. But she didn't give up the idea of helping house elves either. It's just that her thoughts have changed, and she is no longer the same idea of completely liberating house elves as before. Instead, he took a step back and embarked on a path that called for good treatment of house elves. This has to be said to be a concession from idealism to realism. After the knot was untied, Hermione was not as aggressive as before. It's just that she is very good to Dobby, so good that even the Summer Solstice can't help but envy. Dobby was touched again. He felt that the home of the Summer Solstice was heaven, because he had never tried to have so many people treat him well. So Dobby's enthusiasm for work is very high, and he is more and more confident than before. Summer Solstice does not underestimate Dobby, because he knows that elf magic is also powerful and unique, but this has been gradually ignored by wizards. Sometimes, Summer Solstice would also ask Dobby where there were wandering elves who had been dismissed by their masters, or rather, elves who had the same ideas as Dobby and longed for freedom. If it is possible to assemble an army made up purely of house elves, that must be strong. After another 2 days, Xia Solstice was fully prepared, and he was ready to completely lift Nagini's blood curse today. First, he wants to enter Nagini's mysterious realm and then find her memories of her time as a human being. After combining her human memory with the snake's memory, the Summer Solstice began to reshape her soul. But after all, Nagini has been a snake for many years, and it will be difficult to find her humanity, and even if she finds it, then the time for her human memory and the snake's memory to combine will be short. The Summer Solstice needs to seize this short time point to complete the soul reconstruction. The blood spell is too vicious, and it is necessary to gather the Soul Magic Master and the Transfiguration Master to strike together, and cooperate with tacit understanding to have a theoretical possibility of lifting. Fortunately, the two of them on the Summer Solstice are all occupied, and he is alone in the whole process, so there is no problem with tacit understanding. Summer Solstice lets Dobby guard herself, hoping that Dobby can bind her with magic if Nagini goes berserk. He didn't want to lose half of his head by Nagini. Hermione and Cassandra were thrown out of the room by Summer Solstice's excuse that it was easy to be distracted. Summer Solstice nodded to Dobby, then turned to look at Nagini, hissing, "Believe me, what I'm going to do next will only be good for you, but it may be a little painful." Hissing, "I'm sure you won't hurt me, but if I have the possibility of going crazy next, you should lock me up in advance so I don't hurt you." Summer Solstice was a little moved. What a kind and sunny snake, how could he let Voldemort be like that? It seems that it is also near Zushishi, near ink is black, Nagini follows this sunny and kind boy, then the result is naturally different. Summer Solstice was self-absorbed for a wave, and then officially entered the working state. He first recited the sleep spell, which sent Nagini into a deep sleep. Sophia. Xia Solstice then took out his wand, and the phantom of a unicorn flashed in front of Xia Solstice's eyes. Summer Solstice immerses consciousness in his soul, and soul magic is activated. Then the soul of the Summer Solstice followed Sophia's soul and entered Nagini's head together. Xia Solstice felt like he had broken into a gloomy forest. He knew that this was Nagini's dream now, and that there was still some way to go from her mysterious vision. However, as a soul body, the Summer Solstice is also dangerous in this forest. He is facing the attack of the beast that appears in Nagini's dream. This is also the first hurdle that the Summer Solstice will face. Sure enough, after following Sophia for a while, there was an extra behemoth in front of Xia Solstice. Summer Solstice has seen its illustrations in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. This turned out to be a poisonous leopard. The book describes that despite its large body, the poisonous capsule leopard moves silently, and its breath causes a deadly disease that can destroy an entire village. If you want to subdue a sack poison leopard, you need more than 100 skilled wizards to join hands. Xia Solstice frowned, but I didn't expect to meet the big guy just after coming in. If it is in reality, the summer solstice will not feel any threat from the poisonous capsule leopard at all. But this is different in Nagini's dream, which inherits all the means of attack in reality. And the ability of the summer solstice has been greatly reduced. It is also thanks to the summer solstice that came in, and it was necessary to change other wizards, let alone resist, and even use magic. Xia Solstice raised his hand and said, I think I can do magic. Then the summer solstice felt that there was a flow of magic in his body again. I think, I have a wand. A pitch-black wand suddenly appeared in Xia Solstice's hand. In your own dreams, you can actually achieve what you want, but if you are in someone else's dream, you need an extremely strong will to achieve the degree of accomplishment in other people's dreams. Fortunately, Xia Solstice's will is strong enough, so he can do it. Otherwise, this is the first step, and he will go home. The druid talent of the summer solstice also cannot affect the poisonous sack leopard in the dream. The body of the poisonous sack leopard rippled, roar. The heaven-shaking roar resounded throughout the dream forest. Then the poisonous sack leopard pounced. Avadiso. Green light flashed, illuminating the entire dream forest. By the time summer solstice finally followed Sophia to find the white fog door, summer solstice was already covered in blood, which made him look like a demon. He had just killed very well, even though he knew that those beasts were fake. Summer solstice stepped into that fog door. Sophia still leads the way, and it can find the true location of the owner of the mysterious realm. The blood stain on Xia Solstice's body completely disappeared when he first entered the Lost Illusion realm. At this time, as the summer solstice continued to deepen, the surrounding white mist suddenly turned blood red. Xia Solstice frowned slightly. Are these the power of the blood spell? The red mist transformed into blood-red yin corpses, and then rushed towards him. Xia Solstice casually threw a death spell and knocked down a yin corpse, but after the blood-red yin corpse turned into mist and dispersed, it immediately regrouped into a new pussy, and it seemed to be more powerful. The corners of Xia Solstice's mouth rose slightly, looking at the swarming yin corpses fearlessly. Vulcan opened the way. 2 huge walls of fire instantly rose from the left and right sides of the summer solstice. All the corpses were set on fire and a clean road was carved. The wall of fire was dark blue, but in the blue there was a significant orange-red color. This is combinatorial magic, and the material is the Grindelwald fire charm and Professor Dumbledore's Vulcan to open the way. The 2 big moves of these 2 old men were combined, and a very terrifying effect really happened. All the blood-red mist was burned clean in a blink of an eye. The surrounding fog also turned white again. Xia Solstice knew that the remaining blood curse had been completely eliminated. He put away his fire and set out on the road again. It wasn't long before she spotted a young woman in a black dress, curled up under a large tree made of white mist. On her body, there are red vines that are constantly turning into flying ash. It seems that not long ago, countless blood-red vines were still wrapped around her body. Xia Solstice watched those vines gradually dissipate, and he understood that the blood curse had been completely removed. He shook the beautiful woman in the black dress, trying to wake her up, and only when she woke up completely could she regain her previous memories. Nagini's eyelids fluttered slightly, then slowly opened. She looked around and immediately saw the boy standing in front of her. Hello, Nagini. The boy smiled gently and said, Hello, Nagini. Summer Solstice greeted the beauty in front of him with a smile. Who are you? Where is this? Nagini looked around suspiciously, remembering a time when she suddenly automatically transformed into a snake and then remembered nothing. Time is urgent, please come with me, I will tell you the beginning and end of the matter on the way. Summer Solstice smiled. Nagini stood up ignorantly and walked forward behind the Summer Solstice. The boy in front of him had a strange affinity that seemed to make everyone believe his words. Do you remember that you had an inherited blood curse? I remember? Of course I remember. You mean? Yes, you have completely turned into a snake and have lived in the forests of Albania for a long time. I met you a year ago. I was already a snake when you met me. Yes, it just so happens that I have a talent for Parseltongue, so I can talk to you, and you are willing to follow me. Parseltongue, I've heard of this talent. Legend has it that Slytherin had this talent and passed it on to his descendants through the bloodline. Nagini looked at the Summer Solstice suspiciously. Don't look at me like this. I don't have half a relationship with Slytherin, and wizards who can speak Parseltonguese are rare, but not all of them belong to his Slytherin family. Nagini had to nod in agreement. But where is this? And why am I not in the state of a snake now? This is the mysterious realm, a place hidden deep in the soul, and generally lost souls and memories are hidden in this place. Xia Solstice said. I lost some of my memories myself, and then I retrieved them all in my own mysterious vision. By the way, my soul was also completely completed. So I'm in a soul state now. Yes, this is that part of your soul as a human being. After you completely transform into a serpent, this part of your soul is permanently sealed in the Lost Illusion realm by the blood curse. I've just helped you clear all the curses. Did you do it alone? Yes, I alone is enough, and it is not easy to make more people, but it will add chaos. Xia Solstice said casually. But you look so young. I'm not small at all. I'm very strong. Xia Solstice is a little unhappy. As a man, he is actually called small, which is simply unbearable. I'm sorry. Nagini immediately apologized. Don't say so much. The fog door in front, see? When you step through that door, your soul as a human will merge with your soul as a serpent. At that time, your memories will also merge. But this is all temporary. Be sure to note that this period will be very painful and you must hold on. Xia Solstice said very seriously. Nagini nodded, her eyes filled with determination. She had been haunted by the curse of this blood-cursed orc for many years, and now she finally had a solution. She had to stick with it no matter what. Xia Solstice nodded. Giving the soul plastic is very painful, or in other words, the soul is a piece of iron waiting to be forged, and pain is a flame that burns the iron soft. Of course, the summer solstice will also use some means that can make her less painful. Ready. Coming to the fog gate, Summer Solstice looked at Nagini next to him. Nagini nodded. Summer Solstice took Nagini's hand and stepped out. As soon as their figures left, the chaotic illusion rippled and disappeared. The soul of the Summer Solstice suddenly returned to his body, and the one in front of him. Nagini also suddenly raised the snake's head. It's just that one of her eyes is a snake pupil, and the other eye is a human pupil. Summer Solstice picked up his wand, and a purple beam shot out, hitting Nagini's head. Dobby, help me tie it up. Dobby nodded and snapped his fingers, and Nagini's whole snake froze, and then a lot of rope suddenly appeared, tied to Nagini's body, layer by layer, directly trapping her into rice dumplings. Even so, Dobby did not dare to relax and tried to control his demons. Force, I have to say, he is now very enthusiastic about his work. Come on. Summer Solstice's pupils turned deep purple, and he could see the two souls in Nagini's body at a glance. These two souls, one is in human form, while the other is serpentine. The two cannot be fused at all, only roughly bonded together, which should be Nagini himself just wanted to try to fuse, but could not do it at all. How can two sections of cold billet be directly fused without heating? A purple beam from the Summer Solstice's wand hit Nagini's soul. Hiss. Nagini roared in pain and struggled frantically in pain. Dobby was sweating profusely to maintain his magic, but he couldn't last long. Nagini's two souls were hit by a purple beam, and suddenly began to melt like heated wax. Xia Solstice sweated profusely manipulating the refusion of the two souls in front of him, which were actually one. After the successful fusion, the Summer Solstice began to perform transfiguration while the heat was hot. The soul covered in purple light is still malleable? Nagini's soul, which had turned into a mass, slowly turned into a human form. During this period, Nagini's body was still struggling wildly. It was really too painful? Xia Solstice knew Nagini's humanoid state very well, and he had seen it clearly just now when he was in the illusion realm. Although he can't get started, he trusts his gentleman's gaze. Just a glance? Your size is in my heart? Nagini's soul, under the efforts of the Summer Solstice 10 o'clock transfiguration, slowly changed back to its original appearance, and even the figure may be better. Magic? Finally, after the end of the complete deformation, the Summer Solstice jerked back his soul. Nagini's soul gradually stabilized, and Nagini's body stopped struggling. Xia Solstice wiped a handful of sweat on himself, and he signaled to Dobby that he could let go of the restraints. His pupils were still purple, and in his eyes, Nagini's soul had completely transformed into human form. The restraints were untied. Nagini raised the snake's head, her eyes slowly changing from confusion to clarity, and it was no longer the pupils of the snake. Then she turned her head and looked at the Summer Solstice. Now, let's see if I can change back to human form. Xia Solstice said nervously, success or failure is here. Nagini nodded, and after a while, her body changed drastically. Dobby, go get a dress. Summer Solstice ordered. Dobby nodded and disappeared in place. Nagini's long body gradually shortened, and his thick body began to shrink. Like a movie in slow motion, the serpentine Nagini gradually transforms into a radiant beauty. She finally completely changed back to her human form, but maybe because she hadn't stood for too long, she was still a little unused to it and couldn't stand up. Ahem. Xia Solstice suddenly quickly covered his nose with a handkerchief, then took off his coat and covered Nagini's body. This scene. Although I have been single for 30 years, I have read countless films. What big scene have I not seen on the Summer Solstice? Nosebleeds gushing out. Well, the real scene, he really hasn't seen it. Person. Nagini raised his hand and looked at it carefully. Then she lifted the coat that the Summer Solstice covered her body and looked at her body. She finally smiled, she laughed, and cried. So many years of suffering, just today, finally came to an end. Nagini cried with joy. I'm finally human again. After fusing the memories of being a giant snake, Nagini seems to have personally experienced these decades of drinking blood. Or rather, this is indeed her personal experience, but now she suddenly remembers it, just like Xia Solstice remembered her own experience of being tortured. Just as the current Summer Solstice is unwilling to think back to the experience at that time, and has vowed not to let people torture him again. Nagini also doesn't want to become a snake again, she wants to live as a human all the time. Although after Summer Solstice completely cleared her blood curse or curse, she can now switch back and forth in snake and human forms at any time. It's just that when Nagini was excited, the Summer Solstice over there had to change into a clean handkerchief again. You're happy, what are you doing with your clothes? Although my Summer Solstice is not at all honest and kind, and my personality is also sunny, my Summer Solstice is also a boy. Thank you. Summer Solstice? Nagini expressed his sincerest gratitude for the Summer Solstice. Are you hurt? Did I hurt you just now? Nagini suddenly saw the blood-stained handkerchief on Xia Solstice's hand, and his expression couldn't help but feel a little nervous, so he struggled to get up and go to see the situation of Xia Solstice. Xia Solstice was lifting the curse for herself just now, and if she suffered any harm because of this, she couldn't forgive herself at all. After completely turning back into a human, Nagini has changed back to the beautiful and kind girl she used to be, and no longer a cold snake. Well, it's okay. Don't stand up yet, Xia Solstice said awkwardly. Nagini had just struggled to get up, and then the clothes covering her were sliding down. Summer Solstice knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. You wait here first, I'll find someone to help. Xia Solstice turned and walked out of this messy room. Just now Nagini was unconsciously struggling wildly, and the furniture in the room was smashed. Dobby. Summer Solstice called out to Dobby. Cassandra was sitting in the living room elegantly drinking coffee, while Hermione was writing her holiday homework on the side. Didn't you just ask Dobby to go out and help you buy clothes? Hermione lifted her little head in her pile of homework. If you don't have clothes to wear, I can reluctantly help you pick out a few good ones, which will definitely look better than Dobby's. Don't get me wrong, it's just as payment for so many days of vacation here. Cassandra took a sip of coffee gracefully. Poof. Before Cassandra finished speaking, the coffee in her mouth spewed out very inelegantly, directly pasting Xia Solstice's face. Summer Solstice depressedly uses a cleaning spell to clean off the stains of coffee. Cassandra pointed at Dobby, who suddenly appeared, and even her voice stuttered. You, why buy women's clothing? Do you have any special proclivities? Dobby held a dress that looked simple in her hand. Master Xia, there is no suitable women's clothing at home, so Dobby went to buy one. That's enough. Thank you, Dobby, for a really good job. Summer Solstice smiled. Dobby was immediately moved that little stars appeared in his eyes. Great Master Xia just praised Dobby's job well done. You still haven't answered me. Cassandra said leisurely, this dress doesn't look like Hermione's size either. Do you love women's clothing? Then the next time I help you pick out clothes, you can't think about women's clothing. It seems, not even your size, Summer Solstice. Hermione also glanced at the dress that Summer Solstice had just taken in her hand. It's Nagini, Cassandra, Hermione. Her curse was lifted. What? Cassandra's face was full of doubts. She had indeed heard that Nagini had been cursed, and Summer Solstice had just lifted the curse on Nagini. But the Summer Solstice did not tell them that the curse in Nagini was the most vicious blood curse orc curse. So Hermione and Cassandra thought that the Summer Solstice was just removing a curse from the past for their pet, like healing an old wound. So they didn't understand the meaning of the Summer Solstice's words. Well, you guys come with me, I do need your help. This kind of scene, if Dobby and I do it, it will be a little embarrassing. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and followed suspiciously. They don't know what medicine is sold in the Summer Solstice gourd. Do you lift a curse on your pet and buy women's clothing? Could it be that by lifting the curse, Nagini can transform from a snake brush into a beauty? Are you probably not awake? Cassandra is used to poisonous tongues in the back. Hermione didn't speak on the side, but she thought more or less the same. She thought that when the Summer Solstice lifted the curse, she might have hallucinated. She was recalling the various books she had read, thinking about what to do in such a situation so that the Summer Solstice could return to normal. Only when they came to the room and pushed open the door that both Cassandra and Hermione were stunned. I saw that in the spacious room, there was a mess, and there were many snake scales scattered on the ground. In front of the window of the room, a silhouette was facing away from the door, quietly looking out the window. Cassandra and Hermione immediately looked at the Summer Solstice after seeing this beautiful woman wearing only a coat. I thought, we need an explanation. Who is she? Why would it be? This is the case in the room, and you are still wearing your coat? Cassandra crossed her waist and stared at the Summer Solstice. Explain? Didn't you just tell the truth of the matter? Xia Solstice said helplessly. She is Nagini. She is originally a human being. I helped her lift the curse, and she will naturally recover as an adult. Cassandra was speechless for a while. Where did she want to get a few words of her casual yin and yang weirdness, and she actually said it directly. Nagini really changed from a big snake to a beauty. But what the hell is going on here? Isn't Nagini a snake? Hermione asked suspiciously. I am a blood curse orc. From birth, with this vicious curse. Nagini turned around and said softly. Kazan 2.8 Della, thank you for taking such care of me before. Cassandra used to help feed Nagini and would wipe Nagini away. Nagini now fuses memories, so he remembers them all. It turns out that you are a blood curse orc. Cassandra was a well-informed person. She obviously knew what a blood curse orc was, and there was a hint of pity in her eyes when she looked at Nagini. What is a blood curse orc? Hermione asked suspiciously. The term had not been recorded in the books she had read. You help her get dressed first, and I'll explain it to you slowly. Xia Solstice said softly. Dobby, let's go prepare the meal. I think Nagini should want a hot meal by now. Okay, at least Master Xia. I've learned to roast lamb with cumin. Very good. Today I will teach you another dragonwell shrimp. Summer Solstice specially brought Dobby with a large table of steaming meals. Xia Solstice felt that after so many years of living as Ru Mao drinking blood, Nagini should like such cooked food. Nagini had already changed into the dress that Dobby had bought, and Hermione decided to finish eating before going to buy her intimate clothes. Nagini looked at the hot meal in front of him, and sure enough, he showed a nostalgic expression. Thank you, Summer Solstice. Thank you too, Dobby. Dobby rubbed his hands happily. He didn't expect Nagini to thank him too. When she picked up a piece of lamb with a fork and put it in her mouth, tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. All this is true, she really got rid of that nightmare completely. From then on, Nagini was a real person. When you go to bed every day, you will never turn into a snake again. Hermione couldn't help but ask, what is a blood curse orc? Her thirst for knowledge has always been very strong, and the summer solstice has not answered her question just now. The so-called blood curse orcs are a family matrilineal hereditary curse. Cassandra explained in 25, from the moment of the curse had become blood-cursed orcs, who can switch back and forth between animals and people, just like the animagus on the summer solstice. But unlike animagus, over time, they will eventually become animals forever and never become human again. And they lose all memories of being human, completely reduced to an animal. What's more terrifying is that this is a curse that can be inherited, the daughter born of the blood curse beast, and also the blood curse orc, passed down from generation to generation, never peaceful. Hermione couldn't help but shiver after listening to Cassandra's words. This curse was really too vicious, too terrible. Not only will the curse sufferer himself suffer for life, but it will also cause the descendants of the curse victim to fall into this nightmare. Hermione couldn't imagine the despair in their hearts when they felt their humanity slowly dissipating and gradually becoming an animal. The look in her eyes changed when she looked at Nagini, and she finally knew what Nagini had been through. Completely turned into a snake and lived in the forest for dozens of years? It's scary just to think about. It's just that I didn't expect that this curse, which claims to never be lifted, was actually lifted by you. Cassandra looked at the summer solstice. The blood-cursed orcs who have turned into animals cannot, logically, be able to turn back into humans. So, summer solstice, are you secretly risking us again? To lift a small blood curse, do you still need me to take risks? Xia Solstice said arrogantly. Those who record that the curse of the blood curse orcs cannot be lifted are just not enough of their own level. Really? Cassandra looked at the summer solstice suspiciously. Of course. For me, it's a no-brainer. A few drops of sweat at most. That's exactly what I'm good at. You know, I've been working on soul magic lately. Of course, Xia Solstice will not admit the danger he encountered. The danger has long passed, so why worry about themselves again? But if there is no danger, why did you kick us both out? Hermione asked sharply. You guys are here, I will be distracted. Cassandra also looked at the summer solstice meaningfully with her emerald green eyes. This made Xia Solstice think that Cassandra had also learned to take thoughts. But fortunately, Cassandra finally let him go and did not pursue him further. Summer solstice and Dobby's craft was good. Nagini had never eaten such delicious food, not even when she had not fully turned into a snake. When everyone had eaten almost the same, Nagini asked, I've been wanting to ask what happened to Grindelwald. Also, have you ever heard of a man named Credence? Grindelwald was defeated by Professor Dumbledore many years ago and is now locked up in Numajard. As for Credence, I haven't heard of this man. Xia Solstice shook his head. He really didn't know. Before he crossed over, the movie was not finished. He really didn't know what happened to Credence. Moreover, the materials on the history of modern magic that Summer Solstice has seen do not record the character of Credence. Seeing Nagini's disappointed eyes, Summer Solstice said, Professor Dumbledore is well informed and should know something. I can take you to meet Professor Dumbledore. Nagini looked up happily. I do know Professor Dumbledore. I met him many years ago. Then if you have any questions at that time, just ask him directly. I will send him a letter first and ask him if he has time. Xia Solstice nodded. He stood up from the table. Yasiri. The fire flashed, and Phoenix Yasiri appeared in front of the summer solstice. Xia Solstice took out a piece of parchment, then took out a pen and wrote and drew on it. Then handed it to Yasiri and asked him to help deliver it to Professor Dumbledore. Yasiri took the parchment, and with a flash of fire, it disappeared. Summer Solstice asks Hermione and Cassandra to take Nagini out to buy some women's intimate clothes and daily necessities. He planned to wait until Professor Dumbledore replied to see when he would bring Nagini to him. Yasiri came back quickly, along with Professor Dumble 350 Lido. Why did you come in person? Xia Solstice asked in surprise. I have to say, you always bring me a lot of surprises. Dumbledore smiled and said, I tried to lift her curse, but I couldn't do anything, but I didn't expect to be lifted by you. It's just a fluke. Summer Solstice shook his head. Summer Solstice invited Dumbledore to sit down in the living room. Chilled watermelon juice. Summer Solstice asked. I recommend you to come a little, it's very sweet. You will love it. Oh, of course. Dumbledore accepted happily. Dobby held a large glass of chilled watermelon juice and respectfully placed it in front of Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at Dobby with a smile and praised, oh, very handsome suit. This is Dobby, my new housekeeper. It has to be said that very few people would be willing to hire a house elf. But my words are not surprising. When Dumbledore saw Dobby's clothes, he knew that it was an elf hired by the summer solstice. I'm sure you'd like to do the same. In the original book, it was Dumbledore who hired the liberated Dobby. Dumbledore picked up the watermelon juice and took a sip, immediately showing a happy expression. Summer solstice, can I meet Nagini? Of course, but maybe you'll need to wait because I didn't know you would be there in person, so I asked Hermione and them to take her to buy clothes. You know, she just changed back to human form. And I don't have any feminine supplies here. It's okay, maybe I can ask you for advice on how to lift the blood curse during the time I wait. Dumbledore was actually very shocked after just knowing that the summer solstice had solved the blood curse, and he wanted to know how the summer solstice lifted the blood curse. After all, he was helpless against it back then. This incident shocked him as much as a mathematician heard that a schoolboy had successfully demonstrated the Goldbach conjecture. Of course, I can tell you everything. Summer Solstice shrugged. There really was nothing to hide. He had been studying soul magic, and he had specifically asked Dumbledore some questions about souls. Soul magic, to be exact, except for that spell that attacks people, the rest of the knowledge is not black magic. So Summer Solstice described the whole process of how he helped Nagini lift the curse. It's just that the origin of the unicorn Phantom Sophia in the meantime, he made modifications, just said that I don't know why he got the favor of the unicorn soul. Then he omitted the passage that used a lot of black magic to kill through Nagini's dream. Finally, when I came to the Misty Illusion realm, I encountered a large number of blood-red yin corpses. No matter what spell I use to attack these pussies, it will not help. Even if they are shattered, they can reshape. In desperation, I had to use a fire spell. Xia Solstice said helplessly. You know, Voldemort once taught me this magic. Summer Solstice deliberately revealed that he had used a fire spell, and he knew that Dumbledore would definitely understand. And his honest attitude will make Dumbledore more at ease. Sure enough, Dumbledore nodded. In that environment, only strong fire can destroy these things. If I'm not mistaken, these blood-red mist are blood curses. Although this powerful fire of yours is risky, it has completely cleared the blood curse. Then Summer Solstice tells how he reintegrated and reshaped Nagini's soul, and cast his soul magic that can temporarily soften the soul in front of Dumbledore. This part of the Summer Solstice is not hidden, because these are not some shady magic. What a fantastic idea. Dumbledore couldn't help but applaud after listening to the narration of the Summer Solstice and seeing the soul magic of the Summer Solstice with his own eyes. At a time when other kids were struggling with holiday homework, you already had such amazing achievements. Summer Solstice, you are really the smartest and most talented little wizard I have ever met. Dumbledore was sincerely amazed. Even though the Summer Solstice had a thicker skin than the city wall, he was also praised to blush a little. Women can really shop for a long time. Xia Solstice originally wanted to send them a letter to let them hurry up and come back after shopping. But he was stopped by Professor Dumbledore, who felt that Nagini had not been in contact with human society for a long time, and this time he could reconnect with human society, so he would not bother them for the time being. So Summer Solstice and Dumbledore discussed the computer in the living room again about the computer that had been modified by brave alchemy and magic. Although Mrs. Pants was a little unhappy at first, it immediately became fragrant after trying it out. The search function is really convenient, and it is undoubtedly a huge help for Mrs. Pants, who wants to manage a huge library by herself. After another few hours, Dumbledore had already drunk 3 glasses of chilled watermelon juice and 2 dishes of Summer Solstice secret cakes. At this time, Nagini and the girls finally returned. Professor Dumbledore. When Nagini saw Dumbledore, he was excited. You look a lot older. You still look young and beautiful, Nagini. Dumbledore said with a smile. Summer Solstice, can I talk to Nagini alone? Solstice nodded, then beckoned Hermione and Cassandra out to tease the unicorns without disturbing their conversation. It took a long time for Nagini to come out, but her face was full of loneliness. Xia Solstice understood that she should have known everything she wanted to know, but Xia Solstice did not ask without being amused. This is actually equivalent to the old thing, and many questions are all hurtful to those who have experienced those things. Perhaps it is the most correct choice for her to completely leave the past behind and start living again. Dumbledore also walked out after Nagini. Nagini plans to stay with you and live here. Promise me to take good care of her, okay? Summer Solstice. Dumbledore said softly, there are not a few of me left who can be called old in this world. Nagini counts as one. Xia Solstice nodded. Of course, Nagini was originally a good friend of mine. Dumbledore nodded, and then he saw the group of unicorns that roamed well. Oh, last time Hagrid told me that a group of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest had suddenly disappeared, and he wondered if something had caused these beautiful creatures to have encountered accidents. But now it seems that Hagrid can rest assured. Dumbledore smiled and put on his pointed wizard hat, without asking why the unicorn was here on the summer solstice. Perhaps when he heard the shadow of the unicorn, he understood that the summer solstice had an extraordinary affinity for unicorns. Then, I'll go first, if you don't mind. Can you let Yasiri give me a ride? Fox seems to miss it too. Summer Solstice nodded. Yasiri flew over. Dumbledore grabbed her tail feathers, the fire flashed, and Dumbledore disappeared in place. Nagini sat quietly in the chair under the swing in a daze. Xia Solstice walked over and sat next to her. I'm not very good at comforting people and I don't know what's going on, but I only know one thing, and that is that people always have to look forward. Nagini raised his head, looked at the summer solstice and smiled, and suddenly said with some hesitation, you too. That. What? Xia Solstice asked suspiciously. You're a silent too, aren't you? I remember the first time I met you, you summoned me. Then you used your silence. Oh, yes, I am indeed a silent person. Summer Solstice nodded. It was sweeping the camp of werewolf wizards, and at that time, the summer solstice, which had a single means of attack, turned silently, like a hurricane, sweeping the entire werewolf wizard camp. So, Can I take a look? I mean, though pretty presumptuous. But can I look at your silence? Of course, if it's inconvenient. Nagini looked at the summer solstice with pleading eyes. It's nothing, I have complete control over it. Xia Solstice's body suddenly turned into a black mist and floated in front of Nagini. Nagini looked at the silence of the summer solstice with sad eyes, and then stretched out his hand, but his hand was halfway out, and suddenly stopped. I'm sorry, summer solstice, I took the liberty. Price. The black mist reformed into a human form. It's nothing, I guess you must know someone who is also a silent one. When I see me, who is also a silent person, I will inevitably have such thoughts. This is normal. Nagini looked at the summer solstice gratefully, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and at this moment, she seemed to let go of the old things of the past. Nagini, to celebrate your new birth, I have prepared a gift for you. Summer solstice took out a wooden box and handed it to Nagini. Nagini took the wooden box with some surprise. After opening the wooden box, Nagini saw a beautiful wand. Snake heartwood, phoenix feathers, 11 2/3 inches. Xia Solstice smiled and said, this is what I took the time to order from Mr. Ollivander before. Nagini happily picked up the wand, and all of a sudden, Nagini's whole body was wrapped in a shimmering light. She only felt that she and the wand in her hand actually had a feeling of blood connection, and her eyes couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Xia Solstice looked through the system panel and looked at the fit between the wand and Nagini. Then I was surprised to find that this wand and Nagini had a whopping 97% fit. Oh, this wand fits you perfectly? Summer Solstice said happily, I think Ollivander will be happy. Oh, maybe you don't know Mr. Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander is a very good wand maker. I told him something about you and asked him to make a wand for you. To be honest, I didn't know if it would fit you until you picked up this wand. Nagini took the wand in her hand and stroked it cherishedly. She raised her head and said gratefully, thank you, Summer Solstice, I never thought that I could also have a wand. You deserve a wand. Xia Solstice smiled, you're a witch too, aren't you? After all these years, I forgot that I was also a witch. Nagini said sadly. Be happy, Nagini, the days ahead are 557, as a person, as a witch, please live well. From this day on, there was another person in the home of the summer solstice. Xia Solstice was pleased to find that his family's popularity seemed to be getting more and more sufficient. He has always disliked the feeling that his home is empty and he is alone, and now he can finally rest assured. Nagini stayed at the summer solstice home, and as time went by, the smile on her face gradually increased. In the following days, the summer solstice taught Nagini a lot of magic. Nagini has a high talent, and the magic in his body is extremely strong. The speed of learning magic is almost catching up with the summer solstice. Gradually, Nagini regained his habit as a human being. Another little more than a week passed. Harry suddenly appeared at the doorstep of the summer solstice, and with him, he wanted Ron. It was clear that Harry had just been at his aunt's house for 2 weeks, and he took the night bus directly to Ron's house, and then with Ron, to the summer solstice's house. Harry stood at the doorstep of the summer solstice, and then his eyes were still watching the group of unicorns roaming in the distance. This is... Harry couldn't even speak. Ron was also shocked. He was just a home that hadn't come to the summer solstice for more than a week. How could there be a large group of unicorns in the summer solstice family? Oh, and a beautiful big sister? After hearing what happened during this time, the two were shocked again. Harry was already confused. What kind of big snake suddenly turned into a beautiful big sister? This kind of thing. I don't know how. Put it on the body of the summer solstice. He actually felt very reasonable. If someone else said that, he would definitely spray his saliva, bragging and not knowing how to blow it. So when he saw the Phoenix Xia Zhi in the summer solstice home, he was completely numb. He was even thinking that maybe one day, Phoenix Xia Zhi would suddenly become a beautiful big sister. Really, here on the summer solstice, it seems that no matter what happens, he doesn't find it strange at all. There is not much at home at the summer solstice, just a lot of rooms. He asked Dobby to arrange for Harry to stay. Dobby happily arranged Harry in the room next to him. That night, Solstice gathered all the members in the basement of his home. In addition, gathered together in the basement, there are Ron and Nagini. Ron, you should have understood the original intention of DA, so have you decided to join us? Xia Solstice asked seriously. Of course. I knew the man would definitely come back. Didn't Harry meet him face to face last time? Ron frowned and said, when my friends are fighting, I don't want to just hide on the side. He remembered the incident when Harry and Hermione had teamed up against the troll. Although Harry and Hermione couldn't beat the trolls either. But it's better than yourself who can only hide and watch. What he wants is that when his friends fight heroically, he can also advance and retreat with his friends, and fight side by side together. He is at home, the one who is the most neglected, and among his friends, he is also the weakest one. He was fed up with this feeling of powerlessness, and he was fed up with low self-esteem. Summer Solstice squeezed his wand in both hands, and his dark pupils looked at Ron quietly. Ron felt that the pupils of the Summer Solstice were like a bottomless cold pool, as if he could see through his soul. Welcome, Ron. Xia Solstice finally removed his unfathomable gaze and said gently. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was like being pressed under a large rock, and even breathing was difficult. Ron, you're actually very good, but you're just ignored. Summer Solstice's eyes returned to their former gentleness. Also, I suggest you change your wand. But, Ron wanted to say that his family was poor, and he had heard that textbooks for this year's defense against the dark arts class were expensive. And Ginny will also be enrolled this year, so the family has no extra money to exchange for him a wand. Your wand core is unicorn hair. This wand maintains absolute loyalty to the original owner. It is difficult to recognize the second master. Xia Solstice said flatly, so, your usual slow learning speed of spells is not because you have poor talent but because you don't have a wand that truly belongs to you. But I know. Ron, since I organized DA, naturally I will not let my members lose the brilliance he should have shown because he does not have a good wand. So, I'll get you a good wand. I don't need to, I mean. Ron was a little incoherent, but he didn't want to accept the summer solstice's wand. The poverty of his family is also an important factor that causes his inner inferiority, so in his opinion, the gift of the summer solstice is more like almsgiving. I know what you're thinking, Ron, you think I'm giving you alms. No, I just. Ron was anxious. Ron, whether you think this doesn't seem like a handout, you have to accept this wand. Xia Solstice's tone became stern. Do you think I gave you this wand just for you? Don't you already know who our opponent is? They are all outlaws who kill without blinking. If you don't have a magic wand that is completely at your command, you will be in mortal danger. And when you're in danger, do you think the rest of DA will abandon you? They will come back to save you? Once they venture back to save you, they may die. Are you putting your friends, your comrades in arms, in danger because of your own pitiful pride? Ron hurriedly retorted, no, I certainly don't want any of them to risk me because of me. Then you honestly accept this wand. It's not just for yourself, it's for your friends. I think, for the sake of my friends, you should be able to endure this grievance. Summer Solstice's tone softened. I'm sorry, my tone may have been a little harsh, but if it can make you feel better, be this magic wand, my Christmas present for you. I won't give you gifts for Christmas. Ron lowered his head, tears flashing, and he suddenly felt that he was very unhappy. Although what Xia Solstice said just now was very harsh, it was very reasonable. Could it be that because of his little self-esteem, his friends were in danger? If Harry or anyone else lost their lives to rescue him, he would never forgive himself? Moreover, Summer Solstice is the first person to say that he is excellent so far. Thank you, Summer Solstice. I see. Solstice patted Ron's shoulder. Ron just needed some recognition, some attention. Xia Solstice also used to have low self-esteem, and he knew this feeling very well. Well, I taught Harry a magic I created before, and this magic saved Harry's life. Harry, can I please show me? Harry nodded. He took out his wand and exhaled deeply. Harry waved his wand gently, swoosh. His whole person disappeared in place, and then reappeared from a few meters away. Everyone exclaimed, and everyone saw the extraordinary nature of this magic. Hound steps are not phantom shifts, so even in the place of anti-phantom transfiguration spells, it can be successfully launched, and there will be no danger such as splitting, which allows the person who casts this spell to devote more attention to other places in the battle. You never taught me this. Cassandra squinted and looked at the summer solstice. Oh, indeed, because this magic is very hard to practice. I don't want you to taste so hard. If you don't believe it, you can ask Harry. Solstice looked at Harry. Hard. Harry looked at the summer solstice, and the painful experience of being tortured to death that day resurfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but shiver. It was really quite hard, and I almost died. Ahem, unnecessary words don't need to be said. The summer solstice stopped Harry's free play. This magic is called Hound Pace, and it doesn't happen overnight, unless it's like Harry was then, but I bet you won't want to replicate what he practiced. Harry nodded wildly to the side. It was a nightmare. So, I want to teach you a little simpler magic. This magic is simple, but many Aurors don't use it now. I have to say that the current Aurors are really far worse than the group of people back then. Summer Solstice was certainly qualified to say this, because before he was even enrolled, he swept a team of Aurors by himself. Okay, I'll demonstrate this spell next, and you'll all come and attack me. Don't worry, come all, you can call me any spell you can think of. Summer Solstice stood in the middle of the spacious basement and beckoned to everyone. Nagini, you come too, it's okay. Ron, you come too. The corners of Cassandra's mouth rose slightly, and she took the lead in attacking. Crush your bones. Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice easily used his wand to cast this seemingly powerful smashing spell. The spell was ejected onto a pre-placed target in the distance, instantly blowing several targets to pieces. Xia Solstice swallowed and spat. Although I am not afraid that you will hurt me, but you are really not afraid of hurting me? Come up and crush your bones, isn't it too ruthless? But Xia Solstice still didn't understand the sound, and stood very calmly in the center. Everyone looked at each other, and then attacked at the same time. Crush your bones. Thunderbolt explosion. Summer Solstice. Although the friends on the opposite side used spells as powerful as they were, Xia Solstice still stood in the center and did not even take a step back. With his wand, he easily flicked all the spells to distant targets. No matter how ferocious the attack came, the Summer Solstice in the center remained elegant. He waved his wand with ease, as if he were conducting a beautiful piece of music. Not long after, the Summer Solstice didn't feel well, but Cassandra and they were already tired. They all sat down on the ground, exhausted and panting. In the end, only Nagini was left who could still insist on attacking. Cassandra them, after all, are still young, and it is already not easy to use such a powerful spell as the explosion spell, let alone launch continuously. Their magic power is limited after all. Nagini saw that everyone was too tired to move, and she stopped her hand. She had been using the disarming charm just now. Nothing is as light and heavy as everyone else. Of course, there is still standing Ron. Because he just gestured his wand, but he couldn't even release a complete disarming spell. This made his face redder than his own hair, and he made up his mind that he must replace the wand that originally belonged to his brother, or still belongs to him. I'm sure you all saw it. I have been using a spell just now, that is, the Iron Armor spell. Summer Solstice's gaze swept over the panting friends in front of him. The Iron Armor spell can prevent most of the attack spells, and even fight back the opponent's spells. Summer Solstice said to Nagini, Nagini, use a disarming spell on me. Nagini nodded, and when he raised his hand, it was a red light. Now Nagini has mastered the silent spell. The Summer Solstice wand blocked at random, and a translucent white light appeared in front of him, but after that red light hit that white light, it was bounced back and hit Nagini directly. Nagini only felt a loose hand in her hand, and her wand had flown far past to be grabbed by Xia Solstice. You see, this is the role of the Iron Armor. When you haven't learned the steps of the Hound, you can try to use this spell to resist the attacks of others. Of course, if you see the death spell, hide immediately. The Iron Armored Curse can't stop the fateful curse? Xia Solstice's expression was serious. As long as the death curse is next to a little, your life is gone. So if you see the death curse, you must hide. If you can't dodge, find a way to block it. Death spells generally do not penetrate the physical object. However, this is limited to dealing with those dark wizards whose mana is not very profound, and if it is the death spell released by Voldemort, it is not so easy to block. Summer Solstice suddenly remembered the talisman that Cassandra had given him, which had helped him resist a fatal spell. He planned to take the time to study this talisman, and if he could copy and improve the talisman that was enough to resist the death curse, then many people will definitely be saved in the future. In the following time, Summer Solstice taught Harry their Iron Armor spell in detail, but although this spell was simple in Summer Solstice's mouth, it was still too difficult for these young wizards who had just graduated from the first year. Only Nagini can be released quickly. Xia Solstice scratched his head, it's sloppy. He also thought that this spell was so simple that everyone would definitely learn it, and he planned to teach everyone how to play other people's spells. Unexpectedly, they couldn't even release a complete ironclad spell, and fell directly at the starting line. Ding! Are you an open one? Don't you count 13 yourself? Yo, I haven't seen you speak for a long time. Where have you been getting rich lately? Xia Solstice teased the system has been silent for a long time, no system is making trouble, and he is still a little unused to it for a while. Ding! You regain your lost soul and the system is rebooted and upgraded. Upgrade. Xia Solstice suddenly came to interest, since the system has been upgraded, there will naturally be a lot of new functions? Summer Solstice asked Nagini to watch them practice the Iron Armor spell before leaving himself. The spells and detailed techniques have been taught, and Nagini, who has already learned, is here to guide. There is no point in him staying here. Summer Solstice came outside the house and lay on the lawn looking at the starry sky. Perhaps because of the suburbs, the sky here is particularly pure and beautiful. System, you upgraded a wave, what are the functions now? Ding! The system is upgraded, and the reward items will be more generous. Oh, are you saying that I can even get more advanced magic items than the Philosopher's Stone or something? Can you get more powerful creatures than phoenixes or something? Ding! Please pay attention to the review of the host. Circle the word prop. ERM. Ding! It is an item, it does not include creatures, and whether you will get a higher quality magic item than the Philosopher's Stone depends on the host's luck. Well, it's not about changing the soup without changing the medicine. Whether something is good or not, it depends on my luck. Xia Solstice thought for a while, and suddenly said, if I go and get Voldemort's notebook, you will not give a reward. A mature host must know how to actively ask the system for rewards. According to the experience of the Summer Solstice, the more self-indulgent one's behavior, the richer the reward. Ding! The mission applied by the host is approved, and the host will receive Voldemort's notebook Horcrux. The system rewards skill points +3, and a random item chest within the second year. There is no penalty for failure of the task. The corners of Xia Solstice's mouth rose slightly, and the system really loved to eat this set. It was still easy to get hold of that notebook, and it was easy to hide it from Dumbledore, even though he had told Dumbledore in advance that Lucius Malfoy might be carrying out the plan. But that's just a plan that might be carried out, isn't it? So if Lucius Malfoy doesn't do it, it's normal. In the heart of the Summer Solstice, the interesting idea that had appeared once slowly rose again. Half a month later, Summer Solstice returned from Ollivander's wand shop. During this time, he had to visit Ollivander's wand shop almost every day. Of course, he didn't go to get Ron's new wand, but to ask Ollivander for a wand to learn. Xia Solstice has always believed that wandology is a very profound science. In the original book, Voldemort's ignorance of wandology was also an important reason for his failure. Ollivander's unique staff-making technique will certainly not be easily revealed. However, Ollivander has always been impressed by this talented little wizard. Summer Solstice can be said to be the first little wizard that Ollivander has met since he inherited this wand shop, and he chose the wand that suits him by himself. So when Xia Solstice came to ask him for advice, he still taught some additional tips that he had summarized, although it did not involve the core, but it was also very useful knowledge. The summer solstice originally only needed some basic knowledge to start his own research, and Ollivander's additional help made his research faster. This leads to the problem of the summer solstice coming to ask every day, and it becomes more and more profound as time goes by. Ollivander also admired this little wizard more and more, because summer solstice's talent for wand learning was really too high, and he could learn it as soon as he learned it, and he drew inferences. So, when the summer solstice asks the right question every time, Ollivander, who was itchy, could not help but give him some useful pointers. And in the end, when Ollivander had nothing to teach, he finally woke up, and during this period, he unknowingly took out everything at the bottom of his box and taught it to the summer solstice. By the time Ollivander woke up, it was too late. But fortunately, Xia Solstice said that he was only interested in wands, and he was not interested in opening a wand shop in the future, and called Ollivander his teacher on the spot. Moreover, when Xia Solstice left the wand shop for the last time, he left a money bag containing 5,000 gold gallons for the teacher he had just recognized, as a tuition fee for this period. Xia Solstice believes that this money is worth it. After all, he has learned all the skills that people rely on to survive. This money also made Ollivander's heart feel a lot more comfortable. He suddenly felt that it was also very good to have a good student, and this good student also paid such a large amount of money as tuition. When summer solstice returned home, Nagini was in the kitchen and Dobby was cooking. Cassandra, Hermione, and they got together to do their homework. When Hogwarts is on summer vacation, there are also evil summer vacation homework. But the holidays are now, and the summer vacation homework of the summer solstice has not touched at all. In the eyes of the summer solstice, the homework that is not rushed out in the last 3 days can also be called summer vacation homework. Xia Solstice greeted them and went straight to his study. He cleaned up the table and pulled out a whole set of rod-making tools. This was a gift from Ollivander after receiving 5,000 gold gallons with a smile on his face. Summer solstice took out his wand. This ebony wand fits very well with himself, but it's just an ordinary wand. Summer solstice looked through the system at the panel of the wand. Item, wand. Staff body, ebony. Staff core, dragon heartstring. Length, 12 3/4 of an inch. Elasticity, very hard. Status, good. Fit 100%. Black magic affinity, 99%. Summer solstice took out the tool, chanted a spell in his mouth, and carefully opened his wand according to a specific method. Then he took out a small and delicate carving knife and carved a series of extremely complex magic texts on the wand. For a long time, wait until the summer solstice carefully set the wand again with a special spell. 4 meters he found that this ordinary ebony wand became stronger. I don't know if it's an illusion. Xia Solstice even found that this wand has become a little heavier. He glanced at the properties of his wand again. Item, wand, enhancement +3. Staff body, ebony. Staff core, dragon heartstring. Length, 12 3/4 of an inch. Elasticity, very hard. Status, good, +3 enhancement, +30% spell attack. Fit 100%. Black magic affinity, 100%. Summer solstice found that the original ordinary ebony wand has now become a strengthened version of the wand with enhanced +3. The most intuitive effect is that the spell's attack power has increased by 30%. Moreover, the affinity of black magic has also changed from 99% to 100% now. The summer solstice is actually not quite 4.2. He portrayed a lot of strengthening magic texts, but he did not expect that the limit could only be strengthened +3, and the power of the magic spell was only 30% higher. This is far below expectations for the summer solstice. However, it may also be limited by the material of the wand itself, and it can only be +3 when strengthened to the apex. Perhaps, it depends on whether better materials can be obtained in the future. This wand will be used first. Summer solstice put away his wand. In fact, being able to increase the wand by 30% is already very remarkable. At least if Ollivander knew that summer solstice had successfully strengthened his wand to this extent, he would have been proud of himself for teaching students like summer solstice. Summer solstice took out a piece of willow wood and a fine unicorn hair. Then he skillfully manipulated the rod tool and got to work. At his current level, it is still quite easy to make a qualified wand. When Ollivander makes wands, it is usually a random combination. Once you've made your wand, place your newly made wand on the shelf and wait for its owner. And the summer solstice this time is equivalent to made to order. He had already gathered Ron's information, and then according to his information, he made a new wand little by little. The summer solstice can ensure that the fit between this wand and Ron is more than 95%. Of course, he didn't make a wand for Ron for nothing, and this wand was also one of his test pieces. After a while, Xia Solstice took this freshly made willow wand and put it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. Like his ebony wand, this wand can only be strengthened to about +3, and it can't go up no matter how high it is. The summer solstice has been determined, and this is the material limit of the wand. However, although this small 30% or so bonus was unsatisfactory in the eyes of summer solstice, it was very sufficient for Ron and these little wizards. Xia Solstice put down the newly made enhanced willowwood wand in his hand, and then looked out the window silently. How much damage can the legendary Elder Wand increase? In other words, the Elder Wand is not just as simple as the power of the 25 amplification spell, there are other unknown amplification effects. Xia Solstice believes in the second inference. How can the legendary wand made by the god of death himself only have such a simple amplification effect? It's a pity that last time I was too hasty and didn't observe Dumbledore through the system panel. Elder Wand in multiple hands. So now the Summer Solstice can only rely on guessing. Summer Solstice walked downstairs with his wand and handed it to Ron. This is the new wand I made for you, you try. Summer Solstice said calmly. Ron reached out in surprise, ready to take his new wand. He had actually thought that Summer Solstice would go to Ollivander to buy him a new wand, but despite the discomfort of his self-esteem, he decided to accept it. It's just that he didn't expect that Xia Solstice actually said that he made a magic wand himself. Ron couldn't help but wonder if the wand made by the Summer Solstice could really be compared to the wand made by Ollivander. After Ron took the wand, he immediately showed a surprised expression. This wand was unexpectedly smooth. This is much easier to hold than Charlie's old wand, and when you wave your wand, you don't have that sense of stagnation. Summer Solstice placed a target on one side of the living room. Ron, put a disarming charm on it. Ron said awkwardly, I haven't mastered the disarming charm yet. Xia Solstice said a little impatiently, that's just your old wand that doesn't suit you, you just try. Ron had to stand in front of the target. Everyone's eyes were on his body. Ron's face began to turn red again, and he could already think of everyone's eyes when he couldn't release the disarming charm. No one will laugh at you, Ron, I'm still pretty confident in the wand I made. Xia Solstice said seriously. Well. Ron faced the opposite target, raised his wand, and recited the spell he had practiced many times, but to no avail. Except for your weapons. Boom. A thick red light shot out of Ron's wand and hit the target hard. The target was hit, made a loud noise, and was knocked cleanly to the ground. Ron's face was full of disbelief. The power of this disarming spell is even greater than the disarming spell released by Harry, who has been practicing for a long time. I said you could, Ron. Xia Solstice didn't look much surprised, as if everything was within his expectations. Ron, look at the top of the wand handle, is there a small round button? Ron looked, then nodded. Press it down and use the disarming charm again. The Summer Solstice replanted the target. This time, having confidence, Ron pressed the small button on the handle of his wand and couldn't wait to launch the disarming charm again towards the target. It's just that although the disarming spell this time has also been launched, it looks a little bleak, and its power is completely inferior to the disarming spell just now. Ron looked at the Summer Solstice suspiciously. I have strengthened your wand, press the button, it is normal mode, and the wand at this time is the state of an ordinary wand. But if you press the button again and let the button pop up, the wand will be strengthened, and the power of the spell will increase by about 30% compared to the normal mode wand. Ron happily played with the brand new Willow wand in his hand, but he couldn't help but ask, but, why? I mean, why set this button? Is it bad to keep the wand directly in the state of increase? Xia Solstice spread his hands. Please, you are still in school, and you are still in the learning stage. If you keep using the strengthened wand, it will be difficult for your magic level to improve. In Xia Solstice's view, only if your own strength is enhanced, is it really enhanced. If you keep using the amplification wand, then the difficulty of learning new spells will be drastically reduced, which is not conducive to the growth of your strength. Because this is all the illusion brought about by the amplification wand, if you keep using the amplification wand, so in case you lose your own wand in the future, you will be blind. Next, Summer Solstice strengthened everyone's wands in turn, but left the switch. Summer Solstice recommends that they usually only use the normal mode, and the amplification mode should be left to use at critical moments. In the learning stage, you should not rely too much on the advantages of equipment. In the next letter to Mr. G, Summer Solstice put forward many ideas for enhancing wizards' combat equipment, and this amplification wand is only the most basic of them. On the point of developing and enhancing the equipment of wizards, Xia Solstice had already reached a consensus with Mr. G. Summer Solstice days after sending paper airplanes out, he had just received a reply from Mr. G. Hello, Mr. X, who will not be named. Regarding some of the ideas mentioned in your letter to enhance the combat power of wizards, I think it is completely achievable. Trust me, these fantastic ideas will come in handy. As for the fact that you can strengthen your wand and increase its power by 30% by 617, I have to marvel again. I'm sorry, but I don't know much about wandology. You really are a genius? I didn't expect you to know so much about wandology. But what bothers you? About the parameters of the old wand, I happen to know something. Summer Solstice was pleasantly surprised to find that Mr. G's reply was accompanied by the specific parameters of the Elder Wand, as well as the increase that some of the Elder Wand might have. This wand is too mysterious, even the owner may not fully understand its full amplification state, but the old wand is so familiar. At this moment, the Summer Solstice can almost hammer the identity of this Mr. G. Apart from those two, there really isn't a third person in this world who knows the Elder Wand so well. Xia Solstice carefully looked at the parameters of the old wand, and secretly marveled at the mystery of the old wand in his heart. At the same time, he found that he seemed to be thinking wrong. The upper limit of the wand's increase is not necessarily entirely due to material limitations. Because even if he made another wand exactly according to the material of the old wand, it would not be possible to reach the level of the old wand. If it is not a problem with the material, then this gap should be in the portrayal of the magic text inside the wand. Under Ollivander's teaching, Summer Solstice's mastery of wands has reached 7 points. It seems that if you want to make a breakthrough in the amplification wand, you can only try to master the wand. It just so happens that the Summer Solstice knows where to get 3 skill points. Midnight. Lucius Malfoy finally got out of his socials and returned to his estate. Since the last time he drank too much and inexplicably released his servant, he would drink a bottle of hangover potion after the entertainment. So Lucius Malfoy is very sober now. This hangover potion works well, but it also has a disadvantage, that is, it works so well that he doesn't think he can fall asleep tonight. Anyway, he couldn't sleep. He planned to go back to the study to perfect his plan. He had already heard from the Fox friends the date when the Weasleys were going to go shopping in Diagon Alley. As long as he provokes Arthur Weasley that day, it is better to start a conflict, and then he can take advantage of the chaos to mix that thing from the Dark Lord into the old textbook of that stupid girl in the Weasley family. Lucius opened the door of his study while playing his wishful thinking in his heart, not knowing that his plan had already been leaked by Dobby. His movements suddenly stopped, because he felt that in the darkness, there was already a person. Who's there? Lucius pulled his delicately decorated wand from his own staff. The figure in the darkness seemed to stand up. Lucius swallowed, his hand holding the wand trembling a little. He was never bold, otherwise he wouldn't have wavered like a wallhead. Lucius, your guts are still so small, what a waste that has not grown. In the darkness, a high-pitched, cold, and at the same time somewhat hoarse voice came. Phew. A dark breeze blew through, and all the lamps and candles in the study were suddenly lit. Lucius trembled as he looked at the man in the black cloak in front of him, his face full of disbelief. You. Who are you? Lucius tried hard to make his tone harsh, but the trills in his voice revealed his fear. No way. That person is long gone, he must have died. This person is definitely a fake. If he didn't die, why didn't he show his face for so many years? Lucius's heart was filled with luck. The man in the black cloak raised his hands and took off his hood. Lucius's heart was already sinking when he saw the wand held in the cloaked man's hand. Purple shirt wood wand. He will never forget what this wand looks like for the rest of his life. Even with this wand, I don't know how many people have been killed with the death-seeking curse in front of him, and at the same time, I don't know how many times I have tortured him with the heart-drilling curse. The man's hood was taken off, and then he saw that familiar and unfamiliar face. He has no hair, a pair of blood-red eyes that radiate evil in the darkness, and his pupils are 2 slits, like the pupils of a snake. There were no lips on his mouth and no nose was pronounced, replaced by only 2 slender nostrils. His tall, thin, skeleton-like body was approaching Lucius step by step. Lucius, I didn't expect that you such a coward, but you did such a brave thing. You actually dare to betray me. Oh. A moan came out of Lucius's throat, as if pleading. My master, the great Dark Lord. I didn't betray you. Drill the heart and cut the bone. Ah. Lucius fell to the ground in pain. It was this familiar feeling. Those tormented years are as if they were still yesterday. Although his master's appearance has changed greatly, there is no doubt about one thing, that is, he is back. Don't lie in front of me. Voldemort roared. Master, I'm just lurking for the time being. I had to endure the humiliation and bear the load. You know, can't everyone be put in Azkaban? Lucius curled up on the ground. Fear made him want to vomit, but in front of this man, he felt that even breathing was a very difficult thing. I said, don't lie in front of me. Voldemort lowered his head and looked down at Lucius Malfoy on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, Voldemort said softly, his 2 fingers gently stroking the purple shirt wood wand in his hand. Yes, my master, I'm still useful to you alive. Lucius immediately got up and lay down in front of Voldemort, wanting to kiss him on the instep. Voldemort kicked him away. What about the diary I left you? I guess you wouldn't be giving it to the Ministry of Magic in exchange for your freedom. Voldemort's snake-like pupils contracted slightly, as if Lucius had a bad answer, and a green light would soon usher in. The diary is still there? Lucius Malfoy was extremely glad at the moment. He was glad that he hadn't stuffed this diary into the old book of that stupid girl in the Weasleys, otherwise. Lucius shivered, not daring to think about it any longer, and he ran to the side of the study and recited a spell to the exquisite bookshelf. The exquisite bookshelf immediately moved slowly to the sides. This is where Lucius Malfoy hides with special bloodline magic, and unless you know the spell and have the bloodline of the Malfoy family, you can't find out the existence of this place. Of course, if this place is discovered, there are still many people who can brute force it. Lucius stumbled in, and a moment later pulled out a wooden box containing the diary. Voldemort snatched the wooden box from Lucius's hand. Are you still going to send my diary to Hogwarts using the Weasleys? Lucius shivered. It was this feeling that was right. No matter what was going on in his heart, the Dark Lord could always see through him easily. His disguise in front of the Dark Lord was as if it were completely transparent. You idiot! You don't understand how important this thing is to me? You dare to send it under Dumbledore's nose without permission? In Voldemort's snake pupils, a red light flashed. Lucius immediately threw himself to the ground, crying and pleading. Oh, my master? I'm also useful. I'm also useful. Please let me serve you again. This kind of look was all too familiar to him, and when Voldemort flashed this look at someone, that person was basically dead. The next moment is the Avitiso curse. Lucius begged desperately, even sensing that the Dark Lord's wand was already pointing at his head. If it weren't for the fact that I still need you in my plan. Lucius was pleasantly surprised to find that the Dark Lord's wand had been put back. Willing to serve you, my master. Need to contact someone else? No. I have my plans, news of my return, you can't tell anyone. Otherwise, the next time you see you, you must be a dead man. You know I can easily see through you. Lucius crawled on the ground shivering, and it was a long time before he dared to look up. The Voldemort in front of him was gone, apparently long gone. Lucius sat down on the ground and no longer had the strength to stand up. A black mist suddenly appeared in a forest. The black mist gradually disappeared, and in its place was a tall and thin figure. Suddenly, the tall and thin figure gradually became shorter. Xia Solstice looked at the wooden box sealed by the spell in his hand, the corners of his mouth rose wildly, and his mood was very happy. It's fun to be the Dark Lord once in a while. The Voldemort that Lucius Malfoy met at home was naturally a summer solstice fake. The real Voldemort is still eating raw meat in Albania. The purple-shirt wooden wand in Summer Solstice's hand was recreated after Voldemort's wand. As for why he knew what Voldemort's wand looked like, that's because Ollivander remembered every wand he made, and he even drew this one from Voldemort. When Xia Solstice asked him about wands, he also specially took out the pattern to show him. Ding! The host successfully obtains Voldemort's diary, which rewards skill points +3 and a random item chest. When Summer Solstice returned, it had been confirmed that it was indeed Voldemort's Horcrux diary. He added several more isolation spells to the wooden box. Prevent the soul in this diary from perceiving things outside. It turns out that this diary does have its own independent consciousness. Because Xia Solstice couldn't put it into the ring, he had to cast a traceless stretching spell on his coat pocket and threw the wooden box directly into it. Summer Solstice slowly walked out of the woods, and outside the woods, there was a hillside, and his home was on the hillside. Ding! Please ask the host if the random item chest is enabled. Turn on. Ding! Opening a treasure chest for the host? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an alchemy ultimate prop Bionic teardrops, and an alchemy formula that can refine Bionic teardrops. Bionic teardrops. Xia Solstice was a little pleased. Is it the one I remember? Ding! Yes. Xia Solstice had an extra cloud of bright silver substance in his hand. Is this Bionic teardrops? Bionic teardrops and hound steps, both from a game called Elden Ring. Unlike the steps of a hunting dog that can teleport and dodge skills, this Bionic teardrop can become a bionic person with exactly the same combat power and appearance as himself. Jianghu people are called Big Brother. When you encounter a boss that can't be beaten, summon one to come out and use it as a tank to resist damage. In fact, this Bionic teardrop of the Summer Solstice has been weakened, because the 983 Bionic teardrops in the game, the summoned Big Brother, the amount of blood is much thicker than the body. And the Summer Solstice, this Bionic teardrop, can only become the same as the Summer Solstice combat power. Except for this, there is no increase. Of course, this avatar is not the same as the avatar in the general sense, and the other self incarnated by Bionic teardrops can only be used to fight. For example, the Summer Solstice can't make the Bionic teardrops become Summer Solstice, and then ask him to help him with his homework. Very good. Xia Solstice is still very satisfied with this reward. How strong he is now, he still has a little point. If the two Summer Solstices attack at the same time, the heyday Voldemort meets and has to run. And the best thing is that it actually comes with an alchemy recipe for refining Bionic teardrops. But unfortunately, the Bionic teardrops made after that can only be used by others, because a person can only use one Bionic teardrop. As soon as the idea of the Summer Solstice moved, the alchemy formula of the Bionic teardrop automatically appeared in the mind of the Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice schemed a cursory bit, and he was surprised to find that looking at this recipe with his +8 alchemy mastery, he actually felt a little obscure. It seems that if you want to refine Bionic teardrops, you have to point your alchemy to 10 o'clock. Xia Solstice looked at the 3 skill points again, and wanted to add alchemy to the full level so that he could learn that alchemy recipe, but think about it carefully. Even if another Bionic teardrop is made, it is not known who to give it to now, and the materials on the formula will not be together for a while. So Xia Solstice still decided to go according to the previous plan. He added 2 points to the mastery of wands, and then added a little points to alchemy. The panel of the Summer Solstice has undergone such a change. Potions mastery, 6. Alchemy mastery, 9. Wandology 10. Wandology is officially breaking the 10-point mark, and alchemy has been added to 9. After reaching 10 points of mastery in wands, you should be able to research some of the secrets of the old wand. Ding! Break through 10 points in host wand science and get a random wandology-related reward. Will the host receive it? Claim. Ding! Random draw of rewards for hosts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an ancient wand in your sleep. Ancient wands? Or asleep? The Summer Solstice is a bit of a ghost. But he still took out the wand. If it was an ancient wand, maybe he could study some knowledge that he had not discovered before. Wait until the Summer Solstice takes that ancient wand in his hand. At one point, he thought the system was playing him. System, you this. Ancient wands? This is obviously a small tree root stained with sludge. There are buds up there. If you throw something like this on the ground, no one will pick it up. Ding! The system confirmed that it was indeed some ancient wand, which had just been carved out of the soil. Although it is a little buried, as long as the host wakes it up, it can be reborn. System, can you know whose wand this is? This is the 10-point mastery bonus for breaking in Wandology, and I guess it should be the wand of some famous wizard. Its original owner is definitely not a lonely person. Ding! This requires automatic host wake up to finalize. Xia Solstice felt that the system was a little unreliable, and he didn't know where it was gouged. He took the tree root, flicked the soil on it, and put it into his own city. He was ready to go back and study it slowly, and now he was a little hungry. Summer Solstice walked out of the grove and up the hillside, greeted the unicorn leader point, Black Horn, on the way, and then returned home gracefully. No one knew that he had just become the Dark Lord and scared a Death Eater half to death. This bionic teardrop is not as strong as you think. Xia Solstice shook his head and sighed, this summoned doppelganger can't even cook, only fights, it's really boring. Summer Solstice put away the bionic teardrops. Came back too late, and the hungry Summer Solstice was a little disappointed. Looks like you'll have to do it yourself. Dobby guessed that Master Xia was hungry, so Dobby made a supper for Master Xia. Dobby remembered that Master Xia said that the most enjoyable thing about supper was eating barbecue. Dobby came out of the kitchen, holding a large tray in his hand. On the tray was the first dish he learned from the Summer Solstice, cumin roast lamb. Oh, thank you, Dobby. Summer Solstice happily took the tray in Dobby's hand. At least Master Xia came back so late, he must be hungry, so he should have asked Dobby to make a supper. Dobby looked at the Summer Solstice seriously. Dobby, it's your off-duty time, you're a free elf, you should also have your own schedule, I can't disturb your rest. Summer Solstice said gently. Oh, Dobby. Dobby is more than willing to prepare a late-night snack for his friends. Dobby screamed. Thank you, Dobby. Xia Solstice patted Dobby's shoulder. What about so much barbecue? Can you eat it together? Dobby is willing to share a supper with his friends. Dobby happily brought the cutlery. But we'd better be lighter. Miss Worley, they have rested. Of course. Despite resting late in the evening. But early the next morning, the Summer Solstice climbed up. He looked at the dirt-stained tree roots on his desk a little helpless. How to wake this thing up? There was a lot of dirt stuck to the roots, and Summer Solstice wanted to clean it up with a cleaning spell, but after the spell fell on the roots, it didn't have any effect. Xia Solstice couldn't see anything famous after looking at it for a long time, so he decided to take this tree root directly to wash it with water. I hope that after washing, I can see what is special. Xia Solstice was about to pick up the branch, and suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. He stretched out his hand and plucked the young leaf at the top of the branch. A very striking sign is hidden under the young leaves. It can only be said that this little shoots grow especially in place. The light was not good last night, and Xia Solstice was stunned and didn't see it. When the Summer Solstice was going to be washed directly with water, I found this sign. It was a small emerald green snake. If you think about it, on a branch, there is a lifelike little snake mark, which is quite weird. Sleeping, ancient wand. Xia Solstice pinched his smooth chin. It still has a snake mark, and it was carved out by the system without knowing where. Xia Solstice only felt a flash of light in his mind, and he thought of a magic wand that matched it. Legend has it that the power of this wand is not under the Elder Wand. It was the snakewood wand made by Salazar Slytherin himself, and the core of the wand was a basilisk horn. This wand was a family heirloom of the Gaunt family for a long time. It can take specific instructions and fall into a deep sleep. It is clear that now this wand fully meets the above characteristics. Item, unknown ancient wand. Staff body, unknown snake wood. Cane core, unknown. Length, 13¼ inches. Elasticity, unknown. Status, a sleeping. Fit, unknown. Black magic affinity, unknown. Although Summer Solstice saw a long list of unknowns through the system panel, Summer Solstice knew that this wand must be that of Salazar Slytherin. Summer Solstice remembers that the wand had always been a family heirloom of the Gaunt family, but one day, Aisat Thayer stole it from her aunt Gormley Gaunt. When Graham chased after him, he ordered the wand into a deep sleep in Parseltongue. Isolde doesn't have a Parseltongue and therefore can't revive the wand and regain its function. So, together with her husband, she buried this wand at the door of the Afamouni School of Magic. Aisat Thayer and her husband, Jamie Stewart, are the founders of the Afamouni Academy of Magic. And the place where the snakewood wand is buried, I don't know how, an unknown snake tree grows. This snakewood not only cannot be destroyed and cut down, but its leaves have a strong medical effect. Xia Solstice suddenly thought of a question. Last night the system should not have directly gouged the root of the unknown snake tree at the door of Afamouni. The Summer Solstice scratched his head a little weakly. But what does this all have to do with my honest and kind, sunny Summer Solstice? He happily picked up the dirty branch, but well, if it was Salazar Slytherin's wand, that is, Parseltongue could revive it. Just, what to say? Directly say, wake up? Summer Solstice tried to say in Parseltongue to the branches in his hand, hiss, wake up? Snakewood wand? And then the branch is still that branch, nothing changes at all. Xia Solstice felt like a fool like this. Depend, the code is not right. This doesn't know Parseltongue. Xia Solstice suddenly remembered the passage in the original book where Tom summoned the basilisk. Speak to me, the greatest of the Slytherin 11 Hogwarts Big Four. It looks like Slytherin is pretty stinky. Well, Summer Solstice decided to try another wave with this format. hissing. Wake up, Snakewood Wand? A treasure handcrafted by the greatest Slytherin of the Big Four at Hogwarts? Xia Solstice praised without blushing and without beating his heart. Sure enough, Slytherins love to be praised. The branch began to slowly change. The mud on its body gradually disappeared, and the separated branches slowly retracted, turning into a delicate snake carving coiled on the wand. And the young leaf was also slowly attached to the delicate snake mark, turning into a precious emerald. After a while, the branch completely changed its appearance, completely turning into a delicate and gorgeous wand. The wand made by Slytherin himself still sells well. The handle of the wand is made of two small intricately carved snakes intertwined with each other, and between the handle and the body of the wand, the hollow is set with an emerald. The entire wand has a faint dark green color, and after a slight injection of magic, the emerald will shine slightly. Xia Solstice grabbed this excessively delicate and beautiful wand and waved it casually. Sass. The wand slashed through the air, making a pleasant sound of the wind. Xia Solstice felt that this wand felt very good, but I didn't know what the increase was. So, Xia Solstice opened the system panel and looked at the properties of this snake wood wand through the system panel. Item, snake wood wand. Staff body, snake wood. Staff core, basilisk horn. Length, 13¼ inches. Elastic, very resilient. Status, perfect. Fit 100%. Black magic affinity, 200%. Special increase, 80% increase in spell power, 100% increase in black magic power, 70% decrease in mana consumption, 90% increase in casting speed. Special ability, can follow orders to sleep, perfectly compatible with the master with the talent of Parseltongue. Holding this wand, can command the basilisk and nullify the death gaze of the basilisk. Looking at this exaggerated increase, as well as these special abilities, Xia Solstice could only sigh. It was really worthy of being a Slytherin, and the affinity of black magic was 200%. Although this wand is perverted, it can only exert 100% power in the hands of Slytherin's descendants. However, it is a pity that Slytherin has not calculated such a variable as the summer solstice. A Gryffindor who knows Parseltongue is perfectly recognized by this wand, and if the Slytherins know, the coffin board can't be suppressed. This wand is exactly as if it was specially tailored for the summer solstice by Slytherin 1,000 years ago, and it doesn't fit like words. Summer solstice has no intention of using this wand openly for the time being. It is too ostentatious, but everyone will definitely be familiar with this wand in the future. He put the snakewood wand on the desk and began his research work. 1,000 years ago, Slytherin's attainment in wands was higher than the current summer solstice, which can be said to be very perverted. No wonder he is so stinky and beautiful. But it is precisely because of this that this snakewood wand can bring a lot of inspiration to the summer solstice. The summer solstice studied for days and nights, all to the point of forgetting to sleep and eat, and he learned a lot from this wand. Most importantly, inspired by the summer solstice, inspiration is like a fountain, and new magic combinations are constantly being experimented with by him, which makes him want to stop. If Cassandra hadn't rushed in, twisted his ears, and forcibly lifted him out, he would have been able to fight for another week. You haven't eaten properly and slept well for many days? Do you know that if you go on like this, your body will not be able to carry it? Cassandra nodded at summer solstice's forehead and counted him. In fact, Xia Solstice's physical fitness is very good, up to 10 points of strength panel, making his body stronger than an ox. In the past few days, he can still withstand the consumption. In fact, I can't blame summer solstice for being so addicted, I can only blame Slytherin for being so great. Towel. Although Cassandra didn't know what summer solstice was studying in the study, since summer solstice often delved into magical knowledge before summer solstice, this would not have attracted everyone's attention. It's just that this time the summer solstice stayed in the study for too long, and he didn't eat, drink, sleep or rest for several days and nights. When Cassandra learned about this in Dobby's mouth, she immediately went to find out the summer solstice. Therefore, the summer solstice could not step into his study again for half a step in these 2 days. And Dobby was also sent to follow the summer solstice the whole time. Urge him to eat and sleep on time. Xia Solstice understood that this was a good intention for himself, and he simply used this time to take a good rest. In the past few days, my research day and night was indeed a bit overdone. As a result, the summer solstice was completely idle. Unlike the DA members who are busy with homework and practicing magic spells all day, summer solstice is as leisurely as a retired grandfather every day. Because Nagini's ability to learn is too strong, Xia Solstice also specially opened his own library for her. The library of the summer solstice is full of wool that the summer solstice has obtained from 2 generations of the Dark Lord and a generation of White Lords, as well as the magic materials that the summer solstice himself has researched. Of course, the summer solstice's library does not contain books on black magic. The information about dark magic was hidden by summer solstice, and he decided to specialize in tutoring Nagini in the future. After all, in addition to the summer solstice, it has always been a very dangerous thing for others to learn black magic on their own, and the slightest carelessness will lead to very tragic consequences. For details, refer to a disfigured socket essence. Summer solstice doesn't want Nagini to be like this. During this time, Nagini made rapid progress. Her current spell level is even stronger than those elite aurors. So summer solstice entrusted Nagini to help teach and train the D.A members' spells, so summer solstice no longer needed to spend extra energy on these trivial matters. The summer solstice also tasted the benefits of being the boss for the first time, and it is comfortable to have someone to do things for you. Point Noir emerged from a shed next to the summer solstice house. The shed contains suitcases for the summer solstice, and there is plenty of space inside for unicorns to all go in and live. But the sky in the suitcase is fake, so Point Noir likes to stay outside the rest of the time except when they enter the suitcase when they want to run and have fun. At this time of the summer solstice, he was holding a sun umbrella and spreading out on a deck chair to watch the scenery. Yo, Uncle Blackhorn, just went for a walk. I don't like to be called uncle, but, by age, I really am. Well, I did go for a walk, and it's nice to have such a place for us to run. Point Noir maintained its usual tone of sadness. If you want to raise the rent, I am not unacceptable. Well, I won't raise your rent. Xia Solstice waved his hand casually. By the way, that little girl that day came again yesterday, but she found that you were not there, and then she went back. Little girl? You mean Luna? It seems to be the name. Oh, I was doing some magic research a few days ago, so stayed in the study all the time. I really can't understand it. What's the point of staying in the house all the time, where you can't run, you can't see the sky, you can't breathe fresh air? Xia Solstice said that this is the fun that you unicorns don't know about Ayao. Point Noir said that you humans do not understand the joy of running freely. This kind of thing is not easy to argue, because these two guys are not a race at all, not even a KO. Xia Solstice didn't have the heart to argue with him, because he saw the elf-like girl again. Luna held a picture book and slowly walked into the woods, and behind the woods, there was a group of beautiful and interesting unicorns. The unicorns all have a common charter boy, a boy who laughs well. She only knew that his name was Summer Solstice, and he was able to conjure a scimitar. It was the first time she had seen a live scimitar. When she went back, she asked her father a lot about the Savina Snorer, and then got a lot of details. Then he drew it in the picture book, and if it was him, he would probably make this humble creature in the painting appear alive in front of her. It's a pity that she came for several days in a row and didn't see him. I don't know if I can meet today. As soon as Luna thought this, she saw the summer solstice lazily spread out on a deck chair on the hillside. He seemed to be discussing something very serious with a tall unicorn next to him. People who can talk to animals are really interesting. Listen to Point Noir, have you come to me? I've been staying at home these days, I haven't gone out, and if you want to find me, you can actually knock on the door. Summer Solstice struggled to get up from his comfortable recliner. There are no harassing flies on your head right now, Luna said in her ethereal voice. That means you shouldn't have anything to worry about right now. Perhaps, but I'm on vacation right now. Even if there is, I put it aside. Xia Solstice casually conjured 2 chairs on the grass, and then brought her a glass of iced watermelon juice. I recommend you try this. This is a drink that even Professor Dumbledore likes. Luna naturally took the drink and handed the drawing board over. Summer Solstice opened the drawing board suspiciously. I saw an animal that looked like a rhinoceros and a bit like a poisonous horned beast on the drawing board. The animal is drinking water in a humble manner. This is a scimitar, but this time, the scimitar snoring beast on the painting is much more detailed. You want me to conjure it up? Xia Solstice immediately understood what Luna meant. Luna took a sip of the drink in her hand, and nodded when she heard this. Xia Solstice pinched his smooth chin and looked at the creatures in the painting with interest. Is it hard to succeed? Dad said that the more delicate something to deform, the harder it was. Luna couldn't help but say, she thought that Xia Solstice was embarrassed, and she couldn't change the delicate horned snoring beast in the portrait. Of course not, I mean, I might be able to give you a very interesting gift. Xia Solstice looked at the curved snoring beast in the picture and said. He seemed to have another very interesting idea. As soon as the summer solstice shook his hand, there was an extra workbench on the grass. As an alchemy master who is proficient in 9-point alchemy and a wand master who is proficient in 10-point wand, it is also very reasonable to carry a workbench with him, right? He took out a lot of mithril and a bunch of materials with a mess of 5.4 slots and got to work. Dobby looked a little flustered on the side. He didn't understand if summer solstice was violating the rules set by Cassandra if he started studying again outdoors. But the summer solstice did not delay for long, and his movements were fast. Mithril is constantly being melted and stacked by him with his magic powers. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the mithril had not yet melted, he quickly carved various combinations of magic texts on it. Soon, a golden object appeared in his hand, and the originally silver mithril became completely different from before under his processing and depiction. Luna looked curiously at the summer solstice's workflow. I don't know what he's doing, but I look very powerful. I couldn't help but hold my breath too. Summer Solstice placed the golden mass on the workbench and pulled out his ebony wand. Point to the golden blob. The blob of items immediately began to morph. Almost in the blink of an eye, the golden object turned into a small scimitar, about the size of a summer solstice slap. But it looks exactly like the snoring beast in the painting. After a while, its color also began to change, from the original golden can, to exactly the same color as the painting. Xia Solstice waved his wand again, and a purple spell shot into the body of the little beast, and the little beast immediately moved. It's just that this little beast is completely different from the bent-horned snoring beast that was transformed by the last summer solstice. Its gaze is more agile, if the scimitar-horned snoring beast that was conjured up last time is just a moving doll. Then the current little beast is no different from a real creature, because in its body, there were soul fragments that Summer Solstice sent in with soul magic, which were similar to the remnant soul he gave to Voldemort at that time. And the body of this little beast is made of a combination of transfiguration and alchemy, which can be permanently shaped. This is an artificial life made by the Summer Solstice using alchemy and soul magic, and its survival time depends on when the Summer Solstice recovers the soul fragment. Luna saw the little beast standing on the workbench, curiously looking around her, and her eyes radiated a strange look. This is my gift to you 25, Luna. This is my gratitude to you. Because every time you come, you can inspire me very much. Xia Solstice looked at the little beast with a certain sense of autonomy. As long as he wanted, he could control this little beast at any time through that remnant soul. So, what if the alchemy life forms he made were not such harmless beasts, but battle puppets? Have a sense of self and be completely at the mercy of the Summer Solstice's magic battle puppet? Xia Solstice can use this method to create his own magic puppet legion. Of course, how much you can control depends entirely on the magic of the Summer Solstice itself. However, the magic of the Summer Solstice is as much as his wealth. Moreover, Xia Solstice is not alone, he still has D.A's friends, and he can even open the permissions of these magic puppets to D.A's members, who supply magic and control them. Of course, the supreme authority of these puppets will always be only one, and that is to give them the Summer Solstice of their souls. It seems that the enhancement project of wizard armament can be added to another item. Thank you, I love this gift. Luna didn't hesitate, smiling and holding up the little scimitar-horned snoring beast with her hand. I'm glad I could help you, although I don't know exactly what kind of inspiration I gave you. Summer Solstice smiled and put away his workbench. What does it like to eat? What should I use to feed it? Luna asked softly. What does the giant horned snorer like to eat? Xia Solstice asked rhetorically. The snoring beast likes to eat fresh grass. Luna replied after thinking for a moment. Then it likes to eat grass. Xia Solstice nodded. This giant horned snoring beast is not actually a real creature. Even if it is not fed, it will not be hungry. But it can also eat, and as for what it likes to eat, of course, it is the Summer Solstice, which has the highest authority, who has the final say. Xia Solstice quietly modified the permissions of this giant horned snoring beast and let it recognize Luna as the second master, and completely obeying Luna's orders. The giantless snoring beast's eyes immediately became close when it looked at Luna. Summer Solstice lay down lazily on his recliner again. You love small animals. Luna was frolicking with the little snoring beast on the grass. Of course, my favorite is all kinds of animals. Whether it's an ordinary animal or a fantastic animal. Because with them, I feel very lively. Luna paused, then said softly, I like the lively feeling. Xia Solstice suddenly felt that Luna was lonely. I also like the lively feeling. Welcome to my house. My home is very lively. There are many people. You will like to make friends with them. He remembered Luna's life. Luna's father is a workaholic who works hard to raise his daughter, and correspondingly, neglects his daughter. And Luna's mother, who was killed on the spot for trying a problematic spell, was killed on the spot, and Luna, who was only 9 years old at the time, was at the scene and witnessed her mother's death. It's hard to say how much of a psychological shadow this incident will have on her. Luna smiled after hearing Xia Solstice's words, but I'm not sure if they will like me. But if you insist, we can give it a try. Xia Solstice asked again, you should have received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Luna nodded, I'm going to Diagon Alley in a few days to buy school stuff. I'm from Gryffindor, you can come to me at any time after you enroll, we're already friends, aren't we? Luna was gone, and as she left, she walked briskly like a Pokemon. The little scimitar snoring beast lay quietly on her shoulder. Until she left, she did not meet the friends of the Summer Solstice family as Xia Solstice said. Maybe she didn't want to make the Summer Solstice difficult, because she knew that she had never been very likable. The days of summer vacation are passing day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it is almost over. Cassandra and Hermione had also gone back long ago, and they couldn't have stayed at the Summer Solstice home all their vacation. Harry, on the other hand, followed Ron to the Weasleys' house. The home that was originally lively on the Summer Solstice was immediately empty again. But fortunately, there are still Nagini and Dobby at home, which makes Summer Solstice finally not feel so lonely. And Mr. Weasley would also hide from Mrs. Weasley from time to time, and quietly come over with Summer Solstice to study how to change some Muggle products. Sometimes Fred and George will come over from time to visit the Summer Solstice and share the results of the very cool pranks they have researched, but they will bring back some cooler prank props and some cool ideas at the Summer Solstice every time. These undoubtedly also make the holiday life of the Summer Solstice full of fun. Of course, Xia Solstice will never forget another cutie who can bring him fun. Late that night, Xia Solstice took out the long-sealed wooden box. The wooden box contained Voldemort's Horcrux diary, and the mutilated soul in the diary was Voldemort when he was a student. This diary, which can easily demagogue people, is a very dangerous item in the eyes of others. But Xia Solstice has a full level of brain occlusion, and is not afraid of the demagoguery of the diary at all. He unlocked the sealing magic of the wooden box and took out the diary from it. Xia Solstice looked at the diary in front of him. Item, Horcrux. Material, an ordinary diary from Muggles. Status, active. Mana, very high mana. Soul integrity, 30% of Voldemort's complete soul. Xia Solstice was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that the soul fragment in this diary was so large, accounting for 30% of Voldemort's entire soul. But it's normal to think about it. This diary is the first Horcrux made by Voldemort. When he was still a student, his magical attainments were not as powerful as later, and when he split his soul, he was not as skilled as later. And the production of Horcruxes can generally only make at most, except for Voldemort, a madman. Therefore, the remnant soul in this first Horcrux is the largest of all Voldemort's Horcruxes. Interesting. The corners of Xia Solstice's mouth rose slightly. He spread out the diary, then picked up the quill and accidentally dripped a little ink on the diary. As if he hadn't noticed it, the summer solstice began to write on it. My name is Summer Solstice and I'm going to be a second-year student at Hogwarts. I'm a Gryffindor. I hope that next year I can do well academically, and I can be loved by everyone and see flowers. I really want to please the teacher like my classmate Hermione Granger. Almost every teacher would smile at her. What an envy, it's a pity, I'm just a little transparent, and the eyes of the teachers will never stay on me for even a second. Oh, those girls have always only seen Harry Potter and his friends, and I would love to be such a striking and admired person. Xia Solstice scribbled in his notebook, describing himself as a little transparent who was worse than Neville, but eager to show off. Finally, at the summer solstice when he stopped writing, the dragon-flying phoenix-like handwriting left on the summer solstice gradually disappeared. Then on the notebook, which was restored to blank, a line of handwriting suddenly appeared, and the handwriting was dashing and flowing. Hello, my name is Tom Riddle. Here it comes. Xia Solstice felt a faint magical force sweeping towards his brain in the diary. Summer solstice is secretly disdainful. Tom's regency, since his student days, has not been used well. So obvious, is it afraid that others will not know? This level is probably 2 to 3 levels of devotion. The summer solstice of full-level cerebral occlusion is not panicked at all. But when he showed it, he seemed very scared and very panicked. Life in the world depends on acting skills. Summer solstice had already made up his mind to fool Tom, because he thought it would be very interesting and very pleasant. He hurriedly stood up, looked panicked, and even knocked his chair down. You, how can you write yourself? Xia Solstice looked frightened from a distance, and Xia Solstice found that handwriting began to appear automatically on the diary. Don't be afraid, Summer Solstice, I'm just a memory. It won't hurt you. Strictly speaking, I'm also your senior, Summer Solstice. I was in 6th grade when I left this memory. Xia Solstice swallowed his spit, and seemed to turn around and run away at any moment. Summer Solstice, the wish you just made, maybe I have a way to help you realize it. I still have a lot of experience on how to please teachers in various subjects. And I can also tutor you with your homework and make your grades improve by leaps and bounds. If you have a girl you like, I can also teach you how to please her. Well, Summer Solstice admits that Tom still has a few brushes. If the Summer Solstice is not a presenter, but really as he just said, he is a little transparent who is worse than Neville, and really moved by Tom's words. Can speak, will teach you skills, isn't this the grandfather itself? What an adventure of your own? There really aren't many people who can resist his temptation. Xia Solstice hesitated in place for a while, and finally sat back at the desk with trembling. Trembling, he picked up his quill and scribbled in his diary. Hello, Tom, may I call you that? Of course, Summer Solstice. Tom, are you really just a memory? Not some evil dark magic item? Of course I'm not a dark magic item. If I were a dark magic item, you would be dead when you opened me, or even touched me. Well, I trust you, Tom. So, is what you just said true? Can help me fulfill my wishes? I will try to help you. The homework in the 2nd grade is still very simple for me. As for how to build a good relationship with teachers in various subjects, this is also my strength. You are so good, no wonder you can leave such a magical diary when you were in 6th grade. Can I have a question for you? Summer Solstice, you asked. Where did you get me? I mean, this diary. When I went to Diagon Alley today to buy something, I ran into a fight in the bookstore. The scene was chaotic. The book I bought also fell to the ground. In a panic, I immediately picked up the book and left. I came back and found this diary sandwiched in my textbook. I saw that although the diary looked old, it seemed to be blank, so I wanted to write a diary on it. I'm poor, so. The lie of the summer solstice is basically a matter of lifting the pen without hesitation at all. Tom was silent for a moment, and then the summer solstice once again felt that Tom had been in the sealed wooden box, and in that wooden box, he was asleep. Only by opening the wooden box will he wake up. So he had to confirm whether the summer solstice was lying. Tom confirmed that the summer solstice was not lying after taking the thought, so he did not doubt that he would not know that the summer solstice had such a powerful brain closure technique. Are you a half-blood wizard? Or are you a wizard from a muggle family? Tom carefully inquired about the summer solstice's family background. He did not ask the pure-blood wizard, because pure-blood wizards are generally not so poor, and the performance of the summer solstice is timid and cowardly in his eyes, and he does not have the grace and calmness of pure-blood wizards at all. Tom has this understanding because when Tom was studying, the Weasleys were not as tight as they are now. I don't know because I grew up in an orphanage. I don't know who my parents are. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have asked, but you don't have to feel inferior, because I'm also from a muggle orphanage. Ah, so we're so alike. The Muggle orphanage I came from is in London, called the Woods Orphanage, but I vowed never to go back there. Hogwarts is my home. Summer solstice, unbelievably, we came from the same Muggle orphanage? Tom was genuinely surprised. Tom, it turns out that you are also from the Woo orphanage? You are amazing, you can be so good. Unlike me, I am a little transparent. My grades are not good, and my popularity is also poor. Next, Tom patiently comforted this inferior and cowardly junior. Can you tell me, who is the greatest wizard right now? Tom asked, sure he could hear his name from the mouth of the summer solstice. Tom has this confidence, and his future self will definitely become the greatest wizard. Tom in the diary has only memories of Voldemort before his 6th year. So at this time, he didn't know that his future self had become a wisp of remnant soul, surviving for a long time. People say that the greatest wizard of this century is Albus Dumbledore. Summer Solstice wrote honestly. Gone. It's gone. Haven't you heard of anything else, great wizard? Tom doesn't want to believe that his future self is so nameless. Actually, there is another person, but this person, I can only tell you here. You must not tell others, otherwise I will be arrested and locked up in Azkaban. Who is that person? Don't worry, you tell me, I can't tell anyone else. Well, then I'll tell you. In fact, I think that the greatest wizard of this century is not Dumbledore, but another wizard, and everyone else calls him the mysterious man, and people don't even dare to call him by his name. I think his life is what I envision. Who is that person? Tom asked a little impatiently. He called himself Lord Voldemort, and he led his men who called themselves Death Eaters. I have achieved a feat that everyone has to look up to, if only I had the majesty of him. Tom was praised very comfortably, and through the recitation, he knew that this envy and admiration of the summer solstice was true. Then why don't you say he's the greatest wizard of the century? Because he disappeared, everyone else said he died. What? Tom felt unbelievable, such a powerful self. He would also die? But didn't he make a Horcrux? Tom speculated that something must have gone wrong with his body and really almost died, but since the Horcrux is still there, it proves that the body is safe, but it is possible that the situation will not be too good. Tom, do you know Voldemort too? Me? Of course I know him, and I admire him just as much as you do. Tom found that the little wizard seemed to admire himself very much, so he planned to take a word from him. Summer Solstice solemnly wrote, very good. Tom, as long as you blow Voldemort, then you are my good brother? This directly confused Tom. He really didn't expect that this little guy would admire himself so much, or rather, envious of the strength and power he got. Tom understands that the more people lack something, the more they want to get. A small transparent who has been inferior and ignored for a long time naturally wants to gain the strength and power that thousands of people admire. And the image of Voldemort happens to be the object of his longing. Tom still intends to test it. After all, if his own body has fallen, then there must be very few people who still support Voldemort at this time. Even his own Death Eaters are still loyal to themselves, and there are certainly few left who would betray him, and who would remain loyal to him. He could even guess now. Tom was silent for a moment, and hesitantly wrote a sentence. You long for Voldemort? But aren't people all afraid of him because of his strength? Yes, Tom, don't you envy that feeling of being scared by everyone and making everyone look up to it? That feeling, it must be very good. Xia Solstice wrote freely, as if he had finally found an old friend who could talk to at will, not spitting up. That's right. It's the same feeling I've always wanted, Tom agreed. You just said you're a Gryff in 730. But with your personality, you should be in Slytherin. Tom wondered again. This was obviously an ambitious person. How could he be sorted into Gryffindor? That dirty hat told me that I did have some ambition, but my talent wasn't worthy of a Slytherin. This incident seemed to make Xia Solstice very angry, so much so that when he wrote, he used a lot of force, and if it weren't for the diary being a Horcrux, the paper would have been cut by him long ago. Tom, do you know how angry I was then? I almost got sorted into Hufflepuff, where the pile of rice buckets stayed. Tom patiently comforted Summer Solstice, and then did not doubt it again. It is true that people who are ambitious, but have little talent and ability, cannot get into Slytherin. A stupid thing like the Summer Solstice really wasn't for Slytherin. After Tom's language temptation and mind reading of the mind, Summer Solstice's personality was completely exposed to Tom. He thought he had fully understood the situation of this idiot. This is a fool who has little ability, but is very ambitious, and wants to get power and strength. Tom secretly rejoiced. Such a fool is the best to control, and people like Xia Solstice can just be used by themselves. Tom's idea was simple. As long as he slowly gains the trust of the Summer Solstice, then he can slowly absorb the life force and soul of the Summer Solstice. When the life force and soul of the Summer Solstice are fully absorbed, then Tom can successfully possess the body and be completely resurrected. Although the state of resurrection is Tom in youth. But as long as he finds his main remnant soul and fuses with it, by that time, Voldemort in his heyday will be truly resurrected. Summer Solstice, Voldemort is so powerful. Why did he disappear? Was it defeated by Dumbledore? Oh, no, I've heard people say, I don't know why, when he was about to kill a boy, his spell somehow bounced off and hit himself. Since that day, Voldemort has disappeared. Xia Solstice's expression was a little regretful. Tom was shocked. He thought he was defeated by Dumbledore, but he didn't expect that he died at the hands of a little furry child. This kind of ending, he can't accept. That boy's name is Harry Potter, and people in the wizarding world know his name because he defeated the mysterious man? Oh yes, he entered Hogwarts the same year as me. He was also in Gryffindor, and he was my classmate. The eye-catching, admirable Harry Potter you talked about at the beginning. Yes. It's really incomprehensible. He just defeated Voldemort by luck. He doesn't even know how he did it. Why can he be loved by everyone? Summer Solstice looked jealous. Tom was silent for a moment, and he changed his mind. Now, he wants to use the summer solstice to take himself to Hogwarts and open the Chamber of Secrets. Then summon the basilisk to kill the boy named Harry Potter. Moreover, at Hogwarts, there are more opportunities to gain the full trust of the summer solstice. It's a two-pronged thing. So, Tom began his demagoguery. Summer solstice, you can do this too. I can help you. As I told you before, I can help you with your homework and teach you how to please the teachers. I believe you, Tom. It won't be long before school starts. I look forward to that. Yes, you can take me to school. I still know Hogwarts Castle very well. I can take you to some interesting places. I promise you haven't found it before. That's great. By the way, I'm very interested in alchemy, but my qualifications are very poor, and when I learn it myself, I can't learn it at all. Do you know alchemy? Of course, I have also studied alchemy. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Next, Xia Solstice pretended to be a novice alchemist and was asking Tom for advice. At the current level of the summer solstice, of course, Tom's guidance is not needed, but it has to be admitted that Tom is indeed a quick and talented person. Although he can't learn anything from him, such a talented person, Xia Solstice is always easy to get some unexpected inspiration when discussing problems with him. The purpose of Xia Solstice's diary, in addition to teasing Tom, is also partly to whitewash his creative and inspired ideas. Let the enemy help him find a way to make himself stronger. Xia Solstice just thinks about it as funny. Of course, after getting the Slytherin wand, Summer Solstice had the idea of taking away the basilisk. You Tom can control the basilisk, but I can't the Summer Solstice? I can also be Parseltongue. I still have a Slytherin wand, and I have a year of snake raising, Nagini, experience. And Xia Solstice is also curious about what it looks like in the secret room. Will there be some secrets that Tom did not discover back then? Although the real summer solstice may be sorted by the sorting hat to Azkaban without hesitation. But he does have some Gryffindor characteristics in his bones, such as this strong desire to explore. His first wand was the Wand of Ebony, and the wizards chosen by the Wand of Ebony were those who liked to explore and had a strong desire to explore. Summer Solstice chatted with the diary for a long time before locking it back into the box. The diary in the box will involuntarily fall into a deep sleep, knowing nothing about the outside world. In this way, it will not know everything about what is happening around itself like the original. Summer Solstice put the wooden box into another ring that cast the traceless stretching charm. After all, there is no way to put a diary into the ring. The start of school is approaching. Summer Solstice is going to Diagon Alley today to buy things that will be used for the next semester. Dobby originally wanted to do it for him, but Summer Solstice politely refused, because he had already made an appointment to visit Diagon Alley with Cassandra today. He didn't need to prophesy to know that if he dared to let Cassandra's plane go, his fate might be miserable. Summer Solstice put on his own coat and prepared to phantom directly to Diagon Alley. Although this place is far from Diagon Alley, the summer solstice, which has a huge amount of magic, will not feel difficult at all. Xia Solstice walked out of the door, took a long breath of fresh air, and then said hello to the bent Uncle Blackhorn and was ready to go. Now, the summer solstice is in a very pleasant mood. He asked Dobby and Nagini to stay at home and told them to call him with an improved D.ring if anything happened. Yes, Nagini and Dobby have also joined Huiche's DA. Nagini has even become a DA instructor, and Summer Solstice no longer needs to spend energy teaching any spells to D. members. As for Dobby, Summer Solstice also gave him a task, that is, to try to contact the expelled elves and find a way to abduct them all home. It's just that there are very few wandering elves with unique ideas like Dobby, and if ordinary elves are fired, they will only hide, be ashamed to see people, and then end up depressed. But Dobby is still trying to find it. Just when Summer Solstice wanted the Phantom Transfiguration to leave, suddenly, a childish voice came from the sky. Dad? Father? I finally found you? Xia Solstice looked up with a confused expression. How could anyone call Daddy? Then the Summer Solstice saw a hideous-looking Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Xia Solstice's brows immediately wrinkled into a bitter orange. Isn't this noble? Wasn't it sent to Romania? How did it end up here? A series of question marks flashed through Summer Solstice's mind. Dad? Father? I met a bunch of very bad people. They kidnapped me to a place called Romania. They're super bad, and there are many other dragons imprisoned there. Summer Solstice, who has the talent of druids, heard Nobert's words very clearly. I flew for a long time before I finally found you. Dad, I miss you so much. Noble landed heavily in front of the Summer Solstice, splashing a large pile of dirt. Xia Solstice looked at the flying lawn with distress. Nagini had already pulled out her wand. She couldn't understand Nobo's words, but she saw a hideous-looking dragon fly down and pounce in front of the Summer Solstice. She also thought that this dragon wanted to attack the Summer Solstice. The Summer Solstice stopped Nagini from the spell that was about to erupt. He turned to Noble and said seriously, Listen, I'm not your dad, you can't stay here, Romania is where you should be. There are your kind. Noble lowered his head in aggrievedness, and the bean-sized tears fell to the ground with a click. Daddy doesn't want me? Woohoo. I'm not your father. You look at me, look at yourself. There is nothing like good between us. There is not a dragon hidden here on the summer solstice. And the reason why dragons are rated XXXXX creatures is because they are difficult to tame and uncontrollable. If he kept Noble here, he couldn't imagine what he would do when he left the house, without restraints. Demolition is just to tear down a piece of furniture. If this thing is demolished, it is estimated to be a veritable house demolition. Definitely dismantled cleaner than the professional team. When the summer solstice returns, it is still a problem whether you can find this place. Therefore, the summer solstice is not willing to let Noble stay. Noble looked at his body, and then at the summer solstice. Noble knows, Norbo is not like Dad, Noble is like Mom. Dad, where is Mom? Poof. Summer solstice was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. How did he know where Noble's mother was? The devil knows where Coral got the dragon eggs. Summer solstice glanced at the time, or wouldn't he accompany Cassandra to go shopping today? The reason is that my family has a dragon, and calls me Dad. It is estimated that Cassandra will give the summer solstice an explosion spell before she finishes listening. Xia Solstice ran into the shed next to the house, took out his suitcase, and then politely invited the unicorn inside. He came to Noble, go in. Stay inside honestly today. If you can stay inside and not make trouble, I won't drive you away. Noble nodded happily, and then plunged into his suitcase. Xia Solstice closed the lid of the box, locked it carefully, and then uneasily added several layers of protective spells to lock the box. Nagini said in surprise, "You're that dragon's daddy." Of course not. Summer Solstice sat on the box with a headache. It was hatched at Hogwarts. I went to see it come out of the shell. I didn't expect it to be very sticky to me as soon as it was born. Later I sent it to Romania. Unexpectedly, it flew back on its own. Nagini smiled and said, "You do have a very strong affinity in you. When I was a snake before, I was also attracted by this breath of yours, so I had the idea of going with you. In fact, the breath that makes Nagini close comes from the Parcel tongue language, and what attracts Noble is because of the druid talent. You're different." Xia Solstice originally planned to leave the suitcase behind, but after thinking about it, he was still not at ease, so he took the suitcase with him. He put his suitcase into his coat, a pocket that cast a traceless stretching charm. Put the box in the pocket of the clothes. Even if Noble sneaks out, it is only the clothes of the summer solstice, and it will not hurt the summer solstice in the slightest. Summer Solstice prepared several more layers of security before setting off for Diagon Alley. As soon as Summer Solstice appeared at the mouth of Diagon Alley, she saw the exquisitely dressed Cassandra and the house elf K-Fi beside her. After seeing the Summer Solstice appear, K-Fi respectfully saluted and disappeared in place. "You actually made a lady wait for you for so long." Cassandra looked at the Summer Solstice a little angrily. "Hey, I don't want to. Something happened temporarily, and I almost couldn't catch up. What is so important?" "Oh, a dragon I used to hatch suddenly came and I figured out how to deal with it, so." Cassandra looked at the Summer Solstice with sharp eyes. "You can make up excuses now, don't you? What I said is true." Humph. In the list of items for the beginning of school, Lockhart's set of textbooks is special. This Lockhart is also a talent. This is to let students buy textbooks. This is obviously to sell their own books. And the price is not cheap, which makes it difficult for many little wizards who are not very well off. "I've read all of Lockhart's books," Cassandra said. "Although the story is good, it always feels unreal. My mom really liked his books. It's right if it doesn't feel real." Xia Solstice opened a package of BB multi-flavored beans on the side, and casually took out a bean and threw it into his mouth. "What professor do you see asking students to buy their own set of bestsellers as textbooks?" Summer Solstice naturally knew that Lockhart was going to be a professor at Hogwarts, and Cassandra had already learned the news from Lady Worley. "Do you say his experiences are all fake?" Cassandra asked. "Fake or not, naturally there is Professor Dumbledore's identification, defense against the dark arts class or something. Anyway, I don't care." Summer Solstice didn't have that interest and now debunked Lockhart's lies. Although he knew that Lockhart was a scum who stole other people's memories as his own experience, Dumbledore finally recruited a defense against the dark arts professor, and once he exposed it himself, the old dunhead should be troubled again. This year, the professors of the defense against the dark arts class are all year old, and this year, except for Lockhart, no one is willing to apply for this position. It's hard to wait for such a sacrifice. Anyway, Lockhart will not escape this year, although the diary was cut off by the summer solstice in advance, so Lockhart will definitely hit the street this year in a way that even the summer solstice does not know for the time being. Xia Solstice was not interested in giving him a divination or something. Today Lockhart had a book signing at Lizzie Bookstore, so there were a lot of people lining up at the bookstore. Summer Solstice and Cassandra, who had no interest in huddling with others, walked around a lot, bought everything else, and finally came to Lycan Bookstore to buy Lockhart's books. But when they arrived, Lycan Bookstore was still crowded. Xia Solstice frowned. "Or let's go back, let the owl place the order, and then let them use the owl to send the book with us." Cassandra had no opinion, and it was not at all elegant to squeeze in line with so many people. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, there was a commotion in the Lycan Bookstore. "Dad? Hit him?" Summer Solstice heard Fred's voice coming out from a distance. "Huh." Summer Solstice was a little puzzled. It seemed that Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy had fought. Summer Solstice felt that something was wrong. Lucius Malfoy's diary had been taken by his master, and it was logical that this should not be fought. Originally, Lucius Malfoy provoked Mr. Weasley, and finally fought, just to create chaos, mixing the diary in Ginny's old books, and now the diary is gone. Why is this fighting? As soon as Summer Solstice entered the Lycan bookstore, he saw Lucius Malfoy playing Mr. Weasley. Seeing Fred and George who were still shouting excitedly there, Summer Solstice wanted to go up and give them a kick in the ass. His own father is fighting with others, and he is obviously downwind. When his sons does not help, he still shelves to watch the excitement. It's really better to make 2 pieces of char siu than to give them raw. Summer Solstice squeezed through the crowd, grabbed Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy by the collars with both hands, and lifted the 2 adults from the ground so easily and separated. Oh, Summer Solstice, your strength is really great. Let's play the chaser position on the team next school year. I think you can definitely throw the ball into the frame with the goalkeeper on the opposite side. The Summer Solstice was speechless for a while. These are really 2 living treasures. Oh, thank you for the Summer Solstice. Mrs. Weasley came over to thank her, and then pulled Mr. Weasley over to complain. Lucius Malfoy struggled to shake off Solstice's hand grabbing his collar, then returned Ginny's old textbook back to her crucible. Take your book, little girl, this is the best thing your daddy can give you. Lucius Malfoy turned his head to see that it was the Summer Solstice, and then snorted disdainfully, nosy mudblood. Then turn around and want to go. Lucius Malfoy had been frightened all this time, worried day and night that his master would come to him again, and this Arthur Weasley also came to search his estate every few days. He had been holding his stomach for a long time, and he was about to punch Arthur Weasley out of anger just now, but he was stopped by this mudblood. He had heard of this one called Summer Solstice. He has always been proud, and naturally he can't look at Xia Solstice, an orphan from a Muggle orphanage, so this is purely Xia Solstice. I can't afford to mess with anyone else, you orphan, dirty mudblood I can't afford to mess with? What did you say? Xia Solstice's voice suddenly became very calm. Lucius Malfoy repeated disdainfully in a voice that everyone could hear, I say, nosy mudblood. Dirty, lowly. Bang. Before Xia Solstice could finish speaking, he went up and kicked him in the stomach. Before Lucius Malfoy could react, he flew out and knocked down 2 bookshelves in a row before stopping. Everyone was stunned, and no one expected that Xia Solstice would directly beat people. Malfoy clutched his stomach and struggled to get up. Xia Solstice went up and stepped on his face, knocking his whole person back on the ground. Summer Solstice polished the soles of his shoes vigorously on his face. Then he bent down and said in a voice that only Lucius Malfoy could hear, don't think that everyone can be as well behaved as Professor Dumbledore. If, again, let me hear you say that word to me, I will be in your face. Let the Mar 1.2 Fu family completely become history. Lucius Malfoy raised his head angrily, wanting to scold this mudblood for not measuring himself, but when he saw the look in Xia Solstice's eyes, he subconsciously closed his mouth. That gaze was terrifying, as if he had seen the gaze of his master, even though the boy in front of him looked to be 11 or 12 years old. He had a strong premonition that if he dared to refute any sentence, he would probably die. This feeling has never been stronger. Xia Solstice has always prided himself on being a good person, kind-hearted, sunny personality, and always polite, and not a dark lord. The premise is that you don't provoke him. People like Lucius can only bully old man Dang who acts according to the rules at most, and Xia Solstice has never been a person who likes to follow the rules. Lucius Malfoy left the Lycan bookstore in ashes with the help of his son Draco Malfoy. Originally, according to Lucius's character, this matter could not be let go so simply. At the very least, let Summer Solstice be expelled from Hogwarts. But that look in the eyes of the Summer Solstice was too terrifying, exactly the same as the eyes of his own master that day. Originally, Lucius would not be afraid of a child's eyes, but these days he was too sensitive and had nightmares every night. In the dream, it was all the eyes of the Dark Lord who saw through the red light. So today, when he saw the godlike eyes of the Dark Lord of the Summer Solstice, he PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, on the spot. There is no longer any thought of resistance and revenge. You're too impulsive, Summer Solstice. Cassandra looked at the Summer Solstice with some reproach. It's not impulsive. If I am impulsive, he can't get out of this door. Xia Solstice said calmly. The Weasleys also gathered around, along with Harry and Hermione. Everyone looked at the Summer Solstice with concern, and they 25 believed that Lucius Malfoy would never let go of the Summer Solstice. You could be fired. Hermione said worriedly. I think there are many things that are more important than not being fired. Xia Solstice suddenly smiled. If I am fired, I will go with Hagrid as a hunting ground guard. He had already seen Hagrid. Hagrid strode in outside. I saw everything just now. Summer Solstice, I think you were really impulsive, but I have to say, that kick is really beautiful. I will react truthfully to Professor Dumbledore. It was that Lucius Malfoy who insulted you first. You can't be fired. At this time, the clerk of Lycan bookstore originally wanted to come up to stop Xia Solstice, but after seeing Hagrid, who had a big waist and a round waist, they were so frightened that they stood in place and did not dare to come up again. Seeing this, Xia Solstice threw out a money bag containing Jin Garen, and the clerk sent Xia Solstice out of the door with great thanks. Solstice and Hermione said goodbye to them and left with Cassandra. Cassandra didn't say a word on the way. She secretly glanced at the summer solstice. The look in your eyes just now. It's really scary. Because I'm really angry. I usually rarely get angry. Because that. Words? Mudblood? No, or not quite. Xia Solstice shook his head, or it's caused by my special experience. I have zero tolerance for those who dare to show malice to me. Summer Solstice doesn't shy away from making friends with people of any status, whether it's the greatest white wizard or the lowest ranking house elf. But if anyone dares to provoke the Summer Solstice and shows hostility towards him, he will generally not tolerate it. Today, if not in the bookstore, but in full view, Lucius Malfoy would have to peel off several layers of skin even if he didn't die. Xia Solstice suddenly glanced at the surrounding environment, and he found that they seemed to have unknowingly arrived in a completely unknown place. There are many buildings around this place, but there is not a single pedestrian. Summer Solstice keenly discovered that something was wrong with this place. This is no longer Diagon Alley. Cassandra was silent for a long moment. I believe you, Summer Solstice. No matter what happens later. Xia Solstice suddenly raised his hand, and before Cassandra's words were completely finished, he was rudely pushed out by Xia Solstice, and 4 solid earthen walls rose out of thin air on the ground, protecting Cassandra inside. A green spell suddenly appeared and shot towards the chest of the Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice didn't even pull out his wand, and casually shook out a small silver ball. The ball immediately turned into a small round and delicate shield, easily blocking the death spell. Boom! Another explosion spell flew in. Xia Solstice raised his hand and waved it casually, and an iron armor spell appeared, directly bouncing the explosion spell back. Then there were several screams in the distance. At this time, figures float in the surrounding buildings. In an instant, countless spell rays attacked towards the Summer Solstice. After successfully dodging a wave of fire, the Summer Solstice Hound pulled out his ebony wand with his backhand, which has now increased by 50%. Sass. The ebony wand swung violently, cutting through the air and making a crisp sound. The ground under Xia Solstice suddenly shattered. A giant python composed of dirt swept up as if it had been swept up by a hurricane. The giant python circled around the Summer Solstice, blocking the spells from all directions. The giant python composed of dirt and gravel slammed forward, and someone was exclaiming and attacking this giant python with a magic spell. Summer Solstice waved his wand again, and patches of solidified black clouds suddenly descended from the sky. Countless thunder flashed in the black clouds, and then slashed down fiercely. Click. Ugh. Several more screams rang out. Presumably an attacker had been struck by lightning. Although there were many people on the other side, Xia Solstice was still calm, methodically eliminating these attackers one by one. Sass. The wand cut through the air again. A large fiery red bird flew out of its wand with a blazing red light and rushed towards those figures around it. All those touched by the firebird immediately turned into a pile of ashes. The firebird instantly pounced on the building, and the endless flames spread directly into it, and all the attackers hidden inside had nowhere to escape. Ugh. Not good. Let's go. Nope. The voices of despair are endless. After a while, there were no more screams around. There are no more spells that are flying in one after another. The attackers all appear to be dead. Xia Solstice raised his left hand, and then suddenly clenched his fist, and the crimson flames on the surrounding buildings were instantly extinguished. Only the giant snake made of dirt remained. The giant snake circled around the body of the Summer Solstice around 480, and looked ahead. The Summer Solstice did not let his guard down because the attackers around him were wiped out. Snap, snap, snap. Xia Solstice looked into the distance. The dust gradually fell to the ground, and a thin figure came out of the dust, but it was spotless. Xia Solstice looked coldly at the man in front of him who was wearing a black cloak and covering his face. The man was clapping his hands now. Very good, very good. What an outstanding magical talent this is. It is worthy of being the son of those two. Xia Solstice's hand that was originally holding the wand suddenly clenched. You recognize my parents? Who are you again? Why bring someone to kill me? At first, Summer Solstice thought that Lucius Malfoy had suddenly become very courageous, ready to call a bunch of people and beat himself to death. But Summer Solstice thought that he could mobilize so many powerful wizards to besiege him, and it seemed that Malfoy did not have such influence yet. And this is obviously a trap laid out in advance, so it was definitely not directed by Lucius Malfoy. Just when Xia Solstice was uncertain about the identity of the other party, the mysterious man with the black cloak actually mentioned Xia Solstice's parents. If you can beat me, I'll tell you. The cloaked man took out a strangely shaped wand and pulled down the cloak. Under the cloak is an Asian face. The pupils of the Summer Solstice contracted abruptly. Black hair and black eyes, Asian faces. Is it also a celestial empire? If you want to fight, come on. Xia Solstice said calmly. At this time, he said Chinese. The middle-aged man on the other side smiled. Boy, you're arrogant. Sure enough, it was the sons of those two people, and this arrogant appearance was exactly the same. What middle-aged people say is also Chinese. Xia Solstice has already understood that this person must be inextricably linked to his own life. Although he has no feelings for his parents in this life, but, after all, it is the parents, and it is also a good thing if you can find news of them. Xia Solstice didn't say more than half a word of nonsense, and the earth giant snake hovering in front of him slammed towards the middle-aged man. Looking at the menacing giant snake in front of him, the middle-aged man did not panic, flicked his wand, and the movement of the giant snake suddenly froze. The middle-aged man raised his left hand and swung towards the giant snake, and the giant snake suddenly turned into dust in the sky again. Summer Solstice pupils shrunk. This was magic he had never seen before. Could this be a spell from the Celestial Empire? Although this is just an ordinary temptation of the summer solstice, his transfiguration technique was easily lifted, and it was also the first time that the summer solstice met. Xia Solstice has 10 points of transfiguration mastery, and his transfiguration is not something that anyone can crack. The strength of this middle-aged man attracted his attention. Xia Solstice was surprised, but he didn't know that the middle-aged man's heart was also shocked. Originally, according to his estimates, how advanced could a child's transfiguration be? He only needs one spell to lift it. But when he waved his wand, the python only froze for a moment. After the stagnation, there is still the momentum to pounce. As a last resort, he had to secretly use the treasure at the bottom of the box. In fact, when the middle-aged man waved his left hand, he was not using any special magic as Xia Solstice thought. Instead, it sprinkles an extraordinarily precious medicinal powder that can render any camouflage or transfiguration ineffective. And the refining materials of this medicinal powder, several have been extinct, use a little less. The middle-aged man is relaxed on the surface, but in fact, he is very distressed. Fortunately, Xia Solstice did not know that the opposite side would have to pay a great price to lift his transfiguration, so he did not use transfiguration again. But the summer solstice's skills are not just like transfiguration. Xia Solstice saw that the middle-aged man stood still relaxed after lifting his transfiguration, and his expression suddenly became serious. In fact, although the middle-aged man looked relaxed, he hadn't completely slowed down. Xia Solstice pinched the end of the wand with his left hand, and suddenly pulled out a dark blue flame, and the flame turned into a dark blue phoenix, and slammed into the middle-aged man's face. After the phoenix pounced, Xia Solstice did not wait, but raised his hand to be 2 spells that emitted blazing light. He didn't use the death-seeking spell. He had to leave this man with his life. He still had questions to ask him. The middle-aged man held his wand in his left hand, chanted words in his mouth, and then his left hand suddenly greeted the dark blue phoenix watching the summer solstice. 2 thick bolts of lightning slashed out from his palm and slashed fiercely at the phoenix. The figure of the dark blue phoenix was slightly stunned, and the blue flame on its body suddenly dissipated. The middle-aged man used a short-distance phantom transfiguration to continuously dodge the spell attack of the summer solstice, and he kept chanting words in his mouth, and then his strangely shaped demon. The staff suddenly pointed towards the fierce fire phoenix who was watching the summer solstice. A huge thunder dragon composed of thunder and lightning flew out from the tip of his wand and slammed into the fire phoenix fiercely. The summer solstice saw such cool magic for the first time, or rather, is it a spell? The thunder dragon and the phoenix fought in the sky. The summer solstice crimson spell ray on the ground and the middle-aged man's green spell ray were directly confronted. Boom. Xia Solstice's expression was still relaxed, while the middle-aged man had a hideous expression. He originally thought that the summer solstice was young, even if he had unique achievements in transfiguration, but his magic power must not be comparable to himself. So he deliberately went against the summer solstice. But under this pair, the middle-aged man almost regretted slapped himself. The magic power of the summer solstice was originally endless, plus he used an ebony wand that he had improved and could increase the power of the spell by 50%. As soon as they first met, the middle-aged man was almost shot away. Fortunately, he is also a powerful mage with profound mana after all. With all my strength, I finally survived. But it is not a way to continue to fight with the summer solstice in this way, so he decisively took the initiative to disconnect from the summer solstice. Boom. Click. The battle between the 2 men was extremely fierce. In the end, that middle-aged man could only rely on his rich combat experience and summer solstice, but he knew that he was about to lose because his mana was about to run out. Finally, after an oversight, the middle-aged man was successfully attacked by the unicorn shadow released by the summer solstice. The unicorn horn carried a disarming curse and slammed it on the back of that middle-aged man. Ugh. The middle-aged man screamed and threw himself to the ground, and his strangely shaped wand fell into Xia Solstice's hands. Xia Solstice raised his hand and glanced at the wand. This wand was a little thick, pitch black throughout, and the body of the wand was curved, like a small wooden golden snake sword. At this time, the thunder dragon in the sky directly dissipated in the air because it had no mana support. Summer Solstice retracts his fire phoenix and unicorn shadow. Slowly walking towards the middle-aged man who fell to the ground, he did not let his guard down. He found that the strength of this middle-aged man was just like that, except for the hand that lifted his transfiguration at the beginning, and the magnificent thunder dragon. There was no bright performance that could be mastered. In fact, if Xia Solstice had continued to use transfiguration just now, the middle-aged man would have already lost. Now, I think it's time for you to tell me what I want to know. Summer Solstice's wand pointed at the middle-aged man. Ha, hee. The middle-aged man suddenly sneered. Do you think you really won? Xia Solstice was secretly on guard, and at the same time prepared to make up for a coma spell for the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man suddenly exploded, popping out a large black fog. Summer Solstice and took 3 steps back in surprise, but his talent for crisis alertness was not released. Move. This proves that the middle-aged man did not attack him. However, what was he doing when he suddenly made such a big movement? With a wave of the summer solstice wand, a gust of wind blew through, and those black fogs were blown away in a blink of an eye. It's just that where the middle-aged man was lying, only a black cloak remained, and it was a severed finger that was burned black. Xia Solstice frowned slightly. It was another magic that he had never seen before, and he did not notice that the other party had used phantom transfiguration. But what kind of escape magic is this? Ding! This is magic from the mysterious East, the golden cicada shells. You can escape in a desperate situation, but you have to pay a heavy price to leave limbs? Cassandra is now completely confused. When she was still talking to Xia Solstice, she was suddenly rudely pushed away by Xia Solstice. Then, she was surrounded by 4 impregnable earthen walls. Immediately afterwards, she heard the sound of fierce fighting outside. Cassandra finally reacted, and it was an attack. It was only before the battle began. Xia Solstice protected her in advance. She really wanted to go out to help, but no matter how she slapped the wall, the summer solstice outside didn't let her out. Since Cassandra had been attacked before, she thought that this attack was also coming at her, and the summer solstice was once again affected by her. So, at this moment, she felt very guilty, knowing that she might be in danger. Why did she pull the summer solstice out to buy things? The enemies outside sound like a lot, although the summer solstice is powerful, but he alone, can he really deal with it? Cassandra took out her wand and tried to lift the transfiguration of the summer solstice, and then went out to help, but she tried her best and couldn't hurt the 4 walls in the slightest. Gradually, the sound of the battle outside fell silent, and Cassandra's heart gradually sank. Isn't the summer solstice already? She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Fortunately, she soon heard the voice of the summer solstice again, although he spoke in a language she could not understand. The sound of battle came from outside again, and this time the opponent of the summer solstice seemed to be only one person. But the battle 457 seems to be more intense. Just when Cassandra was worried and began to think cranky, the earthen walls were untied. Cassandra saw the summer solstice again, and although the summer solstice at this time looked a little worried, it was unscathed. She forcibly resisted the urge to rush up and hug the summer solstice, and said insincerely, "Hey, you. Are you okay? This time it's getting you again. It's good if you run away by yourself next time. This little thing, I can do it myself." Xia Solstice was slightly stunned, and immediately understood that she was thinking wrong. He stepped forward and gently hugged Cassandra. Before Cassandra could finish her insincere words, she was interrupted by a hug from the summer solstice. Xia Solstice felt the slightly trembling body in his arms, and smiled and comforted. "It's okay, Cassandra, no one can hurt me, and they are not coming at you either. They came to kill me, and strictly speaking, this time I implicated you." The summer solstice let go of Cassandra and saw her surprised look. "For you? But why did they come to kill you?" Xia Solstice took out the captured wand and frowned slightly. "I don't know, I just know that this may have something to do with my background. My parents are related." Cassandra glanced at the wand in summer solstice's hand. "Is this the wand of those people? Such a weird wand, I've never seen it before. Do you want to ask Professor Dumbledore?" Summer Solstice nodded. Dumbledore is so old, he must be more knowledgeable than himself. It is really possible to know the origin of this wand. Perhaps, he can also get the message of his parents from him. Solstice put the wand away again. "Next, we'll have to figure out where this is. It is clear that this is no longer Diagon Alley, and even, most likely, it is not England anymore." "You mean, we were walking around Diagon Alley and accidentally left England? But how is this possible? Magic things, anything can happen." Xia Solstice smiled and said, "Okay, after we figure out where this place is, let's quickly find a way to go back. Your father should worry about it later." Cassandra snorted softly, and if it weren't for the summer solstice's good hearing, she almost thought she didn't answer. It's just that summer solstice doesn't know that Cassandra's heart is already in turmoil now. Why did he take the initiative to hug me just now? Is the wood going to get the hang of it? What if he suddenly confesses to me? The summer solstice certainly doesn't have as much inner drama as Cassandra. He was just curious now. He didn't know where he had been teleported unknowingly. To be reasonable, this magic is quite remarkable, allowing enemies to be teleported into arranged traps before they know it. He looked around, and it was clear that an anti-phantom transfiguration spell had been placed here. The summer solstice flew into the sky and took a look, and saw that this area except for this place that looked like a ruin, there were buildings, and the rest of the area was woods and hills. "I can't tell where it is. There are anti-phantom transfiguration spells arranged here, and I don't know how large the range is. Do we have to go out to get the phantom transfiguration?" Cassandra looked at the surrounding forest, then at her delicate dress. This is the Christmas gift that Summer Solstice gave her last year, and she has always cherished it. She does not want to wear this most precious dress of her own. "Not necessarily." Xia Solstice smiled, and then pulled out a suitcase in his coat pocket. "By the way, you have unicorns in your suitcase. We can ride unicorns out of here," Cassandra said happily. "Oh, probably more exciting than that." "Cassandra, let's get something more exciting," Summer Solstice said and opened the suitcase. "Noble, come out." Brush. A huge figure emerged from the suitcase. Cassandra was taken aback. Boom. Noble flew into the sky, then descended sharply, and landed with a perfect score. Xia Solstice waved his hand, and the dust in the sky immediately disappeared without a trace. Noble looked at the summer solstice excitedly. Dad? Father? I'm not well behaved? I've always stayed in the box, very obedient, you won't drive me away. Well, Norbert, you're great, I won't drive you away. Noble was so happy that he wanted to stay put. The summer solstice stopped it, and such a behemoth spread joy in place, causing the effect to explode a little. It is estimated that Gaia has to say an insider when he comes. Cassandra looked at Noble in front of her in surprise. Isn't this Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback dragon? You said it had been sent to Romania. Yes. Remember what I explained to you today. Today he suddenly flew back to me. Then there was a little delay. So what I said is true, it's just that you didn't believe it. So you've been carrying a dragon shopping with me today. Strictly speaking, a dragon in your pocket. Cassandra was amused by the summer solstice. Noble, this is my good friend, you are not allowed to hurt her. You know, I can keep you, but all my friends, you are not allowed to hurt. Otherwise. Noble nodded repeatedly. He really didn't want to go back to Romania. The dragons and wizards there were so fierce. Last time there was someone who wanted to draw his blood, and then he ran away. Noble, can you drive us home? Noble nodded again, then leaned down. Cassandra is also excited. Although she has learned a lot since she was a child, she has never ridden a dragon. Then she was a little troubled. She glanced at her skirt, then at the dragon's back. Just as Cassandra was hesitating whether to build a step with a levitation charm or something, she suddenly felt that her body suddenly lightened, and when she came back to her senses, she found that she was actually hugged by the summer solstice. You. Cassandra's face was flushed and she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. On the panel of the power of the summer solstice at 10 o'clock, he princess hugged Cassandra without feeling the slightest effort. He lifted his foot, and then a stone flew over automatically, floating at his feet. When one foot had already stepped on the floating stone and the other foot had also stepped up, another stone flew over automatically. In this way, he held Cassandra and stepped step by step to the floating staircase to the dragon's back. Of course, the summer solstice can directly conjure a temporary staircase with transfiguration, but that's not so handsome, not so elegant. Cassandra loves elegance. When Xia Solstice stood on Nobo's back, there was suddenly an extra platform on the dragon's back. The platform is covered with delicate velvet and is soft. Summer Solstice put down Cassandra and then signaled that Noble could take off. Noble flew up excitedly, not knowing where it was. So the summer solstice let Noble fly in one direction at will. Xia Solstice waved his hand, and a transparent cover was placed on the dragon's back. The fierce wind brought by Nobo's extreme speed flight turned into a cool breeze after passing through the cover. Summer Solstice added a few more hidden spells to Nober, which were not illusionary charms, but enough to keep them from being discovered by muggles. Cassandra sat upright on a cushion on the platform, her face still red. She also wanted to say a few hard-mouthed words to save her image, but she just glanced up at the summer solstice, and she didn't have the confidence to say it again. Cassandra, do you like to fly? Cassandra replied softly. I also love flying, and when I first flew, it was a great feeling, free, I could go wherever I wanted. Xia Solstice remembered the scene when he first incarnated silently and then flew up. Summer Solstice likes to fly, so find an opportunity to fly more with him in the future. But why would he dare to hold me like this just now? Shame on you? Xia Solstice sat on the back of the dragon and looked around, and after a while, he knew where he was. Because he saw the Eiffel Tower. Summer Solstice was shocked. How did this trap do it? Good guys, just simply go shopping, and actually them directly to France? The Summer Solstice redirected Noble. They had actually left the coverage of the anti-phantom transfiguration charm long ago. With the ability of the Summer Solstice, they could have been phantom to move back a long time ago. But now, no one is mentioning it. Summer Solstice put a small coffee table on the platform, and then put a lot of snacks on it, and he poured Cassandra a glass of chilled watermelon juice. The habit of carrying cold drinks with him when going out was learned from Dumbledore. Now it seems that it is really useful. At this time, Cassandra also gradually recovered, looking at the scenery flying by below, and her eyes showed a strange look. She was actually eager to go out and see the world, otherwise she would not have been so easily tricked into Albania last time. Next time you have a holiday, can you travel with me? As if reading Cassandra's thoughts, Summer Solstice suddenly made an offer that Cassandra could not refuse. Where would you like to travel? Xia Solstice pointed down. Just France, this time I came in a hurry, next time I have to take a good stroll. Since you sincerely invited, then I will reluctantly agree to you, but I will go out, but it is very troublesome. Summer Solstice said that it is not troublesome, as long as you get your father. But he couldn't say it. I want to be as strong as you. After another moment of silence, Cassandra suddenly said, you must have a way, right? You are still young now, the magic in your body is still growing, and you will definitely be able to become stronger in the future. Nope, I don't want to wait. I know you're going to have a way, aren't you? I don't think until next time, I can only watch from the side. Nothing can be done. Cassandra lowered her head in disappointment. She really didn't want to be a dragger, she also wanted to help. Xia Solstice scratched his head. He has a system, let's take the system as his talent, then this cannot be copied. It is basically impossible for Cassandra to become stronger immediately. All I can say is, I'll try my best. Summer Solstice saw Cassandra's strong eyes and did not directly refuse. I believe you, Summer Solstice. I'll always follow you, and of course, don't get me wrong. I just want to be strong. Although the dragon flew very fast, by the time Noble flew back over Worley Manor, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Worley was already in a hurry, pacing back and forth at the door of the manor. Kei had already been sent out by him, but she searched the entire Diagon Alley and could not find Cassandra and Summer Solstice. Mrs. Worley comforted her husband, who was now worried about her daughter, although she has always been very relieved about the summer solstice. Phew. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of the air being torn apart in the sky. Mr. and Mrs. Worley looked up, and then they saw a huge pitch-black figure descending rapidly from the air. It's a dragon? Elena, you dodge? Mr. Worley drew his wand. Knock. Don't be impulsive. Hide. Mrs. Worley grabbed Mr. Worley and hid to the side. Nope. I have to protect you. Mr. Worley bravely stood in front of his wife. Boom. The fire dragon landed instantly. The next time you land, you have to be like this time. Don't trample on people's ground. You trampled on the lawn at home, and I'm still distressed. The familiar voice of the summer solstice came from the back of the dragon. The Wars looked at each other, then looked suspiciously at the dragon's back. I saw that there seemed to be a platform on the back of the dragon, and there were 2 figures on the platform. Swoosh. Summer Solstice held Cassandra's waist and suddenly appeared in front of Mr. and Mrs. Worley, and he directly pulled the Cassandra phantom on the dragon's back and transfigured. Sensing Mr. Worley's gaze, Summer Solstice quietly let go of his hand. Mrs. Worley looked at Nob, then at Summer Solstice and Cassandra. I think you should have something to tell us. I'm sorry, Mr. Worley, Mrs. Worley, there was some accident today. Summer Solstice told the Worleys about today's events. Mr. Worley quickly pulled his daughter over, examined it carefully, and was relieved to find that he was not injured. Madame Worley held the wand that Summer Solstice had handed her and examined it carefully. I haven't seen a wand like this either, maybe Dumbledore will know something. Saying that, she handed the wand back to Xia Solstice. Your parents may still be alive, at least this is a good thing. Mr. Worley said, I'll keep an eye on you too, Summer Solstice. To be honest, I really want to meet your parents. To give birth to such an excellent son as you, they are certainly not simple characters. Xia Solstice put the wand back. I'm not in a hurry. Since someone has already found me, then they will definitely come again. I waited for them. You have to be safe. Mrs. Worley said solemnly. Well, I will. Xia Solstice nodded, and then said to Cassandra, then, see you first, we'll see you on the train. The summer solstice teleported to the back of the dragon in one step, and Noble flew up and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Mr. Worley looked at the sky and muttered, actually, I also want to know what it's like to ride a dragon. Wait a minute, why is there a dragon 5 on the summer solstice? Hula. Summer solstice rode Noble down. Nagini walked out, glanced at Norbo, who looked hideous but looked like a good baby in front of the summer solstice, and then said, coming back so late, I thought something happened to you. Nagini said, in fact, something did happen. Summer solstice sighed. After letting Noble go to rest in his suitcase, he walked into his home with Nagini. Dobby has already prepared dinner for Master Xia, and Dobby thinks that Master Xia must be hungry. Thank you, Dobby, can you help me feed Noble? You know where our fresh meat is hidden. Oh, at least Master Xia is still so polite and always says thank you to Dobby. Dobby said movingly, then disappeared in place. He went to find fresh meat to feed Nob. Summer Solstice sat down at the dining table, and then told Nagini about today's events while eating. Nagini took the wand and looked at it. I remember some magicians from the east who would like to use this wand. I've seen them before. However, with a magic wand alone, it is difficult to find his master. I don't need to go to them, they will definitely come to me again. We just need to know who they are and be patient. Summer Solstice calmly put away his wand. Although that middle-aged wizard was strong, he was not the opponent of the Summer Solstice at all. So the Summer Solstice is not worried at all. So have you figured out how to place your dragon? Looks like you're going to leave it behind. Nagini asked. This is also a problem. Raising dragons is illegal. This matter needs to be careful. Yes, I decided to leave it behind. This is also a matter of no way. Even if I send it away again, it will fly back to me. Summer Solstice shrugged helplessly. So you're going to keep it in a suitcase all the time. I heard about Mr. Newt Scamander, who has a magical basement in his home. There are a lot of magical animals in it. I thought, I could learn from him and dig a basement as well. Then use the traceless stretch charm to make it as big as possible. That's a good idea. I used to know him. Nagini smiled. She recognized Newt, and until now, she remembered the somewhat introverted youth and his impressive magical animals. Xia Solstice smiled and said, I'm about to start school, and I may not be back until Christmas. So then you are left alone in the family. Don't worry, I'll be optimistic about home. Nagini nodded. Now this is also her home. No, I mean, you can go everywhere. Don't stay at home all the time. Go and see more of the world. It's been too long since you left human society, Xia Solstice said gently. The world is big, I have time in the future, and I want to wander around and see everywhere. You don't need to worry at home, it's enough to look after the house. Nagini's eyes radiated a strange look, and she did want to take a look. Her strength is already strong now, even those elite aurors of the Ministry of Magic are not her opponents, so Summer Solstice will not worry about her safety. You can also go and see some of the old people, such as Mr. Scamander. I just said. You just said you know him. Nagini nodded. If you visit Mr. Scamander's house, can you get me an autograph? I'm a fan of him. Of course it's fine. Nagini happily agreed. Xia Solstice took out a money bag and handed it to Nagini, and when he went out, he couldn't do it without money. Nagini can't turn into a snake in place again, and then squeeze his own venom to sell it, but it always feels weird. Besides, Nagini doesn't want to become a snake again. Early the next morning, the summer solstice began digging a hole in the shed where suitcases were originally placed. It attracted the strong onlookers of the entire tribe of Uncle Blackhorn. Are you sick? Otherwise, why dig like nerves? Point Noir asked in his sad tone. But Xia Solstice didn't pay attention to him. Although digging a hole was done with a spell, it was still very tiring. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the summer solstice's rescuers to come. With an excited look, Hagrid strode up the hill to the shed where he worked on the summer solstice. Fortunately, the shed was tall enough, otherwise Hagrid would not have been able to stand up straight inside. Oh, summer solstice? Noble is back, isn't he? Can I see him now? Hagrid said eagerly. I beg your pardon, Hagrid, I can't open the suitcase right now, you have to help me dig out the basement first. Also, I'll have to correct you a little, Hagrid. What? Hagrid pulled out a large shovel, apparently prepared. You've got to call her Norbert instead of him. Yes, I also just found out. Charlie wrote me back. He said that Noble is actually a baby female dragon. Oh, no wonder she's so beautiful, isn't she? Summer Solstice looked at Hagrid speechlessly. He felt that there was indeed a huge difference between his and Hagrid's aesthetics. Charlie's letter said that they changed the name of Norberta to Norbetta. Ah, Norbetta, nice name? I said, she does need a good name. She's a good girl, isn't she? Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice is a letter sent to Charlie with Xia Zhi, and he tells Charlie, Norbert. Noberta flew back to herself. Charlie wrote back to tell him this information, and taught Summer Solstice some dragon-raising skills in detail. Charlie is also helpless, Norberta is always running, and she can't always keep her locked up, so she can only let the Summer Solstice be raised. At the end of the letter, Charlie said that he hoped that after graduating from the Summer Solstice, he could also work in Romania, because he thought that the Summer Solstice was simply talented in raising dragons. Hagrid is worthy of being a half-blood giant, with infinite strength, and he is not like someone who is also infinitely powerful, but likes to be lazy. So the basement was dug quickly. Summer Solstice used the vanishing charm to clean up all the extra dirt, then began to use the traceless stretching spell to continue to expand this basement, which was already hundreds of square meters. Summer Solstice wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing, as he dug a basement in Hagrid's backyard vegetable patch in his first grade. How big is the Summer Solstice this time? How big is the basement? After all, it must accommodate a flying dragon. The Summer Solstice expanded to enough space before releasing the Norberta. Hagrid was moving to tears as he carried a whole cow to feed Norbetta. Oh, look how beautiful she is. Come, 1.9 more to eat 10. Mom still has it here? Norberta enjoyed Hagrid's feeding, and during this time he didn't forget to ask Summer Solstice, who is this crying silly big man? Xia Solstice was silent for a moment, still intending not to translate these words to Hagrid. You can always come over with Norbetta, Hagrid. Just pay attention and try not to let it go out and fly. If you really want to go out, you have to let Dobby cast a spell on it to avoid being discovered. Hagrid nodded his head in excitement. It was his lifelong dream to raise a dragon, but now this dream has come true. Oh, you see how well-behaved Norberta is. Hagrid was impressed, and he thought that Norberta would still ignore him as before. Of course, this was also ordered by the Summer Solstice, who made Norberta a little nicer to Hagrid. Norberta agreed. This stupid big man is always crying and crying. It's really pitiful, so I will reluctantly play with him. It's finally time for school to start. On the first day of September, the Summer Solstice was ready and put all his luggage into his ring that cast the traceless stretching charm. Nagini is also planning to set out today to travel the world. However, she insisted on sending the Summer Solstice to King's Cross Station. When the Summer Solstice was leaving, he gave some advice. Dobby, the family depends on you to watch. By the way, you are paid on the first of each month. You know where the vault at home is. This is the vault key. On the first day of each month, you will take charge of your wages yourself. Oh, at least Master Xia. At least Master Xia actually handed over the treasury to Dobby to take care of. Xia at least actually trusted Dobby so much. Dobby was so happy. Dobby held the key, grateful. Although Dobby is already a free elf, he still can't change this easily touched personality. Xia Solstice waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. In fact, the so-called vault specially made by the Summer Solstice is just a small compartment that seems to be very secret. The gold gallons he saved in it were actually kept for Dobby's salary and he let Dobby guard it, which was actually Dobby's future salary. Nagini took Summer Solstice's arm and then launched the 25 Phantom Transfiguration. Nagini also recently learned Phantom Transfiguration, so in order to let her get more practice, Xia Solstice specially let her take her Phantom Transfiguration. They appeared in a hidden alley next to the station. Nagini followed the Summer Solstice out of the alley and into the station. Nagini looked curiously at everything in the Muggle world, all completely different from the world she remembered. Summer Solstice strode into the station, and it was still the same. He saw Harry and the Weasleys at the wall that had entered the 9th and 3rd stage. Without Dobby's obstruction, Harry and Ron were not blocked outside the wall this time. Summer Solstice said hello to the Weasleys, and then walked in with Nagini. Nagini looked curiously at the Hogwarts Express train in front of him. Her journey has already begun. Summer Solstice and Nagini waved goodbye and then boarded the train. Nagini quietly watched as the figure of the Summer Solstice disappeared at the car door. At this time, a group of students passed in front of her and blocked her slender figure. By the time the students had walked over, Nagini had disappeared. Summer Solstice. Cassandra beckoned to him in front of a carriage door, and a small head with fluffy hair suddenly appeared from the door frame. It was Hermione. They arrived early and occupied an empty carriage. I couldn't see you coming. I thought you were fired, you know, Lucius Malfoy. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the Summer Solstice. Hermione, don't keep thinking of these purebloods, they're just a nose and two eyes. You know, these pureblood families, in order to ensure the so-called purity of blood, do not hesitate to marry close relatives, which leads to more or less a little bit of problems, either particularly stupid, or particularly weak, or particularly smelly personality. Xia Solstice took out another packet of BB Duo beans, and then threw one into his own sword. The Summer Solstice. Cassandra is also from a pureblood family. Hermione reminded Summer Solstice because she noticed that Cassandra's expression seemed a little wrong. Summer Solstice turned around a little awkwardly, and it turned out that it was not advisable to fire the map cannon indiscriminately. Pureblood wizards also have good people, and Summer Solstice's words are somewhat out of the brain. So, am I the one with a particularly smelly temper? Cassandra asked angrily as she crossed her waist. Of course not. You know I'm not saying you're right, right? The train is already moving, and the scenery outside the window is receding rapidly. Summer Solstice rubbed his red ears, secretly making a note to the Malfoy family in his heart. Excuse me, can I come in? The other carriages were full. Xia Solstice heard the familiar voice and turned his head to look. I saw Luna holding a copy of the latest issue of Singing and Singing, with a strange pair of glasses on her face, standing at the door of the carriage. The cute horned snorer was lazily lying on Luna's shoulder. Of course, Luna? I was still thinking about why I didn't see you in the car. Summer Solstice welcomed Luna in enthusiastically. Because Harry, Ron, and their roommates in their dormitory were in another carriage, there were only 3 people on the Summer Solstice: Cassandra, Hermione, and the Summer Solstice. Luna smiled and walked in. Summer Solstice introduced them. These 2 are my good friends, Cassandra Worley and Hermione Granger. This is my neighbor, Luna Lovegood, who has helped me twice a lot. Both Cassandra and Hermione immediately became alert. Could it be that there was one more enemy? So, you quietly met another one when we didn't know it. New friends? Cassandra stood up, looked at Luna quietly, and then extended her hand to Luna. Hello, my name is Cassandra Worley. I stayed at the Summer Solstice house for more than a month, but unfortunately, I haven't seen you until now. I'm glad to see you too. Luna stretched out her hand and shook Cassandra's. I like the unicorns of the Summer Solstice family very much, so I stay with unicorns every time I come. Maybe that's why we missed it. Hermione shook Luna's hand as well, and then she asked curiously about Luna's glasses. This is my homemade glasses that allow me to see harassing flies. What is a harassing fly? 5 minutes later, Hermione and Cassandra's hostility towards Luna was all gone. They all think that this little girl is a little crazy 183, and even has some conjectures. Because there is no so-called harassing fly in this world, and there is no bent snoring beast. Such a crazy girl probably will not become an enemy, so there is still only one most threatening enemy. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other, then looked away. It was precisely because there was no hostility that when they knew that Xia Solstice used alchemy to help Luna make a horned snoring beast, they even felt that Xia Solstice did a good job. Hermione no longer tried to explain to Luna that there were no harassing flies in this world. She changed the subject. Luna, there are 4 houses at Hogwarts. Which house do you want to go to? My dad is Ravenclaw, my mom is too, and I'm probably Ravenclaw too. Cassandra thought that Ravenclaws might really be a good fit for this crazy girl, because Ravenclaws were always a little weird, even though they were a lot of students. The rest of the day, Solstice spent the carriage chatting with Cassandra about spell casting techniques, then discussing potions papers with Hermione, and finally exchanging with Luna about reading Singing the Negative. The Summer Solstice did not look boring on this road, but when Harry ran over to visit the door halfway, he was thrown out by the Summer Solstice in disgust, and he didn't have any eyesight. We don't like Laurie, the sunny Summer Solstice classmate, so happily spent the originally dull journey and successfully arrived at Hogwarts. Since Harry and Ron didn't drive to school in a speeding car, the welcome party in the evening seemed a little uneventful. When the Sorting Hat was taken out, everyone was surprised to find that the tattered and dirty Sorting Hat now seemed to have been changed. Not only did he look spotless and clean, but the places he had broken were carefully patched. It seems that Dumbledore has finally realized that he should take care of the Sorting Hat. The ensuing sorting ceremony was nothing special. Ginny Weasley, like her brothers, was sorted into Gryffindor, and Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw as she said in the car, and the Summer Solstice noticed Lockhart, who was dressed like a peacock. He was now pulling Snape to talk about something. Snape's expression twisted, as if someone had put a dead fly on the bite of bread he had just eaten. Seeing Snape's expression, Summer Solstice laughed happily with the goose call, and he almost couldn't resist borrowing a camera from the little boy who had just been sorted into Gryffindor to record the scene. The little boy was called Colin Creevey and seemed to be an avid fan of Harry. Now he was chatting with Harry, who was annoying. However, the evening table gave the summer solstice a lot of surprises, because there were many new dishes on it, all of which were made at home on the day of the summer solstice's move. Summer Solstice looked at the rostrum, and then saw Dumbledore using his fork to deal with a plate of sweet and sour fish with relish. Xia Solstice is still very happy about this. After all, you can eat what you like from now on. Summer Solstice happily introduced these new dishes to Cassandra and Hermione next to him, and then turned on the windswept mode. Unlike the Summer Solstice, Cassandra elegantly inserted a piece of grunt meat with a silver fork and put it in her mouth. She suddenly said to the Summer Solstice next to her, "Next week I plan to go to the Quidditch team tryout." Huh? Why did you suddenly become interested in Quidditch? Solstice scratched his head. He remembered that Cassandra didn't seem to say that she liked Quidditch. Wizards love Quidditch. Cassandra glanced at the Summer Solstice. "Don't you like flying? Then I'll allow you to come with me next week." Summer Solstice did love flying, but he didn't have much of Quidditch. Rice. Did you lie to me when you said you liked flying? No, I love flying, don't you just Quidditch? Then we'll go together next week. Summer Solstice indifferently grabbed a roast duck leg and stuffed it into his mouth. It was good to join the team, so that he could fly often, although Summer Solstice didn't feel much about Quidditch, but he did like to fly. Then you have to be careful, my flying skills are very good. Don't lose the selection at that time. When the time comes to the competition, there will be no one to help me clean the Summer Solstice. Cassandra is still always unforgiving. After the dinner, Summer Solstice finished singing the school song to the tune of the funeral march with the Weasley twins as usual, and then prepared to go back to the dormitory to rest. It's just that the line back to the dormitory quickly stopped, and there were continuous exclamations ahead. Summer Solstice yawned and walked up and found that it was Peeves who was throwing dung eggs at the crowd. Percy is threatening Peeves with Barrow the Blood, but this time it is clearly ineffective. Solstice patted Percy on the shoulder, then pulled out his ebony wand and pointed it at Peeves. Wadi Vassi. Swoosh. The big dung egg that Peeves had just thrown out immediately turned a corner and smashed Peeves' own head. Peeves was furious, and immediately threw all the big dung eggs in his hand to the Summer Solstice, but those big dung eggs without exception, all of them automatically flew back and smashed on Peeves' body. Peeves finished throwing the big dung egg, but it all smashed on his body. It flew up and down in anger, cursing and cursing in his mouth, but this could only be incompetent rage, and he quickly flew away in ashes. With a wave of the Summer Solstice, the traces of large dung eggs on the corridor and ceiling were all cleaned. There was a round of applause. The Summer Solstice saved everyone's sleep, otherwise according to Peeves' personality, it would have to be here for a long time before leaving. And everyone is now sleepy. Let's go to sleep, remember this spell, and you can deal with Peeves in the future. Summer Solstice said, and walked towards Gryffindor Tower without thinking about it. He was indeed a little sleepy. Back in his bedroom, he casually took his luggage out of the ring, the suitcase automatically opened, one by one clothes automatically flew out of the box, twisted his body, and hung himself into the closet. Xia Solstice was lying directly on the bed, and he suddenly seemed to remember something, stood up, and closed the door of the bedroom. He turned around and took out the sealed wooden box. Xia Solstice took out the diary, thought for a while, and then picked up a pen and wrote on the diary. "Tom, are you there? I'm back at Hogwarts. I'm here, Summer Solstice. Do you live alone in a dormitory?" "Yes, I'm like the extra guy. I was the only one left in the separate dormitory, so I had to be left alone in a dormitory." "That's good, I feel more comfortable living in a bedroom." "Tom, I want to ask you a question." "What problem? Just ask. I'll try to help you." In order to make Summer Solstice completely trust himself, Tom now seems very conscientious. "I was just in the hallway and saw my classmate Harry Potter and used a spell to drive Peeves away, and a lot of people were able to use it at the time. And I tried, but it didn't work at all. What kind of spell is it? Can you show me? Can you see?" "Around the diary, I can see." So Xia Solstice rolled up his sleeves, pointed his wand at the teacup and said, "Wadi Vashi." However, the cup did not respond. "It's a launch spell that allows items to be projected. I think your classmate just used this spell to project something and drive Peeves away." Tom's dashing handwriting instantly appeared on the paper. Summer Solstice wrote, "Yes. But there are many people who use this spell for the first time. Why can they succeed and I can't? Your magic seems too weak compared to theirs." Tom wrote and explained, while secretly cursing in his heart, this Summer Solstice can be said to be a squib. Such a simple spell can be used by any little wizard with a little magical power. But the Summer Solstice actually failed all the time, and he sensed that the Summer Solstice was not without magic, but his magic power was intermittent, and the transmission of mana was like an unscrewed faucet. It can be said that Tom has really never seen someone with such poor talent, and this is only a slight difference from a squib. Summer Solstice went on to write, "Is there anything you can do to increase my magic? I know I'm poorly talented, but I think there must be a way to make up for it the day after tomorrow. I am willing to pay any price for this." Tom pondered for a while. He suddenly felt that this might be an opportunity. He could use this matter to trick Summer Solstice into opening the secret room. Yes. After Tom finished planning, he said with great certainty, "Yes." Summer Solstice suddenly became interested. He hadn't expected Tom to have a way to solve this problem. He just asked questions with the attitude of giving it a try. Summer Solstice wants to help Cassandra become stronger, but it is difficult, because although Cassandra has a high talent for magic, she is helpless too young. Therefore, although the magic power in her body is still growing, it is far from being comparable to adult wizards. This makes Cassandra unable to use it to her heart's content, even if she knows how powerful magic she is. Cassandra wants to become stronger and help with the summer solstice, then she has only two ways. The first way is for her to wait for her to grow up, until her magic has grown enough. But Cassandra was unwilling to wait. Then there is only a second way, with a special method. Now pull up your own magic. This method, Xia Solstice did not have, so he tested the soup session. But now Tom actually says he really does. However, Summer Solstice couldn't believe Tom so simply. He knew what kind of goods he was. I have a potion formula that only needs a little bit of the blood of a magical animal. Of course, it can't be an ordinary magical animal. This magical animal's blood must contain powerful magic. It just so happens that I know that at Hogwarts, there is such a fantastic animal. When Xia Solstice saw this, his heart moved slightly. Tom said it should not be a basilisk. It seems that he wants to trick himself into opening the secret room. In this way, this so-called potion formula is 90% fake. Summer Solstice can't help but be a little disappointed. Tom, what is this magical animal you are talking about? Wouldn't it be Headmaster Dumbledore's phoenix? I've heard Harry Potter say that there's a phoenix in the headmaster's room. I haven't seen it though. I mean, I've never been to the headmaster's room. No, the phoenix is also very good, but you can't get its blood. The magical animal I am talking about is not a phoenix, but another rare magical animal. It's still sleeping in Hogwarts. Can this really succeed? Of course. When I left this memory, I had already taken the blood of that magical animal. As long as you do what I say, it's easy to get your blood safely. No, Tom, I mean, does your potion recipe really work? Well, no offense, but I want to know. I know what you're asking, Summer Solstice. Of course I tried this recipe myself, and it worked very well. But how did you get such a potion recipe, which is taught in potions class? Potions class doesn't teach potions of this level. My recipe comes from some great wizard of ancient times. I found it at Hogwarts, and its potions are absolutely believable. Well, even if what you said is true, my potions level is very low, and I think I may not be able to refine it. At this time of the summer solstice, I was looking forward to it again. Could the great wizard of antiquity be Slytherin in 310? In other words, there is not more than one basilisk in the Slytherin chamber, and perhaps some research materials handed down by Slytherin, but taken by Tom? If the potion recipe Tom was talking about really existed, and it was handed down from Slytherin, it could really be studied. Just from the magic wand left behind by Slytherin, you can see that Slytherin really deserves the word greatness. I can help you, Summer Solstice. As long as you follow the steps I said, there is absolutely no problem. Oh, Tom, you are so good. I have never met a person who is so good to me when I have grown so big. It's nothing, I'm just a memory, and it's a good thing that this memory can help a junior. Even if I know it in the future, I will be happy. Xia Solstice secretly pouted. What will you be like in the future? I don't know yet. Tom, can you show me the potion recipe? Because I have to know exactly what materials I need. Then you have to find a way to get these materials in advance. Xia Solstice directly began to probe. He wanted to know if this potion recipe really existed. If there really is, that's great, but if only. It was made up by Tom at will, and naturally he couldn't hide the summer solstice who was proficient in potions at 6 o'clock. The reason why the summer solstice wants to formulate is very strong. Such a level of potion formula, in addition to the blood of magical animals, must need a lot of other materials, right? And those materials are certainly not easy to do, right? He had to at least prepare in advance, right? So Tom had no reason to refuse. Sure enough, after a while, Tom wrote the potion recipe on the paper. Summer Solstice picked up a piece of parchment and wrote down the potion recipe Tom had given. The potion recipe is for you, but can you not let others know about the recipe? Of course. I'm less talented, but I'm not an idiot. Summer Solstice wrote excitedly. Well, after you have collected all the materials, you must remember that you must not try to refine it yourself. If you make a mistake, it may be dangerous. Tom instructed. He was really afraid that this fool would recklessly abandon his own potion. If the summer solstice dies, he doesn't care. What he cares about is that if the summer solstice dies, then his plan will most likely be ruined. Tom's goal is to resurrect himself and kill the boy named Harry Potter by the way. The plan can't just be ruined on this idiot? Well, thank you very much, Tom. Although I am poor, but the material thing, I will think of a way to solve it. It's late now, I still have class tomorrow, let's talk later. After writing, Xia Solstice did not wait for Tom to reply, and immediately closed the diary and put it in a wooden box and locked it. Summer Solstice's movements were fast, and after Tom asked what to do if he didn't want to stay in the box, Summer Solstice took the potion recipe and looked at it. Not to mention, although at the level of the Summer Solstice potion, it was only 17 or 8 errors that were found at a glance, but overall, this recipe really had a little meaning. At least its main framework is very consistent with the principles of potions. That said, Tom really mastered a potion recipe that uses the blood of magical animals to boost his magic. It's just that he doesn't really want to give the recipe to the summer solstice, so he deliberately wrote a lot of wrong materials in it. Tom obviously bullied summer solstice as a scumbag, and couldn't see the problems in the potion, so he changed a lot of auxiliary materials on the basis of the original potion formula. Let this potion formula look paradoxical, even after the summer solstice, the magic tonic potions can't see the problem. Originally, Xia Solstice planned to squeeze out the remaining value of the diary in the past few days, so he handed the diary to Dumbledore. After all, he knew how to open the secret room, and he did not need a diary. But it's still too early. You don't want me to get the real potion recipe? Then I'm going to get out of your real potion recipe. Let's see, Tom. A pleasant smile appeared at the corner of Xia Solstice's mouth. Fighting with the sky is endless, fighting with people is endless, and fighting with little Tom, the fun is endless. Summer Solstice put the recipe away and went straight to sleep. At noon the next day, Xia Solstice came out of the principal's room expressionless. He didn't get an answer from Dumbledore either, and although Dumbledore recognized it, the wand was commonly used by wizards in the East, but he couldn't recognize the specific identity of the user. This result was actually expected by the summer solstice, and he decided to put this matter aside first. Anyway, it will always come. Cassandra was waiting at the top of the stairs on the 8th floor, and she was looking at a strange tapestry on the wall. The tapestry depicts a group of ballet trolls banging a wizard with their large wooden sticks. Summer Solstice came to Cassandra's side, and then looked at the tapestry as well. When Cassandra saw the expression on the summer solstice, she knew that he had returned in vain, so she thought of finding something to divert his attention so that he would not feel lost. Look, this wizard is so stupid that he actually went to teach trolls to dance ballet. Well, Summer Solstice's mind is like a bolt of lightning. Isn't this the tapestry of the troll stick-beating stupid Barnabas? On the opposite side of this tapestry, isn't there a room of requirement? Summer Solstice patted his head. He had been attending Hogwarts for a year, but he didn't think of such a good place at all. He took Cassandra's hand. Come, I'll take you to a good place to see something good. Cassandra was violently pulled up her little hand, and did not react for a while. When she reacted and asked Xia Solstice with a red face where to take her, Xia Solstice had already stopped, and then calmly said to her, "It's here." Cassandra looked at the empty wall in front of her, and said angrily, "Xia Solstice, what the hell are you doing? Isn't this just running to the opposite side? What's so nice about this?" Xia Solstice smiled and asked, "Cassandra, what do you want to do most now?" "I want to twist your ears 3 times now." "Are you sure that by doing this, my ear will be bad where it should be?" "Okay, I want to go back to making a pot of coffee now, and then have a good rest, and I have to go to class in the afternoon." Cassandra replied angrily. "Okay." The summer solstice asked Cassandra to stand a little farther away, and then began pacing back and forth in front of this blank wall. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "I need a place where I can rest quietly. I need." Cassandra resisted the urge to go up and touch Summer Solstice's forehead, and she even wondered if Summer Solstice had gone crazy because she hadn't found the answer from Dumbledore. When the Summer Solstice passed the wall for the 3rd time, a delicate and gorgeous wooden door suddenly appeared on the smooth wall. Cassandra looked at the wooden door that suddenly appeared in surprise. It was still a wall just now. Xia Solstice smiled and took her hand and opened the door. Inside the door is a very comfortable lounge, beautifully decorated and elegant. And those luxurious sofas and armchairs, people can't help but want to lie directly on top of GEU. This is a lounge? But Cassandra felt that she might be like the Summer Solstice, starting to go crazy, which was all hallucinating. "Cassandra, you're not crazy. Didn't you just want to find a place to have a coffee and rest?" Summer Solstice saw through Cassandra's thoughts. "Yes. But how come it so coincidentally, there is a lounge here?" Summer Solstice pulled Cassandra to sit on a sofa that looked most comfortable. He waved his hand, and a coffee pot on the coffee table flew automatically. Not a coincidence, because this is a room of requirement. The most magical place in Hogwarts. It can be where you need to be. Just meditate on where you need it in your mind, then pace back and forth outside the door 3 times, and the room will appear. "But how did you find such a magical place?" "It's a coincidence, Cassandra." Xia Solstice smiled and said, "Fred and George told me one day, they ran into Filch while they were on a night tour. And just as they were about to be caught by Filch, they paced back and forth in a hurry, chanting that if only there was a broom cabinet that could hide them. And then, you know what?" Cassandra said, "And then what?" "Then they noticed that there was suddenly a broom cabinet, and this broom cabinet helped them avoid Filch. But when they came back to the place the next day, they could no longer find the broom cabinet. You discovered this place because of this." "Of course, more than that. I heard about it at that time, and I didn't actually go to my heart. But then, what happened? When did you remember about this?" "I came to Professor Dumbledore a lot last year to talk, you know. One day, Dumbledore told me something very interesting about what he had encountered. He said that after so many years as a headmaster, he could not fully understand this ancient castle. He said that one night, he was walking outside, and suddenly wanted to go to the toilet, and he was anxious, so he wanted to find a toilet nearby, but he searched back and forth several times and could not find it, and when he passed by for the 3rd time, a door suddenly appeared here. According to him, there are a lot of very elaborate night pots inside the door. But the next day, he couldn't find the place again. I compared some of the things in common, so I experimented here, and then I found this amazing room, because this room seems to be able to do things, so I named it the Room of Requirement. Summer Solstice was comfortably lying on the sofa blowing while drinking freshly brewed coffee. Cassandra, who did not know the truth, was stunned by him on the side. Ahem. Nice, a good place to spend my lunch break here. It took a while for Cassandra to recover. After a while, Cassandra asked again, who else knows about this place? Oh, the first person I told was you, so for now, the two of us probably know. Xia Solstice replied casually, no way, he just remembered. Humph. Cassandra took a sip of coffee with satisfaction. She actually had a hint of joy in her heart. Xia Solstice found such a magical place, and the first person to tell was herself. Neither Hermione nor Luna. Well, it seems that he has me in his heart. Of course, it can't be completely ruled out that there are other people who know about this place, Xia Solstice added, remembering that many people had hidden things in the Room of Requirement. The place where Voldemort's Horcruxes were hidden was a mountain of old things. However, the Room of Requirement is not particularly practical for the summer solstice. If he wants to refine some shady potions, or perform some slightly evil magic experiments, he could have done it in his suitcase, and perhaps more securely. Summer Solstice wasn't sure if Dumbledore really didn't know about the existence of the House of Requirements. What if this place was also in his line of sight? So, this place can be reserved for small gatherings with friends, such as D.A members practicing magic spells here. After all, the original DA also gathered here. As for directing this kind of thing, Xia Solstice doesn't want to do it, it's too troublesome. And letting him teach them spells is as boring as letting a college professor go to kindergarten to teach 1 + 1 = 2. Cassandra is good, Nagini is not there, she can also be a competent instructor. Cassandra's magic skills are very good, what she lacks is really just magic. And to solve the problem of magic, it seems that it is also very promising. Summer Solstice had to come up with a complete potion recipe, and now it seems that Tom may have actually drunk this potion back then. And judging from the years since he graduated, there was no abnormal state, and the side effects were probably not as big as expected. Of course, even if you really get a complete formula, Xia Solstice has to do experiments and improve the prescription before daring to give it to Cassandra. Of course, this potion formula, he can also use it himself, and there is a phoenix at home on the summer solstice, as well as a fire dragon. In terms of fantastic beasts, it really doesn't have to be Tom's basilisk. This place is nice, right? The lunch break was almost over, and they were supposed to go to class. The place is really nice, Cassandra said reservedly. Next time, you can call Hermione and they together, we can prepare more snacks and refreshments. Summer Solstice said casually, unaware that he was jumping wildly on the edge of a minefield. This is a Room of Requirement that is good for everything, that is, it only provides a place, not a concrete thing. For example, when you want a place to make potions, the Room of Requirement becomes a room where you can refine potions, but you can't find even a little potion in this room. So on the summer solstice they can rest here, but they need to bring their own food and drink. You're going to bring Hermione with you next time. Cassandra's eyes became dangerous, but Xia Solstice, who was walking in front, did not notice it, but felt that the back of his head was slightly cold. Xia Solstice touched the back of his head. Of course, this place is so good, it must be shared with friends. Summer Solstice had changed his mind now, he was now just going to tell Hermione about them, and Harry and they would forget about them. When you rest, of course, you have to stay with the soft, fragrant girls. As for D.A's training ground, it's still in his suitcase, where Summer Solstice feels safer. It's definitely not because he doesn't want them to affect him and rest with those soft, fragrant girls or something. He is the greatest white wizard reserve in the future, and he will never have such worldly desires. Humph. Cassandra snorted coldly and walked directly past the summer solstice. After all, it was still paid by mistake. Summer solstice, you big scumbag. Looking at Cassandra's distant back, Xia Solstice, an old straight man who has added up to more than 40 years in his 2 lives, looked confused. I didn't understand why Cassandra was suddenly angry. Could it be that the coffee he brewed at noon was not fragrant? The first day of school was still quite tight. I had just finished the herbology class and the transfiguration class in the morning, and I was going to take the defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. Summer Solstice met Harry halfway, only now Harry was not staying with Ron, but was walking in the direction of the defense against the dark arts classroom by Lockhart's shoulders. What's wrong with this? Summer Solstice put Cassandra's question aside for the time being and asked Ron, who followed behind, with a helpless look. Ron shrugged. There was a first-year boy who wanted Harry's autograph at noon, but Malfoy heard it, and he shouted it out, and then Professor Lockhart came, thinking Harry wanted to be famous just like him. But Harry is already famous. Summer Solstice scratched his head. Lockhart is indeed a strange thing. There seems to be such a thing in the original book. Colin Creevey is indeed a Harry Potter brain-dead fan. But what does this have to do with him? This kind of thing is left to the Savior's own troubles. Summer Solstice, where did you and Cassandra go at noon? I can't find you anywhere. Hermione's voice came from behind Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice suddenly became happy. At noon, Cassandra and I found a magical good place. So, you and Cassandra have been staying there at noon. Hermione asked as she bit her lip. Yes, I just discovered that place. After class, we can go there together to do our homework. I promise you'll love it there. Well, libraries often can't find a place to sit. If you really want to invite me to go. Summer Solstice felt that Hermione was talking more and more like Cassandra. What good place? Ron leaned in, and he heard it. No, I think you heard me wrong. Summer Solstice whistled and walked away with Hermione, leaving Ron in place, looking confused. Please, my ears are okay. Wait, why do I feel like my heart suddenly feels empty, as if I have lost something very important? What happened in Lockhart's first lesson, Summer Solstice knew. He cheekily sat next to Cassandra, and then whispered, prepare your wand, I guess there will be some small accidents later. Hermione habitually sat next to Summer Solstice, and she also heard Summer Solstice's words, Professor Lockhart is a very powerful wizard, there should be no accidents. Powerful. Indeed, the protagonist in his story is indeed quite strong. Summer Solstice echoed. He knew that those deeds were true, but the protagonist was not Lockhart. If Lockhart in the original book had not lost his memory in the end, he would have been thrown into Azkaban. After all, his behavior was too bad. The classroom was bustling, especially the little witches, most of whom were looking forward to Lockhart's lessons. Including Hermione. After all, Lockhart's writing is really good. Although Cassandra was angry with the summer solstice, she still took out her wand. Soon, Lockhart, dressed in a turquoise robe, appeared on the podium. The little wizards all quieted down. Quietly looked at Lockhart. He picked up Walking with Trolls on Neville's desk and displayed a picture of himself blinking on the cover. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd Class Medal, Honorary Member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, and 5 times winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't always talk about that. I'm not, after all. Just by smiling to drive away Wanlun's female ghost. Xia Solstice rolled his eyes. This self-introduction was more than half longer than that of a certain little golden man. Next, let's do a quiz. Don't worry, I just want to see how your books go. Xia Solstice took the test paper and glanced at it. This Lockhart is indeed a strange one. These questions can only be said to have nothing to do with the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. For example, what is Lockhart's favorite color? What is the secret ambition? There is a punctuation mark on the test paper related to Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Summer Solstice immediately performs a handstand to wash his hair. Unlike the casual Summer Solstice and Cassandra, Hermione answered seriously. After all, she really admired the brave and resourceful Lockhart in the book, which always reminded him of someone. But it didn't take long for Hermione's face to change a little, as if she was a little disappointed. Half an hour later. Almost no one remembers that my favorite is lilac. Lockhart flipped through everyone's test papers while gushing about his favorite colors, hobbies, revenge, and so on. But Miss Hermione Granger was different. She answered them all right. 100 points? Must be 100 points? Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Lockhart scanned the crowd happily. Hermione raised her hand, only she didn't look as fanatical as in the original. Great. Good girl. Very good. You earned Gryffindor 10 points. But, Professor, what does the content of this test have to do with Defense Against the Dark Arts? I mean, I know what's the point of these things? Hermione asked suddenly. Huh. The summer solstice is full of question marks. No. Didn't Hermione in the original book adore Lockhart very much? She even circled Lockhart's classes on the curriculum with a heart-shaped pattern. Solstice sneaked a glance at Hermione's class schedule that he hadn't found on it. He was a little puzzled, even if he didn't worship Lockhart like the original, but with her character, he shouldn't directly scare a professor. Lockhart was asked, and for a moment he blushed. He seemed angry, but he didn't have a good seizure. I thought you'd test us, for example, what to do when you encounter a troll, or what to do when you are blocked in a phone booth by a werewolf. Hermione's tone was filled with disappointment. Summer Solstice felt that something was not quite right with Hermione today. Ahem, I just want to test whether you guys are serious about reading. Ahem, it's not right to talk back to the professor. Miss Hermione Granger, this behavior of yours will cause Gryffindor to be detained. Professor Lockhart. Xia Solstice suddenly stood up. I don't think Hermione is talking back, she is just asking reasonable questions. In fact, the question she asked is also what I was trying to ask. Who are you? Lockhart was angry now that there were students in a row who embarrassed him, something he hadn't encountered before. Could it be that his charm has declined? My name is Summer Solstice, Professor. There is no rule in the school rules that students cannot ask professors when they have questions. I'm curious to know now what you mean by these questions, Professor. Can you give us some explanation? Or is there some special purpose in this that is inconvenient to tell us? Hermione was originally impulsive, but now seeing Summer Solstice stand up to speak for her, she couldn't help but smile gratefully. Cassandra saw Hermione smile sweetly at the Summer Solstice, and a strong sense of vigilance suddenly rose in her heart. She glared at Summer Solstice fiercely, eager to kick him in the leg. Of course, here's an inconvenient intention to tell you. Lockhart seemed to have grasped a lifesaver. So that's the case, Professor. You should have said earlier, Hermione has always been a very curious student. If she doesn't get an answer from you, I think she might go to Professor McGonagall for answers. Especially when she gets points deducted for asking questions. Lockhart's face was flushed, and although he was not afraid of Professor McGonagall, it was not worth the loss to offend his colleagues casually because of this kind of thing. So he had to give up on the decision to deduct points for Hermione and Summer Solstice. Of course, the self-aware Lockhart did not know that he had already offended most of the professors at Hogwarts. Harry really had enough of Lockhart today. So, when he saw Lockhart deflated, he was very happy, and then began to coax. Yes, Professor, I'm also curious about what the meaning of this test is. The boys in the class were already a little jealous that Lockhart was so popular with the girls, and now Dumbledore's favorite student Summer Solstice and the famous Harry Potter took the lead, and they couldn't help but follow suit. As I said, there are some reasons why you don't know. Of course, the thirst for knowledge is correct, so I certainly won't deduct your points for your thirst for knowledge. Lockhart decisively admitted and hurried to turn the matter along the steps given by the Summer Solstice. Ahem, Miss Hermione Granger, and Mr. Summer Solstice, please sit down. Let's get down to business. The noise in the classroom faded away. Everyone focused their eyes on a large cage that Lockhart had just taken out. The large cage was covered by a piece of cloth, and it was impossible to see what was inside, but the Summer Solstice, who had sensitive ears, could already hear the sound of chattering inside. Summer Solstice tugged at Cassandra and Hermione's sleeves. Listen to me, the first thing to do is cast the iron armor charm. How unreliable Lockhart is, you should guess. Cassandra snorted softly, then clenched her wand. Hermione, on the other hand, quickly nodded, took out her wand and got ready. As for Harry, they were sitting too far away from the Summer Solstice, and the Summer Solstice had to help. This is not his heavy friend. He did not have that worldly desire for the Summer Solstice. Seamus and Dean in the front row, unaware of the approaching danger, craned their necks to see what was under the hood. As for Neville in the first row, his body was already leaning back, as if he already had a sense of foreboding. I must ask you not to scream, that would anger them. Lockhart, full of anticipation, ripped open the hood. I saw a group of elves about 8 inches tall locked up in the cage. These elves are iron cyan overall, with a small pointed face, and their voices are even sharper and harsh. Originally, there was no movement in the cover. Now that the hood has been lifted, the little things immediately start making noise. They're not particularly dangerous, are they? Seamus is still laughing. But Xia Solstice felt that he would soon be unable to laugh. See what you have to do with them? Then Lockhart, the pit daddy, opened the door of the cage. It's now. Summer Solstice drank lowly. Then he put an iron armor spell on himself. Hermione and Cassandra next to them were not slow, and immediately put a layer of iron armor spell on themselves, although not as thick as the Summer Solstice, but it was enough to deal with these elves. Just as they reacted to the Summer Solstice, the entire classroom was already in chaos. The elves flew like rockets, and Neville was grabbed by the ears and picked up, then hung on the chandelier. They wreak havoc in classrooms more than a mad rhinoceros. Everyone is desperately dodging these dangerous elves. The window glass was also shattered by these elves, scattering broken glass on the ground. Harry and Ron finally lived up to Nagini's special training for them during the summer. They also reacted quickly and added an iron armor spell to themselves. When the elves tried to attack them, they were all blocked by the iron armor curse. Come on, drive them together, drive them together. They're just some elves. Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves and waved his wand, Pesca Pixie Pestinomi. It turns out that this spell, although very long, is completely useless. Lockhart's wand was also snatched by the elf and thrown out the window. Lockhart got under the podium in fright. Xia Solstice sighed, stretched out his wand, and said softly, Ava is not right. All petrified? Flying like a rocket in the air, the elves flying around 023 suddenly fell more than half. They are all petrified by the spell of the Summer Solstice. After seeing the actions of the Summer Solstice, the members of D.A all stood up bravely with iron armor spells and shot down these troublesome elves with petrification spells. Harry even used a shock absorption charm on Neville, who was hanging on it, when the chandelier fell. Xia Solstice nodded in satisfaction. D.A's special training was effective, at least it would not be useless like other people. Trained like this, D.A will become a very elite team, which is definitely much stronger than those elite aurors. After the elves were subdued, the little wizards who had hidden raised their heads one after another. When they saw that Summer Solstice and his companions were throwing these hateful elves into their cages one by one, the scene immediately broke into bursts of warm applause. Cool, you guys are amazing. Seamus marveled. I think it's more handsome than Lockhart, you say. Dean whispered to Seamus. Especially the Summer Solstice, I saw it all. He subdued 7 or 8 elves with one spell. Yes, I saw it too, and I heard that mantra. It seemed to be Ava. All petrified? That's right. Summer Solstice. He glanced in that direction to see who said it, and he wondered if he should quietly forget about it later. When the bell rang, Lockhart shouted out with a red face, and then hurried out of the classroom. Not even the cage containing the elf, Xia Solstice and the others walked out of the classroom under the admiring gaze of everyone. Lockhart's humiliating performance succeeded in turning a lot of people into black. Hermione was one of them. How much she adored Lockhart at first, how much she despised Lockhart now. Summer Solstice still felt a little strange, because Hermione in the original book, even after seeing Lockhart's humiliating performance, tried to wash the floor for him. Now it is directly pink and black, without a little mud and water, which must have happened to the summer solstice does not know the change. After the defense against the dark arts class that afternoon, there were no other classes. Summer solstice invited Hermione to go to the room of requirement. Hermione didn't hesitate this time and simply agreed. Cassandra didn't say anything this time, but followed behind the summer solstice with a cold face. She couldn't let Hermione take advantage of the loophole. As soon as he reached the staircase, Xia Solstice saw the little boy with a camera. He was stretching his neck, looking at something. "Are you waiting for Harry?" Summer Solstice asked casually as he passed by. "Yes. Did you see Harry Potter? I memorized his class schedule, and he should be out of class by now," Colin Creevy said excitedly. Xia Solstice turned his head and didn't find Harry's figure. Presumably he knew that there was such a little fan brother blocking him, so he took a detour. "Do you adore Harry Potter?" "Of course. I know everything about him. Everyone told me about him. He defeated the mystery man, and now there are scars on the forehead from that time. This, really cool." Xia Solstice touched his chin. "It's not very good that you block him like this. This will cause problems for his academic life." "Oh, but, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to stop you. I'm just saying that maybe you can find a good friend. You can start a Harry Potter fan club with them. When your number grows, you won't have to block him alone. At that time, you can find a way to exchange information, so that Harry can't avoid you." The corners of Xia Solstice's mouth rose slightly. Colin Creevy initially thought that the summer solstice was coming to stop him, but he didn't expect that he would support himself with such a trick. "Great. Thank you, kind senior." Colin Creevy turned around excitedly and ran. "Anyway, Harry can't be blocked here. He has to go back and run this club. Hey, do you recognize Ginny Weasley? She's on the same level as you, and I remember she's also a huge fan of Harry. Maybe you can pull her in too." "Okay, thank you." Colin said thank you from afar. Cassandra and Hermione watched from the side. "Summer solstice, you are the devil. If Harry knew. If he knew, he would probably thank me. I'm honing his scouting and counter-scouting abilities." Xia Solstice's smile could not be suppressed. Ding! The system detects that the summer solstice has very badly blocked the savior, rewarding 2 skill points. The expression on Xia Solstice's face froze. Ding! The character of the host is gradually getting bad, crossed out. "I am gradually becoming more and more considerate of my friends, and the system is very gratified." The system. How can you insult people's innocence out of thin air? And your mouth beard is not covering up at all. When Hermione first saw the lounge conjured up by the room of requirement, she immediately liked the place. Summer Solstice took out a lot of snacks and drinks from her ring and placed them on the table. Hermione sat down, opened her book and began to write her homework. And Cassandra is still the same, slowly tasting a cup of coffee. Xia Solstice was lying on the large sofa on the side very infiguratively, holding a BB-flavored bean in his left hand and stuffing it into his mouth, while his right hand was spinning his wand casually. I don't know how Luna is now." Xia Solstice remembered that Luna didn't seem to get along very well with her classmates. "Friends, you should help each other." Although she is a little crazy in the eyes of others, Xia Solstice knows that she is a kind girl. He didn't want to see her wronged. Summer Solstice was eating beans with his eyes closed. Naturally he didn't see it, and when he said Luna's name, Cassandra and Hermione next to him both glanced at him. Xia Solstice put down the beans in his hand, glanced at Hermione, who seemed to have just lowered her head to write her homework, and couldn't help but ask, "Hermione, why did you become so impulsive today? This is not like you. You would never scare the professor before." Hermione raised her head and frowned after thinking about it seriously before saying, "Last semester, I saw that kind of dark magic. I wanted to really learn something in defense against the dark arts class to be able to defend against the dark arts instead of to find out what colors the professor likes." Strictly speaking, Hermione's state of mind has changed, and after going through the events of last semester, her state of mind is completely different from the original. To put it in a simpler word, it's maturity. Like Cassandra, she is now seeking the power to protect herself and others. Therefore, when she found out that this Lockhart, who she thought should be a very powerful wizard, was actually just an embroidered pillow, her inner disappointment and loss were great. Therefore, Hermione, who was aroused by strong dissatisfaction, couldn't help but question Lockhart on the spot. With such a professor, you will never learn anything useful. Compared to Lockhart, what the summer solstice taught her was the real skill, whether it was those attack spells or iron armor spells. Summer solstice even taught her how to deal with the death spell during the summer vacation. As soon as Hermione finished speaking, Summer Solstice already understood. People are growth, and his appearance has contributed to Hermione's growth rate. This growth rate is mental. Last year, the mysterious man shot the deadly spell in front of her that she will never forget. This kept her feeling of an urgent crisis. "Don't worry, I'll protect you," Xia Solstice said seriously. "I can't be protected by you forever, Summer Solstice, I also want to be strong," Hermione said firmly. "All right. It seems that the potion formula in Tom's hand is very important. System, help me add those 2 skill points to Potions Mastery." Summer Solstice decided to increase the original Potions Mastery of only 6 points to 8 points. Xia Solstice touched his ring, and the wrong potion recipe was placed in the ring. Maybe he should go find Snape, who whose potions mastery may not be as good as his now, but he was once a Death Eater and a confidant of Voldemort. Maybe he's seen a potion recipe similar to this one. Summer Solstice lay on the sofa thinking about problems. There was the constant clink of Cassandra's coffee cup and spoon clashing in my ears, and the rustle of Hermione's quill scratching across the parchment. Before he knew it, Summer Solstice was asleep, and the wand pinched by his slender fingers hung gently on the floor. Last night, Xia Solstice stayed up late and faced Tom, and he was indeed a little sleepy. Cassandra put down her coffee cup and squatted in front of the Summer Solstice, quietly looking at the sleeping face of the Summer Solstice. Hermione also stopped her quill and cast her gaze, just her lips pursed tightly. When the Summer Solstice woke up, he had an extra blanket on his body, and the faint fragrance from the blanket told the owner of the Summer Solstice blanket that Cassandra was. But now he was the only one left in the room to respond. It seemed that both Cassandra and Hermione had gone back. He rarely sleeps so hard, or maybe it's because staying with his best friends is when he relaxes the most. He took out a pocket watch and looked at it. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Anyway, it's so late to wake up, and you can't sleep when you go back, so let's go on a night trip. Summer Solstice happily made the decision. The night tour is one of Gryffindor's 740 traditional arts. As long as it is not discovered, there is no problem at all. Summer Solstice opened the door of the room of requirement, and after seeing that there was no one around, his body shrank rapidly and turned into a very cute little black cat. The little black cat quietly disappeared into the darkness. The Summer Solstice passes through the long corridor, and the Summer Solstice in the cat state, even in the darkest place, is delicate in his eyes. The first place he was going was Snape's office in the underground classroom. The little black cat slipped to Snape's office door and then reverted to human form. Summer Solstice knocked on the door. A long time passed, and just when Summer Solstice thought Snape was not there, the door was opened with a bang. Snape's face poked out of his coffin with a hooked nose and looked coldly at the Summer Solstice. If you can't give a reasonable reason, I guess I wouldn't mind deducting points for Gryffindor. Let me think, how about a 50-point deduction? Summer Solstice's dark eyes looked calmly at Snape. I'm looking for you at this time. You should always know who I'm here for. Snape gloomy-faced, and was silent for a moment before he opened the door and made way for a position. Solstice walked past Snape and walked into Snape's office. It's as dark as ever, whether it's the specimens soaking around or the people who like to stay in this room. Say, what's the matter? That person. What's wrong now? Snape asked impatiently as he first entered the door on the Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice saw that there was a potion boiling over there. Thinking that Snape was taking care of this potion just now, Xia Solstice casually took out a poisonous snake tooth, divided it by 2 with a magic spell, and then threw it into the crucible. Snape frowned in disgust on the side. He hated when others touched his potion. But he still held back his anger and strode over to check on the potion that had been defiled by the Summer Solstice. Psychedelic potion. I think the fire just now is just right. You know it's a psychedelic potion. Why do you add poisonous snake teeth? You don't know. Snape's expression was suddenly stunned. Because although Summer Solstice had just added poisonous snake tooth powder that was not in the formula of the psychedelic potion, this pot of psychedelic potion was unexpectedly not broken, and it was refined in advance. And the quality is much better than what he refined before. He couldn't help but glance at the Summer Solstice, and the look of shock on his face could not hide it. Viper tooth powder? With the addition of this material, the psychedelic potion that originally needed to be boiled for 2 hours was now successful ahead of schedule, and also improved the quality of the potion? Snape quietly withdrew his gaze and took out the bottle to collect the potion. He planned to wait for the Summer Solstice to be sent away, and then slowly study the problem himself. Because with his personality, although he is very curious, if you want him to take the initiative to ask others, it is almost impossible. Potions is his specialty. Don't asking others admit that his level is not as good as others? And this someone else is still a Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice pulled over a chair and sat down disapprovingly, then frowned. Why is your chair here not only hard, but also butt? I remember I already asked you why you were here tonight. Snape put away the potion and placed it carefully on the desk. Why do you always refuse to go thousands of miles away? Professor Snape? I don't remember where I offended you? Humph. Snape was annoyed to find that the light and breezy appearance of the Summer Solstice was becoming more and more similar to Dumbledore. Well, I'm here to show you this. I know you're very knowledgeable about potion recipes. Maybe you've seen this recipe before? Solstice handed Snape the recipe Tom had written to him. The problematic places in the formula have been circled by the Summer Solstice with a red pen. Snape took the recipe and glanced at it, then said with a sneer, if you want to immediately turn into a monster that is neither a ghost nor a ghost, and then die a tragic death, you can drink the potion made according to this recipe. Of course I know there's something wrong with this potion recipe, and I'm not showing you this recipe to let you help pick the wrong one. I was just wondering, have you ever seen a potion recipe like this before? Snape set his sights on the parchment again. It didn't take long for his expression to become serious, because he found that the Summer Solstice found even more mistakes than he found. And those mistakes that he did not find, after he thought about it carefully, he found that the Summer Solstice was right. There is indeed something wrong with that one material. He couldn't help but glance at the Summer Solstice. Could it be that the level of the Summer Solstice's potion was already higher than mine? How is this possible? Where did you get the recipe? Isn't there a drawing error here? The mistake above was drawn by me. Although this recipe is full of mistakes, I believe you can also see that this formula does work, but it was deliberately changed to the way it is now. You drew it. Snape couldn't accept it. It meant that the level of potions on the summer solstice was far higher than his. How could this be? I think you're in the wrong focus, Professor Snape. Xia Solstice helplessly spread his hands. You should be able to see how extraordinary this recipe is, so you should also know where it comes from. Snape's pupils contracted slightly. That person gave it to you. Yes. I learned something from Professor Dumbledore, and you've been with that person for a long time before, so, I wonder, have you seen a similar recipe? Humph. Did he even tell you such a thing? Although Snape complained, he still looked at the potion formula carefully, and then kept recalling some things that the Dark Lord had asked him to refine the potion and improve the potion formula. I haven't seen this recipe. It took a long time before Snape said slowly. Xia Solstice expected this. If he changed to Voldemort, he would not show this potion formula to others casually. What's more, Voldemort, a psychopath who doesn't trust anyone again. But I seem to be a little impressed by some of the combinations above. Snape put down the parchment, his eyes as empty as ever. He gave me some combinations of potions, told me what they did, and asked me to improve what it seems to be similar to some of the combinations on this recipe. So, he took the recipe apart and asked you to improve it. Xia Solstice guessed that this is the character of Voldemort. Come to think of it that way, it really should be. Every time his appearance changed drastically, it was after I asked me to improve the potion combination. Snape looked at Summer Solstice seriously. It seems that your master doesn't fully trust you yet. That's why he gave you such a potion recipe. He never trusted anyone. Xia Solstice said. You're interested in that potion recipe from him. Indeed, because it does strengthen itself. I would naturally be interested in it. Humph. It seems that you are the same kind of person as him. No, you're wrong, Professor Snape. I'm not the same kind of person as him. Xia Solstice took out a packet of BB multi-flavored beans and opened it slowly. Here in Snape, you can never expect to be entertained with even a cup of aged tea. What's different? Aren't you all striving for ultimate power? Snape sneered. What Voldemort is after is the power to easily control everything and the power of immortality. Summer Solstice tentatively threw a brown BB-flavored bean into his mouth. And what I pursue is only the ultimate power. Is anything different? Of course it's different. To be honest, I think there's nothing wrong with pursuing the ultimate in power. Isn't it the same with you, Professor? Why else would you study black magic before? Snape frowned, but did not speak. Voldemort's mistake lies in his unscrupulous pursuit of extreme strength and his unscrupulousness after gaining extreme power. That's what makes me different from him. Xia Solstice said calmly. Professor Dumbledore is also very powerful and pursued extreme power when he was young, but he is now the greatest white wizard of the century. High character and high morality. So, it's very obvious. The pursuit of strength is not wrong. And his other goal, the pursuit of immortality, is the stupidest thing in my opinion. Because for anyone with a clear mind, death is just the beginning of another great adventure. The previous life of Summer Solstice originally had no feelings for Dumbledore's words, but now he believed it. There should be no one more qualified to say this than him, because he's already tried it himself. In the previous life, he died, so he started the adventure of this life, didn't he? Snape's brow furrowed deeper, and the Summer Solstice who was now sitting in the chair and talking, if he wore a white beard that reached his waist, was even more than Dumbledore. Can you talk so much, Dumbledore? It's very annoying. Dumbledore believes in you, and I hope you don't betray his trust. Snape held back for a long time before he said a word. And this sentence did not sound like Snape's tone at all. I never intended to disappoint him, Professor Snape. You know what I've done so far and for what? Summer Solstice stood up. Snape's chair here could not sit for long. You have to be careful. He gave you this recipe full of mistakes. Maybe he became suspicious of you, or more seriously, he found out that you betrayed him. Snape said. Indeed, if Voldemort really trusted the Summer Solstice, why would he harm the Summer Solstice with a fake formula? What purpose does he have? So there is only one answer, and that is that the Summer Solstice is exposed. Don't worry, I haven't exposed it yet, because this recipe was obtained by myself from his old things. He didn't give it to me personally. Summer Solstice's words are not a lie, he got it from the diary, and the diary is indeed Voldemort's old belongings. And these words sounded to Snape, the recipe that Summer Solstice accidentally found after turning over what Voldemort left behind. Then this formula is his trap, whoever believes and dies. And this recipe has been modified in so many places, it is impossible to push back to the original appearance. No, Professor Snape, I'm not interested in this recipe now. Summer Solstice laughed. You just said that Voldemort also had to improve the formula with your help before he dared to take this potion. And every time I take it, my appearance changes greatly. I don't want to be disfigured. The Summer Solstice spread out the hands. He wouldn't let Cassandra and them turn into Voldemort's weird appearance. There must be a way to become stronger. There is no need to die on this point. Summer still has something to gain tonight, that is, it proves that Tom's prescription is useless. It also allowed him to save a lot of time and no longer have to spend time playing games with Tom. He planned to turn in the diary when he went back, and took this opportunity to brush Dumbledore's favorability again. As for how the diary came about, let's say that there was a fight in the Lycan bookstore, and then this diary appeared in his book. As for who stuffed it to him, Xia Solstice said that he didn't know. Dumbledore would not go to Lucius to confront him because there was not enough evidence. Although Lucius knew that the diary was taken by his master, even if he later knew that the diary appeared in the books of the summer solstice, he would feel that it was part of his master's plan, and he would never dare to say a word. As for the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk, Xia Solstice himself knows the location of the Chamber of Secrets and how to open it. He also has a Slytherin wand that controls the basilisk. So Tom's diary is useless except to be a prop for him to brush favorability with Dumbledore. Thinking about it this way, the summer solstice immediately became relaxed. At least this school year can be passed gracefully. It only takes a diary to hand over and a basilisk in the secret room, and it doesn't take a few days to do this. Snape looked at Summer Solstice with a strange look. This potion formula was useless. Shouldn't he be very unwilling and angry? Why does he seem so relaxed now? Are they really different? Okay, I'll be here first tonight. I'll go back first. The Summer Solstice is ready to go. Okay, let's go, but because you're still out at night at this time, I have to detain Gryffindor. The corners of Snape's mouth rose slightly. Let me tell you why the Viper Fang powder shortens the time it takes for the psychedelic potion to refine and why it improves its quality. Don't deduct my points. Deal dry. The summer solstice was gone, and Snape closed the door to his office. Although his expression remained gloomy for thousands of years, his heart seemed to turn over a shocking wave. Because just now Xia Solstice told him about why he added poisonous snake tooth powder. This even includes what chemical reactions are in Muggle chemistry. He said that to put poisonous snake tooth powder, it is not to rely on the special magic in the poisonous snake tooth, but to need what calcium carbonate is contained in the poisonous snake tooth powder. When he ground the viper tooth into powder and threw it in, he had already cleared the special magic in the viper's tooth. The series of professional terms of the summer solstice confused Snape's whole person. What kind of chemistry is that Muggle that can really be combined with the great potions? Snape's heart at this time had doubts about his previous understanding. Could it be that there was really something good about Muggles? Although Snape loved Lily deeply and did not care about his Muggle origin, he personally despised Muggles. Now his worldview has suffered a huge shock, and the theory of the summer solstice just now is frantically bombarded in his mind. His current potions science has encountered a bottleneck, and it seems that there is no way to improve it, but the operation of the summer solstice has pointed out a new path for him. However, prejudice against Muggles had always made Snape's heart war. Snape sat back in his chair, and on the table was the same psychedelic potion that summer solstice had helped him complete just now. The pale blue potion was clear and pure, and he had never seen a psychedelic potion with so few impurities. It seems that I have been forgotten by you, Severus. Suddenly, an old voice came, interrupting Snape's musings. Snape stood up and picked up a small mirror on the shelf. In the small mirror, it was Dumbledore's face. It turned out that when the summer solstice came to visit just now, the reason why Snape took so long to open the door was because he was discussing something with Dumbledore using a two-sided mirror. Unexpectedly, the summer solstice came, so Snape put the mirror on the bookshelf on the side. So, the method Xia Solstice just said, you are moved. Dumbledore smiled. I never thought Muggle chemistry knowledge could work on potions. Snape did not admit it, nor did he deny it. He said he and the Dark Lord were different people. Do you really believe it? Me? Of course I believe it. Don't you already believe it too? What you say and do tonight is different. In the past, you wouldn't have deducted Gryffindor points because the summer solstice explained to you the effects of snake tooth powder. Oh, what Xia Solstice just said really spoke to my heart. As he just said, death is just the beginning of another great adventure for anyone with a clear mind. It's like it came out of my head. Dumbledore said happily. He talks and does things more and more like you. Worthy of being your favorite student. It's true. It's getting more and more annoying. Although Snape recognized the summer solstice in his heart, his mouth was still so hard. Oh, Severus. Summer Solstice didn't know that Snape's office was still eavesdropping on Dumbledore, and now he was a cat again, walking at Hogwarts at midnight. Xia Solstice originally wanted to take advantage of the present to explore the secret room, but think about it, it's really not good to stay up late. He is still growing his body, staying up late affects development. If you don't develop well in the future, it will be very bad. So Xia Solstice gave up the idea of exploring the secret room and lazily returned to his bedroom to sleep. Early the next morning, Summer Solstice got up with difficulty. After a brief wash, he took the wooden box containing the diary with him, and after he planned to have breakfast, he went to give the diary to Dumbledore. Ding! The system has detected that the host has secretly intercepted Voldemort's Horcruxes and is trying to find a way to trick the recipe of Voldemort's bloodline fusion potion. Ding! The bad behavior of the host makes the system deeply relieved, crossed out. Shame on me, the host is so evil? How can it become so evil? Xia Solstice didn't know what the system was suddenly pumping crazy again, but he also knew Tom's potion formula, which was called the Bloodline Fusion Potion. Ding! The system publishes a task asking the host to come out with Voldemort's potion recipe. Successful missions will reward you with a super improved Bloodline Fusion Potion formula. Note, this formula will no longer have any side effects. Xia Solstice said calmly, System, in the future, such madness, you can smoke a little more. You see you've been messing around lately, not positive at all. The task of the system came in time, and one step later, he turned Tom in. Now it seems that for the sake of that bloodline fusion potion that has no side effects, he really can't turn Tom in now. At this time, the summer solstice's mood is not bad or bad, although the reward of the system is not bad, but the summer solstice also has a feeling that it is clear that it does not need to be done, and suddenly it is going to be done again. For the next few days, the summer solstice was very leisurely. After all, the courses of all subjects are difficult for him, and the teachers of all subjects also like the summer solstice. Summer solstice has good grades, high talent, and good looks. Whether in Muggle society or in the wizarding world, teachers love such students. Even Snape didn't bother with the summer solstice anymore. Of course, Harry, Neville or something, or Snape's main output target. Speaking of Harry, he is so miserable these days, no matter how he hides, he can't avoid Colin Creevy's siege, and what's worse, he also heard that Colin formed a Harry Potter fan club. The minister is Colin Creevy and the deputy minister is Ginny Weasley, and their club members are surprisingly many. After all, last year, Harry was protecting the Philosopher's Stone again, and defeating the dark wizard Professor Quirrell. This is enough to make many young wizards revere him. Coupled with the fame bonus he had, as soon as Colin's club was established, a large number of first-year 4.7 freshmen immediately joined, and even upperclassmen. Fred and George also shouted about designing a logo for the club, but Ginny refused, so she didn't want to use a toilet ring as a logo. So these days, Harry's life is called a deep water, that is called a grass and trees soldiers. Finally, when Harry learned from Colin that this brilliant idea came from the summer solstice, his momentum to find the initiator to settle the score immediately withered. I can't help it, I'm here to train your reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities. Once you've practiced this ability, you'll no longer have to worry about being stalked by Death Eaters or something. Xia Solstice forcibly suppressed the corners of his upturned mouth, and patted Harry's shoulder seriously. I thank you very much. Really. Ha said in a tone of humor. Time came to the weekend in the blink of an eye. For students, days without classes are always the most relaxing. Harry was pulled by Woodwood to train early in the morning. Cassandra said she was going to be a Quidditch tryout next week, so pull the summer solstice to familiarize herself with the venue in advance. Summer solstice also had to follow Cassandra to see Harry train. Summer solstice was holding a pie and sitting in the stands looking boredly. But Harry, they don't seem to have come out yet. Cassandra estimated that they were still listening to Captain Wood's lectures and explaining tactics. Summer solstice and Cassandra chose the highest stands. This location is generally not bothered by people. Summer solstice ate a piece of the pie and turned to look at Cassandra. Cassandra's face has been cold lately, although it is not to ignore the summer solstice, but it has not given him a good look. Cassandra, have you been angry lately? No, why am I angry? Cassandra said flatly. But you haven't laughed lately, why don't you smile more? You obviously laugh so good looking. Why should I laugh at you? Hermione smiled so sweetly, you make her smile at you. Hermione wasn't around right now, and she was going to help Professor McGonagall borrow a book, and she wouldn't arrive until later. Well, then I don't look, you can smile secretly. Stretching your face all day can affect your health. Cassandra looked at the ball frame in the distance, as if the ball frame over there suddenly grew flowers. She doesn't want to take care of the summer solstice now. Suddenly, she noticed something furry rubbing against her. When she turned her head, she saw a cute little black cat. Cassandra turned her head again. You've just turned into a cute little kitten, and I don't want to pay attention to you. Summer solstice jumped onto the guardrail of the stands, with a pair of cute eyes, looking at Cassandra pitifully. Cassandra, who was poked fiercely, finally did not hold back. One took the little black cat down. She touched the little black cat's head with a smile on her face, scratched the little black cat's chin, and then turned him around and rubbed his belly. Summer solstice turns into cat form to make Cassandra happy. But Cassandra's methods are also too ferocious. I'm not a cat, so my inner tenacity is indomitable, and I don't feel anything about these techniques of yours. Nothing. Gee, this feels bad. Please stop. I feel like I'm going to get weird. Summer solstice, who originally thought he could handle it calmly, found that he quickly sank into Cassandra's skillful cat-petting movements. It's really, shame on you, but, so comfortable. Damn, how can you be so skilled? Well, I surrendered to the enemy, I gave up resistance, I am a cat, although it is temporary, but at this moment, as a cat, it is normal to accept human touch. So, let the storm come more violently. Harry flew out of the lounge as it was close to noon. Wood explained tactics and so on, which took a lot of time. And at this time, Hermione, who had been delayed for a long time, was finally too late. As soon as she arrived, she saw a cute little black cat lying on Cassandra's lap and snoring comfortably. Oh, summer solstice. Hermione looked at the black cat helplessly. Of course she knew who this cargo was. Meow. What summer solstice? You recognized the wrong person, I'm just a waste cat. When Cassandra saw Hermione, she quickly threw the black cat that the summer solstice turned into on the side chair, her face flushed. When there is no one, it is natural to ravage this little black cat as she likes, but Hermione is here, and Cassandra does not have such a thick skin. Hermione didn't have such a thin skin, and she picked up the black cat with a smile on her face, and then a meal of Rua. Cassandra always looked over secretly, and had long since lost the heart to watch any Quidditch training. Good. Not bad. Hermione's technique is also very good. The little black cat snored comfortably. Just as the summer solstice sank in the life of the scrap cat, a conflict broke out on the Quidditch pitch. Seeing what was happening, Hermione quickly and carefully put down the summer solstice, and then ran down the stands. Cassandra also frowned and walked down. Xia Solstice reluctantly changed back to human form. Abominable. Who the hell interrupted my good time with beautiful girls? Solstice looked down from the stands, and then saw the Slytherin team and Draco Malfoy surrounded by them. It's you again. Summer Solstice walked down the steps expressionlessly. On the pitch, Wood was shouting angrily, today's pitch is packed, come down. You guys can't train here. But the captain of the Slytherin team, Marcus Flint, took out Professor Snape's note, and he specially approved that the Slytherin team could come to the stadium today to train their new seeker. This new seeker is naturally Draco Malfoy. Wood was very angry. The behavior of this group of Slytherins who should have been chartered by the Gryffindor team today was very bad in Wood's eyes. If you have to use a metaphor, these Slytherins are like a bunch of grandpas and aunts who insist on dominating the stadium and square dancing. Wood, on the other hand, was driven away, a young man playing basketball. Your new seeker is Draco Malfoy? That Lucius Malfoy's son? Fred said in disgust. It's funny that you actually mentioned his father's name. Then ask 227 to see the gift that his father generously gave us. The Slytherins all raised their brand new broomsticks. It turned out to be 7 brand new Lightwheels 2001. All the Gryffindor players were dazzled by these brand new broomsticks. The latest model that only came out last month. Flint triumphantly showed off his new broom. Looking at the Brightwheel 2001 on the opposite side, the Gryffindor team members were speechless. The opposite side is all supercar, but his side is all Wuling Hongguang. How else to fight this? Malfoy smiled triumphantly. Maybe the Gryffindors can get some gold to buy a few new broomsticks. You can claim the sweeping 5 stars. I think the museum will bid for them. The Slytherin players burst out laughing. At least no one in the Gryffindor team needs to spend money to join the team. They came in entirely out of their own right, Hermione said angrily. Draco Malfoy, who had been poked in the sore spot, said angrily, no one here wants to ask your opinion. You smelly little mudblood. Touch. Before everyone could react, Hermione had already rushed forward and slammed a punch into Malfoy's nose. Hermione remembered what Summer Solstice had said. If someone said this word in front of her in the future, she didn't need to hesitate and could punch him directly. Ugh. Draco Malfoy screamed and covered his nose and sat down on the ground. Although Hermione's strength was not great, the punch hit the bridge of Malfoy's nose, and the place was very vulnerable. Nosebleeds kept running down Malfoy's nose, making him scream in fright. How dare you hit me? I'm going to tell my dad. Malfoy was going crazy. The surrounding Slytherin players saw that their big money lord was beaten, and naturally they would not give up easily. They all pulled out their wands. And Gryffindor, on the other hand, had already exploded when Malfoy uttered the word mudblood. They're even more excited than the Slytherin team. The Slytherin squad took up their wands to teach this daring girl a lesson. Not to be outdone, the Gryffindor players drew their wands. A big war immediately seemed inevitable. Malfoy struggled to his feet, raising his wand to cast a spell on Hermione. Oolong out. There are many obstacles. The voice of the summer solstice came from behind the Gryffindors. Touch. The Slytherin players who were about to start in front of them, even Malfoy who was halfway through the chant of the spell, were violently knocked away by the barrier spell of the summer solstice. It can be said that before the Slytherins could even react, the people were already lying on the ground. The war has not yet begun, it is already over. Summer Solstice walked up to the Gryffindors expressionlessly. Everyone involuntarily made way for him. He just made a move in a second, and there were a bunch of people on the opposite side. Almost everyone was shocked by the strength of the Summer Solstice. At this time, they truly understood that the news that Summer Solstice had defeated a team of Aurors alone might not be false. Well done, Hermione. The next time you encounter someone scolding you like this, then please give him a curse directly. Summer Solstice stood in Hermione's way. Hermione looked at the figure of the Summer Solstice and smiled sweetly. You dare attack us? You. Don't you come over. Malfoy looked at the Summer Solstice in shock. He hadn't seen the Summer Solstice just now, and he was also angry, so he dared to say that word again. If Malfoy had seen the Summer Solstice here, he would never have dared to utter the word mud, seed. Watching the Summer Solstice step by step, Malfoy was almost scared to pee. His father said this word to the Summer Solstice in the bookstore, and then he was kicked into St. Mungo's by the Summer Solstice for the night. Now he said the word again in front of the Summer Solstice. The horror in Malfoy's heart at this time was unparalleled. It's at school, you can't mess around. Yes, you should be glad that this place is at school, isn't it? Solstice's voice was calm, but it reached Malfoy's ears as if he had heard the whispers of demons. Hang the Admiralty upside down. Malfoy was immediately hung upside down from the ground. You just said that word, right? What did I say last time? No, you can't turn me into a maggot. So you remember. Summer Solstice said coldly. I really don't understand what you have to be proud of. Your achievements are not comparable to us, your ability is not comparable to us, your strength is not comparable to us, and your courage is not comparable to us. Once you gain the upper hand, you will be proud, and once you can't beat it, you will start to kneel and beg for mercy, a soft egg who bullies the soft and fears the hard, and has no spine. What qualifications do you have to belittle us? Is it just the filthy blood that flows through your body that makes you incomparably stupid? It's not a secret, you fools who claim to be pure blood honors are not even comparable to a pig in my eyes. You are not allowed to insult my bloodline, Malfoy said tremblingly. Oh, now you're angry? Summer Solstice lifted the upside-down admiralty from Malfoy. Malfoy fell to the ground in an instant. Okay, since you are proud of your so-called bloodline, then you stand up and duel with me? Summer Solstice threw Malfoy's wand to him. But Malfoy trembled, not daring to pick up his wand. What's wrong? Raise your wand and defend your so-called pure blood honor? What are you doing, stunned? Could it be that your so-called honor of noble blood can only encourage you to insult a girl? You are proud of your pure blood, so why don't you bravely attack me when I insult your bloodline, pig and dog? Take your wand and stand up for me? Startled, Malfoy stood up trembling, his gripping wand trembling like a Parkinson's. Come on. Your most beloved dad should have taught you the etiquette of duels long ago. We have to bow to each other first. Summer Solstice casually held his wand with 2 fingers and pointed at Malfoy. The wand pressed down slightly, and Malfoy suddenly felt that a powerful force was controlling him, forcing him to bend down and bow. This operation of the Summer Solstice, Voldemort saw it and called it insider. Okay, come, go on the offensive, come and defeat me to defend your so-called noble blood. I. Malfoy looked at the oppressive Summer Solstice in front of him, and was so frightened that he sat on the ground again, even throwing his wand aside. I'll give you a chance, you're not useful. Summer Solstice sighed. It seems that your so-called pure blood honor is just a joke. This is the difference. Harry was beaten when he was forced to duel by Voldemort, but he also bravely resisted. Malfoy really disappointed him so much, even if he dared to cast even a spell on the Summer Solstice, even if the spell did not take effect, the Summer Solstice decided to let him go. But I didn't expect that this guy is really a soft egg. Summer Solstice stepped forward and grabbed Malfoy by the collar, lifting it like a chicken. And you? What do you want? This is school, you can't. Come with me to Professor Snape. Xia Solstice said coldly, look how he thinks of you insulting your classmates with that vicious word. If Professor Snape can't give us justice, then I'll take you to Professor Dumbledore to judge. When Malfoy heard that Summer Solstice was going to pull himself in front of Professor Snape, he was overjoyed, because Professor Snape had a good relationship with his father and could be considered good friends. Then Professor Snape will definitely save himself and punish the Summer Solstice fiercely. Seeing that Summer Solstice had just sprayed Malfoy, all the Slytherin team members did not dare to speak, for fear of setting themselves on fire. The Gryffindors, on the other hand, felt exasperated, and Summer Solstice's angry Malfoy's words made them feel very relieved. Harry, in particular, was the one who felt the most upset, because Malfoy was always here to provoke him. So Harry saw him deflated. It was really cooler than eating 3 large ice creams in a row in the summer. But when they saw that Summer Solstice was going to pull Malfoy to Snape, the people on the Gryffindor side were shocked. Everyone knew what kind of personality Snape was, and Malfoy was his favorite student. When Snape was in class, the only student he praised was Malfoy. Hermione pulled Summer Solstice. Maybe we should look for Professor McGonagall instead of Snape. Harry agreed. He knew too well what kind of person Snape was. Summer Solstice pulled Malfoy to him. Wasn't that a sheep in the mouth of a tiger? I'm just going to pull him to Professor Snape for judgment today, and Professor Dumbledore can't stop me when he comes, I said. Summer Solstice carried Malfoy and left. Cassandra suddenly said, forget it, we can't stop him. Let's send someone to tell Professor McGonagall about this first. In the end, everyone decided to let Ron go to Professor McGonagall, and the rest chose to follow behind Summer Solstice. The Slytherins looked at each other and all followed. They really want to see Xia Solstice being punished by the dean of his own family. The Summer Solstice was too windy, and he carried Malfoy in one hand and strode towards Snape's office. A group of people behind him took 1 step and did 2 steps to barely catch up with the Summer Solstice. When the students on the road saw this scene, they all followed and watched strongly. It just so happens that it's the weekend. Everyone is free, no classes are required. So more and more people are following behind the Summer Solstice. After a while, Xia Solstice was followed by a huge group of people. I don't know, I thought that the ancient confused boy led the crowd to beat it. Summer Solstice strode to Professor Snape's door. He didn't put down Malfoy either, and directly began to slam the door. This operation made Harry, Neville, and the like dumbfounded. They saw Snape all longing, like smashing the door of Snape's office hard. They didn't even dare to dream of it. Who? Snape's voice came from inside the door, and he seemed very angry. Me. Summer Solstice replied arrogantly back to 690. Snape was still immersed in Muggle chemistry, but those formulas made him dizzy, and it was when he was bored. Someone actually dared to smash his door? And smashed so hard? Then Snape was furious. But when he heard that the voice outside was the Summer Solstice, he was angry for a while, and at the same time a little puzzled, saying that this kid didn't sneak over in the middle of the night. Why did it come in the broad daylight today? Snape didn't think for long, picked up his wand and waved, and all the Muggle books on the table were put away. He didn't want the Summer Solstice kid to see that he was studying Muggle books that he had always scoffed at. Snape opened the door a crack as usual. He thought that it was only Xia Solstice, but as soon as he opened a slit, his heart clicked. Summer Solstice was followed by a large group of people, and Snape even spent a few tenths of a second to reflect. Could it be that he deducted too many points from Gryffindor, and they united to rebel? Then he heard Summer Solstice say, "You don't care about Slytherin house. I'm the head of Slytherin, of course I'm in charge. Snape said word by word, and then he saw Malfoy with a blue nose and a swollen face. Solstice, what happened to Malfoy? You hit him? Snape's eyes immediately became dangerous. That's right. Professor, Summer Solstice he hit me. He attacked us with a spell and our entire Slytherin team was attacked by him? Malfoy suddenly struggled with Summer Solstice's hand. Did the Summer Solstice throw him down in disgust? This is thinking that he has found a backer, so the waist bar is straight again? Malfoy quickly got up on the ground and hid behind inner tube. And that Hermione Granger, my nose was broken by her? Malfoy proudly hid behind Snape. Hermione pursed her lips and glared at Malfoy fiercely, her eyes full of disgust. It seemed that if it weren't for Snape being in front of her, she couldn't help but rush up and make up for the punch right away. Granger, why are you hitting Malfoy? Summer Solstice, why did you attack the Slytherin team members? Snape glared at Hermione and Solstice with a pair of dead fish eyes. Because he insulted me with ugly words. Hermione said boldly. Hehe, just because of an insignificant word, you want to hit someone. Xia Solstice suddenly interjected, Professor Snape, do you really think that a word that insults people's personality is insignificant? Snape's pupils shrank slightly, and the unbearable memory in his heart was once again hooked by the words of the Summer Solstice. Is this really a trivial matter? Back then, he cursed a word because of anger, and then regretted it for life. For so many years, when he cursed that mudblood, the expression on Lily's face, he still remembers. Snape turned his head to face a smug Malfoy. What did you scold her? Didn't. Nothing special. Malfoy was a little scared to see Snape's look, but he never thought there was anything wrong with the words he scolded. You tell the truth, what did you scold her? I said, she's a stinking baker. Little mudblood. Boom. When Snape heard this word, he immediately felt like a thunder boom sounded in his mind. This word he has not heard in reality for many years. This word has always appeared only in his dreams. It was a nightmare, and this nightmare haunted him. In a nightmare, when he utters the word mudblood, Lily abandons him and dashes towards that arrogant, stupid James. I'm not wrong, she just. Shut up, Malfoy. Snape glared at Malfoy with a fierce look in his eyes, and Malfoy was so frightened that he almost sat down on the ground again. How dare you? How dare you say that word? Confinement? It must be locked down. Malfoy, from next week, you will face a month of confinement. Also, Slytherin deducts 20 points. Snape's expression twisted, and he turned angrily back to his office, slamming the door shut, and making a loud bang. Malfoy's whole body was confused. What was going on? Isn't he Professor Snape's favorite student? Wasn't Snape friends with his father, Lucius Malfoy, for many years? Why did he get beaten, be locked up, and deduct points? And the summer solstice they are the party that beats people, and they didn't even deduct points? Snap. Xia Solstice clapped his hands. Okay, the big guys dispersed. At this time, Harry and they were all confused. Is Snape crazy today? Months of confinement? He actually deducted the points of his own academy? And Malfoy was actually fined 1. Oh, my god. Is this the sun rising in the west? Not only Harry, Neville, they were stunned, but the other little wizards who followed to watch strongly. Was this still the same Snape they knew? Isn't he extremely short-guarded and extremely partial to his own academy? Why didn't he punish the beating Summer Solstice and Hermione this time, but instead punished the beaten Malfoy? Is it because of that swear word? In fact, it's really because of this swear word. Summer Solstice deliberately used words to provoke Snape's not good memories. It was the pain of Snape's life. If she hadn't scolded that word, would Lily have stayed with him all the time, and in that case, wouldn't she have died at the hands of the Dark Lord? So, when Malfoy mentioned the word in front of Snape, Summer Solstice knew that Malfoy was going to be cold. Harry couldn't help but ask, why is that? I mean Professor Snape. Summer Solstice patted Harry's shoulder. Ahem, in fact, Professor Snape is also a poor person. Let him carry the black pot less in the future. Harry looked confused. What the hell? There they are. At this time, Professor McGonagall and Ron walked quickly from a distance. There was anger in her eyes. Professor McGonagall came over angrily. I've heard about it. How dare you attack your classmates? Professor McGonagall pursed her mouth. She looked at the Summer Solstice. Her eyes shone with anger, and she said disappointedly, Summer Solstice, I thought you would not do such a thing to hurt your classmates again. She came after receiving Ron's notice, but because Ron admired the ability of Summer Solstice to knock over a group of Slytherins with a spell, he inevitably highlighted it here when telling Professor McGonagall. I have to say that this wave of operations, Ron is really pitted. But the Summer Solstice prevented the conflict from escalating further. It was because of his spell that the two sides did not fight, and he brought Malfoy to Professor Snape to deal with the problem. Didn't solve it yourself? I see no problem with the Summer Solstice approach, Professor. You can't punish him. Cassandra interjected before Summer Solstice spoke. Oh, even so. Professor McGonagall's heart was a little shaken, if the Summer Solstice made a move just to stop the two sides from fighting. Professor McGonagall, this happened because of me. It was I who hit Malfoy. Hermione said, because he called me a smelly mudblood, and I came from a muggle family, but I also knew how insulting that word was to me, so I didn't hold back. The Summer Solstice was to stop them from attacking me, so I made a move. So you should punish me. Professor McGonagall, I don't think you can punish someone who helps his classmates and stands up bravely for them. Luna's ethereal voice came from the crowd. Next, the little wizards of Gryffindor also interceded with the summer solstice. Where could Professor McGonagall not understand what was going on when she heard this? She glanced at Ron complainingly, then looked at Malfoy sternly. How can you scold your classmates for such uncultured words? It almost caused the Quidditch teams of the two houses to fight each other. Abominable? It's so bad. Slytherin deducts 20 points. Malfoy, you're about to face a month of confinement. The Malfoys are stupid. He has just been deducted 20 points by his own headmaster, and then fined a month of confinement, and now he will be deducted 20 points, plus a month of confinement? Teach. Professor Malfoy, he had already been punished by Professor Snape, who withheld 20 points from Slytherin and fined Malfoy a month of confinement. Flint said quickly. Oh, it's rare that he is willing to be fair. Professor McGonagall glanced strangely at Snape's office door. Is that? Then the score will not be deducted, but the confinement will be extended for 1 month. You have to remember the lesson of this time, Mr. Malfoy. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she turned and left. She walked in a hurry, as if she hadn't seen the summer solstice them. Seeing Professor McGonagall's back disappear into the back of the hallway, the Gryffindor students cheered. But the summer solstice beckoned them to run quickly. The people who already trusted the summer solstice did not have time to ask why, so they quickly ran behind him. Sure enough, not long after they left, they heard Snape's office door being pushed open vigorously. Summer Solstice knew very well that it was already a miracle for Snapkin to let them go. And cheer in front of Snape's door? You still can't be too floating? Snape couldn't catch anyone and deducted points, so he closed the door again in frustration, not even looking at Malfoy. Malfoy sat on the ground crying. He didn't understand what was wrong today. How could he be so unlucky? Even his biggest backer, Professor Snape, seemed to no longer pay attention to him. In the end, it was the Slytherin team who took him to the school hospital. After all, it was also the big money who gave them their latest model of broom. Today was a memorable day for the people of Gryffindor, and it was the first time that Snape deducted points from his own house. Although I don't know how the summer solstice came about, it doesn't matter. They just need to know that the summer solstice cow ratio is over. The Gryffindor common room was particularly lively that day, and Fred and George didn't know where to get a big barrel of butterbeer. The summer solstice, on the other hand, went to the kitchen and got a lot of good food. When the summer solstice left, the eyes of those house elves were filled with reverence and gratitude for the summer solstice. Oh, the gentleman was so nice. He not only said thank you to us but also taught us how to cook. And he was able to call each of us by name accurately. One of the house elves said with excitement on his face. After leaving a large pile of food, Summer Solstice did not stay in the common room, but went to the room of requirement with Cassandra and them. The difference is that this time Luna was also invited by the Summer Solstice to come to the room of requirement. Summer Solstice put food all over the table. In fact, there is nothing to celebrate about this matter, but Summer Solstice wants to find an excuse to eat a big meal. Perhaps because of those 10 points of strength, the Summer Solstice has always been very large, and the food always makes him feel more energetic. Hermione, your punch is so beautiful. Xia Solstice nibbled on a roast chicken leg and said indistinctly. That punch was so fast that I couldn't even see it. To be honest, if you hadn't done it, I would have given him a ruthless one. Oh, thank you for helping me, Summer Solstice. Otherwise I might have been expelled. Hermione thought about it at this time, and suddenly felt a little afraid. After she punched, the people on the other side of the Slytherin would definitely attack back. If it weren't for the spell of the Summer Solstice, the two sides would definitely fight, and if things went big, they would probably be expelled. Don't worry, Hermione. Expelled you for a Malfoy? Professor Dumbledore would not do such a thing, and Hogwarts would not be willing to give up a good student like you. Summer Solstice smiled and said, Dumbledore is a good old man, but not a person like Lucius. Ahem. Cassandra suddenly coughed. She glanced at the Summer Solstice, and then said, actually. In fact, not all pure-blood families believe in pure-blood honor. So, Cassandra, I don't have prejudice against pure-blood families. I just think that the so-called pure-blood supremacy is very stupid. Xia Solstice said with a smile. Every wizard should be equal. Social status can be high or low, and it can be competed by strength. But there should be no such thing as anyone being more noble than whom. Luna sat quietly on the sofa, holding a bundle of grass in her hand to feed the little Sevener. Every now and then look up at the summer solstice. Cassandra quietly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm just telling you a fact. Our family does not have the stupid idea of pure blood honor. This is just the slogan put forward by the mysterious man back then. Let those families turn to him. I think that only if I am strong enough, I can be proud of the capital. Cassandra has always been a person of supreme strength, and if it were not for the comprehensive suppression of the values of the summer solstice, it would not be possible to really become her friend. I know that, Cassandra, your parents didn't object to you being friends with me, did they? The well-fed summer solstice transformed into a cat again, and he found that resting in this form was the most relaxing. Of course, it is definitely not because as long as he turns into a cat, he can be massaged by beautiful girls in his arms, and this is definitely not the reason. Mr. X, who is inconvenient to be named. Hello, I've always understood that muggles are really not to be underestimated. There is also a real possibility that magic and technology complement each other. But you have to admit that muggles are powerless to fight back in front of wizards. A small soul-snatching curse can make their high-level bow to us, so why should we bother to build a good relationship with them and talk about cooperation? We can drive muggles to work for us in the same way that muggles drive donkeys to grind. In that case, the brilliant future of magic and technology can also be achieved. And faster? Maybe you feel unbearable, but to do big things, some unnecessary emotions can be completely discarded. Mr. G, who did not want to be named. Xia Solstice put down the letter in his hand and could only say, is it really worthy of Mr. G? This is directly treating muggles as if they were livestock. He was partly right that if he controlled the leader of the muggles, he could naturally control the other muggles. To a large extent, the idea of complete control and domination of muggles was realized. However, this method is the simplest and fastest. However, it also has very big drawbacks. Summer Solstice brought a new piece of parchment and quickly wrote on it with a quill pen. Mr. G, who did not want to be named. Hello. This method you said is indeed the easiest method on the surface, but in fact, it is impossible to succeed. Because this method has fatal drawbacks. First, Muggle regimes are not as strong as you and I think. If we use the upper leaders of Muggles and treat Muggles as our cattle and horses, there will be no problem in the short term. But in the long run, there will be people who will resist, and they will rise up against the old regime. You might think that their resistance is insignificant. But don't forget that Muggles have a numerical advantage that we will never be able to match. Under a huge population base, wizards will also be born among them? Do you think that if you were a wizard from a Muggle family, would you watch your family being oppressed and treated like a cow and horse? They will stand up against us, as long as there is this little poke. Then our methods of control over the Muggle hierarchy are no longer safe. Although these forces may be weak at first, we can never underestimate these forces of resistance, and the spark is enough to ignite the plane. As long as someone stands up and resists, our cause cannot be said to be truly successful. Second, can you be sure that all wizards will be on our side when we officially start planning? At the very least, if my parents were Muggles, or my friends were Muggles, I would never stand with you. Our laws do not prohibit intermarriage between Muggles and wizards. I believe that neither husband nor wife is willing to turn their other half into a class enemy. Once our plans begin, then these people are our enemies. And the number of these enemies will be much more than you and I expected. If it is forcibly enforced, then a huge wizard war will begin first. And I'm pretty sure that Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, would never have approved of this revolution that forcibly enslaved Muggles. He will be our strongest enemy. We are not sure of defeating him. He is not sure of winning this war of the nets. If you go according to your ideas, there are too many variables. Therefore, solving problems by peaceful means, although slow and difficult, is the best policy. Making peace with Muggles and working together would have meant that even Dumbledore would be on our side. If you can become friends, why do you have to be enemies of each other? That's how I think on the matter. It is not convenient to reveal the name of X. In the dark stone room, the slumped body looked so emaciated, he put down the parchment in his hand and muttered something. Albus. Albus. Stand with me. Friends again. His eyes suddenly brightened in the dark stone room. This Tuesday afternoon is the day when the Gryffindor Quidditch team selects new players. Summer Solstice and Cassandra had already submitted their applications, so today they were offered a Quidditch pitch for the selection. After changing their clothes, Cassandra and Summer Solstice each took a Halo 2001 and walked from the dressing room to the court. The broom in the hand of the Summer Solstice was given to him by Cassandra. It seems that she has been planning this for a long time, and has long prepared a broom, and it is two. Although she defended that buying two was a precaution to prevent the first one from malfunctioning, she didn't buy it specifically for the Summer Solstice. But Xia Solstice did not expose her somewhat clumsy lie, but accepted her broom. Although Xia Solstice's teeth are very good, but occasionally cook the rice a little softer, he will not dislike it. Don't underestimate the passion of young wizards for Quidditch. When Summer Solstice and Cassandra arrived at the stadium, dozens of Gryffindor students had gathered on the scene to participate in the selection. There are those who have just entered the second grade, and there are those who are in the upper grade. Colin and Ginny sat in the stands with regretful looks on their faces and watched. They also want to join the Quidditch team and want to be Harry's teammates. However, first year is not allowed to participate in Quidditch trials. After all, not everyone is Harry Potter, and for hundreds of years at Hogwarts, he was the only one who joined the team in his first year. In addition, sitting with Colin and them, there are many other people, all of whom are members of the Harry Potter fan club. Harry also helped Wood with player selection at the court. It's just that he looks a little sad. Every time he saw the group of fans in the stands, Harry felt painful. He had to figure out a way out before the selection was over. Otherwise, he will be surrounded and asked to take pictures, sign autographs. This is not the worst. The worst thing is that when he had to do all this, he happened to run into Lockhart's goods. Thinking of him showing a disgusting smile, and then clamping his shoulders, he said with a sigh, Harry, blame me for letting you taste the sweetness of 5.3 places. Harry couldn't help but shiver. No, you have to find a way to slip away. Harry has never had such enthusiasm for learning the transfiguration charm as he does now. If you can learn the illusion charm, even if you say the Jeep again, it is not an unacceptable thing. When Harry thought so, he saw the Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice? You and Cassandra want to join the team too? Harry asked in surprise. I remember you weren't interested in Quidditch. Yes, although I'm not that fanatical about Quidditch, I love flying, you know, in school, I can only fly when I play Quidditch. Xia Solstice answered truthfully. In this matter, Wood also saw the summer solstice. He was very impressed with this junior. After all, he was a ruthless person who knocked over a bunch of Slytherins with a spell. Summer solstice? We're glad you were here to try out for the Quidditch team. Wood stepped forward enthusiastically. On the day of the summer solstice, Malfoy was lifted up with one hand, which was simply a legendary innate divine power. As long as the flight is not too bad and the accuracy of the pitching is not far away, then you will definitely be able to become an excellent chaser. That was Wood's first thought when he first saw the summer solstice ready to participate in the tryouts. At least as a goalkeeper, he knows what kind of players goalkeepers are most afraid of. Of course, if the summer solstice's flying skills are good, then he can also be a good hitter, and Wood believes that the summer solstice with such strength, the bludger he hits must be very powerful. Therefore, as long as Summer Solstice's flying skills are not as rotten as Neville, then Wood will definitely let Summer Solstice join the team. As for Cassandra, Wood will need to observe again to know if she is suitable for the team. After everyone had arrived, Wood announced the start of the tryouts. First of all, and the easiest, fly around the pitch, and everyone flies together and circle the pitch 3 times. This is to test the most basic flying skills of the team members. If you can't fly directly, then go home early. What other skills are tested? As Wood's whistle sounded, everyone flew from the ground like off-string arrows. Swish. Everyone flew around the pitch. Summer Solstice and Cassandra took the lead and rushed ahead of everyone. After all, they are riding the latest model, the Light Wheel 2001, which is faster than Harry's Light Wheel 2000. Oh. Summer Solstice let out an excited cry. This broom is really fast, although it is not as fast as he himself directly flies, but it is already very enjoyable. After all, the Summer Solstice has not flown freely for a long time. Cassandra's flying skills are also very good, as she learned to ride a broom at a very young age under the instruction of her mother. Swish. Summer Solstice and Cassandra took the lead, gradually throwing the people behind them farther and farther away. Oh. On the ground, Harry and Hermione shouted excitedly as they watched Summer Solstice and Cassandra fly faster and faster. They're amazing. Wood said excitedly. Look, they didn't even slow down when they turned corners. Oh, my god. Their flying skills are no worse than yours, Harry. He is so happy, which means that he will have 2 strong players in his team. Then this year's Quidditch trophy will be won by him again. In last year's Quidditch Cup, because Harry was not seriously injured, he did not miss the last game, and they beat Ravenclaw to the ground, and finally won the championship directly. This makes Wood's heart very high, and he must win the championship again this year. Just a little over the lap, Summer Solstice and Cassandra had already caught up with the tail of the team. Cassandra, how about we get past them? Okay. Brush brush brush. The two were like butterflies in flowers, interspersing back and forth in the team, passing the people in front one after another. Oh, this technology. Wood watched the summer solstice in the sky and Cassandra use superb flying skills to pass people one after another, so happy that he almost fainted. I think their second test doesn't need to be tested anymore, Harry muttered. Because the second test is the training of avoiding obstacles, maintaining speed while avoiding obstacles in front of you. But now that Summer Solstice and Cassandra have done it, they are a full lap ahead of those behind them, and after catching up with the tail of the team, they are still overtaking those in front as they wish. Look at them. They're so fast. Wow, it's too thrilling to hide. Is that the Summer Solstice? How handsome? I don't know if Summer Solstice has a girlfriend. Is Worley his girlfriend? I don't think so. Oh, Miss Worley is so beautiful. The onlookers watched excitedly as the two were showing off their skills. Soon, 3 laps flew over. Cassandra and Summer Solstice were actually 2.5 laps ahead of them. Everyone fell, except for Cassandra and Summer Solstice. Almost everyone was downcast. Obviously, being overtaken by people in a row, which made them very devastated. Almost everyone knows that Summer Solstice and Cassandra are basically able to make the team. But Wood didn't ignore others, except for Summer Solstice and Cassandra. He also singled out 10 of the rest for the second test. Summer Solstice, you and Miss Worley don't have to participate in the second round of tests, Wood said excitedly. Because what you did just now says it all, no one will dispute it. Xia Solstice shook his head. I like flying, let me participate in the second round. Cassandra, can you fly again with me? Since you said so. Okay then. Cassandra now had a blush of excitement on her face because she had just experienced a hearty flight, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, agreeing to the invitation of the Summer Solstice. Hermione stood in the crowd with a face full of envy, but unfortunately she really didn't have any flying talent. After all, flying is a rare thing, and there is no way to improve the skills through reading. In the next obstacle flight test, although several people performed well, in the face of the Summer Solstice and Cassandra's exaggerated skills, everyone was overshadowed. Still, Wood left several people behind. Responsible Wood, just because of the amazing Summer Solstice and Cassandra, will give up other good seedlings that may be hidden. Summer Solstice, Worley. Your cooperation is so tacit, you should be able to hit the golfer, and you can also be a competent chaser, Wood said excitedly. Let's test it. Summer Solstice and Cassandra take to the skies for a batter's test. 2 blood jars whizzed towards Summer Solstice and Cassandra, respectively. Summer Solstice raised the bat and easily hit Fred with the bludger. The bludger brush swept across Fred's head, scaring him out of a cold sweat. Summer Solstice looked at his hand. He 450 shook his head. He probably wasn't quite the same suitable as a batter, otherwise the opposite side may have to worry about his life. Cassandra, on the other hand, is not so easy to deal with bludgers, and strength has never been her strong point. After barely hitting the bludger, the bat in Cassandra's hand almost flew out. Wood also saw the problem. Cassandra was not suitable as a batsman because she didn't have enough strength. And the Summer Solstice is not suitable for being a batter, or rather, the Summer Solstice is too suitable to be unsuitable. Because he is too strong, he will probably hang up on the spot when he is hit by his bludger. So Wood didn't hesitate to arrange for them to test the chaser. The batsmen still let Fred and George come. Wood personally came on as a goalkeeper. The test was simple. Cassandra and Summer Solstice each threw 10 balls. Cassandra came on first. Although she lacks strength, her flying skills are sophisticated enough and her pitching is accurate. Her feint made Wood suffer, and in the end, she scored 6 of the 10 she threw. Wood is excited. This is a skillful player. If the Summer Solstice were so good, then the Gryffindor team would have 2 more brush machines. Cassandra fell, and Summer Solstice slapped her together, and then flew up with a ghost flying ball. Wood stopped in front of the door frame, his face full of nervousness. Summer Solstice held the ball and leaned forward slightly. Swoosh. The whole person turned into a shadow and flew towards the door frame. Wood looked solemnly at the figure that rushed over like a shooting star. He knows the power of the Summer Solstice, and if one is not careful, the ball may be hit into the goal. Swoosh. The Summer Solstice flew 20 meters to Wood's left. The ball in his hand was thrown. Wood's pupils shrank to really stare at the trajectory of the ghost flying ball. However, at the moment of seeing the trajectory, Wood was slightly stunned. This ball is fast, but why is the accurate head deflected so much? The little wizards who were watching on the ground were a little confused. Before the Summer Solstice, the flying technique is so showy. Why is the pitching technique so poor? Wood watched the ghost flying ball fly over, and he didn't need to move at all, because this ball couldn't get in even if it was shooting empty. Wood felt that the Summer Solstice might be the first pitch and was a little tight. Just as Wood was about to encourage the Summer Solstice and tell him not to be nervous, the corner of his eye swept to the ghost flying ball again. That ghost flying ball actually flew directly into the door frame on his right-hand side at an incredible angle after sliding through a perfect arc. What's going on? Wood was taken aback. Could it be that Summer Solstice used magic? On the ground, Dean was excitedly shouting, "Banana balls? This is a banana ball? Full moon machete? That's cool." When asked what a banana ball and a full moon scimitar are, Dean popularizes a technique in Muggle football that can make a soccer ball turn a corner. When the football is kicked out, the ball rotates extremely quickly, and then the pressure on both sides of the ball will become different, and the flight trajectory of the ball will be deflected and turned. The same is true of the Summer Solstice pitch, and the ball he throws is also spinning at great speed, so the ball turns a corner. However, although throwing a ball is the same as a kicked ball, people can easily spin the ball. But the ball thrown out, there is no way that the ball that is kicked out rotates fast. After all, the strength of the legs is much greater than the strength of the hands, and the acceleration is not the same. If the ghost flying ball is a small ball like a baseball, ordinary people can still throw it, but a ghost flying ball about the size of a volleyball cannot be thrown by anyone. No wizard has the strength of the Summer Solstice to throw a ghost flying ball as a baseball. Of course, if it were Hagrid, it should be able to do it. Did you use magic? Quidditch can't be magical, Wood said with a frown. I didn't use magic, it was a spinning ball. Just let the ball spin faster and it can turn, Xia Solstice said lightly. This technique is common in Muggle football and baseball. Wood came from a purely wizarding family and had never seen Muggle sports. Can you try a few more times and let me take a look? Wood throws a ghost flying ball to the Summer Solstice. Of course, Xia Solstice said, casually throwing a spinning ball again. This time, because Wood stood closer, he immediately saw clearly the state of extreme rotation at the moment when the ghost flying ball flew out. Wood's eyes lit up, and he wanted to try it too, but tried several times and couldn't succeed because his ball didn't spin fast enough compared to the pitch of the Summer Solstice. Still, his pitch produced a little bit of arc, though not as exaggerated as the Summer Solstice. This proves that the technique of the Summer Solstice is useful. He does not use magic, and this technique seems to be only available to people who are powerful enough to pervert the Summer Solstice. Wood immediately got excited, and he flew back to the door frame to let Summer Solstice continue to pitch. He had to seriously test the power of the ball thrown by this technique. Whoosh, su, su. Summer Solstice understood what Wood meant, so the next pitch was all spinning balls. Up spin, down spin, left, right. Even top left, bottom left, top right, bottom right. No matter which direction it is, the Summer Solstice can make the ball turn and show you. The test results came down, 10 pitches on the Summer Solstice, 10 shots out of 10. Wood has also experienced firsthand the horror of this technique. A ball that is thrown off the beaten, no matter how you look at it, you can't imagine that it will turn a corner. The confusing nature of this ball is even more deadly than Cassandra's feint, and can induce the goalkeeper to make mistakes. And even knowing that these balls will turn corners, it is not easy to save. The ball didn't shoot, no one knew which direction the ball wanted to turn, and by the time they saw the point where the ball landed, it was too late. You must know that the pitching of the summer solstice can not only turn corners, but also be many times faster than others throwing. Wood danced with joy and decided on the spot to admit summer solstice and Cassandra. The little wizards watching the selection below were all amazed by the skill of the summer solstice. Dean looked at the summer solstice with adoration, throwing the ghost flying ball like a baseball, and throwing out the arc of a football. This is a god, man. At this time, the other little wizards who participated in the selection were all convinced after seeing the performance of summer solstice and Cassandra. In the next test, there is no need to continue, because the rest of the little wizards who participated in the selection all dropped out of the selection, because they feel that summer solstice and Cassandra are better on the team than they are in. Therefore, this year's Gryffindor player selection had to end early. Eventually, summer solstice and Cassandra joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team as chasers. Fred and George held the summer solstice on one side. I knew you could be a chaser. We said it during the summer vacation. I'm actually expecting you to be a batsman. Then we can see you open all those gorilla brains in Slytherin. Xia Solstice grabbed the two. Actually, you can do it too, as long as you are willing to follow me to exercise every day. Make sure you can open their brains at will. Really? When did I lie to you? Forget it. Fred and George decisively rejected Sheen. They knew that Harry had followed the summer solstice special training, and then Harry now trembled when he heard the word special training. They are not fooled. It is better to research prank products when they have time. In order to burst the heads of the Slytherin gorillas, it is not worth thinking about such a thing as participating in special training. Wood led them back to the lounge and introduced the rest of the team to them. Your broom is Lightwheel 2001, the same as the one over there in Slytherin. And your technology is also very good. So, next, you're going to be the tactical core of our team. Wood hurriedly pulled off the red player shirt. I'll have to go back and study a few sets of tactics around you. Wood was busy with excitement. Summer Solstice changed his clothes and walked out of the lounge. He still had a good time flying today, but after the excitement, he felt a little hungry. Cassandra also changed her clothes and walked out, but she still had her broom in her hand. It's good, you didn't let me down, then help me carry a broom after this kind of thing. I will leave it to you. Cassandra slipped the broom into the hands of the Summer Solstice, then turned arrogantly and left. Xia Solstice shook his head helplessly. Obviously you have a storage ring that can store a broom. Cassandra seemed to notice that Xia Solstice did not follow. What a daze, if you don't hurry up, your chicken legs will be eaten. Xia Solstice had to admit that this sentence was more lethal to him. He put away his broom and, along with Cassandra, strode toward the auditorium. By the time they reached the Great Hall, Hermione was already there. After seeing the summer solstice, she smiled sweetly, and then pushed over a silver plate full of roast chicken legs. Cassandra snorted softly. When the hungry summer solstice saw it, his eyes immediately lit up, and he immediately sat down to eat a lot. In today's tryouts, there are still many people who have seen the performance of the summer solstice, so a lot of eyes have fallen on him. Of course, this kind of gaze is mostly girls. After all, the charm of 110 summer solstice at 10 o'clock is not a joke, and he has already attracted the attention of many girls since he entered school. It's just that Cassandra always follows by his side. Moreover, under the pressure of Cassandra's powerful aura, the other girls didn't even have a chance to say hello to the summer solstice. Few girls have the confidence of Hermione and can withstand Cassandra's aura. Of course, there are many boys who notice the summer solstice, and they will not be suppressed by Cassandra's aura. At this time, a tall and thin boy with a handsome face walked over. As soon as he approached, Xia Solstice noticed it. Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory and I am a Hufflepuff seeker. What you just did on the pitch was truly amazing. Hello, my name is Summer Solstice. Xia Solstice put down the chicken legs, and the oil stain on his hands suddenly disappeared. He took Cedric's hand amicably. Cedric was also stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Summer Solstice was directly shaking hands with oil-stained hands, but the slippery feeling he imagined did not come. Cedric felt the Summer Solstice's hands dry and warm. Your spell is also very well used. I just thought you were going to apply my hand of chicken fat, Cedric exclaimed. As soon as he reacted, Xia Solstice had just put down the chicken legs and had already cleaned up his hands with a cleaning spell. This is a wandless casting, plus a silent spell? Even in the 4th grade, he couldn't do that. And it seems that the spell effect of the summer solstice is still very good. Senior exaggerated, my spell level is average, I still plan to ask Senior for spells. Although Cedric knew that the summer solstice was humble, he still felt like a spring breeze. Summer Solstice has such a high talent, but he is approachable and does not have a little pride, which makes Cedric have a good impression of Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice also admired Cedric Diggory. This is a good man, not only talented, elegant, and virtuous. And like all Hufflepuffs, he has a strong sense of justice. Summer Solstice has always felt that his death in the original book is too pity, and he has the advantages that all excellent students at Hogwarts have, but now with the existence of Summer Solstice, Cedric's tragedy can finally be avoided. Solstice invited Cedric to sit down next to him, and then chatted casually, and after a few Quidditch conversations, Summer Solstice successfully led the topic to food. No little badger can resist the temptation of good food. It just so happened that Cedric hadn't eaten yet, so Summer Solstice recommended several dishes to him that he had taught to the house elves at Hogwarts. Soon, Cedric was immersed in the vast and profound food culture of the Celestial Empire. Delicious? It's delicious? Why haven't I seen these foods before? Cedric said as he ate. That's because it's a dish I only recently taught to the elves. It turned out that you taught it, and when the school started before, the new ones. Haha, that's Professor Dumbledore's recipe for me, and he likes both grunt meat and sweet and sour carp. Because both of them are sweet and sour. That's nice. If only I could eat this food every day in the future. By the way, do you also know about house elves at Hogwarts? Have you been to the kitchen too? Yes. Fred and George told me the location of the kitchen. You can come to my house during the holidays and I can cook some dishes for you that you have never seen before. The summer solstice is also full of horsepower to eat. Because he found out that Cedric was also a foodie, and the speed of the sweep was not slower than him, which was not okay. Cassandra was taking a small sip of a bowl of mashed potatoes on the side, and she looked at the two of them who were swept by the wind, very disgusted. No one robs you, you don't have to eat so quickly. Hermione said helplessly. The eating appearance of these two people is also too exaggerated. I didn't expect to meet an opponent today. Xia Solstice said solemnly, there are still people who cook at the same speed as me. I always thought that when it came to cooking, only Ron was my fierce rival. Ahem. This, sorry, was so delicious, I couldn't resist Cedric scratching his head in embarrassment. Soon, both of them were full, and in the end, it was Xia Solstice who won the showdown. Although he couldn't crush Cedric in terms of speed, in terms of the amount of food, it undoubtedly crushed Cedric. Cedric was stunned to see that Summer Solstice ate another roast duck with a speed that barely slowed down much, and the whole person was shocked. No wonder you have so much strength. You won't be of magical animal blood, will you? Cedric couldn't help but ask. Cassandra snorted softly on the side and said, I've always thought that he has the blood of a troll, and the amount of food is terrifying. The brain is also the same as the troll, the wood that does not understand anything, Cedric rolled his eyes when he saw Summer Solstice, and he didn't know whether he was choked or angry. Ahem, this, is Miss Worley your girlfriend? Poof. When Cassandra heard this, she immediately sprayed the iced lemon juice that he had just put into her mouth directly on Xia Solstice's face. How can you talk nonsense? How could I be his girlfriend? Cassandra's face became a little redder than a monkey's butt. I'm full. I'm leaving? Cassandra fled, standing up too quickly and almost wrestling. Cedric looked at the distant Cassandra with some doubt, and then took out his wand and cast a cleansing spell on the summer solstice. Oh, I see that you have always been inseparable, I thought. Then Cedric saw Hermione again. Oh, I see, This Miss Granger is your girlfriend, right? Poof. Ahem. Hermione almost didn't choke to death when she heard this. What do you say? It's not. I still haven't written my homework, I'm going to do my homework. She blushed, picked up the thick books, hurriedly stood up, lowered her head and ran. Isn't it either? Cedric's face was depressed, he actually guessed wrong twice in a row. Then, Cedric. Xia Solstice drank a large mouthful of chilled lemon juice, and finally smoothed the food that choked him. He looked at Cedric with a serious face. The first task of a student should be to study hard. How can you worry about falling in love every day? And we are still young, early love is very bad. Cedric looked at the summer solstice with reverence on his face, too. You are amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to control myself when I was with such a beautiful girl. Cedric picked up a small piece of pudding and put it in his mouth. If it were me, I would have confessed it. Cedric, I'm only 12, I'm still a child, I don't have that worldly desire, I just want to study wholeheartedly now, Xia Solstice said seriously. He is a serious person at the summer solstice, a reserve of the greatest white wizard in the future, with high moral character, integrity, and kindness. How can he think about playing with beautiful girls every day? Joke? Cedric was silent for a long time before he held out a sentence. You really love to learn. At least on the surface, the summer solstice looks like this, but what he really thinks, except for himself, I am afraid that no one will ever know. After chatting with Cedric for a while, Summer Solstice returned to the Gryffindor common room. Neither Hermione nor Cassandra was here, and Summer Solstice had to go back to her dormitory. Having a dormitory by yourself is actually quite cool, at least, the Summer Solstice is much more convenient when doing things. Summer Solstice closed his bedroom door and took out his suitcase from under the bed. Since the completion of the basement of the house, unicorns no longer need to get into suitcases to have fun. Although the sky in the basement is also fake, unicorns still like the basement a little more. According to Point Noir, the entrance to the basement is much larger than the suitcase, at least when he enters and exits, he no longer has to worry about the edge of the suitcase getting stuck to his good brother. Summer Solstice opened the suitcase and got into it. In the suitcase, it was still the same as before, the green lawn, and the beautiful red building. Solstice walked into the study of the red building and sat down, then took out the potion recipe that Tom had written to him. He picked up a pen and kept writing and drawing on the parchment. With his potion level, the combination of materials that Tom deliberately said was wrong could easily be removed. But the remaining incomplete mainframe cannot restore the original appearance of this formula. But no matter how complex the potion formula, it was tested by people. Salazar Slytherin can, then so can his summer solstice, but it may require complicated experiments and a very long time. Or, when the summer solstice gets the recipe out, Cassandra grows up. You don't even need such a recipe to boost your strength. Summer Solstice studied in the suitcase for a long time before putting the recipe back in and climbing out of the suitcase. Tom's real potion recipe must also be flawed, and there should be quite a few side effects, otherwise, he would not have asked Snape to help improve it later. If it weren't for the upgraded bloodline fusion elixir formula that he rewarded by the eye gluttony system, he would have handed Tom in long ago, and Summer Solstice didn't need a formula with obvious side effects. Xia Solstice took out the diary again, spread it out, and immediately began to write on it. Tom, are you there? I've been studying potions lately. Oh, how, do you find it difficult? I can help you. Tom was a little surprised to hear Summer Solstice say to study potions. But he didn't feel worried at all. In his eyes, how could a stupid little wizard like Xia Solstice catch up with him in potions? Naturally, there was no way to find the error in the formula, and he held the idea that Xia Solstice didn't want others to know about the formula. So he was sure that Summer Solstice would never be stupid enough to show the potion recipe to his potions professor. Well, I wasn't interested in potions before, so my grades last semester weren't very good. But because of the recipe, I've been studying potions lately. Summer Solstice wrote. You know, in order to make that potion refining successful, I don't think I can completely rely on your help. Those materials are too difficult to get. If you mess up, it will be miserable. I understand your thoughts, Summer Solstice, so why don't you study potions well, or will your talent in potions be pleasantly surprised? Tom continues to play the role of his confidant mentor. But our potions teacher, Professor Snape, who is the head of Slytherin, is terrible. I feel like he hates all the students except Slytherin. Well, he especially hates students like me. I couldn't learn anything from him. Summer Solstice wrote, his expression now looking pitiful, almost identical to Neville, who was sprayed bloody by Snape. It's okay, Summer Solstice, I have good grades in potions, I can help you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Ah, Tom, you are so gentle. That's great. Thank you so much. You can't even imagine that I can't learn anything useful from a professor who hates me. No problem, helping the junior brother is what the senior should do. After all, I am just a memory, I don't know how long I can save it, and it is good to use the limited time to help the junior. Huh? What happened to you? Are you going to disappear? Xia Solstice's expression appeared panicked. It's okay, I can hold out for a while. That is, will you leave me sooner or later? Xia Solstice's expression became sad. I'm just a memory after all, and I've been in this world for a long time before you turned me on. Lately I've felt like my magic is getting less and less. Perhaps, it won't be long before the magic in the diary disappears, and at that time, I no longer exist. But you just promised to help me, how can you? Is there any way to replenish your magic? There is. But it can be a little cruel. Cruelty? Do you want to kill? Of course not, I only need a little soul power, as long as it is a soul, any creature can be. However, this act of killing other creatures and taking their souls to prolong my time seems very selfish and cruel. As long as it's not killing, it's not a thing. Our hunting grounds guard has a lot of roosters, I can catch a few, the rooster should be okay. Of course, with the replenishment of these soul powers, I can support it for longer. Tom wrote with delight. Tom was very happy, he didn't expect that Xia Solstice was really fooled. As long as he can absorb a certain amount of life force and soul power, then his strength can slowly recover. When he regains a little strength, he can have the power to absorb the life force and soul of the Summer Solstice at any time. To a certain extent, he was even able to control the body of the Summer Solstice to do something that the Summer Solstice himself could not remember. For example, open the secret room and release the basilisk billion. None of this is a problem, Tom. You're my best friend and I'm not going to let you disappear. Wait for me. After Xia Solstice finished writing, he immediately closed the notebook and put it in the wooden box and locked it. Tom also wanted to say that Xia Solstice should not lock himself up, and if he locked up, he would not be able to perceive everything around him. But the Summer Solstice's action is too fast, as if you want to steal chickens now, and you can't wait for a moment. Tom tried to stop him, but the diary couldn't speak. I had to watch Xia Solstice lock herself up again, then fall asleep again in the darkness. Of course, Xia Solstice did not go to steal the chicken immediately, and after he put the diary away, he stretched out and lay lazily on the bed. I don't know what he thought, the corners of his mouth couldn't suppress a slight upturn, and finally let out the same laughter as the pervert. Hey, Hagrid is tending to his pumpkins in his backyard. He planted it for Halloween, and he saw the Summer Solstice just as he was thinking about whether to quietly cast an expansion spell on the pumpkin when the time came. Summer Solstice walked slowly from the castle gate towards Hagrid's cottage. From a distance, I saw Hagrid's tall and burly body. Hey, Summer Solstice, you haven't been to my place for tea in a long time. Hagrid greeted loudly. Hagrid? I'm also worried you're not at home. Summer Solstice wrapped himself in his robe, and now the weather has begun to get cold. Although he is not afraid of cold, he does not like the feeling of cold. Oh, of course I'm here, where else can I go? I thought you were visiting Noberta. Aha, I think you will be surprised to see her when you come home. Hagrid was immediately excited when he spoke of the fire dragon. He brought the Summer Solstice into his cabin. It was still warm in Hagrid's cottage. I'll be surprised. Did Noberta set my house on fire? Dobby didn't tell me? Xia Solstice said in horror. Oh, Noberta is so well behaved, How could he do such a thing? Hagrid objected gruffly, and Norberta was always a beautiful good baby in his eyes. So that you won't get into trouble like those bad boys? That's good. Summer Solstice breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say, that elf in your house is very competent, to be honest. It was hard for me to believe that he was really able to take care of Norberta, but in fact, the little one did a great job. Hagrid brought Summer Solstice a cup of tea and a stack of rock pies. Xia Solstice picked up the rock skin cake and examined it carefully. Don't worry, according to your method, it will definitely not be so hard. In fact, I think it is too brittle. Xia Solstice took a reassuring bite. Gay. The rock crust cake was bitten off a large piece by the Summer Solstice. And lo and behold, I can't say it, but Summer Solstice glanced at Hagrid with tears in his eyes, and then took the parchment out of the parchment. Hagrid, did you really do what I said? Why is it harder than before? I'm going to have my teeth break. Hagrid said that it was more crispy, meaning that the biscuits were harder, and then he felt crispier than before. And before this bite goes down, why didn't the crisis alert talent activate? Is this thinking that I can easily bite off the rock skin cake without being harmed? But my teeth hurt. Oh, maybe I missed something. Hagrid was a little unsure. In Hagrid's opinion, the rock pie is really not hard. Well, it doesn't matter. Summer Solstice decided not to eat Hagrid's rock crust again next time. Hagrid, I want to have some big cocks here. Okay, big? Absolutely. To be exact, I have a lot of big roosters. Feel free to take it if you need it, Hagrid said generously. No, Hagrid, what I need is a chick that has just broken its shell. Can you help me get a few back? I'm useful. It's a small thing. I'll buy a few tomorrow. Hagrid said it was a trifle. Try to help me pick some good little cocks. It's better to be the kind that tweets just out of the shell. Hagrid smiled. He rest assured. You'll see it when you come over tomorrow. I promise you're all in good spirits? After staying a little longer, Summer Solstice put on his robe again and left Hagrid's hut and returned to the castle. Tom has finally begun to ask Summer Solstice for sacrifices now, which is much later than Summer Solstice imagined. Summer Solstice knew what would happen when Tom received the sacrifice of life. So, he was going to add some ingredients to the offering to Tom. Tom needs to draw life force and soul power. Since Tom needed it, then the Summer Solstice decided to give it to him? Of course, it was the Summer Solstice after the seasoning was added. The reason why Xia Solstice dared to add ingredients casually was because in this world, there was no one better at soul and magic than him. Voldemort's original soul is still wandering in Albania with his forged soul fragments. The Summer Solstice can even occasionally look at the Albanian forest through his vision. Voldemort didn't until now. There is a perception of abnormalities. However, these added foods, the Summer Solstice decided to cultivate well. That day, as he lay on his dormitory bed and laughed like Voldemort, a bold idea came to his mind. The next morning, Xia Solstice was sitting in the auditorium for breakfast. Is this intestinal powder? It's delicious. Cedric happily tasted the delicacy in front of him. Recently, Cedric prefers to go to the Summer Solstice, because next to the Summer Solstice, he can always eat a variety of delicious foods that he has never eaten. Cassandra and Hermione were now easily afraid to sit with the Summer Solstice. They were both a little afraid that Cedric would talk nonsense again. At this time, the owls flew in, and they brought letters and items to the little wizards. Snap! There was suddenly an extra package in front of Xia Solstice, and little Snowball stood in front of him with an arrogant face. Give me a bite, I'm so hungry. Summer Solstice took out some lamb rolls and fed them to little Snowball. Whether it was Phoenix Yasuri or Phoenix Fox, they seemed to particularly like this sliced lamb. Little Snowball, under the influence of Yasuri, also liked this delicacy. Summer Solstice opens the package. Besides Nagini, who else will send him a little Snowball now? Inside the package was a stack of books and a small pile of photographs. On top of the photo, there is a piece of stationery. Summer Solstice. I recently found my old friend, Mr. Newt Scamander. It's hard to believe. When I met him, he was 5.7 and in his 20s. And now, he is so old. He was also very surprised when he saw me appear. I conveyed your respect to him. He is very happy that he has such a talented little wizard as you in his fans. If he has the opportunity, he really wants to meet you who can unlock the curse of the blood curse orc. Nagini. Summer Solstice put the stationery aside and began to flip through the photos. In the first black and white photo, Nagini is happily standing with a shy-looking old man. With a shy smile, the old man lowered his head slightly, and from time to time he secretly glanced at the glasses. Among the other photos are photos of Nagini and Newt's family, as well as photos of Newt working on caring for fantastic beasts. However, these photos have a flowing signature on them. Newt Scamander. The package received by Summer Solstice quickly attracted the attention of his friends. Can you show me? Cedric noticed the photo in the hand of the Summer Solstice. Of course. Solstice handed the photo to Cedric and began flipping through the stack of books. These books include the latest revised edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a study of the habits of the phoenix, care for unicorns, and many more. The title page of each book bears Newt's autograph. Newt gave him these books, probably from Nagini, to learn that Summer Solstice has a group of unicorns in the house, and even a phoenix. It's just that no books about fire dragons were found, and it should be that Nagini didn't tell Newt about it. After all, raising fire dragons is an illegal thing, so although she believes in Newt's person, the best way is not to say it. Xia Solstice took out a piece of parchment, and then casually on it, and clear handwriting appeared on the parchment. Nagini, it is a great pleasure to receive your reply and package. I love the photos and the books. It's really good that Mr. Newt would like to see me. I really wanted to meet him and wondered if I could visit him during the summer. I'm really interested in the Fantastic Beasts side. Have a great trip. Summer Solstice. Little Snowball had already eaten and drunk enough, and looked at the Summer Solstice with a blank face. Hurry up and send me a reply, it's more fun than you over there. Summer Solstice flicked Little Snowball's little head. Then fold the parchment 25 and hand it over. The little snowball flew away at once, as if afraid that the Summer Solstice would play again. His brain collapsed and Cedric was still looking at the pictures. Oh, who is this beautiful young lady in the photo? That's a good friend of mine, and this year she just started her journey around the world. Summer Solstice replied. Why are your best friends beautiful girls? Cedric's tone was a little sour. Oh, Cedric, if Harry knew he had become Hallie, he might not be very happy. Summer Solstice sits down to taste your own breakfast. Newt Scamander. This name is so familiar? Cedric muttered as he looked at the signature on the back of the photo. Nah, look at this book. Summer Solstice handed Cedric the latest edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Oh Merlin? This is the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Mr. Newt Scamander? Cedric said in surprise. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them has always been a must-have book for young wizards at Hogwarts. Newt Scamander still holds high in their hearts. You actually got Mr. Scamander's signed photograph and signed book. Cedric's eyes were full of envy. When Hermione saw the books in the Summer Solstice package, she couldn't help but come over and look at the books that the Summer Solstice received curiously. It's all books about fantastic animals, and each one is perfect for the Summer Solstice. Obviously, this was specially picked for the Summer Solstice by Mr. Newt Scamander after hearing Nagini's introduction. Hermione, let's visit Mr. Scamander together during the summer, Xia Solstice said suddenly. Huh? We? 2 people? Hermione's face flushed with a blush. I don't know if Cassandra refuses to go. Well, I don't think Mr. Worley will let her go even if she wants to. Summer Solstice sighed. I'm sorry, I don't think my dad will trust me either. Hermione suddenly turned away with a cold face. Huh? How so? I think Mr. Granger should agree. Summer Solstice was puzzled. Mr. Granger obviously did not have a daughter slave like Mr. Worley. Gee, Summer Solstice, I don't think it's her father's problem, it's your problem. Cedric heard the straight man of the Summer Solstice speak and felt like he was going crazy. Such a good opportunity to travel with girls actually blew because of this product. You can't be too greedy, Summer Solstice. Cedric said seriously, really, if you want to ask a girl to travel, it's enough to ask for one. Xia Solstice glanced at him. It's small, the pattern is small. Do you believe that during my summer vacation, I can pull several girls to travel together? Hiss. Cedric gasped. Sometimes I really don't know if you really don't understand or you understand too much. Do you understand? How much you understand? When scoring, we have an old saying in the East, it's rare to be confused. When you really understand when you should understand and don't understand when you don't, then you will understand it. Xia Solstice said inscrutably. Hiss. Cedric gasped again, and a lot of don't understand words fell down on the Summer Solstice, and he now felt that his brain was a little overloaded. So you just said that on purpose? What? What did I say on purpose? Xia Solstice's eyes widened, and he didn't understand what Cedric said at all. Hiss. Cedric, this is what the Summer Solstice said, when you shouldn't understand. But what's the point? I can't figure it out, but I feel very powerful. He gave up the idea of wanting to explore the intention of the Summer Solstice. He doesn't even have a girlfriend now. How can he understand the contestant of the Summer Solstice rank? People are the kind of people who always follow their sisters wherever they go. No, another girl over there. It seems that Luna, who also came to find the Summer Solstice, is holding the horn snorer, and her wand is casually pinned to her ear. She walked over and glanced curiously at the photo in front of the Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice, good morning. Good morning, Luna. Did you eat breakfast? Today's dumplings are very good, I think you can try them. I've already eaten, thank you. Well, Professor Flitwick told you to go to him at noon. Professor Flitwick? What is he looking for me for? Luna shook her head. The dean only said to let you go to him. I don't know what happened. Well, by the way, Luna, do you have any summer vacation scheduled? I plan to visit Mr. Scamander during the summer. He has a lot of magical animals in his house. Luna's eyes immediately lit up. Okay, are Cassandra and Hermione going? If their dad says yes. Summer Solstice smiled awkwardly. If I went with you, my father would not object. Luna smiled sweetly at the Summer Solstice, and then jumped away. Gee. Cedric frowned to the side. What's wrong? Didn't. Just now I accidentally took a bite of lemon. It's sour. Cedric said seriously. Whether others believe it or not, they can pull several girls to travel together during the Summer Solstice holiday. Cedric believes it anyway. The morning class has 2 big lessons, History of Magic. The well-fed Summer Solstice made up for a beautiful night's sleep in the History of Magic class. There were really few people who could stay awake in Professor Bin's class. Even Hermione, who was struggling to take notes, was a little delirious. At noon, after a good meal in the auditorium, Summer Solstice arrived at Professor Flitwick's office. Although Summer Solstice excelled in Professor Flitwick's class and won a lot of points for Gryffindor from him, there was not much intersection between the two. Summer Solstice knocked politely on Professor Flitwick's office door. "Please come in." A shrill voice came from inside the door. Solstice pushed open the door and saw Professor Flitwick sitting in an elevated chair. No way, if the chair wasn't raised, he wouldn't be able to reach the table. "Oh, Summer Solstice. I've always wanted to talk to you alone, but I haven't had time before." Professor Flitwick jumped down from his chair, and with each step he took a thick book flew to his feet, forming steps. "Arian, Professor Flitwick. Are you looking for me for something?" "Oh, please sit, Summer Solstice." Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and a normal chair appeared in front of the desk. "Chilled pumpkin juice or black tea?" "Black tea." Xia Solstice said that now that the weather is starting to cool, he doesn't drink much cold anymore. A steaming cup of black tea suddenly appeared on the desk. Xia Solstice picked up the cup and took a sip, then looked at Professor Flitwick with doubtful eyes. Professor Flitwick smiled and said, "Summer Solstice, I can see your outstanding performance in the Charms class. But I've heard rumors that you defeated an elite Auror squad alone in Gringotts underground vault?" "Yes, I am HO, they may not be as good as the elite." Summer Solstice smiled. "They can't even release a passing ironclad spell." When Summer Solstice swept through an elite Auror squad, the Ministry of Magic tried desperately to hide it, but failed. Summer Solstice naturally does not need to cover up for the Ministry of Magic. "If that's the case, that's great," Professor Flitwick said with a smile. "Oh, Professor, I don't understand a little." "That's right, since you can defeat the Aurors, then your duel level must be high." When Professor Flitwick said the word duel, his face glowed red with excitement. "Oh, if you're talking about knocking each other out with a magic wand, my level is really okay," Xia Solstice said modestly. "That's great." Professor Flitwick laughed. "Do you like dueling?" "Well, I still like it." Xia Solstice smiled reservedly and said that he did like it, but no one could make him let go of his hands and feet to fight. "I heard that Professor you were a duel champion when you were young." "That's amazing." Professor Flitwick smiled and happily showed Summer Solstice the trophies and medals on his bookcase. "But I haven't competed in a duel since I returned to Hogwarts. I really miss the passionate years of those days. I wonder if I can ask you to teach me my dueling skills?" "Of course you can. In fact, I'm looking forward to your performance." Professor Flitwick jumped out of his seat excitedly. Summer Solstice followed Professor Flitwick to a large empty classroom. He was actually a little puzzled. Why did Professor Flitwick suddenly look for him? Was it just because of Gringotts' incident to test his dueling level? If this is the case, then Professor Flitwick should have looked for him in the first year of the summer solstice. How could it be delayed until his second year? At that time, the summer solstice's feat of overthrowing the elite Auror squad, the Ministry of Magic could not hide it at all, so Professor Flitwick should have known about it for a long time. Although Xia Solstice had a lot of doubts in his heart, he could be sure of one thing, that is, Professor Flitwick was looking for him today to test his dueling level. As for why the test was performed, Professor Flitwick would definitely explain it to the summer solstice after that. And just wait and see. How about right here? Professor Flitwick waved his wand. The desks and chairs all flew up automatically, and then methodically stacked on top of each other. A large space was immediately vacated in the classroom. "It's good here, please advise the professor." Summer Solstice pulled out his ebony wand. "Come on, attack me." Professor Flitwick took his wand and stood quietly in place. Although he is short, but now he is standing there, he has a different spirit, which makes people feel a lot of oppression. The two men stood face to face, each bent down and bowed, took a few steps on their backs, and then turned around. "Except for your weapons. The summer solstice strikes first." Professor Flitwick easily blocked this spell, his brows frowning slightly. "Summer solstice, don't keep your hands, use your full strength." "With all your strength? Are you sure, Professor?" Summer Solstice was a little hesitant. If he uses all his strength, the disarming curse can kill. Just like Quirrell, who was beaten to ashes by Professor Dumbledore's disarming curse. "Of course. How can I see your level without giving my best?" "Don't worry, you teacher and me, but very strong," Flitwick said confidently. "Well," Xia Solstice reluctantly agreed, of course he couldn't use his full strength. He plans to use Sanchin's magic power, and the power of the Phoenix will not be injected, that will die. As for why he only used 3% of mana, it was because his wand had been modified and was now able to increase the power of the spell by more than 50%. More power, he was a little afraid that Professor Flitwick would not be able to catch it. Of course, it wasn't that he underestimated Professor Flitwick. It's the kind that he understands how big his golden finger opens, and the wind spirit and moon shadow are almost full. "Come on. Let the teacher take a good look at your strength." Professor Flitwick stood in place for a long time, waiting for the summer solstice to strike again. After the temptation of the summer solstice just now, he could see that the summer solstice did not use his full strength, but he speculated that the power of that spell should already be half of the strength of the summer solstice. If summer solstice exerts his full strength, although it will be strong, even stronger than the elite Aurors, he has absolute confidence that he can stop it. So Professor Flitwick's demeanor is still very relaxed, but, except for your weapons. On the ebony wand in Xia Solstice's hand, a blazing red light instantly shot out. Professor Flitwick's whole body was numb when he saw the red light coming out of the summer solstice wand. He thought that the summer solstice just now had come out with 50% of the force, but now it seems that the summer solstice just now did not even come out with 1% of the force. It can be said that the release of water released a sea of Wang Yang. Professor Flitwick didn't have time to be in a daze at this time. He immediately made a decision to the side and was a tumble. Because the power of this spell seems to be extremely great, his iron armor spell may not be able to resist. The red light brushed his hair and flew over, and then made a big hole in the wall. Green smoke rises in the big pit. Sweat immediately oozed from Professor Flitwick's forehead. If you get hit. Professor, are you alright? Xia Solstice quickly ran over and picked up Professor Flitwick. Ahem. I'm fine. Ahem. Now you are still in a duel, Summer Solstice, you are very easy to be attacked by your opponent. Professor Flitwick was visibly embarrassed. Let's continue, go on. Professor Flitwick gritted his teeth. He had a wealth of duel skills. Even if the opponent's spell was powerful, he could maneuver one or two. Okay then, Professor. Feint, touch, boom. The Professor. Are you alright? Didn't. It's okay. Boom. Click. Professor. Or I'll keep it some. No, just keep using all your strength. Boom. Touch. Ahem. You better collect a little effort. Professor, I feel like I have no magic anymore, and I may not be able to continue this duel. Xia Solstice sat on the ground panting, looking prostrate. Professor Flitwick said with a slight embarrassment, ahem, since your magic power is exhausted, let's end today's discussion. Professor Flitwick knew that the summer solstice was giving himself steps. With Professor Flitwick's rich experience in dueling, how could he not see if a person's magic power was exhausted? He had never seen a person whose magic power had run out, and he heard that the summer solstice, who had ended the duel, immediately climbed up with a radiant look without even sweating. This left Professor Flitwick speechless for a while. But he was really happy, because he found out that Xia Solstice was really a duel genius. You must know that Professor Flitwick has never fallen behind in a duel, and this time he was actually suppressed and beaten by the summer solstice for so long. Although summer solstice's duel skills are slightly young, his use of magic spells is extremely proficient. Most importantly, his magic seems endless. Professor Flitwick is completely relying on rich and spicy combat experience to compete with the summer solstice until now. If it continues, the magic will be exhausted first. It must be Professor Flitwick. Even whether he can hold out until the moment his magic power is exhausted is still unknown. The summer solstice followed Professor Flitwick back to his office again. Flitwick asked summer solstice to sit down again, and then poured a cup of black tea for summer solstice. He sat back in his seat, poured a glass of sherry soda with ice, craned his neck and drank it. I haven't had such a cheerful duel in a long time, Professor Flitwick said happily. Although the spells attacked by the summer solstice were not easy to resist, the spells that he fought out with all his strength were easily blocked by the summer solstice without exception. So Professor Flitwick was very happy. That's wonderful. You're a duel genius. Flitwick praised it heartily. I think next year you can replace the British Wizarding World to participate in the International Wizarding Duel Tournament. I mean, you're more than capable of taking back a trophy? Oh, Professor, you asked me to come today to test my ability to participate in the International Wizard Duel Tournament? Oh, not really. The International Wizard Duel Tournament was just my idea. Professor Flitwick smiled and said, actually, I'm really here today to test your dueling level, but for another thing. Oh, what was that? Well, Professor Lockhart recently approached me to host a duel club at Hogwarts to teach children the art of fighting. He wanted to invite me as an assistant. Professor Flitwick said happily, although Professor Lockhart is sometimes not very reliable, his proposal is very good. Duel club. The summer solstice is a little confused. Isn't this something that happens after Halloween? And he remembered that Lockhart seemed to have made Snape an assistant. How did he become Professor Flitwick now? Did he misremember the plot, or did the plot change for a special reason? The summer solstice is actually more inclined to the latter. Then you look for me. Is there anything I can do to help? Xia Solstice asked curiously. Yes, I need you to come on stage and demonstrate a duel with us then. But it's enough to have you and Professor Lockhart. My next words may be a little offensive to Professor Lockhart, so may I please not pass it on. I'm not going to talk nonsense. You know, I've studied dueling a lot, so last time I had an in-depth conversation with Lockhart about dueling. But the result was disappointing, the summer solstice. Although Lockhart wrote well, I think he may just be a good person, because he seems to have only a half understanding of the basics of dueling. I'm afraid that when the time comes, are you afraid that Professor Lockhart will be defeated by you neatly at that time, so you found me in advance and wanted me to be a substitute? That's right, that's it. They can't learn without a full demo, so when the time comes, we can have a good fight in front of everyone. Professor Flitwick smiled. But I'm so weak. Oh, you will make me feel ashamed to say this, summer solstice. System. Well, I promise you, Professor Flitwick. Summer solstice finally agreed. In the original book, Lockhart was seconded by Snape, and then the next step was to let the students choose their own opponents. As a result, the little wizards learned nothing, and in the end they even lost their wands and went up with their fists. This had been foreseen by Professor Flitwick, so he came to him as his assistant and was ready to replace Professor Lockhart, who had been killed by Professor Flitwick. It's just that when the time comes, You just collect a little more force. Professor Flitwick smiled a little awkwardly. Understood. Summer Solstice comprehends. Summer Solstice discussed duel techniques with Professor Flitwick again for a long time, and did not leave until very late. Because of the arrival of the Summer Solstice, under the butterfly effect, many plots have changed. At the very least, the basilisk in the secret room will never appear in the castle to hurt people again this year. Lockhart's Duel Club won't officially take place until next month. The reason why Lockhart called this Duel Club was nothing more than to save some of his lost face. Summer Solstice never understood why he had so much confidence to single out Snape. Could it be that he lied to himself because the lies he made up were too true? Besides, Summer Solstice really couldn't figure out what other reason could he think so much about challenging Snape. He wouldn't have thought Snape was the weakest. Now that the plot has changed, Lockhart plans to go against Professor Flitwick again. He will not think that Professor Flitwick's duel champion, like him, is blown out. Summer Solstice said that he can't understand. There happened to be no classes that afternoon, which is why Summer Solstice was able to stay in Professor Flitwick's office for so long. By the time Summer Solstice walked out of the castle, the sky outside the castle had completely darkened. He quietly walked to Hagrid's cabin. "Oh, I thought you wouldn't be coming today." 053 Hagrid spotted the Summer Solstice and happily welcomed him into the house. In Hagrid's cabin, there was an extra wooden box. Inside the wooden box are 10 radiant little roosters. All of them are dragons and tigers, and they are as raw as they are. Xia Solstice nodded in satisfaction. "Hagrid, you are really an expert. It's just a small meaning." Hagrid rolled up his sleeves and wanted to help Summer Solstice carry the box. "These little things, do you want to stay with me, or are you a stagnant?" "I'd better take it with me." Xia Solstice said that he needed to secretly do some very evil experiments on these poor little things. These experiments were inconvenient for Hagrid to see. "Oh, where are you going to take it?" "I don't think it's a good place under the bed in the dormitory. It's easy to be spotted," Hagrid said sarcastically. When he was not expelled, he once raised werewolf cubs under the bed, and as a result, he could not hide it from anyone. "Don't worry, Hagrid, I have a place to house them." Xia Solstice patted his pocket. "Some special little magic." Hagrid didn't ask much in understanding. After all, the traceless stretching charm can't actually be used privately. But Hagrid's own pocket was unleashed. Traceless stretching spell, so he understood the meaning of the Summer Solstice. The light flashed, and the entire wooden box was collected into his pocket by the Summer Solstice. "It's so good, I didn't have such magic back then. If I would." Hagrid seemed to be caught up in some kind of not-so-good memories. Xia Solstice guessed that he might have remembered the old incident of being framed by Tom and then expelled. "Hagrid, I'll go first, it'll be curfew soon." "Well, you hurry back, otherwise those little things may be suffocated." Hagrid is in a bit of a low mood right now. Xia Solstice nodded and turned away. Hagrid's experience was too sad, and Xia Solstice decided to help him rehabilitate. This is not a difficult task for the Summer Solstice, and it will not affect his plan. It would be good for him to also gain Hagrid's gratitude to him. Maybe he could use this as an opportunity to get in touch with the giants? Summer Solstice was in his suitcase and released the nest of roosters. He then sprinkled the little roosters with special feed. This feed contains the blood of phoenixes, which allows them to grow faster and stronger. After the little ones were full, Xia Solstice cast magic on these little ones one by one. Purple rays gently submerged into each chick's head. Almost instantly, these chickens changed their eyes from cloudy to clear, and they seemed to have a bit of wisdom. Summer Solstice looked at the little roosters wandering around the ground with satisfaction, and the next thing was to wait for them to grow up. From this day on, Summer Solstice had to come in 3 times a day to feed the chickens and then cast soul magic on them. This kind of thing must continue until they are fully grown and the soul strength reaches the standard set by the Summer Solstice. On this day, Wood found Summer Solstice and informed him of the time of his next Quidditch training session, and asked him to inform Cassandra by the way. Summer Solstice got in touch with Cassandra through the ring and told her about it. When he was done, Solstice was ready to sneak out and study with George and Fred how to make interesting fireworks. But the next second he had to give up the idea and leave for the library to do his homework. Because when Cassandra was reading in the library, she accidentally found Hermione helping Summer Solstice with homework. Then Cassandra was angry. She certainly wasn't angry that Summer Solstice didn't write her homework. She was angry that instead of asking her to help him with his homework, she chose Hermione. "It seems that tonight can only write his homework." Xia Solstice shook his head helplessly. Summer Solstice slipped cautiously into the library and then looked around, trying to find the location of Cassandra and Hermione. Then he saw Mrs. Pants, who was sitting at her desk with a sad face, and the modified computer in front of her. Now Mrs. Pants is distressed, because this computer is out of order. In fact, when Professor Dumbledore brought back this computer that claimed to be able to automatically retrieve and find books, Mrs. Pants was dismissive. How could a muggle product be as magical as magic? But at Dumbledore's request, she reluctantly tried it for a few days, and then it was really fragrant. With this computer, she no longer needed to keep the little wizards in a thick book, because the computer automatically keeps a record of when, where, and whom, what books he borrowed, and when he needs to return them. These are all clear, and when it is about to expire, there will be a prompt message on the computer. Plus that powerful search function. She doesn't even have to stand up, just type in the name or range of the books she wants to borrow on her computer, and those books will immediately appear on the screen. With just one click, the book automatically flies over and automatically turns to the page of the keyword. This increased Mrs. Pan's work efficiency by an unknown number of times, which made her love the computer. But today, Mrs. Pans is distressed. Because this computer turned off automatically today, Mrs. Pans used many spells and failed to fix it. So Mrs. Pans today had to revert to her previous model, manually helping the little wizards find the books they needed. As the saying goes, from thrift to luxury, from luxury to thrift. Once humans get used to convenient things, it is very difficult to go back in time. Whether it's a wizard or a muggle, it's the same. She originally wanted to find Dumbledore to help her fix it today, but unfortunately Dumbledore was not in his office today. She didn't know that summer solstice was the modifier of this computer. Mrs. Pans saw the summer solstice walking in. What book are you looking for? Or did you come to write homework? Mrs. Pans' mood was relatively low. She looked forward to finishing today, and then finding Dumbledore early tomorrow and fixing the computer. Otherwise she will have to suffer again tomorrow. Merlin was on top. Why didn't she find these jobs very painful before? But Xia Solstice did not answer her words, but stared at the computer in front of her. Mrs. Pans pursed her mouth. She was a little upset. This student was too rude, talking to him herself. He actually ignored it? In fact, Xia Solstice came in and saw the computer turned off, and he knew why Mrs. Pans was so upset. It's just that he originally asked Dumbledore to help put this computer in the library, and he also wanted to test it. This turned off, obviously encountered some kind of problem. He very carefully checked it in his head. The information on all the parts of this computer is installed in his head. There are no less than 10 kinds of shutdowns that cause this state to occur. Next, just troubleshoot in order. Because he was thinking seriously, he did not hear Mrs. Pans. You. Suddenly, before Mrs. Pans could react, Xia Solstice came up and skillfully disassembled the computer in front of him. What are you doing? Mrs. Pans was furious. This is a very important machine. It is the property of Hogwarts, and this student actually came up and dismantled it? What for? Of course, it's repairing the computer. Summer Solstice was yelled at by Mrs. Pans, and finally came to his senses. He didn't understand why Mrs. Pans was so angry. Didn't she know that she was the modifier of this computer? Mrs. Pans really didn't know, because Dumbledore forgot to tell Mrs. Pans when he came to the library to put the computer on. How dare you damage the school's property? Tell me your name and college, you're going to be deducted points and locked up. Then you give me a right out? No more access to the library? Mrs. Pans angrily raised her feather duster. Because the summer solstice rarely came to the library, the time when he came most frequently also came quietly after the library closed at night, and it was also a forbidden area to secretly go. So Mrs. Pans hardly saw the summer solstice, and she didn't know him. Mrs. Pans' voice was so loud that all the little wizards in the library immediately cast their eyes to this side. I'm fixing my computer, Mrs. Pans. Xia Solstice spread his hands. This is something I have remodeled, and only I can repair it. Nonsense, lying at such a young age. Mrs. Pans said angrily. How old are you? Dare to say that he modified such a remarkable refining product? Although Summer Solstice understood that Dumbledore had forgotten to tell Mrs. Pans about herself, she also understood that Mrs. Pans' idea that she did not believe that her young self could modify such a high-level alchemy item. But Summer Solstice was still very upset. I have to correct you, this machine was never the property of Hogwarts, it was owned by me, and I even kept the receipt that I bought it in the Muggle shop. Although Mrs. Pans still did not believe the words of the Summer Solstice, the determination of the Summer Solstice still surprised her. But I put the receipt at home and didn't bring it, but there is a very simple way to verify the truth of my words. Summer Solstice patted the computer's display. If I can fix it, I can prove that what I said is true, and when the time comes, I hope you will apologize to me, and promise to be polite to the students who borrow books in the future, and not to chase people with feather dusters at every turn. Xia Solstice's tone was calm, but not polite at all. I don't believe you're the modifier of this machine, and I won't let you keep touching it. In fact, at this time, when ordinary people see Xia Solstice so serious, they will always mumble in their hearts, and then find a way to verify. But Mrs. Pans' temper was not very good. And she has controlled the library for so many years, she has never seen such a daring student. He actually dared to contradict her? After all these years, when has she been so resisted? Even Professor Dumbledore was polite to her? So the dizzy Mrs. Pans was forcibly reduced by her own anger. It's not so much that she doesn't believe the words of the summer solstice, but that she is raising the bar. Now, you have to come with me to Mr. Filch and ask him to bring you to Professor McGonagall. Cassandra and Hermione had already noticed the anomaly here. What's wrong? What happened? Hermione asked in surprise. Well, she didn't believe I could fix this computer. She thought I was sabotaging it on purpose. Please, why would I do that? What are the benefits of doing this? Why doesn't she believe you? Isn't this the computer you modified? Cassandra asked, holding her arm. As I said, she didn't believe I was the one who modified this computer. Say I'm too young. It can't be. Oh, age does not mean anything. Some people just live longer. They are also old and confused. Cassandra dismissed. Humph, you're all together, aren't you? Get me out right away. Get out of my library. Mrs. Pans was ridiculed by Cassandra, and she was even more furious. After being angered again, she didn't think much about it, and directly made a fool to drive them out of the summer solstice. Summer solstice straight teeth and flowers, the most afraid is to encounter this kind of old-fashioned, unreasonable, and love to raise the bar of old confusion. Fortunately, this situation should not last long, because summer solstice has already sent a message to Dumbledore through the ring. Above the tower, the stone chamber was still so gloomy, but the people who were locked up inside are in a good mood today. Because he welcomed a guest, he even spoke cheerfully. Albus, you haven't visited me in a long time, haven't you? I'm so glad you can come today. You know I just follow the routine to check the magic seal. I have to come once a year. Outside the tower, an old man with a white beard stood expressionlessly outside the stone room. It was Dumbledore. The stone chamber is located at the top of the tower, but there is no exit other than the window that looks like a stone crack, and this stone chamber has no door. Oh, yes, you just came to check the seal, and you are afraid that I will run out to stir up the wind and rain. But why do you have to wait for my birthday to check? Dumbledore did not speak, but stood quietly outside, the shadow of the tower in the moonlight obscuring his face, making his expression unclear. You should know, I'm old, even if you let me out, I'm just an old trash. There is no way to do anything anymore. You should always be at ease. Or maybe you're no longer capable of anything, but the name Grindelwald, as long as the name still exists, even if you don't want to do it, someone will come and ask you to do it. Dumbledore sighed, then turned around. Are you leaving again? The people in the stone room couldn't help but ask, I haven't seen you for so long, can't I say 2 more words? Are you still worried that you will be seduced by me again? Between me and you, there was nothing to say a long time ago, is it? What a pity. Every year you turn away, I thought it was a farewell forever. I probably won't live long. I'm not too young, Gadler. Suddenly, Dumbledore felt his ring heat up. He quickly pressed the ring with his fingers, and then a message reached Dumbledore's mind. This is a ring transformed from the summer solstice, and it is no longer necessary to show it with parchment. The professor. If you don't come back, I'll be banned from the library forever. I haven't done my homework yet, but if you can agree to exempt me from all future assignments, it's not impossible for me not to go to the library. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. Funny little magic, isn't it? I haven't seen you smile in a long time, especially when you come here. The people in the stone house seemed to be able to see through the stone wall and see Dumbledore's smile. Who is looking for you? I guess it must be your favorite student. It was Newt back then. Who is the second now? Just as Mrs. Pants approached Filch to send the summer solstice trio to Professor McGonagall's office, Dumbledore appeared, and he came quickly, much to the disappointment of Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice was not at all flustered about being sent to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall is so good to talk to, as long as he explains it clearly, he will be fine. And if Dumbledore didn't have time to come back, then his future homework could be reduced. But he didn't expect Dumbledore to come back so quickly in order to continue to write his homework obediently in the future. Dumbledore could never do anything near the school, which could be calculated from the time Summer Solstice summoned Dumbledore just now. 10 minutes ago, Dumbledore wasn't even in England. It can only be said that this old man is really bad, and it is clear that the Summer Solstice feels that it is okay not to write homework. Oh, it was my negligence. I took this computer directly back from the Summer Solstice home. I forgot to tell you, this is indeed the Summer Solstice transformation item. Dumbledore smiled at Mrs. Pants and explained. Mrs. Pants pursed her lips. Dumbledore said so. What else could she say? Or maybe her heart wondered if what Xia Solstice said was true, but anger overwhelmed her mind, making her selectively ignore the information that upset her. Professor Dumbledore's azure pupils looked at Mrs. Pants calmly. I think you should apologize to Summer Solstice. After all, he originally just wanted to help you fix your computer. And this computer is also his personal property, only temporarily lent to Hogwarts. Mrs. Pants had to apologize to Summer Solstice and promised to be polite to the little wizards in the future. It's okay, I also have a mistake. I should explain it to you first, and then I will start repairing it, rather than starting directly, so that you will inevitably misunderstand. Summer Solstice is also not a chicken belly person, and also admitted his mistakes. When leaving the library, Xia Solstice said a little unhappily, you actually don't have to come back so quickly. That's not going to work. Dumbledore smiled slyly. Writing homework is a necessary measure to consolidate students' learning achievements, and as a headmaster, I don't think anyone should be an exception. Professor, it's very tiring to write homework. How did I hear that it has always been Miss Granger who helped you with your homework? Hermione immediately turned pale when she heard Dumbledore's words on the side, and it was over, and the matter of helping others with homework was exposed. Or was it known by the headmaster? And if the headmaster knew, then Professor McGonagall also knew. If Professor McGonagall knew, oh my god, I'm going to get 50 points off? Dumbledore smiled and glanced at Hermione. I won't tell Professor McGonagall this time, don't do it next time. Harry looked at Professor Dumbledore with agitation. Summer Solstice looked at Dumbledore resentfully. This was also too good. I don't want to do my homework. Dumbledore blinked and left. Hermione looked at the Summer Solstice and plucked up the courage to say, I can't help you with your homework in the future. I said it a long time ago, this can't work. But you still keep lying to me about writing to you. Cassandra looked at the Summer Solstice with a look of garbage, and despised the Summer Solstice's behavior of cheating the little girl very much. What I said before, in fact, did not lie to you. My homework is no longer useful, because I know everything the teacher taught, and you write your homework more than once, but it is very useful to further consolidate the knowledge you have learned before. Xia Solstice said with a serious face. That's how he lied to me before to help him with his homework. Hermione looked at Cassandra and pointed her finger at the summer solstice. Let's go, ignore him, scoundrel. Cassandra turned her head and walked away with Hermione. I'm telling the truth. Summer solstice was depressed, and he knew that he would not send a message to Dumbledore. This old man is so faceless tonight, could it be that he disturbed him with something good? Xia Solstice put on a bitter melon face, went back to his dormitory, and then took out his diary. Tom. Snape had so much homework to assign? I don't even have time to steal chickens. Snape is really hateful? It's okay. I'll do it for you. Oh, or Senior Tom, you are the best? Not like Dumbledore, that bad old man? Dumbledore is indeed a pretty hypocrite. When you come to Hogwarts on the summer solstice, you basically come to experience cow life. Those simple courses are really not difficult. The only thing that can pique his interest is the secret hidden in this ancient castle. He always felt that this ancient castle was not so simple, and what was described in the novel was just the tip of the iceberg of this ancient castle. Okay, this lesson ends here. After you go back, remember to practice well. It is not difficult to turn beetles into buttons. Transfiguration class ended, and the little wizards walked out of the classroom. Summer solstice, you stay. Just when Summer Solstice packed up his textbooks and was about to leave, Professor McGonagall suddenly stopped him. Solstice motioned for Cassandra to go first, and then followed Professor McGonagall to her office. Professor McGonagall smiled and said, "Your transfiguration has reached this point. In fact, it doesn't matter if you come to transfiguration class or not, and you can't learn anything in my class. Oh, whether you learn something or not is secondary, the key is to come to class and hear what McGonagall is teaching, which is good." The Summer Solstice small mouth is as sweet as honey. Professor McGonagall was really happy to hear this. I called you here for two things. The first is that I am going to invite you to join my Transfiguration Club. Club? Xia Solstice asked curiously, what is this? Each professor sets up clubs for their subjects and then invites students who perform well to enter. Discuss 1.7 and study the knowledge of the discipline together. Professor McGonagall said. The club I founded is the Transfiguration Club. Actually, I should have asked you to join last year, but I thought you were still young, so I didn't invite you for the time being. But you've been amazed by your progress, so I'll have to invite you to join anyway this year. Professor McGonagall said with some excitement. Okay, I'm willing to join. Professor McGonagall invited them all this way, and it didn't seem good not to join herself. Anyway, idle at night is idle, homework or something, you can also let Senior Tom help do it, no problem? Then it's settled. Professor McGonagall said happily. Professor, then what is the second thing? This thing is also a good thing, just a little bit of trouble. What's going on? Do you remember that paper you wrote on transfiguration? Oh, I remember. In fact, if Professor McGonagall hadn't suddenly mentioned it, Xia Zhi would have forgotten it. I sent this paper to the editorial office of Transfiguration today, and they were all shocked and willing to publish it without any revisions. Isn't this a good thing? Why is there trouble? Professor McGonagall's face darkened, as if she remembered something very unhappy. The trouble is that the editor-in-chief is a stubborn guy. He doesn't believe that this paper is from your hand. They think this is the paper I wrote, and they want to sign it with my name, not your name. Then just use your name, Professor. Xia Zhi shrugged indifferently. Reputation is really too troublesome. Isn't Harry suffering from the confusion brought by fame? He is afraid even to take a bath. Of course, this is someone who has completely forgotten who caused Harry to live such a miserable life. No? Do you think I am the kind of person who would claim the results of other people's research? Professor McGonagall said unhappily. I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to say that. I know you're not that kind of person. Since they don't want to believe it, I won't publish this paper. Xia Zhi said indifferently. Oh, Xia Zhi, you still don't understand the value of your paper. However, this is just a conceptual argument. Strictly speaking, many people cannot do it according to the method in the paper. This kind of paper should have no value. Xia Zhi's paper is indeed just talking about a possibility, but the conditions for realizing this possibility will be very harsh. No, your paper is very valuable. Indeed, many people cannot perform human body transformation according to the method in your paper. This is limited by their magic power and their attainments in transfiguration. But the things extended from your paper are different. Professor McGonagall said seriously, many people who have failed in human body transformation and can only live as monsters may be able to turn back into humans because of your paper. They only need to master part of your theory of human body transformation, not all of it. Do you now understand how valuable your thesis is? Once these irreversible human body transformations become reversible, then the advanced human body transformation magic of Animagus will become less dangerous. Because even if it fails, you can change back. This is a great advancement in transfiguration. You will be awarded the Order of Merlin. Maybe you don't care about these honors, but your paper can save many people, so I still suggest that you publish the paper. Well, how about this, Professor? Why don't you take some time to invite the editor-in-chief over? I'll change my body a few times in front of him, and he'll probably believe me. Oh, that's a good idea. Professor McGonagall said happily. Xia Zhi stayed in Professor McGonagall's office for a while before leaving. It seems that being too young has its disadvantages. People always doubt their abilities, but being too young can easily confuse the enemy. Cassandra was leaning against the corridor reading a book, obviously waiting for him. I thought you would go first. It's not too late to go now. Let's go eat together. I'm hungry. I don't think your loudmouthed Hufflepuff friend will come looking for you again. If he dares to come over, I will kick him back. We are Gryffindor. The point is that this guy always snatches food from me every time I eat. The weather in October was already very cold. At least Xia Zhi felt very uncomfortable. The damp cold air penetrated into every corner of the castle, which made many young wizards catch colds. Xia Zhi had never regretted joining the Quidditch team as much as he did now, because even in such cold weather, the pervert, would not cancel training because of rain. God knows how uncomfortable it is to fly in the sky all wet in cold weather. Halloween is coming soon, and the pumpkins planted by Hagrid, 1 or 2, are as big as a flower shed. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. It seems that Hagrid secretly used the expansion spell on these pumpkins. I have to say that this spell was quite successful. Xia Zhi and Cassandra walked into the Gryffindor castle all wet. Xia Zhi waved his hand, and then his and Cassandra's wet clothes were immediately dried. Harry struggled to catch up with Xia Zhi in the mud, hoping that Xia Zhi would also make him dry. It doesn't meet their requirements. Just half an inch away, almost headless Nick is looking out the window sadly. Hello, Nick. Harry, now completely dry, felt better and took the initiative to greet Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. Hello. Nick seemed a little flustered. He quickly folded up a transparent letter and hid it in his tights. You seem troubled, young Potter. You too. Harry said helplessly. He had a lot on his mind, the 7 halos of Slytherin, and the members of the Harry Potter fan club that were everywhere. He suddenly felt very tired, but he didn't dare to say it, because the big devil Xia Zhi was right next to him. It's just a small matter. It's not that I really want to join. I thought I could apply, but it seems that I don't meet the requirements. Although Nick pretended not to care, the pain on his face betrayed his mood. He suddenly exploded and took out the transparent letter again. Tell me, after being chopped on the neck by a blunt axe 44 times, do you qualify to join the Headless Hunter team? Harry hadn't answered yet, but Xia Zhi spoke. Now you are indeed not qualified to join the Headless Hunter team. Nick was angry. I don't want that either. I also hope they can do things more cleanly and efficiently. I also hope my head can be completely and thoroughly cut off. He angrily tore his head off. There was only a little skin and tendons connecting his head to his neck. You see, it's just because my brain is not fully. Swish. Xia Zhi suddenly took out his magic wand, and then lightly stroked it. A purple blade of light passed through Nick's neck. Then Nick's head fell off completely. Well, you are now qualified to join the Headless Hunter team. Nick held his fallen head in his hands, his face dull. This big problem that has puzzled him for hundreds of years was suddenly solved today. Am I dreaming? But can ghosts also dream? Xia Zhi doesn't know whether ghosts dream or not. Because Xia Zhi is not a ghost. Even the ghosts themselves don't know this question. Because their lives as ghosts are similar to dreams. Perhaps what they survived is just a memory that inherited their past memories. Xia Zhi found that there is a little difference between the so-called ghosts and pure souls. As for the specific difference, Xia Zhi has not found it yet. Maybe in the future, the answer to this question can be found in Tom. Oh, thank you, Xia Zhi, although I don't know how you did it, but, thank you so much. Nick's eyes were wet. No need to thank me, I just know a little bit about soul magic. Nick was very happy that his wish came true. I want to say that this year's Halloween will be my 500th birthday. I will hold a party and many friends will come from all over the world. I will be honored if you can come. Nick looked at Xia Zhi and the other two with expectant eyes. Cassandra quietly pulled Xia Zhi's robe from behind. Compared to attending a death day party with ghosts gathered, she would rather stay in the hall to attend the school's dinner party. Xia Zhi knew that Harry and Cassandra didn't really want to go, but Xia Zhi was quite interested in it. Nick, I am very happy to receive your invitation to attend your death anniversary party. I will definitely attend it. Xia Zhi is very interested in the soul state of ghosts. There will definitely be many ghosts at the death anniversary party. Xia Zhi can observe them carefully at that time. And which living person has ever attended a ghost party? It's super cool, okay. Oh, that's great. I thought you would refuse. Of course, I also welcome your friends to join us. Nick looked at Harry and Cassandra expectantly. Harry just waited for a nod of agreement, while Cassandra twisted the soft flesh on Xia Zhi's waist from behind and gracefully accepted the invitation. Filch suddenly appeared behind them, pointing angrily at the ground where the 3 men had stepped on. There was a lot of mud and water dripping from their clothes when they had just walked by. It's a mess. There's dirt everywhere. I tell you I've had enough. Come with me. Do you know that the mess you made will take me an hour to clean up? Filch roared. Oh, it's just a little spell. Why do you need to wipe it with your hands? Xia Zhi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he could see through Filch's heart. Shut up. Spells, enough. You guys go. Filch's expression was filled with shock and anger, as if a very important secret had been exposed. Xia Zhi smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The mud and water that had stained the ground disappeared in an instant, and the floor became shiny again. Let's go. Xia Zhi beckoned Harry and the others to leave, leaving Filch standing there uncomfortably. Xia Zhi, how did you do it? Why didn't Filch punish us? Logically, he should have taken us to his office and punished us. After walking away, Harry asked in confusion. Everyone has little secrets that they don't want others to know, Harry. I found out his secret, and he didn't want me to tell anyone. That's why he let us go. What's the secret? Harry asked curiously. This is someone else's secret, and it shouldn't be told casually, so I won't tell you, Harry. You don't want your most private secret to be told by others, do you? Harry shook his head. Although he was still curious, since Xia Zhi said so, he knew that it was impossible for him to know the secret from him. Okay, let's go back and change clothes. Although the clothes are dry, they are still very dirty. Wood is a pervert. Why does he still train in this weather? I think I can eat a cow now. The roosters that Xia Zhi raised grew very fast, and they became very big. At least twice as big as ordinary roosters. These roosters were raised with feed made from phoenix blood, so their physiques were naturally different from ordinary roosters. If Snape knew that he fed the chickens with precious phoenix blood, he would definitely chop Xia Zhi up and feed him to pigs. This was simply a waste of God's gift. Xia Zhi understood that it was time to offer sacrifices to Tom. When Xia Zhi came out of the suitcase, he was holding a terrifyingly large rooster in his hand. These roosters, which had become very aggressive, were as obedient as little lambs in Xia Zhi's hands. Pa Xia Zhi snapped his fingers, and the cock in his hand fainted. He took out the wooden box and the diary. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Tom, I stole Hagrid's rooster for you. I picked a big, strong one. I think you'll like it. He has a lot of them. If you lose one, it won't be noticed. Great. You cut its neck and then drip the blood on the diary. Tom didn't comment at first, but after seeing the big rooster, he was ecstatic. The soul of this rooster is very strong, and Tom felt salivating as soon as he saw it. This kind of strong soul is an excellent tonic for Tom. Moreover, this rooster has such a strong physique, and the vitality contained in its body must be much more than that of an ordinary rooster. Thinking in this way, I will be able to recover enough strength soon, and then completely control Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi cut the rooster's neck with a knife, and the rooster died in his sleep without any reaction. He dripped the rooster's blood on the open diary, and then put the whole rooster on the diary. Nyolis. Xia Zhi found that the blood on the rooster's body seemed to be sucked out from the neck by an invisible force, and gradually disappeared on the diary. After a while, the whole rooster was sucked dry by the diary. Xia Zhi felt that the rooster's soul had completely disappeared, including the things he had done to the rooster's soul. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Xia Zhi's lips. Senior, this way you can hold on longer, right? After the diary was completely filled with blood, Xia Zhi couldn't help but write a message on it. Yes, I feel much better now. It would be even better if I could have a few more of these chickens. Tom had heard from Xia Zhi that Hagrid had a large nest of these roosters. So in order to continue to recover his strength, he wanted to instigate Xia Zhi to continue stealing these chickens. If he steals 2 more chickens at most, Tom will be able to recover enough spiritual power to control Xia Zhi. Okay, I'll go steal a few more, but I have to wait for the right opportunity. These chickens are so aggressive. I've been waiting for several days to steal this one. Xia Zhi agreed to Tom's request very reluctantly. I don't know how Hagrid raised the chickens to such a big size. Thank you for your hard work, Xia Zhi. I will help you with today's homework. You just need to copy it. Tom didn't suspect anything. He knew Hagrid and knew that he was a big, stupid guy who liked to raise monsters. So it was normal for him to raise such a monster-sized rooster. Can you not lock me in the box? I'm bored of being in there all the time. I want to see Hogwarts again. Of course, Tom. We are best friends, aren't we? Xia Zhi wrote, and his left hand snapped his fingers behind his back. Then the diary suddenly closed automatically, and Tom fell into a deep sleep. Xia Zhi quickly threw the diary back into the wooden box. Then he clapped his hands and stood up. Wow, Tom is really good at doing homework. This paper is really well written. After Tom absorbed the soul and vitality of the rooster that Xia Zhi had added, he had completely fallen into Xia Zhi's clutches. Xia Zhi could make him sleep whenever he wanted, and wake up whenever he wanted. The most important thing was that when he woke up, he would not realize that he had ever slept, and would forget the memory of absorbing the soul of the rooster. Therefore, every time Xia Zhi caught a rooster for him, it was the first time for Tom. Tom has been trapped in a cycle since then, and every time he absorbed, he would have the illusion that he was just a little bit away from accumulating enough power. But unfortunately, Xia Zhi could not let him absorb all the souls of 10 roosters in one breath. He needed to let Tom digest the soul of the previous rooster before preparing for the next one. And when Tom swallowed all the souls of the roosters, Tom completely turned into Xia Zhi's shape. Xia Zhi's artificial soul would dominate Tom's incomplete soul, and at that time Tom would no longer have any secrets for Xia Zhi, and the formula in his mind could also be easily read by Xia Zhi. Fortunately, Tom's digestion speed is still very fast, so he should be able to be fed once a day or so. In 10 days, Xia Zhi will get the potion formula. Moreover, he will get a completely different Tom. Xia Zhi is sure that this Tom will surprise Voldemort. But from now on, someone will help me with my homework. Voldemort personally helped me with my homework. It's scary to tell anyone that he did it. Xia Zhi lazily cleaned up the rooster. It was such a pity that such a big chicken could not be eaten now because all its soul and vitality had been absorbed. Xia Zhi had just finished his morning class when he was called to Professor McGonagall's office. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Philip Calvin, the editor-in-chief of Transfiguration Today. Calvin came much later than Xia Zhi expected. Xia Zhi thought he should have come last month. Calvin was a middle-aged bald man with a big belly, and his figure looked a bit like Fudge, the Minister of Magic. He sat on a chair in Professor McGonagall's office with a bit of arrogance. So, you are the transfiguration genius that Professor McGonagall was talking about, Solstice. Yes, I am. Xia Zhi answered very impolitely. Calvin was a little surprised. He thought Xia Zhi would at least be a little humble. Now it seems that he is just an arrogant child. He doesn't understand why Professor McGonagall put this paper that is enough to shake the wizarding world under Xia Zhi's name. How could a 12-year-old wizard write such a paper? It's very simple, because the data listed in the paper were all obtained by the author after successful transformation. How could a little wizard like Xia Zhi master such a profound human body transformation technique? To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Therefore, it is simply nonsense for a 12-year-old wizard to write such a paper. Unless it is a master of transfiguration like Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore, it is possible. Are you sure you wrote this paper? Calvin looked at Xia Zhi with disdain. He didn't know what kind of benefits this little wizard gave Professor McGonagall to make her give up the copyright of such a precious paper. Yes, it was indeed written by me, Xia Zhi said calmly. Hehe. Calvin sneered. Excuse me, you are so young, it is impossible for you to complete such a paper. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, very angry at Calvin's sarcasm. Perhaps this gentleman does not quite understand the meaning of the word genius. Xia Zhi remained calm. If I have to be over 100 years old to write such a paper, I can't be called a genius, right? Hehe, But this time Xia Zhi didn't plan to waste time with him. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I don't have time to waste time with you. I will show you the complete human body deformation technique mentioned in the paper. In fact, if Professor McGonagall hadn't been urging me to publish this paper, I wouldn't bother to explain it to you. Calvin was very angry, but when he opened his mouth to say that Xia Zhi was arrogant, Xia Zhi had already turned into a majestic and domineering lion in front of him. Roar. The huge roar of the lion almost deafened Calvin's ears. Then the lion twisted and deformed again, turning into a black kitten squatting on the ground. When Professor McGonagall saw it, she showed a look of joy in her eyes and couldn't help but pick up the kitten. The kitten was transformed again in Professor McGonagall's hands, this time into a little owl that looked a bit like Snowball. The owl flew around Calvin's head, and then landed on the ground and turned into a human-shaped Xia Zhi again. Calvin's mouth opened wide, he had been so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't do such a smooth human body transformation. At this moment, there was only one explanation, that is, Xia Zhi was indeed the author of this paper. Because only the author can be so familiar with those concepts and transform so smoothly, but he is just a little wizard of 11 or 12 years old. Could this be the reincarnation of Merlin? Suddenly, he remembered what Xia Zhi said before. Here, let me apologize to you, Xia Zhi. I have only now truly understood the meaning of the word genius. Yes, today I know what a true genius is. This was originally something Xia Zhi wrote out of boredom, and he himself did not take it seriously. As for publishing it, it was at the request of Professor McGonagall. He really didn't care who the author was named after. I accept your apology. At the same time, I would like to ask you to apologize to Professor McGonagall. You know, she is a true master of transfiguration. She is not, as you think, someone who sells her articles to others for profit. You underestimate her. Xia Zhi said calmly. Professor McGonagall's tightly pursed lips relaxed when she heard Xia Zhi's words, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Xia Zhi spoke her mind. What she was most dissatisfied with about this matter was not that the editor-in-chief did not believe that Xia Zhi could write such a paper. After all, she would also have doubts if she were in his place. But Calvin directly believed that Xia Zhi gave her enough benefits, and then she gave the copyright to a little wizard. This really underestimated her as a person. I'm sorry, Minerva, I shouldn't have doubted you. Calvin sincerely apologized to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall finally accepted his apology. Not long after, Xia Zhi came out of Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall would discuss the next matter with Calvin. She told Xia Zhi not to worry about the trivial matters and asked him to leave first, otherwise the next class would be delayed. Cassandra was still waiting for him in the corridor, reading a book in her hand. Okay, let's go. Xia Zhi called Cassandra. He glanced at the name of the book, Transfiguration Today. Xia Zhi smiled and said, Are you also interested in transfiguration? Cassandra put away the book. My family is a reader of Transfiguration Today. The papers on it are really good. I can learn a lot of knowledge about transfiguration. I also published a paper there, you should be able to see it in the next issue. Is that the one you gave Professor McGonagall last time? Cassandra said. Yes, it was the editor-in-chief of today's Transfiguration who came to see me just now. He didn't believe that I wrote the paper at first. Xia Zhi shrugged. I don't blame him, really, because if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. You know, before I met you, I never thought that anyone of my age could be on an equal footing with me. Cassandra threw the book into the ring. I felt that their abilities were not as good as mine, so they were not worthy of talking to me. Listening quietly during the summer solstice is the best way to increase friendship between friends. Now I have changed my mind because I met two people. Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi with her dark green eyes. One is Hermione. Although she is sometimes like a nerd, I have to admit that she is talented. Except for her lack of flying talent, she is comparable to me in other aspects. The other is you, Xia Zhi. I used to think that no matter how outstanding my peers were, they could not be as outstanding as me, and at most they were on par with me. But after I met you, I changed my mind. I would never have believed that someone could suppress me in all aspects. Cassandra, talent has nothing to do with being a friend. Xia Zhi sighed. If what you said is true, then including you, in the entire Hogwarts, only Professor Dumbledore can be my friend. I don't want that. But Cassandra lowered her head, which was always held high. I don't want the gap between you and me to grow bigger and bigger. Although you may not care, I will feel inferior. She never said this. Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra's pupils and suddenly showed a gentle smile. I have never forgotten what I promised you. What you promised me. Cassandra raised her head. Was it the time when she unreasonably asked Xia Zhi to help her become stronger? Let's go together. I won't leave anyone behind. Xia Zhi turned around meaningfully and walked towards the next class. Cassandra came to her senses and hurriedly trotted after him. The following days were still uneventful. In addition to attending classes, Xia Zhi also participated in Quidditch team training with Cassandra. Xia Zhi was not in a hurry to open the Chamber of Secrets. He would not open the Chamber of Secrets without making sufficient preparations. Although he did not think he would be in danger, the basilisk's eyes were indeed too terrifying. Whoever it glared at would die. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Xia Zhi did not want any accidents to happen, just like Myrtle who died in an accident that year. Xia Zhi believed that when Tom opened the Chamber of Secrets, he just wanted to create panic and scare those young Muggle-born wizards so that they would drop out of school. This was to achieve the goal of cleaning up the dirty Muggle bloodline in the Hogwarts campus. Tom would never want to kill anyone at that time. It was not that he was kind-hearted and could not bear to kill people, but if he condoned the basilisk to kill people, Hogwarts would be closed. If Hogwarts was closed, he would have to go back to the orphanage that he hated. The incident with Myrtle was just an accident. When he opened the Chamber of Secrets, he never thought that Myrtle was hiding in the bathroom of the women's bathroom. Because of this accident, Tom was targeted by Dumbledore and his plan was forced to end. In order to prevent Hogwarts from being closed, he framed Hagrid for the crime. After Hagrid was expelled, the matter came to an end. However, the diary Horcrux was created by Voldemort at that time. Xia Zhi felt that it was a sure thing to empty Tom's mind of all the secrets about the Chamber of Secrets before opening the Chamber of Secrets. Otherwise, if an accident occurred again and caused the death of a student, Xia Zhi might repeat Tom's predicament and become very passive. Tom is 10 years away from completely absorbing the secrets. There are only a few days left in the rooster. Xia Zhi can't be so impatient that he can't even wait for these few days. Halloween is coming soon, and Cassandra is a little angry that Xia Zhi rashly agreed to go to Nick's 500th anniversary party. But since she agreed, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and plan to go with Xia Zhi in the evening. On the morning of Halloween, Xia Zhi received the latest issue of Transfiguration Today. His paper was published in the magazine as expected, but he didn't take it too seriously. Xia Zhi casually handed the Transfiguration Today to Cassandra on the side, and then concentrated on dealing with the millet porridge in front of him. Oh my god, is this true? Xia Zhi won the Most Promising Newcomer Award. Transfiguration Today is a very authoritative magazine on transfiguration. Both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are loyal readers of the magazine. This alone is enough to show its importance. Both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall published papers in Transfiguration Today when they were young. They both won the magazine's Most Promising Newcomer Award. This award has not been won for many years. When they were students, there were not many young wizards who were able to write articles that could be published in Transfiguration Today. Oh, Xia Zhi, you are amazing, Hermione sighed sincerely. Harry and Ron were confused. Can anyone tell me what Transfiguration Today is? What is the Most Promising Newcomer Award? Neville May 17 explained to them in a low voice. His grandmother was also a regular reader of Transfiguration Today. Cedric ran over, looking excited. He was also good at Transfiguration and was also a member of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. So he knew the importance of Transfiguration Today, and he even sent manuscripts to this magazine himself. How did you do it, Xia Zhi? I have sent them papers before, but without exception, they were all rejected. Cedric's face was full of envy. Ah, you definitely didn't ask Professor McGonagall to check it for you, right? Xia Zhi smiled a little shyly. Ah, so that's it? How could I forget this? Professor McGonagall is now often revising papers for Transfiguration Today. Cedric suddenly realized. Everyone looked at Xia Zhi in surprise, who was drinking porridge calmly. Xia Zhi easily obtained the honor that Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore had once obtained. In other words, will Xia Zhi become an outstanding wizard like Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall in the future? At this time, Professor McGonagall walked over with a smile on her face. Congratulations on winning the Most Promising Newcomer Award, Xia Zhi. This is your bonus. Although it's not much, it's a great honor. I'm proud of you. Xia Zhi took the purse from Professor McGonagall with a smile. Now that he had the purse in his hand, he knew how much there was, about 50 gold galleons. I am your student, Professor McGonagall. All my abilities come from your teaching. Although Professor McGonagall knew that this was not the case, she still felt very happy. The winner of the Most Promising Newcomer Award is my student? In the classroom, Dumbledore rarely appeared in the auditorium to eat breakfast today. He clapped his hands with a smile on his face, and his eyes were shining with satisfaction. The other professors saw Dumbledore applauding, and they all followed suit to applaud Xia Zhi. Even Snape reached out his hand with a gloomy face and clapped twice. Lockhart's expression was a little stiff. He made a lot of efforts this morning, but now people's focus is not on him, but on Xia Zhi. He looked at Xia Zhi with jealousy in his eyes. In view of the honor that the summer solstice has won for Hogwarts, I think Gryffindor should be awarded 50 points. Dumbledore spoke. Woohoo! Everyone at the Gryffindor table cheered, although many people didn't know what today's transfiguration was, nor did they know the importance of the Most Promising Newcomer Award. But Xia Zhi won 50 points for Gryffindor, which everyone understood. George and Fred even ran to him and pulled 2 fiery fireworks. 2 huge lions appeared on the ceiling and roared to the sky. Professor McGonagall clapped with tears in her eyes, and did not punish George and Fred for this. In fact, seeing everyone so excited, Xia Zhi was a little embarrassed and at a loss. He had to stand up and bow to the people around him to thank them for their congratulations. For the rest of the day, Xia Zhi felt very strange. No matter where he went, he would be greeted with a look of admiration. The same was true for Harry and the others. Ever since they figured out the reason for Xia Zhi's Most Promising Newcomer Award, after the meal, the way they looked at Xia Zhi changed. Even the ghosts would stop and say hello to Xia Zhi when they passed by him. And the looks of those girls were even more naked. If Cassandra and Hermione hadn't been there, Xia Zhi would have had the illusion that he was going to be eaten alive. But it's nice to be respected. At least it's better than being afraid of others. As night fell, the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin wafted through the hall. But Xia Zhi and his friends didn't go to the hall for the banquet. Instead, they were going to attend the Ghost's Death Day party. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Because Nick didn't have time to invite Harry and Xia Zhi's other friends last time, and was interrupted by Filch, only Xia Zhi, Cassandra, and Harry were going to Nick's Death Day party this time. But before going to participate, Xia Zhi took Cassandra and the others to the kitchen. This was the first time that Cassandra and Harry came to the kitchen of Hogwarts. When Harry saw hundreds of house elves in the kitchen of Hogwarts, he was shocked. He had only seen Dobby as an elf. Oh, dear Mr. Xia Zhi, what kind of help can we provide to you and your friends? An elderly house elf came over. Oh, Gucci, hello. We want to get some food because we can't attend the school dinner later, but we have to attend Nick's 500th death anniversary party. We are living people, so we can't eat everything that ghosts eat. Ah, I see. Last time they took away a lot of moldy food from us. Mr. Xia Zhi and his friends really can't eat moldy food. Gucci snapped his fingers. Several house elves came over with several trays full of food. Are these enough? If not, we can prepare more. Enough, enough, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll teach you a few more dishes next time as compensation. Goodbye, Gucci. Xia Zhi quickly put the food into the ring, where the food can not only be kept safe but also kept warm. Oh, Mr. Xia Zhi is always so polite and apologizes to Gucci. Gucci 4.5 is really so touching. No gentleman has ever been so kind to us. Xia Zhi and the other two walked out of the kitchen, escorted by hundreds of house elves. Oh, summer solstice, you are really popular with the elves. Harry was just being looked at with admiration by hundreds of house elves, and now he feels a little flattered. So, why are we here to get food? Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi suspiciously. Ah, because ghosts can't eat, so they can only smell to satisfy their cravings. Therefore, they need food with strong smells. So you mean to say that the ghosts' death anniversary parties are all rotten and smelly food? Cassandra's face turned pale. I have a little spell here, called the Bubblehead Curse, which can... Ouch! Please spare me, stop pinching me. Harry actually wanted to laugh, but he managed to hold it back. After all, in his eyes, Xia Zhi was a big devil, and he couldn't let him find out that he was laughing. Harry looked up at the sky, pretending not to see Xia Zhi's humiliation. Xia Zhi rubbed the soft flesh on his waist and sighed. Roll, why is it you who gets hurt every time? Oh, Harry, you just laughed, didn't you? Xia Zhi said with a smile. No, I just saw a spider on the ceiling. Stop pretending, I saw it all. The corners of your mouth were raised 25 degrees. Ah, this. I joined the Harry Potter fan club when I got back, and they invited me several times. No, the place where Nick held the party was a large classroom located in the basement of the castle. Before they even got close, Xia Zhi and the other two felt the temperature dropping sharply. Where ghosts gather, it actually affects the temperature around. Why is this? Xia Zhi excitedly wrote this down. The three of them walked through a dark passage, with dark, thin candles on both sides of the passage. The small candles emitted a faint blue light, making the whole scene gloomy, which was very appropriate for the scene. Cassandra involuntarily approached Xia Zhi and grabbed Xia Zhi's arm with her little hand. Judging from the strength with which she held Xia Zhi's arm, she was a little scared now. When they turned a corner, they heard the sound of music. If the sound like 1,000 nails scraping on a blackboard can be called music, Nick was standing at the door at this time, with a black velvet curtain draped over his body, but he didn't put his head on his neck, but kept holding it with both hands, as if he was showing off to every guest the fact that he had completely lost his head. My dear friends, welcome. I am so glad you are here, Nick said with his head in his hands. It must be said that this scene was quite strange. Nick took off his hat with feathers on it, then bowed and invited them in. When Xia Zhi and the other two entered the classroom, the scene before them was unforgettable for them. The underground classroom was filled with milky white, translucent ghosts. There were hundreds of them. Most of them were dancing waltz in the crowded dance floor, accompanied by the terrible music. Xia Zhi exhaled lightly, and then his breath formed a cloud of mist in front of him, just like he had come to a cold storage. Let's go shopping, Xia Zhi said with great interest. Let's take a look and then go. It's so cold. Cassandra's nose was red from the cold. She had expected this and now stayed away from the piles of rotten food, not daring to get close. Oh well, Xia Zhi drew a circle with his wand in a corner of the underground classroom that would not attract ghosts. After Cassandra and Harry walked in, they immediately found that the circle was very warm. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon, and when I come back, we'll go? Xia Zhi conjured up 2 chairs and a small table in the circle. Xia Zhi put the food he had just taken from the kitchen on the table and walked away. He shuttled among the ghosts, chatting and laughing with them, and from time to time, he would take out a small notebook to record something. At this time, Nick floated over. How about it? Did you have fun? To be exact, I had a lot of fun chatting with them, Xia Zhi said. Oh, where are Harry and the others? They feel a bit cold, so they are resting there now, Xia Zhi said casually. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Oh, actually I know that it is indeed difficult for the living to adapt to attending a gathering of the dead, so I am really happy that you can come. Whoosh. A short male ghost emerged from under the table with food. Unlike the other pale ghosts, he wore a red banquet hat. As soon as he appeared, he stared at Xia Zhi and said, It's you? Peeves and Xia Zhi had a grudge. Last time, Xia Zhi had used magic to bounce his dung balls back. Peeves glanced at the food on the table next to him, and a sly smile slowly emerged on his face. He picked up 2 bowls of lamb pies that were already infested with maggots, and said, Would you like some? Xia Zhi understood what he wanted to do. It was obvious that Peeves wanted to see him in such a miserable state with maggots all over his body. Oh, I don't need it, thank you. Peeves was about to throw 2 pots of rotten food at Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi snapped his fingers, and a purple robe appeared out of thin air, and with a swish sound, Peeves was tied up like a dumpling. He struggled hard, but it was useless. Xia Zhi's purple robe composed of magic power was an extended use of soul magic. It can be said that except for Voldemort's residual soul, there is no other soul body that can escape the shackles of this magic rope. Peeves, relying on his fearlessness of any spell, has always done whatever he wants in Hogwarts. Except for the Bloody Baron, he has never been afraid of anyone or ghost. But now, there may be one more person on this list. Xia Zhi hung Peeves upside down in front of him. He stretched out his hand and poked Peeves. Well, different from other ghosts, sometimes it has a physical body and can touch objects. But sometimes it has no body and can pass through walls like ghosts. Xia Zhi touched his smooth chin and looked at Peeves carefully. Let me go, or else. Otherwise, what do you want to do? Xia Zhi laughed like a villain. Humph, anyway you can't hurt me. Yes, this arouses my interest. Peeves, how about you help me complete my experiment? I really want to know how to hurt you. Forward, Peeves suddenly felt a chill when he saw Xia Zhi's eyes. If Harry were here, he would definitely agree with Peeves' feelings. Sometimes Xia Zhi does exude a villainous aura like the devil. Please let me go, I will do anything for you. Peeves immediately changed his tough attitude and became extremely flattering. Oh, really? Xia Zhi reached out and gently touched the red hat on his head. Then Peeves felt a very terrible power wandering around in his body. Peeves froze all over. He could clearly feel that this power could easily destroy him. Gudong. Peewee swallowed his saliva and looked at Xia Zhi flatteringly, hoping that Xia Zhi would show mercy and let him go. Okay, go now, but next time I need you, you have to show up in front of me right away. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Don't try to resist, I know where to find you. Okay, as you wish, my lord. Peeves bowed flatteringly, then panicked and disappeared into the ceiling of the underground classroom. Nick looked at Peeves going away with a sigh on his face. You're the first person I've ever seen Peeves afraid of anyone other than the Bloody Baron. I just want to invite him to participate in some of my research experiments. I won't kill him. Is that so scary? Xia Zhi said depressedly. Maybe it's because your expression just now was indeed a little scary. I think I laughed very heartily. You call this cheerful? Nick waved his hand. Well, the number of people today is quite satisfactory. Even the Weeping Widow came all the way from Kent. Let's talk later. My speaking time is almost up. At this moment, the band suddenly stopped playing and a hunting horn was blown. Huh? They are finally here? I want to see what reason they have for not accepting me into the group this time. Nick shouted excitedly, then excused himself to Xia Zhi and left. Xia Zhi felt that it was almost time for tonight, and was about to go back and leave with Cassandra and the others. Suddenly, he felt that he was being stared at by something, and a chill ran up from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. Someone was looking at him with great malice. Xia Zhi suddenly turned around, and then saw a ghost of an old woman with a hideous face. This ghost was disheveled and ragged, and there was a broken arrow stuck in her heart. Xia Zhi looked at her in confusion. The old woman was still looking at Xia Zhi with a malicious look until now. She floated over and asked in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "Who are you? Why do you have her breath on you?" "No, it's the breath of that thing." The old woman's voice changed from the original resentment to greed behind. Xia Zhi looked at her vigilantly. This old woman seemed to be coming with bad intentions. "Gormlaith, what do you want to do?" Suddenly, someone spoke from behind Xia Zhi and successfully stopped the old woman's behavior. Xia Zhi looked back and found that it was the ghost of Hufflepuff, the fat monk. The old woman glared at the fat monk fiercely, then turned and left. "Oh, thank you, do you know who she is?" "Ah, she is the weeping widow from Kent. Her name is Gormlaith, but no one knows her last name." Xia Zhi immediately understood who this ghost was. Gormlaith Gaunt, a descendant of Slytherin, the original holder of the Slytherin wand. She was chasing after Isolde who stole her wand, and just when she was about to succeed, she was shot through the heart by a poisoned arrow by Isolde's friend. Unexpectedly, she turned into a ghost. The breath she just mentioned should be the breath of Isolde on her Slytherin wand. That thing must be the Slytherin wand on Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi knew that Gormlaith would definitely come to find him, and his mouth, the corners of his head suddenly slightly raised, as if he had thought of a good idea. Xia Zhi waved goodbye to the fat monk, and then returned to the corner that would not attract the attention of ghosts. Cassandra was looking around, looking for Xia Zhi, and when she saw Xia Zhi, she was obviously relieved. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to let a girl stay in a place full of ghosts alone. Xia Zhi prepared an apology, and then he found something wrong. "Alone? Where's Harry?" Xia Zhi looked around, and then saw Nick pulling Harry to introduce him to the ghosts one by one. "Oh my god, Cassandra, let's go. I don't want to get to know them one by one." Xia Zhi didn't wait for Cassandra to speak. He immediately grabbed her hand and ran out. Harry watched from a distance, his face full of despair. "Don't leave me alone, take me with you." Then Harry was overwhelmed by the excited ghosts. Xia Zhi and Cassandra returned to the hall smoothly. At this time, the dinner was not over yet. Xia Zhi, who had not eaten yet, immediately joined the lively dinner happily. In front of the mountains of delicious food, Xia Zhi quickly forgot about poor Harry. Of course, Harry would definitely not be in any danger. Those ghosts just wanted to see the famous Harry Potter and would not really hurt him. It was not until very late that Harry returned to the dormitory with a look of despair on his face. He didn't even hear Ron calling him. Being surrounded by a group of ghosts and chatting for several hours, poor Harry had overdrawn all his physical strength. "Too cruel," I just laughed. Harry, who was already exhausted, fell asleep as soon as he lay down, and even his hungry stomach couldn't wake him up. To read the exciting novels, go to Phila Novel Network. At midnight, Xia Zhi sorted out all the information about the ghosts that he had collected tonight, and then lay down on the bed. Unexpectedly, Tom's speed of absorbing souls became slower and slower. This was beyond Xia Zhi's expectation. He thought he could feed him once a day. However, the more Tom benefited from it, the stronger Xia Zhi's control and influence over him would be. This was also a good thing. Just when Xia Zhi was drowsy and about to fall asleep, he suddenly found that his ring was heating up. Xia Zhi raised her hand with the ring on it. A message popped into his mind. "I'm scared and can't sleep." Xia Zhi scratched his head. This was a message from Cassandra. Although Cassandra was a little witch, she was still young after all, and she was a girl. Xia Zhi left her sitting in a place where ghosts gathered for half a night. How could she not be scared? "I'm sorry, I was negligent. I shouldn't have taken you to the death anniversary party." Xia Zhi apologized sincerely. "No, I'm actually very happy, because this is the first time you take me with you on an adventure." Forward, well, for girls, attending a death day party is really like an adventure. There are a lot of ghosts here. Although ghosts are not uncommon in the magic world, it is still shocking to see so many at once. When Xia Zhi first saw so many ghosts, he was also surprised. Besides, most of these ghosts still look like they died, and most of them died in a hideous way. These ghosts who died tragically are indeed a bit restricted for a 12-year-old girl. What's the word? Yes, it's bloody and violent. Then I will take you with me on all my adventures. Really? Just, don't go to ghost hangouts anymore, because it was not a face-to-face communication. Cassandra was much more frank. "Okay, I promise you, go to bed early. Staying up late is not good for girls. But I am afraid and cannot sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, I can see the miserable state of those ghosts. Some of them have their intestines leaking out, and some have only half a head left. It's too horrible. Can I come to your place tonight?" I, Xia Zhi, have lived an upright life, with a good character, noble morals, and a noble character. How could I allow a little girl to stay in my dormitory in the middle of the night? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Okay, I'll be right down to pick you up. Xia Zhi did a somersault and then a somersault, then jumped off the bed. The boy and girl dormitories at Hogwarts are quite outrageous. Boys are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, but girls can enter the boys' dormitory at any time. Cassandra was wearing pink pajamas with cute puffy patterns, and her face flushed when she stepped into Xia Zhi's dormitory. She wanted to turn around and run away, but when she thought of the ghosts with tragic deaths she met at night, she immediately gave up the idea. Although she also had roommates, no matter where she was, she didn't feel as safe as with Xia Zhi. Because Xia Zhi had no roommates, there was only one made bed in the dormitory. 743 There is only one bed, what should I do? Xia Zhi said, touching his nose. I sleep in that bed. Cassandra blushed and pointed to the empty bed next to her. Well, let me make your bed for you. Xia Zhi used new sheets and velvet mattress to make the empty bed next to him soft. Good night. Cassandra blushed and got into the newly made bed, then covered her head with the quilt, leaving only a hint of gold. Really, Xia Zhi was not disappointed at all. Really. Ahem, good night. Xia Zhi also lay on his bed. However, Xia Zhi's depressed mood did not last long. After all, they were just little kids. What bad things could they do if they went too far? Their physical condition did not allow them to do so. After a tiring day, Xia Zhi's mind gradually became dizzy. Just when he was about to fall asleep. Are you asleep? Cassandra's voice came faintly from the side. Well, not yet. Are you still scared? Fine. Then go to bed early. Good night. Good night. Xia Zhi turned over, and his mind gradually fell into a daze again. Summer solstice, Cassandra's voice came again. Huh? What's wrong? No, nothing. Just call me if you need anything. Good night. Actually, Cassandra was still a little scared. She wanted Xia Zhi to talk to her more. It would be best if he could coax her to sleep, just like her mother did when she was a child. But Cassandra thought about it again, and still didn't do it. She knew that Xia Zhi must be sleepy, and it would not be good. However, as Xia Zhi's voice disappeared and the surroundings fell into darkness, she felt fear in her heart again. Although she looked very strong at ordinary times, it was the nature of most girls to be afraid of the dark, and coupled with the stimulation she would receive on the night of the death anniversary, she was still too scared to sleep. This feeling of fear slowly deepened with the passage of time, and her body began to tremble slightly. She had to try her best to cover her head with the quilt. Cassandra, can't you sleep? I'm fine, I'm about to fall asleep. Oh, why don't I tell you a story? Well, okay. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. At this moment, in the darkness, Xia Zhi's gentle voice seemed to have the power to dispel all fears. I will tell you a fairy tale from the ancient East. I don't know if you like it. You tell me. I like them all. Cassandra only wants to hear Xia Zhi's voice now. It doesn't matter what he says. A long time ago, there was a stone. This stone had existed for a long time. Suddenly one day, the stone exploded and a monkey jumped out from it. Xia Zhi began to tell her about Journey to the West. Cassandra didn't care much at first, as she would not be afraid as long as she heard Xia Zhi's voice, but when she heard the story of the Monkey King, she was still attracted. In the quiet night, Xia Zhi's gentle voice slowly told the story of the stone monkey. Cassandra gradually stopped being afraid and poked her head out from under the quilt, her emerald green eyes staring at the direction of Xia Zhi. Cassandra didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she woke up, she saw a beam of sunlight shining on her bedside. This was the first time Cassandra had seen the sun in a while. Since October, most of the days have been continuous rainy days. She sat up, and then she saw a small table in front of the bed. On the table were her favorite dumplings and millet porridge. You wake up. Cassandra immediately saw Xia Zhi half exposed in the suitcase. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, I slept well last night." "That's good. Today is a holiday, you can actually sleep a little longer. Not many people come here. I have locked the door." Xia Zhi shrugged. Cassandra was silent for a while, and suddenly blushed and said, "Can I come to your place later in the evening?" This is not good." Xia Zhi looks a little shy. Don't get me wrong, I just haven't finished listening to the story you told last night." Cassandra paused and emphasized again. "I want to hear the story you haven't finished." "Okay, if you want to come, you can come anytime." Xia Zhi showed a bright smile. Xia Zhi's smile made Cassandra blush. "I've told you, don't get me wrong, I really just want to come and listen to your unfinished story." I didn't misunderstand, you can come anytime." Xia Zhi climbed out of the suitcase. He had just gone to feed the chickens in the suitcase. Cassandra was silent for a long time before saying, "Don't forget what you promised me last night. Whenever you go on an adventure in the future, remember to take me with you." "That's not good. What if you come back and are too scared to sleep?" "I don't care, you promised me." Cassandra threw a pillow at him. "Okay, since you said so, let's act together tonight." "Tonight? You're going on an adventure tonight? Where? Forbidden Forest? I have to go to the Forbidden Forest tonight. I need some materials produced in the Forbidden Forest." Xia Zhi took out a piece of parchment and studied the contents carefully. "What is that?" Cassandra asked curiously. "This is a potion formula. Do you remember that you asked me to find a way to make you stronger? I found an ancient potion formula that can enhance people's magic power without any side effects. Is it really that good?" Cassandra was very happy. If she could become stronger, she could narrow the distance between her and Xia Zhi. Then she would feel much better. At least she could help Xia Zhi in many cases, instead of hiding aside and watching every time something happened. This feeling of powerlessness tortured Cassandra, who was always proud. However, for this unknown potion formula, shouldn't we test it carefully before using it? Cassandra was not overwhelmed by joy, she was still very rational. Of course, someone has tried this prescription before. If there are strong side effects, how could I let you use it? Xia Zhi lied to reassure Cassandra. There was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't tell her about the system. I trust you, Cassandra nodded. She believed that Xia Zhi would not harm her. Since Xia Zhi said that there was nothing wrong with the potion, then there must be no problem. This may be because Cassandra is still very young and a little naive, or it may be that Xia Zhi was born with the ability to easily bewitch others. Cassandra is willing to completely trust the boy in front of her. However, Xia Zhi did not intend to harm Cassandra. He was not the kind of brainless villain who only knew about Avada every day. What's the point of living like this, if you are neither human nor ghost, and your grandmother and uncle don't love you? Then let's go on an adventure to the Forbidden Forest tonight, Cassandra said firmly. Well, we set out at 9 o'clock, used the disillusionment charm to slip out of the common room, and then left the castle through the secret passage. Do you know the secret passage? Of course, George and Fred have a map of Hogwarts, and I have memorized it, Xia Zhi said proudly. You seem very skilled. Of course, as a qualified Gryffindor, how could he not go out at night? Xia Zhi couldn't help but straighten his chest, with a look of pride on his face. Have you been there with anyone else? Of course, Xia Zhi suddenly felt something was wrong. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. With Hermione and the others. I didn't, don't tell me that. I just went on a night tour with Fred and George. At the beginning of last school year, they showed me a map of Hogwarts and took me to a few secret passages, Xia Zhi quickly argued. Really? Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi with suspicion. Of course it's true. Hermione pays great attention to House grades, so how could she agree to go on a night tour with me? Then you must take me with you when you go on night tours next time. Okay, that's not a big problem. Xia Zhi made an okay gesture. It was easy for Xia Zhi to protect Cassandra now. Even if it was inconvenient to take her with him, Xia Zhi had many ways to hide it from her. Zero asking for flowers. So Xia Zhi boldly agreed. Can you show me what materials I need? A large part of my family's business is related to herbs, or I have them at home. Xia Zhi handed the formula to Cassandra. The ingredients written on it are the ones that are hard to get. I have already prepared the other ingredients. Cassandra took the formula and read it quickly. This was not a complete formula. Xia Zhi had just said that these were just the ingredients that were not available yet, so Cassandra did not doubt it. However, even if the complete formula was placed in front of Cassandra, she could not see any problem with her current level of potion making. Although she was talented, she was still young after all, and her attainments in potion making were far inferior to those of Tom, a 6th grade student. These materials are indeed difficult to obtain, at least I don't have them at home. But there are a few that I can ask my family to think of a way to get, Cassandra said with some regret. Because most of the materials above come from magical animals. The remaining herbs are also very precious materials. If you want to become stronger, you do have to pay a certain price, but I have ways to get the above materials, so you don't have to bother your family. Cassandra nodded, thinking that if she really asked her family, her father would definitely ask a lot of questions. It would be troublesome to explain, so she didn't bother them. It would be best if she could handle it herself. Xia Zhi now looked like a weird uncle who lured underage girls into a crooked path. This series of actions seemed very suspicious, but Cassandra was willing to believe him. Cassandra washed up in Xia Zhi's suitcase, changed her clothes, and had breakfast in Xia Zhi's dormitory before leaving quietly. Because girls can enter and leave the boys' dormitory at any time, and Cassandra and Xia Zhi have always had a close relationship, so when she walked out of Xia Zhi's dormitory, she did not attract anyone's attention. There is no holiday for Halloween, but it just so happens that today is the weekend. In order to make the weekend night more exciting, Xia Zhi and Cassandra finished all the homework during the day. This shocked Hermione. When did Xia Zhi become so active in homework? Didn't he always wait until Sunday night to start working? Such a genius actually started to work hard. Is this going to make people live? Hermione sighed, thinking that the first place in the grade this year should not be there again. Xia Zhi and Cassandra finished all their homework early, and then hid in the room of requirement. Xia Zhi wanted to teach Cassandra some protective magic. After all, the 460 tonight was the Forbidden Forest, which was still very dangerous. If he really neglected it, it would be bad, and most importantly, he was free anyway. It was definitely not a vulgar reason that he was happy to teach beautiful girls magic. Cassandra actually mastered the armor spell, but this spell sometimes did not work as well as expected against some powerful physical attacks. So Xia Zhi taught Cassandra a protective magic that he and Tom had researched together. This was a protective magic derived from the armor curse, but this protective magic could effectively defend against both spell attacks and physical attacks, and even had a certain degree of defense against the killing curse. However, in order to completely defend against it, Xia Zhi and Tom still needed to work hard. The spell is still the same as the iron armor spell, but the operation of magic power and gestures are different. Xia Zhi taught Cassandra very seriously and step by step. Buzz. Finally, after trying many times, Cassandra finally summoned a small, exquisite silver shield at the tip of her wand. The small shield revolved around Cassandra's body. As long as she thought about it, the shield could instantly reach the part she wanted. As long as she increased the supply of magic power, the small shield would grow dramatically, but in contrast, the defense would decrease. Bang! Cassandra used her small shield to block the disarming spell that Xia Zhi was attacking. There was only a not very obvious crack on the small shield. Not bad. You have learned this magic. Xia Zhi nodded with satisfaction. Of course, he did not use his full strength in the disarming spell he just cast. But it was also a disarming spell that could force Professor Flitwick to use his displacement skills. The disarming spell that could shatter Professor Flitwick's armor spell only left a crack on Cassandra's shield. This was already very remarkable. Only a gifted little witch like Cassandra could learn this spell so quickly. If it were Harry and the others, Xia Zhi might have to use his magic weapon again. Cassandra proudly straightened her chest and felt very proud that she could learn Xia Zhi's magic so quickly. Xia Zhi handed Cassandra a small silver ball. Cassandra took the small ball and she only felt it was cold in her hand. Although she couldn't see what it was used for, she could also feel the powerful magic contained in it. This is the first generation of combat puppets I made using alchemy. It has memorized your magic power. As long as you inject magic power and throw it out, it can transform and fight for you. Xia Zhi said calmly, you can try it now. Cassandra injected magic power into the small ball in her hand with great interest. The small ball immediately began to heat up, and there was light flashing inside. Cassandra was startled and thought the small ball was going to explode, so she quickly threw the ball out. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. The small ball grew rapidly in the air, but it did not explode as Cassandra imagined. Instead, it twisted and grew rapidly, and at the same time began to deform rapidly. Roar! A huge silver lion appeared in front of Cassandra. Cassandra's eyes lit up. It was so cool. Attack it. Cassandra pointed at a target in front of her, and the lion immediately pounced on it. After a moment, the target turned into a pile of debris. Collect! Cassandra shouted, and the silver lion turned back into a small silver ball and flew back into Cassandra's hand. This is amazing. But, can someone else take control of it? If someone takes control of it, it will be very dangerous. Cassandra was a little scared when she saw the target that had been broken into pieces. No, this is the result of my alchemy. I only give you the authority to control it. It will only obey your instructions from now on. Without my permission, no one else can affect it. Thank you, Xia Zhi, I like this gift very much. Cassandra said frankly. I don't want you to get hurt, Xia Zhi said gently. He didn't put points in potions, alchemy, etc. randomly. His strength was already very strong. Even Dumbledore couldn't do anything to him now. Even if he added points to dark magic or other offensive skills, it couldn't change the fact that he was already invincible. And his study of alchemy, potions, etc. could do more for the people around him. He was very lonely in his last life, and he didn't want to experience that loneliness again in this life. He hoped that there would always be a lot of people around him. Xia Zhi despised Voldemort because he would never trust others, and it was difficult for him to get others' loyalty. Even if someone was loyal to him, they would be people like Bella and Barty Jr. whose brains were not normal. These were not what Xia Zhi wanted. Xia Zhi hoped that the people who followed him in the future would be as fanatical as the Death Eaters, and as rational as the Saints. Cassandra mastered the optimized version of the armor spell taught to her by Xia Zhi, and also got the battle puppet given to her by Xia Zhi. The trip to the Forbidden Forest tonight will become much safer. What materials are we going to find in the Forbidden Forest tonight? Cassandra asked. Our main target tonight is the 8-eyed giant spider. I need the venom and fangs of the 8-eyed giant spider. There is a nest of 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, which is great. There is no need to look for them somewhere else. Xia Zhi thought of the nest of 8-eyed giant spiders that Hagrid raised in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps because she was going to participate in Xia Zhi's adventure tonight, Cassandra seemed very excited now. Xia Zhi and Cassandra sat on the sofa. Xia Zhi said, since I have agreed to your request, I will definitely do it, so it won't be long before your magic power will increase significantly. So I think you can continue to strengthen your magic skills now. I know you will teach me. Cassandra rarely showed a sweet smile. Cough cough. Xia Zhi collected his thoughts and continued, I have always felt that you have mastered the weather spell very well. So, we can start from this aspect. I have improved several weather spells during this period. They are very powerful, but they may consume a lot of magic power. You can master them first, and when your magic power increases, you can use them at any time. I believe that by that time, you will be able to help me at any time. Perhaps you should have expected that my future life may be a bit turbulent. Cassandra listened quietly. No matter where you go, I will be by your side. Forward. Cassandra suddenly realized that she seemed to have said something very serious, and her cheeks flushed. She quickly made amends. Don't misunderstand. I stay with you just to become stronger. Don't think too much. I see. Xia Zhi showed a disappointed expression. That's it, don't get me wrong. All right, Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra's arrogant expression and shook his head helplessly. I will teach you my improved weather magic another day. We have things to do tonight, and we cannot overconsume our magic power. In the following time, Cassandra continued to familiarize herself with the improved version of the armor spell, while Xia Zhi sat aside and watched, giving instructions from time to time. Time passed quickly, and night fell quietly. Xia Zhi and Cassandra finished their dinner in the room of requirement and stayed until 9 o'clock in the evening, then quietly slipped out of the room of requirement. Cassandra deliberately changed into a set of sportswear that was convenient for movement, and did not wear the skirt she usually wore. Xia Zhi tapped her body with her wand, and then tapped Cassandra's shoulder. Cassandra suddenly felt that her body was quickly covered by a magic power as cold as water. Then she found that her body disappeared. She raised her head and found that Xia Zhi's body had also disappeared. She could not see her body or Xia Zhi, and she suddenly became a little scared. Just as Cassandra began to panic, she suddenly felt her little hand being held by a warm hand, and then Xia Zhi's gentle voice came to her ears. Don't be afraid, come with me. Although Cassandra couldn't see where Xia Zhi was, her hand was now tightly held by Xia Zhi. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. She suddenly felt a courage rising from the bottom of her heart, and she no longer felt afraid. The two of them walked stealthily in the dim corridor. Cassandra's little hand was held, and waves of strange emotions surged in her heart. She suddenly had a strange idea. She hoped that this corridor could extend all the way, so that she and Xia Zhi could keep walking like this. Xia Zhi took Cassandra's hand and came to a suit of armor at the entrance of the stairs on the second floor. He looked around, and after finding that there was no one, he tapped the helmet of the armor with his wand. The armor immediately moved, and it clicked down from the base and stood quietly aside. Xia Zhi pulled Cassandra with one hand and pulled open its base with the other hand, revealing a dark hole. This was a secret passage leading to the outside of the castle, and it could not lead to the outside of the school, so George and Fred were not interested in this secret passage. But for Xia Zhi now, it was just enough. He wanted to enter the Forbidden Forest, not sneak to Hogsmeade. Xia Zhi pulled Cassandra and slowly walked into the hole. As soon as they walked in, the hole was covered by the armor, and it went back with a click, and stood on the base again, becoming motionless again. After entering the secret passage, they were temporarily safe, because Filch did not know about this secret passage. Xia Zhi cancelled the disillusionment charm on the two people, and then gently waved the wand, and a dazzling small ball of light gently flew over the heads of the two people, illuminating everything around. This was of course also Xia Zhi's modified luminescent charm, and the ball of light always floated above the head of the caster, which was very practical. It was much more convenient than the luminescent flash that only worked on the wand. At this time, Cassandra finally saw each other again, but she still subconsciously held Xia Zhi's hand tightly. Xia Zhi thought that it was probably because the secret passage was too dark and Cassandra was a little scared, so he didn't take it to heart. He simply held Cassandra's little hand and walked to the front of the secret passage. Cassandra's little hand was held, but she was thinking wildly in her heart, why doesn't he let go of my hand? If I let go on my own initiative, will he be unhappy? Forget it, in this case, I will let him hold it sadly. I am really kind-hearted. She didn't realize it was actually her who didn't let go. This secret passage is not actually very long. They soon reached the end. The exit of the secret passage is just at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This is why Xia Zhi chose this secret passage. Xia Zhi waved his wand, and the stone blocking the secret passage above his head automatically moved away. Xia Zhi pulled Cassandra out of the secret passage. The stone automatically returned to its place. From the outside, it was completely impossible to tell that such an ordinary stone was actually the entrance to a secret passage. Xia Zhi looked around and didn't find anyone. Hagrid's hut was not far away. However, the light was on in the hut, so Hagrid should be in his hut and didn't come out to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Xia Zhi nodded to Cassandra, and then they each released a modified version of the armor charm. Cassandra breathed a sigh of relief, and Xia Zhi finally let go of her hand, but for some reason, she felt a little lost. Xia Zhi identified the direction, and then led the way in one direction. Cassandra followed him, walking with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. She was secretly glad that she didn't wear a skirt. Otherwise, it would be really inconvenient to walk on this road. Although it was dark around, Cassandra could only see the area illuminated by the fluorescent spell, and the rest of the place was pitch black in her eyes. But Xia Zhi didn't feel any discomfort in such a dark forest, and even felt a sense of joy. And no matter how dark the forest was, he would not get lost. He knew that his druid talent was working. He used his druid talent to cleverly avoid other dangerous dark creatures and successfully bypassed the centaur camp and patrol route. Soon, they found that the surrounding scene had changed, and it was different from the lush forest before. In this area, they only felt a sense of desolation. It seemed that there was no living creature here. Xia Zhi knew that this was the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider. Here, all creatures would be devoured by the eight-eyed giant spider. Except for the eight-eyed giant spider, no other creature could survive here. But Xia Zhi didn't feel any fear at all, because no matter how many terrifying eight-eyed giant spiders there were, they were useless in front of him. He could even use different tricks to wipe out this nest of eight-eyed giant spiders. But Cassandra felt an increasingly ominous aura. It was as if countless eyes were staring at her fiercely. She panted and barely kept up with Xia Zhi's pace. She felt very uncomfortable now. Be careful, this is the territory of the eight-eyed giant spiders. They are top hunters and almost no one can survive their siege. Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi with resentment and said, "You know I'm scared, but you still scare me. But I am an exception. With me here, no matter how many eight-eyed giant spiders there are, they can't hurt us." Just as Cassandra's heart was gradually calming down, there were suddenly bursts of dense click, click, sounds around her. Here they come. This is the sound made when their caliceri touch each other. They usually only make such a clicking sound when they are very excited. Why are they so excited? Cassandra looked nervously into the darkness around her. She seemed to see some huge figures running through the woods. Oh, usually they get very excited when they see fresh meat. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Fresh meat? You mean us? Cassandra suddenly wanted to kick him, then lie on him and bite him hard. Xia Zhi suddenly grabbed Cassandra's hand, and then pulled her over, and a hairy pointed leg suddenly inserted into the position where Cassandra had just stood. Be careful, they are coming. Xia Zhi pulled Cassandra over and cast a barrier spell, knocking away the 8-eyed giant spider that pounced down from the tree to attack. The 8-eyed giant spider hit a tree hard and then fell down. It struggled to get up, but it seemed that it couldn't get up for a while because of its broken legs. Cassandra finally saw the appearance of these terrible predators. These 8-eyed giant spiders were as big as a carriage. They were covered with long black hair, 8 black eyes and 8 sharp and sturdy legs. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. And each 8-eyed giant spider had a pair of huge chelicerae. At this time, Cassandra was undoubtedly frightened by these terrifying creatures. Although she was not timid, she was still young after all. She had never seen such a big and terrifying creature before. Crack, crack. Cassandra looked around and immediately found that she and Xia Zhi were surrounded. Whether it was the trees or the ground, good money is good. They were all densely crawling with 8-eyed giant spiders. Each giant spider was about the size of a carriage. The one that was knocked away just now was one of the smaller ones. How? What to do? Cassandra was completely panicked. She tightly grasped Xia Zhi's arm. If so many 8-eyed giant spiders rushed over, they would probably die without a burial place. Xia Zhi patted Cassandra on the shoulder. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xia Zhi raised his wand and waved it gracefully. A blue flame surrounded the two of them. Cassandra was surprised to find that these blue flames were not hot at all. She even dared to touch these flames, and she actually felt that they were a little cold. These strange blue flames, emitting a soft blue light, quietly burned around Xia Zhi and Cassandra. Cassandra found that these flames could not even ignite the surrounding trees and fallen leaves on the ground. Summer solstice. Cassandra originally wanted to ask Xia Zhi why the fire had no offensive power, but she was afraid that Xia Zhi was using the fire to scare the 8-eyed giant spiders. If she asked rashly, she would not be able to scare the 8-eyed giant spiders. Cassandra had read in a book that many of these 8-eyed giant spiders could understand human language. If they knew that the fire in front of them had no offensive power, they would definitely not be scared. The 8-eyed giant spiders were also shocked when they first saw the flames, but they were very smart and soon discovered that Xia Zhi's flames could not even ignite trees. They immediately had the same idea as Cassandra, that Xia Zhi wanted to use these scary-looking flames to scare them away. After seeing through Xia Zhi's empty city plan, these 8-eyed giant spiders immediately charged towards Xia Zhi. Ah, they are coming. Cassandra looked at the rushing 8-eyed giant spider in horror. Don't worry, they can't hurt us. Xia Zhi said calmly. But your flame has no power at all. Cassandra was stunned before she could finish her words. She thought she had discovered an 8-eyed giant spider that had just touched that blue flame and was immediately burned to ashes without even having the chance to scream. Cassandra was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Xia Zhi reached out, picked up a blue flame, and gently placed it in Cassandra's hand. Cassandra's face turned pale, and the flame in her hand suddenly turned into a beautiful flame flower, which was really beautiful. This is not a flame without offensive power. This is the fierce fire. Xia Zhi's calm voice rang in Cassandra's ears. Is this fiend fire? Cassandra looked at the cold flower of fire in her hand in shock, her face full of disbelief. This is a modified version of the fiend fire. It will only burn the target I want to burn. Xia Zhi gently lifted up the beautiful flower of fire, and then the flower floated out and landed on the body of an 8-eyed giant spider. Whoosh! The 8-eyed giant spider was swallowed by the fierce fire in an instant. Cassandra was no longer afraid now, because with the fierce fire around, the 8-eyed giant spiders could not get close to them at all. Let's go, we still have a long way to go. Xia Zhi smiled and held Cassandra's hand, and walked forward step by step. The blue flames surrounding them also moved forward slowly with their steps. Except for the 8-eyed giant spiders that rushed over one after another, these blue flames did not ignite anything. Crack, crack. The spiders finally realized the power of the fire and prepared to retreat. Why not catch an 8-eyed giant spider now and take its venom and fangs? Cassandra couldn't help asking. There were so many 8-eyed giant spiders here. As long as she caught one, her goal for tonight would be achieved. The things I give you must be the best. I don't like ordinary 8-eyed giant spiders. I want the venom and fangs of their king. Xia Zhi said calmly. Cassandra felt sweet when she heard Xia Zhi say that he would give her the best things. Xia Zhi did not remove the fierce fire protection along the way. The 8-eyed giant spiders could only surround him and helplessly watch Xia Zhi approach their nest step by step. More and more 8-eyed giant spiders appeared around Xia Zhi, and they even launched several waves of suicidal charges again. But no spider could successfully touch Xia Zhi. How could the flesh and blood of these 8-eyed giant spiders resist the power of fierce fire? Finally, they stopped the meaningless charge again, as if they had received some orders, and just stood there. Xia Zhi was standing around and watching them quietly. Cassandra's little hand was held tightly by Xia Zhi. She found that as they got closer to their nest, the surrounding 8-eyed giant spiders were getting bigger and bigger. She even saw several 8-eyed giant spiders as big as Hagrid's hut, which was terrifying to look at. However, Xia Zhi in front of her remained calm and ignored the big spiders around him who were eyeing them covetously. In his eyes, these terrifying creatures seemed to be just a group of chickens and dogs. Soon, they came to a huge cave. The entrance of the cave was so large that it could basically accommodate several giant eight-eyed giant spiders to come in and out freely. Who are you? Why are you hurting my offspring? A hoarse voice came from the cave. To read the exciting novel, go to Full Novel Network. Xia Zhi and Cassandra walked into the cave and saw a huge eight-eyed giant spider nesting in the deepest part of the cave. It was almost as big as Hagrid's hut, but its 8 eyes were all white. Only a blind 8-eyed giant spider has white eyes. You are wrong, Aragog. It is your descendants who want to kill us. Xia Zhi replied calmly. You know me. Of course I know him, because I also know Hagrid. Are you friends of Hagrid? Yes. Even if you are Hagrid's friends, since you are here, my children have no reason to let go of the fresh flesh and blood that is delivered to our door. Yes, and they have tried. Even if you are interested in fresh blood and flesh, there is no reason for us to sit and wait for death. If you want to eat us, you must bear the consequences of death. You are indeed strong, and the fire around you is very evil. You have no right to speak the word evil, Aragog. If it weren't for this fire, we would be dead. Well, what do you want to get by coming here? Your venom and your fangs. I can give you venom, but not fangs. I understand your feelings, but you have no right to refuse. Xia Zhi's voice was very cold. We have a mutual friend, Hagrid. Haha, when you wanted to indulge your descendants in eating us, why didn't you think of our common friends? What if I don't give it? Then I will kill you all, and then take it from your corpses myself. Xia Zhi's tone was as calm as if he was stating how many bowls of rice he would eat in the evening. Do you think you can kill us all by yourself? Aragog shouted angrily. You can give it a try. Xia Zhi finished speaking, and the surrounding fiery flames rose up, and a huge fiery phoenix circled in the air. The hot air filled Aragog's heart with fear. This little wizard actually had the power to kill his entire clan. Aragog was silent. A little venom was nothing, but how could he give his fangs to others at will? For a giant spider like Aragog, breaking off a fang was like a human cutting off an arm. Little wizard, although your flame is terrifying, but I wonder how long you can maintain it. Oh, then you can try. Xia Zhi said lightly. Aragog was unwilling to hand over his fangs, so he planned to take a gamble. That kind of terrifying flame must be a powerful black magic, so the magic consumed by this magic must be very huge. This little wizard had already used this black magic before coming here. He is just a little wizard. Even if his magic skills are superb, his magic power must be limited. You just need to exhaust his magic power. It must be said that if he met other little wizards, this gamble would be quite likely to win for Aragog. It's a pity that Xia Zhi's magic power is almost endless, and the magic power consumed by using the fierce fire to protect himself is not even as fast as his own recovery. This is actually a losing gamble for Aragog. It seems you have made your choice. Xia Zhi glanced at the 8-eyed giant spiders that were ready to move around. I have many children. I want to see how long your magic can sustain this magic. Why do you assume that I will always stand here and defend? Xia Zhi sighed. What a pity. I'm afraid Hagrid will be sad for a while. Huh. Countless 8-eyed giant spiders charged frantically. Xia Zhi stood calmly in place. Countless 8-eyed giant spiders crashed into the dark blue fierce fire and turned into ashes. Since you have made your choice, I believe you will not regret it anymore. So, goodbye, Aragog. Xia Zhi took a deep breath and gently waved the wand in his hand, as if he was conducting a band. The fierce fire around Xia Zhi suddenly surged. It turned into a dark blue fire dragon, fiercely shuttling among the spiders. The fierce fire phoenix flying in the sky also swooped down and joined the slaughter. Countless 8-eyed giant spiders disappeared in an instant. The fire dragon seemed to be able to automatically track the enemy. All the 8-eyed giant spiders would die, and the rest of the trees, even the fallen leaves on the ground, were not ignited. All of this showed Xia Zhi's extremely high magic control ability. Stop. I'll give you my fangs. Don't slaughter my people anymore. Aragog knew he had lost the bet. Even if the magic power of this little wizard was limited, at this rate, even if he sacrificed the lives of his entire clan, it would be impossible to use up all his magic power. This was really horrifying. He had lived for so long and had never seen such an evil little wizard. Stop. Haven't you made your choice? You have to pay the price for your choice. Xia Zhi said calmly. When it is advantageous to you, you are ruthless, but when it is disadvantageous to you, you expect the other party to let you go. Don't you think you are naive? I lost the bet, and I know I will die, but I hope you can spare my people. Aragog said. It's late, Aragog. Go in peace. Hagrid will mourn for you. No. Avada Kedavra. The green light instantly hit Aragog's body. Aragog's body shook for a moment, and then it stopped moving. The 8-eyed giant spiders that were still attacking frantically around them saw that Aragog was dead and that the fiend fire of the summer solstice was still raging, and they all scattered like birds and beasts. They dared not stay here anymore, but the fiend fire of the summer solstice did not let them go easily, and a massacre was inevitable. There was not a single wave of fluctuation in the summer solstice's heart, because these 8-eyed giant spiders were not good things to begin with. In the original book, Aragog indulged his own children and wanted to eat Harry and Ron, and even helped the Death Eaters attack Hogwarts during the final battle. To read the violent novels, go to Full Novel Network. This is an impossible tamed race. Hagrid mistakenly thought that he had tamed Aragog, but in fact, the relationship between them was more like that of friends. Aragog could restrain other acromantulas and not allow them to hurt his friend Hagrid, but he would not care about other people, even if they were also Hagrid's friends. So Xia Zhi didn't care about the life and death of this race. Moreover, with the gradual proliferation of this race, the living space of other creatures in the Forbidden Forest has been greatly compressed. According to the reproduction speed of the acromantulas and their brutality, soon there will be no creatures in the Forbidden Forest that can be their opponents. At that time, they will have to set their sights on the castle and other places. If one of them ran into the Muggle world, it would be a disaster. Xia Zhi raised his hand, and a Xia Zhi who looked exactly like him appeared not far away from him. Summer Solstice nodded to Summer Solstice, then waved his wand to control Fiend Fire and began to hunt down the remaining 8-eyed giant spiders. This is the Summer Solstice transformed by the Bionic teardrop, and the rest will be left to it. Zero asking for flowers. Summer Solstice slowly approached Aragog, who was completely dead. After slowly collecting its venom and fangs, Summer Solstice burned Aragog's body with fire. He turned around and saw Cassandra standing behind him. Do you think I'm cruel? Summer Solstice suddenly asked. Cruel? You mean killing those monsters that almost devoured us alive? Xia Zhi smiled. You're right, everyone should pay the price for their choices. No matter who they are, they could have been friends with us, but since they chose to treat us as prey, they should bear the consequences. Not long after, Xia Zhi, who had transformed from a teardrop, came back, and turned into a ball of light again and returned to Xia Zhi's hand. There were too many 8-eyed giant spiders. Even under the pursuit of Lihuo, many 8-eyed giant spiders that stayed on the periphery managed to escape. There was nothing that could be done about it. Thousands of 8-eyed giant spiders fled in all directions. Even Xia Zhi couldn't kill them all at once. However, the remaining 8-eyed giant spiders would not pose a threat again for a long time in the future. Xia Zhi cancelled the surrounding fierce fire, and the cave became dim again. But the cave that was densely packed with 8-eyed giant spiders just now has become empty now. Anyway, tonight's mission has been completed. Let's go. Cassandra nodded. She was silent for a while, then suddenly said, actually, if I hadn't been here tonight, would you have gotten the venom and fangs a long time ago? No, even if I come by myself, it won't be much different from now, Xia Zhi said with a smile. This is a lie. If Xia Zhi came by himself, he would choose to fly directly to Aragog's lair after being invisible, and then use the Imperious Curse to attack Aragog directly, so that it would voluntarily give up its fangs and venom to Xia Zhi. The whole process would probably take only about 5 minutes. There is no need to kill everyone like tonight and spend so much time. But since Cassandra asked, these things naturally cannot be said. Don't ask why, asking is emotional intelligence. Xia Zhi was ready to take Cassandra away from this place. Tonight has been delayed long enough, and it's time to go back early. Suddenly, Cassandra said, Xia Zhi, look there seems to be a hole. Yes. What's wrong? Xia Zhi looked in the direction Cassandra pointed. That place was where Aragog had been staying before. At this time, Xia Zhi also saw that the huge cave was a little dim. But where Aragog had just been hiding, there was actually a small cave under the ground. Because of the angle, Xia Zhi almost missed this small cave. Xia Zhi took his wand and approached the small cave carefully. Xia Zhi could not feel any dangerous breath. He looked into the cave. It was pitch black. He couldn't see how high it was or how wide it was below. This small cave should only be big enough for humans to enter and exit. At least Aragog's size would not be able to fit in. But a small 8-eyed giant spider could still get in. So Xia Zhi did not let down his guard. He threw out his bionic teardrop. 620 Xia Zhi jumped in without hesitation. It's just that his body did not fall straight down, but floated down slowly. This was a shock-absorbing spell cast by the bionic teardrop itself. Xia Zhi threw out several dazzling fluorescent balls in the big cave outside, which covered the entire mountain. The cave was lit up like daylight. The small cave was completely exposed to Xia Zhi and Cassandra. Xia Zhi felt that from time to time, a kind of looming magic fluctuation would be transmitted in this small cave. There should be something below, which may be the reason why Aragog likes to stay here. Xia Zhi narrowed his eyes slightly, and then the perspective of the bionic teardrop appeared in Xia Zhi's eyes. I saw that the small cave was vertically downward, and Xia Zhi floated down for nearly 50 meters before stepping on the ground. At the bottom of the small cave, there was a horizontal passage, just enough for an adult human to pass through with a bent back. The passage was very dry and very clean, and there was not even a bit of spider silk. From this point of view, there should be no 8-eyed giant spider below. Xia Zhi, who was transformed by the bionic teardrop, walked forward for nearly 200 meters, and then was surprised to find that the ground here was paved with floorboards. There are traces of humans, which means that this small cave should be made by humans. But it is not necessarily the case. Facts have proved that in addition to humans, there are also some other humanoid creatures that can cause such traces. The further you go into the summer solstice, the more complete and exquisite the decoration of the passage becomes. At the beginning, it was all dry soil, and then the broken floor gradually appeared in the back. Then, the walls of the passage also appeared inlaid with stone slabs, and finally, magic lights appeared on the top of the passage. However, these lights have exhausted their magic power and have lost their function. Xia Zhi walked along the passage for nearly 500 meters again, and finally reached the end of the passage, where there was an extremely beautifully carved stone door. Xia Zhi wanted to continue forward to open the stone door, but he had just taken a step forward when he was pushed back 2 steps by an invisible force. The moment Xia Zhi's bionic teardrop came into contact with this invisible force, he understood that this door only allowed living things to enter. Alchemical products like the teardrop of release could not enter it. Xia Zhi turned his head, smiled and said to Cassandra, I have already figured out the situation below. Are you ready to start the next adventure? Well, I'm ready. Cassandra nodded. She was glad that Xia Zhi didn't choose to leave her up there. Then, let's go down. Xia Zhi grabbed Cassandra's waist and jumped down. Under the shock-absorbing spell, the two of them floated down slowly. Cassandra looked around curiously, and then saw the horizontal passage. Adults had to bend over to pass through the passage, but for these two minors, they didn't have to bend over for the time being. Xia Zhi and Cassandra both hoped that this was only temporary. Xia Zhi walked in front, and Cassandra followed behind him. Xia Zhi had a fluorescent ball on his head, which illuminated the dark passage very brightly, which dispelled a lot of Cassandra's anxiety. Xia Zhi bravely strode forward. He walked forward, as he had already asked the bionic teardrop to explore the way ahead, so there would be no danger. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Even if there are dangers that the bionic teardrop has not discovered, they cannot escape his talent for crisis alertness. Xia Zhi handed Cassandra a small bottle of magic potion, which was a magic potion that could replenish physical strength. He was worried that Cassandra would run out of energy. After Cassandra drank the potion, her pale face really turned a little red. She looked much more comfortable. Not long after, the nearly 1,000-meter-long passage came to an end. The Xia Zhi transformed by the bionic teardrop was still standing there. Xia Zhi waved his hand, and the bionic teardrop returned to his hand. How come your battle puppet looks exactly like you? Cassandra couldn't help but ask. This is a bionic teardrop. Strictly speaking, it is a little different from the battle puppet I gave you. Xia Zhi paused, then said, compared to the battle puppet, it is more like a clone, because its combat experience and strength are almost the same as the original. It's a pity that the materials are too rare. So far, I have only made one. Xia Zhi would definitely not say that this was a reward from the system. Anyway, he also got the formula, and he would definitely be able to make another bionic teardrop in the future. You are such a monster, just like the monkey that jumped out of the stone. Cassandra has gradually gotten used to it. Other little wizards aged 11 or 12 haven't even figured out how to use the levitation spell, but Xia Zhi has been able to use alchemy to create such a powerful alchemical product. If this isn't a demon, then what is it? Even Merlin back then was no better than this. I am not a monkey. No one can restrain me, Xia Zhi muttered to himself. His voice was so low that Cassandra could not hear it clearly. She looked at the stone door, which was engraved with many unknown magic symbols and many exquisite reliefs with unknown meanings. Xia Zhi took a tentative step forward and felt a faint magic power sweeping over his body. Then Xia Zhi walked to the stone door smoothly, and Cassandra also walked over without any obstacles like 2.2. Sure enough, this door only allows living creatures to approach, or rather, only allows humans to approach. Xia Zhi suddenly understood why Aragog couldn't open this door. It must have sent its descendants to explore, but found nothing because they would be pushed away by the stone door and couldn't get close to it at all. Xia Zhi tentatively stretched out his hand, but his crisis alert talent was not triggered. He put his hand on the stone door and gently pushed it. Click. The stone door slowly opened backwards. It turned out that the stone door had never been locked. Xia Zhi pulled Cassandra behind him and stood in front of her. He would never let down his guard. Kuka, kuka. The stone door opened completely, revealing the scene behind it. It was beyond Xia Zhi's expectation. The space behind the stone door was surprisingly small. It was not even as big as Xia Zhi's dormitory. This was a round stone room. There was nothing around, only a stone table in the middle of the stone room, on which a dark red gem was placed upright. This dark red gem was as big as a human head, but it looked dull. Xia Zhi walked towards the dark red gem carefully. At first glance, he thought it was a magic stone the size of a human head, but he did not feel the familiar magic fluctuations of the magic stone from it. This gem did not seem to have any magic fluctuations at all, and it looked like a gem produced in the Muggle world. Xia Zhi certainly did not believe that such a hidden gem would be an ordinary gem without any special features. Without activating the crisis alert talent, Xia Zhi's hand slowly pressed on the dark red gem. Suddenly, the dark red gem began to slowly emit a faint light. I know you're not ordinary. Xia Zhi maintained his current posture after ensuring that there was no danger. Cassandra was not as calm as Xia Zhi. Facing an unknown thing, it was very irrational to stand in front of it without any defense. Xia Zhi nodded to Cassandra, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Buzz. A dazzling red light emanated from the gem, instantly illuminating the entire stone chamber. Xia Zhi and Cassandra in the stone chamber were both illuminated. Xia Zhi did not dodge, because he had a premonition that this red light would be beneficial to him, and his premonition had never been wrong. Sure enough, Xia Zhi only felt a tingling sensation in his body. He raised his hand, and then found that his strength seemed to have increased. He opened his system panel. Name, Xia Zhi. Race, human. Occupation, great magician. Strength, 1-5. Intelligence, 1-0. Magic, 1-1. Remaining skill points, 0. Xia Zhi was surprised to find that his original strength of only 10 points had now increased to 15 points. This red light actually strengthened his body and directly added 5 points of strength. He quickly turned around to look at Cassandra, because she was also illuminated. Cassandra looked at him a little shyly, her face flushed. I feel itchy all over. How about we go back? After being exposed to the red light, Cassandra immediately felt numb all over her body, and then it was an uncontrollable itching. She resisted scratching. This was really ungraceful, especially in front of Xia Zhi. Crack. The crisp sound of stone breaking came from behind him. Xia Zhi looked back and found that the dark red gem was broken. He hurried forward to check. The dark red gem broke into countless pieces. Xia Zhi picked up a small piece, but before he could use any force, the gem turned into dark red powder. Xia Zhi guessed that this should also be a product of alchemy, or an unknown mineral. After being touched, it will emit mysterious rays that can enhance human physical strength. Xia Zhi carefully checked himself and did not find any discomfort, nor did he feel itchy like Cassandra. Summer solstice. Can I go back soon? I really want to take a bath. Cassandra's voice came faintly from behind. Xia Zhi turned around and immediately saw Cassandra rub her hands gently, and immediately rubbed off a large piece of mud. Cassandra was almost going crazy. When did she become so dirty? This was simply unbearable. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. It's okay, Cassandra. It's not that you are dirty. It's because of this gem. The rays it emitted just now can enhance a person's physique and strength. It should have directly cleaned out the impurities in your body. That's why there are so many dirty things. You are not allowed to look. Cassandra didn't want Xia Zhi to see her covered in dirt. It was really rude. Alright, Xia Zhi had no choice but to turn around, and then he saw a little sparkle in the gem. It wasn't there just now. What is this? Xia Zhi took a closer look and found that it was a silver object, shining under the illumination of Xia Zhi's fluorescence. Xia Zhi reached out and touched it, and then he was stunned. It turned out to be a sword handle. He grabbed the sword handle and pulled it out violently. Swish. He pulled out a long sword that shone with silver light. Xia Zhi looked at the very familiar long sword in front of him and was speechless for a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully finding one of the treasures left by Gryffindor. The host will be rewarded with 3 skill points. Gryffindor's treasure? Or 1. Xia Zhi had to believe this fact, because he pulled out Gryffindor's sword. Isn't this thing hidden in the sorting hat? Xia Zhi was puzzled. Ding! The sorting hat is a portal. Any true Gryffindor can pull the sword of Gryffindor out of the sorting hat, no matter where the sword is at the time. Oh, it seems there is such a setting. During the final battle, Neville pulled out the sword of Gryffindor and beheaded Nagini, who had become Voldemort's Horcrux. At that time, the sword of Gryffindor seemed to no longer be in Hogwarts. But Neville still pulled it out of the sorting hat. This is one of the treasures left by Gryffindor, which means there are other treasures. Xia Zhi's interest has been completely aroused. Cassandra was so shocked when she saw Xia Zhi suddenly pull out a sword that I forgot about the itching. Where did the sword come from? She couldn't help asking. This is the sword of Gryffindor. Xia Zhi pointed out the inscription on the sword to her. This should be one of the treasures left by Gryffindor. Xia Zhi waved the sword in his hand. Well, there will be close combat weapons in the future. Then I will have a long sword in one hand and illumination in the other. As for handing in the sword, Xia Zhi would never do such a stupid thing. The origin of the sword is hard to explain. You have to know that his adventure tonight violated at least hundreds of school rules. Professor McGonagall will go crazy. At this time, Cassandra also discovered the changes in her body. It seems that her strength has increased a lot. Although Xia Zhi can't see how much strength Cassandra has increased, he can clearly feel that the magic power in Cassandra's body has increased a lot. The storage of magic power is actually related to physical strength. Under the same conditions, a strong wizard must have more magic power in his body than a weak wizard. After checking the stone chamber and finding that there was nothing left, Xia Zhi grabbed Cassandra's little hand, and then turned his body, and the two disappeared from the spot. There was no anti-apparition spell in the Forbidden Forest, so Xia Zhi could take Cassandra away at any time. Their figures appeared at the entrance of the secret passage before. Cassandra couldn't wait to get into the secret passage. She was eager to go back and take a shower. Every time she took a step, she could feel the mud on her body falling off. This almost drove Cassandra, who always loved to hurry, crazy. Why doesn't dirt appear on you? Cassandra asked unhappily. Well, maybe it's because there's not much dirt in my body to begin with. This is the truth. His body has been strengthened by the system once, and there is dirt. It appeared when he just applied the Great Magician panel. So now, although it has been improved by 5 points, there is no dirt. In other words, there is still some dirt, but not as much as Cassandra. So obvious. You mean you are cleaner than me? Cassandra rushed over. Ouch, don't pinch me. Your hands are too strong now. Stop it. Filch is coming. Cassandra and Xia Zhi finally returned to the Gryffindor common room smoothly. Cassandra hurriedly said goodbye to Xia Zhi and went to take a shower. Xia Zhi also took a comfortable shower and returned to his dormitory. Tonight's experience was quite rich. Originally, he only wanted to get the venom and fangs of the 8-eyed giant spider, but he unexpectedly discovered one of Gryffindor's treasures. So, among the founders of the 4 major colleges, it was not only Slytherin who left a secret room. The other founders also left their own secrets. Slytherin left a secret room, Gryffindor left a treasure, so what about Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff? What other secrets did they leave behind? Xia Zhi couldn't help but think about it while lying on the bed. He didn't know if he could reveal all these secrets one by one in the 7 years at Hogwarts. Suddenly, the dormitory door rang, as if it was opened by someone. Xia Zhi looked up and saw Cassandra, blushing and holding a pillow, sneaking in quietly. You promised me that you would finish the story. Cassandra crawled into the bed next to Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi had not made up the made bed. Okay, let's continue with the monkey's story. Since then, Cassandra would come to listen to stories almost every night. Fortunately, Cassandra has always had a temperament of keeping strangers away, so she has few friends. So no one has ever noticed that Cassandra is not in her bed in the dormitory every night. Days passed by, and Wood was getting more and more irritable recently, because the first Quidditch game was coming. The first game was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Every time he thought of the 7 latest model Nimbus 2001s of the Slytherin team, he felt inexplicably irritated. The brooms of the Gryffindor team were too old. Only Xia Zhi and Cassandra's brooms were the latest models, and although Harry's brooms were Nimbus 2000s, the speed was not slow. But the other players. He was not sure if Fred and George could catch up with the bludger. Xia Zhi and Cassandra were not worried at all. One was that both of their brooms were the latest models, and the other was that both of their physical fitness had been greatly strengthened. Xia Zhi was not mentioned, and now even Cassandra could lift a person with one hand. Don't ask how Xia Zhi knew this. He still feels a little pain in his neck. So if the Slytherin team members want to catch up with them, they have to rely entirely on flying skills, and knocking them off their brooms is even more unrealistic. Who will be knocked off by then? Harry has been upset recently. Although there is no basilisk incident to distract his attention, he is a seeker. The outcome of a game depends largely on whether he can catch the golden snitch, so he is under the greatest pressure. In the blink of an eye, time came to the weekend. That day was the day when Gryffindor played against Slytherin. It was also the day when Xia Zhi and Cassandra participated in the Quidditch game for the first time. In the locker room, Xia Zhi saw Harry with a sad face. He reluctantly pulled the corner of his mouth towards Xia Zhi, just as a smile to say hello. His pressure was too great. Just now, when he was having breakfast, Wood had said to him, either catch the golden snitch before Malfoy, or die on the field. Xia Zhi seemed to see through Harry's thoughts. He patted Harry on the shoulder and said, don't be nervous. I'll take you flying today. You just need to win. I don't want to lie down on the field, Harry said depressedly. Lying on the field, doesn't it mean that he has been seriously injured and can't get up again? Xia Zhi shook his head helplessly. It's better not to say too much about cultural differences. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. No, Harry's mood became even lower. All you have to do is catch the snitch. We'll take care of the rest. Xia Zhi could only cheer him up dryly. This time, the Gryffindor team directly put in 2 new chasers, Xia Zhi and Cassandra. The remaining chaser was Angelina Johnson, and the original 2 chasers, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell, were temporarily substituted. They had no objection to this, because they had seen Xia Zhi and Cassandra's abilities a long time ago. Especially during training, the tacit cooperation and excellent skills they showed made all the players admire. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Of course, all this was kept secret at Wood's request, just like when Harry joined the team. Therefore, although other teams knew that Xia Zhi and Cassandra seemed to be very outstanding in the selection competition, they did not know how strong they were. Wood planned to show these 2 new weapons to the Slytherin team first, use them as the first mover. When they walked out of the stadium, they were greeted by a noisy cheer. Except for Slytherin, the other 3 colleges were all cheering for the Gryffindor team. No one wants to see Slytherin win the game, everyone wants Slytherin to be defeated. Slytherin is so popular. When Wood and Flint shook hands, they stared at each other with threatening eyes. If the eyes had a physical body, the eyes of the 2 people would have sparked before the game started. When they shook hands, they also shook very hard, as if they wanted to crush the other's hand. Listen to my whistle, said Madame Hooch. 3, 2, 1. As the whistle sounded, all the players soared into the sky. Then the voice of Lee Jordan's commentary sounded. The competition now officially begins. The Gryffindor team officially sent out 2 new players this time. They are the second-year Xia Zhi and his girlfriend Cassandra Worley. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's angry voice came. Oh, okay, sorry, Professor, I just couldn't help it. Ahem, now the game officially begins. I have to say that the Slytherin team also has a new player. It is said that he was able to join the team because his father donated 7 Nimbus 2001 broomsticks to the Slytherin team. It must be said that such a person who bought the team with money. Jordan, I'm warning you. Professor McGonagall said angrily. Oh, sorry, I promise this is the last time. The game is now underway and the snitch is nowhere to be seen. Oh, what happened? Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, held the ball, but somehow, the ball ended up in Solstice's hands. The ball was passed to Cassandra Volley? Oh, what a beautiful fake move. The Delian Pews people were dumbfounded, totally unaware of what happened. Cassandra. Volley completely got rid of his defense. Oh, the quaffle is back in Solstice's hands. What a great one too. Oh, the Slytherin goal is over there? Solstice is going to bowl. He bowls. Oh, too bad, Xia Zhi's pitch was a little off. Maybe he was a little nervous because it was his first time playing. Wait, what happened? The ball at the summer solstice actually turned a corner. Merlin's beard? The ball goes in? Gryffindor scores? The score is now 10:0. Slytherin's goalkeeper Blackie is still confused. I bet he thought Xia Zhi's ball was missed. Oh, Marcus Flint stopped the game to protest that Solstice used magic while pitching. Oh, great, Madam Hooch rejected Flint's appeal. Xia Zhi's pitch didn't use magic? The score still counts. The following game became a stage for Xia Zhi and Cassandra to perform. Xia Zhi's ball always turned, and the Slytherin goalkeeper was in a mess. Cassandra's style was completely different. She used excellent feints to pass the opponent's goalkeeper many times in a row, which was very pleasing to the eye. Xiaxi's face turned pale. She even threw 1 or 2 curved balls like Xia Zhi. Yes, now she has the power to throw such magical balls. Although the arc is not as big as Xia Zhi, it is enough to make the Slytherin goalkeeper powerless to resist. 063. Oh, Merlin's beard? It's only been 15 minutes, and the score is already 150:0. They're scoring a goal every minute on average. The entire Slytherin team is now stunned. This is a complete beating. Harry was flying at the highest point, grinning happily. Now even if Malfoy caught the golden snitch, Gryffindor would not lose, which made him feel the pressure suddenly reduced. But even so, Harry would not let Malfoy catch the golden snitch first. Thinking of this, Harry began to look for the golden snitch more carefully. Oh, what a despicable foul. Slytherin was trailing by a large margin, and they began to use despicable, dirty tricks. Jordan. Professor McGonagall angrily stopped Lee Jordan. No, Professor, you can't stop me this time. The Slytherin team used such a despicable and dirty foul to knock poor Angelina off her broom. Oh, poor girl. Slytherin is really, let me go, what are you doing? I want to continue the commentary. Let me go, you can't do this to me. I sweated for Gryffindor. I went too far for Gryffindor. Lee Jordan was pulled off the commentary platform by the students sent by Professor McGonagall with a face full of grief and indignation. Professor McGonagall personally commented on the game, and her commentary was much more serious than Lee Jordan's, but Xia Zhi and Cassandra's performance still made her feel excited. Gryffindor is now leading. The score is 250:0. The Slytherin team members are completely helpless against Xia Zhi and Cassandra. Their flying skills are not as good as theirs. They want to knock them down, but they can't catch up. There are even 2 people who want to knock Cassandra down, but they are fooled by a fake move of Cassandra, and then they bump into each other. Finally, Harry found the golden snitch. Although Malfoy's broom is better than Harry's, he can't fly as fast as Harry. In the end, the score was fixed at 400:0. The game is officially over. Professor McGonagall laughed so hard that she couldn't even see her eyes. This is the first time that she has defeated Slytherin by such a big score and shaved the opponent's head. She felt that she had let out a sigh of relief in her heart. When Professor McGonagall was still on the team, in the last game before graduation, she was knocked off the broom because of the foul of the Slytherin team, and she almost lost her life because of it. The game was also regrettable. Lost badly. So every time the Gryffindor team played against Slytherin, she would come to watch the game, just to see every failure of Slytherin. However, before Harry joined the team, Gryffindor rarely had a chance to beat Slytherin. So now facing such a big victory, Professor McGonagall was so happy. She still felt a little regretful that she should have pulled Xia Zhi into the team when Xia Zhi took flying lessons in his first year. Anyway, joining the team and being in detention don't conflict, right? The stadium fell into a sea of cheers, while Slytherin fell into silence and depression. However, most people admired Xia Zhi and Cassandra's skills, but they didn't show it on the surface. To read the exciting novels, go to Phila Novel Network. In the audience, Hermione, Luna, Cedric, Hagrid and others were together. They were all cheering and celebrating Gryffindor's victory. Oh, what should we do if the Hufflepuff team plays against Gryffindor? After Cedric finished cheering, he suddenly realized that he was not from Gryffindor. As for Luna, she didn't care about it at all. She was not sensitive to these things. As long as she knew that her friends won the game, that was enough. On the field, everyone surrounded Xia Zhi and Cassandra and returned to the Gryffindor common room. They held a grand celebration in the dormitory. Fred and George got a big bucket of butterbeer from somewhere. Harry ran over and said happily, "Now I know what you mean by winning by doing nothing, Xia Zhi. Next time the game starts, I will just sleep on the court. Haha, that won't work. What if the other team seeker finds the snitch right away? Don't get too cocky, Harry." Xia Zhi taught Harry a lesson in a serious tone. "Don't talk about that. Come and try our new invention." Fred and George squeezed over. Xia Zhi looked at the suspicious biscuits in their hands warily. They tried to stuff the biscuits into Xia Zhi's mouth in the chaos, but Xia Zhi's hand was faster. He snatched the biscuit and stuffed it into the mouth of Ron, who was grinning at the side. Pop. Ron was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned into a fat canary. Ah ha 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 ha. Everyone around burst into laughter. Canary biscuits? You guys still want to play a trick on me? It's still 20,000 years too early. Xia Zhi gave a thumbs up and pursed his nose in a very arrogant way. Then Ron, who had recovered, started chasing George and Fred, but was carried away by the 2 men, each holding one of their shoulders. They said that it was to let little Ron try their other products. Little white mouse Ron was dragged away screaming. "How do you feel?" Cassandra sat next to Xia Zhi with a glass of juice. It feels great. Xia Zhi smiled happily. Humph, you were not happy when I recruited you into the team. Thank you, Cassandra, for flying with me. I am so happy. November was not over yet, and Xia Zhi found the announcement of the Dueling Club on the bulletin board. Xia Zhi remembered that it was supposed to be held after Christmas, but now it was held earlier. Regarding the Dueling Club, many people hope that Professor Flitwick will teach them how to duel, because it is said that he was a dueling champion when he was young. Although Lockhart still has a lot of crazy fans, many people still see that he is a show-off. They don't want to see Lockhart standing on the stage to teach them how to duel that day. The date of the Dueling Club was set for next week, and everyone was very interested in it. Hermione borrowed a book about dueling as usual, and took time to read it every day, and from time to time she would find Xia Zhi to learn some dueling experience. Xia Zhi enthusiastically recommended Professor Flitwick to her, because Xia Zhi usually didn't use much skills in dueling, because he didn't need it at all, so his dueling skills were not particularly good. And in the past, when fighting against those dark wizards, Xia Zhi always started with Avada, which was obviously not very suitable for a little witch. Professor Flitwick is not only skilled in dueling, but also very enthusiastic about students who come to him to ask for dueling skills. After all, dueling is a sport he likes very much. Xia Zhi thinks that there is no problem for Hermione to learn dueling skills from him. During the summer vacation, Xia Zhi asked Nagini to teach her spells that are enough for her to use. She just lacks a little skill and experience, which happens to be what Professor Flitwick can teach her. In a blink of an eye, it was already late November. On this day, everyone felt very excited because today was the day for the Dueling Club. The little wizards have been looking forward to it for a long time. After all, this is much more interesting than staying in the classroom, isn't it? In the evening, almost all the little wizards gathered in the hall to participate in the first Dueling Club. Dumbledore still attaches great importance to the Dueling Club. Voldemort is about to make a comeback, but the students have been in a comfortable environment for too long. They must learn some life-saving skills. In the evening, the little wizards rushed to the hall with excitement. By the time Xia Zhi and Cassandra arrived at the auditorium, it was already full of people. 4 long square tables were put together and placed in the center of the hall, with a huge red carpet on the table. Everyone was disappointed to find that the person standing on the stage and smiling at everyone was Lockhart, who was dressed like a colorful peacock. Xia Zhi glanced around and saw Professor Flitwick, who looked unhappy, in a corner of the stage. Hermione was standing with him. Xia Zhi was the first to squeeze through, and Cassandra followed behind him and arrived in front of the stage unscathed. Professor, aren't you going to the stage? Xia Zhi came to Professor Flitwick and asked. Perhaps we should show the students some dueling etiquette first, so please wait for a moment in the audience. Professor Flitwick shrugged and said in Lockhart's tone. It's as if he can't teach everyone dueling etiquette while I'm on the stage. Professor Flitwick looked indignant. Professor, it's okay. We'll teach him a lesson later. Xia Zhi whispered to Professor Flitwick. Oh, I want to, but I can't be cruel to him. I thought he had some self-awareness at first. Don't be ruthless, Professor. Don't use the disarming charm later. Just a small stunning charm. Aha, that makes sense. I wanted to do this a long time ago when he kept nagging at my charms class. Professor Flitwick said happily. Lockhart couldn't teach everyone anything unless he was willing to teach everyone his forgetfulness charm. Otherwise, it would be better for him to lie aside obediently, so as not to disturb everyone from learning real skills. On this point, Xia Zhi and Professor Flitwick reached a consensus. Lockhart was happily watching the increasing number of people in the audience on the stage, and he didn't realize that he had been calculated by Xia Zhi. He was still thinking about how to stand out and save his lost face. The little wizards soon gathered together, and Xia Zhi keenly discovered that Snape was hiding behind the Slytherin crowd. I don't know if I will have a chance to fight with Snape later. In the previous life, someone said that in Hogwarts, besides Dumbledore, the second most powerful person was not Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, but Snape. Xia Zhi suddenly felt a little excited. By the way, the spell of the sharp edge created by Snape was also very good, but Xia Zhi only knew the spell and not the counterspell. Let's see when there is a chance to go to Snape and get the complete spell of the sharp edge and the counterspell. Xia Zhi was still making his wishful thinking when Lockhart on the stage began to speak. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Lockhart's wand twirled in complicated patterns, like a juggler. Well, Professor Dumbledore has given me permission to start this little dueling club, to fully train you all in case you ever need to defend yourself, the way I have done so many times before. Next, Lockhart spoke on stage about how to salute before a duel for about 5 or 6 minutes. The young wizards yawned as they listened. Xia Zhi was so bored that he almost fell asleep. If Hermione hadn't been in front of him to keep him awake, it seemed that she saw the impatient expressions of the young wizards, so Lockhart finally got to the point. Okay, next, I will show you the specific process of the duel. Lockhart's eyes swept over Professor Flitwick, and then saw the sleepy Xia Zhi beside him. Oh, let me first introduce my assistant to you all, that's Professor Flitwick. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Professor Flitwick was about to go on stage with a smile, but Lockhart's next words pushed him back to the stage. However, if we want to show you more clearly, I think we should first invite a little wizard up, and then I will personally teach him and correct his movements so that everyone can see clearly. After that, Professor Flitwick and I will show you a real duel, which will make it more impressive. So, Professor Flitwick, please wait a moment. Xia Zhi, can you come up for a moment? Zero asking for flowers. Xia Zhi was feeling a little dizzy, and suddenly felt Hermione poking him with her elbow. Summer solstice? Lockhart wants you to come up. Xia Zhi looked at Lockhart in confusion. Can you come up and be my assistant for a while? I'm worried that the fight with Professor Flitwick will be too fast. If the students can't see clearly, they won't learn anything. Indeed, if you fight with Professor Flitwick, you will be defeated very quickly, in a matter of minutes. Xia Zhi secretly complained. But Xia Zhi still walked onto the stage. Xia Zhi saw a look of joy in Lockhart's eyes. Could it be that this guy felt that he was young and a soft persimmon? No way. But in fact, this was indeed Lockhart's idea. He was not a person without self-knowledge. He knew that he was not Professor Flitwick's opponent. So he first abused Xia Zhi with absolute strength, and then in the duel with Professor Flitwick, he used more commentary to constantly interrupt Professor Flitwick's offensive movements. Then he could stay on the stage longer, and even if he was knocked down, he could say that it was a wrong demonstration deliberately shown to everyone. His wishful thinking was very detailed, and the premise was of course to defeat Xia Zhi. This was too simple for Lockhart. Although Xia Zhi was considered excellent among the young wizards, he was only a second-grade wizard. How strong could he be? As for what the newspaper said, that Xia Zhi swept through an Auror team, Lockhart did not believe it. Lockhart himself had fabricated such exaggerated reports, but Xia Zhi's was too exaggerated. A little wizard who had not yet entered school defeated a group of elite Aurors? Are you kidding? Xia Zhi's eyes were as dark as ink, and he glanced at Lockhart's eyes that could not hide his joy, and he understood everything. He turned around and smiled at Professor Flitwick, and then saw Professor Flitwick looking at him worriedly. Professor Flitwick was certainly not worried about Xia Zhi. He was communicating with Xia Zhi using his lips. Be gentle. Be even gentler. Xia Zhi nodded, indicating that he understood. Okay, please stand opposite me, Xia Zhi, Lockhart said in a joyful tone. Xia Zhi stood opposite Lockhart. Okay, let's salute each other first, just like I said just now. Lockhart bent down and bowed, his hands moving in many different ways. Xia Zhi just bowed slightly, and then looked at Lockhart with a very strange look. This look was like a lion looking at a lamb that was defiant in front of it. Harry saw Xia Zhi's look from the audience, and he couldn't help but shudder all over. It was a past that was too painful to recall. Xia Zhi and Lockhart held their wands in front of their chests like swords. Did you see that? We are holding our wands in a normal dueling position. I count to 3, and we will cast the first spell? Of course, I will hold back. Lockhart said with a smile. 3, 2, 1 meaning. The countdown was over, but Xia Zhi stood still. He wanted to see how bad Lockhart was. In Xia Zhi's eyes, Lockhart's movements were extremely slow. Not to mention him, even Harry could knock him down twice before he could make a move. Expelliarmus. A beam of red light shot out from Lockhart's wand. Lockhart's eyes were filled with the joy of success. He was faster than Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi would definitely lose, but Xia Zhi remained motionless, and the red light flew past him 3 meters away. For a moment, the whole audience was silent. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lockhart's face flushed. Xia Zhi was almost motionless, but he didn't hit him. Ahem. What I just did for you is an obvious mistake, that is, starting to cast a spell without aiming? This is very bad, it is a bad habit, and it will prevent your spell from hitting the enemy accurately. Lockhart tried to hide his embarrassment and said, I see. Then Professor Lockhart, can you show us the correct way to do it? Xia Zhi looked at Lockhart jokingly and said with a smile. Of course, watch out. Expelliarmus. This time Lockhart's movements were slower, and it was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into aiming. A beam of red light, brighter than before, shot towards Xia Zhi's head. This time the shot was very accurate, and Lockhart's eyes once again showed a happy smile. Seeing that the spell was about to hit Xia Zhi's body still did not move, and he did not even raise his wand. He just tilted his head slightly, and the spell just brushed past his ear. Xia Zhi did not even lose a hair. Lockhart was a little embarrassed. He had clearly aimed at Xia Zhi, but why did he dodge it? This was unreasonable. Not at all. Xia Zhi smiled and said, Then, can I attack you next, Professor? Of course, you can fight back at any time. Of course, you are just a second-year wizard and may not be able to cast any attack spells, but I will never laugh at you. When dueling, decisiveness is also very important. Then you have to be careful. Xia Zhi smiled and pointed the wand in his hand at Lockhart. Faint. Fall to the ground. A blazing red light hit Lockhart's stomach directly. Bang. Lockhart was knocked out. He flew out of the duel arena and hit the wall hard. Then he slowly slid down and curled up and fainted on the ground. Xia Zhi was a little speechless. He had deliberately paused when reciting the spell. Even if it was Neville on the other side, he could dodge his spell. However, Lockhart didn't dodge it. The little wizards in the audience cheered excitedly. It's not common to knock people out. Professor Flitwick walked up and checked Lockhart. It's just a few broken ribs, not a big problem. Severus, can you help send Professor Lockhart to the school hospital? Professor Flitwick suppressed the smile on his face and looked at Snape behind the crowd. Snape's cheek twitched violently. How did Flitwick, who was so short, find out that I was hiding behind him? But Snape didn't plan to send Lockhart to the school hospital himself. One of the reasons he came this time was to see Xia Zhi's strength. He had never seen Xia Zhi take action before. You, go take Professor Lockhart to the school hospital. Snape pointed at Flint, who was standing in front of him with a gloomy face. Although the latter looked reluctant, no one in Slytherin dared to disobey Snape. Fortunately, Flint was a Quidditch player and was still very strong. He carried Lockhart on his back and walked quickly to the school hospital. There was no way, his levitation spell was not enough to make Lockhart float. Professor Flitwick glanced at Snape, then looked at Xia Zhi on the stage, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Professor Flitwick jumped onto the stage. It seems that Professor Lockhart can no longer continue to teach us dueling, but today's duel club must go on. He looked at Snape, who was standing next to him. Severus, can you come and help? Sure, Snape's mouth corners slightly raised. Flitwick asked him to help, which was just what he wanted. Perhaps, he could take this opportunity to test Xia Zhi's strength. Xia Zhi was very strong. Snape knew it from Dumbledore at this time, but he had not seen it with his own eyes. Snape felt that his fighting ability was still good, and perhaps he could give Xia Zhi some good advice. Although Xia Zhi's killing curse was very strong, it was not enough to just know Avada Kedavra. If Xia Zhi's offensive means were too monotonous, then Xia Zhi would die at the hands of the group of lunatics under his command, even if he would not die at the hands of the Dark Lord. Snape's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a strange expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. After seeing Snape's expression, Harry couldn't help but worry about Xia Zhi. Because, only when Snape had bad thoughts in his mind would he show such an expression, such as when he proposed to expel Harry, or when he planned to deduct Harry's points. If it were Harry, seeing this expression, he would have turned around and run away immediately, which would have been the most correct thing to do. Snape approached the duel stage step by step. His aura was too strong, and the little wizards around him couldn't help but dodge to the sides, making way for Snape. Flitwick was about to say something, but Snape interrupted him. Let me continue the work that Professor Lockhart didn't finish just now, and guide your duel well. Snape jumped onto the duel stage in 2 steps, and then drew his wand. Xia Zhi smiled. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see Snape's strength. The two stood opposite each other, and then bowed slightly to each other. Everyone held their breath and looked at the two people on the stage. Everyone knew that Xia Zhi was very strong. Whether it was the rumors outside or the last time he defeated a team of Slytherins with a spell, this could be confirmed. As for defeating Lockhart just now, Lockhart was too weak and there was no value in learning from him, and Snape, everyone saw his appearance and expression, and knew that he was not simple. Will Snape defeat Xia Zhi this time? Or will Xia Zhi defeat Snape? To read the exciting novels, go to Phila Novel Network. Expelliarmus. Fainted. Boom. 2 red rays collided with each other. Xia Zhi smiled and looked at Snape, who was expressionless in front of him, but put the C in his hand. Snape felt that Xia Zhi's magic power was not bad, and it was already top-notch among the second-year wizards, but there was still a big gap compared to himself. Snape decided to increase his magic output. He planned to disarm Xia Zhi and give him a warning. He had already had a problem with this arrogant boy. Can you come and go in my office at will? Give me your wand? Then Snape was confused. According to his calculations, as long as he increased his magic power a little bit more, Xia Zhi's wand would fly out of his hand, but the wand in Xia Zhi's hand was still very stable. Snape increased his magic power again, but Snape finally found the problem, because no matter how he increased his magic output, Xia Zhi's magic strength was always just enough to resist him. This kid was holding back. Snape understood immediately, so he immediately gave up fighting with Xia Zhi. He struggled to break the 2 spell rays, and then counterattacked with a stun spell. Xia Zhi withdrew his hand. Armor. An armor spell suddenly appeared in front of Xia Zhi. Then Snape's stunning spell was rebounded. But Snape was not Lockhart after all, and he easily deflected the rebounding stunning spell. Xia Zhi waved his wand. Protect everyone. A translucent light blue shield suddenly covered Xia Zhi's figure. Bang, bang, bang. All of Snape's next spells hit the light shield. Xia Zhi stood in the light calmly, watching Snape attacking from the opposite side. However, no matter what spell Snape used, no matter how much magic power he used, he could not make even the slightest crack in Xia Zhi's light shield. Soon, sweat appeared on Snape's forehead. He had used all his strength, but Xia Zhi's light shield was still intact. This was very unusual. At this time, how could Snape still? Don't you understand why the opponent's magic power is stronger than yours? However, in a battle between wizards, it is not the one with stronger magic power who will win. A flash of red light flashed in Snape's eyes. He raised his wand again and waved it twice casually. 2 black rays hit the light shield of Xia Zhi. Crack, crack. Xia Zhi's universal protection was actually broken by his attack. Xia Zhi's eyes lit up. Snape finally used his best skill. The attack power of this shadowless divine sword was really strong, and the protection spell he maintained was not so easy to break. Seeing Xia Zhi's light shield being broken, Snape was obviously relieved, and then used other ordinary spells again. Facing Xia Zhi without protection, Snape didn't dare to use shadowless divine sword casually. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. On the duel stage, Xia Zhi finally started his counterattack. Compared with Snape's somewhat awkward dodging of the spell, Xia Zhi's calm and relaxed dodging of the spell seemed more elegant. Snape had to see the opponent's spell or the direction of the wand to determine the final landing point of the opponent's spell, and then dodge. However, Xia Zhi had a talent for crisis alert. He had foreseen the landing point of Snape's spell before he cast it. If he still couldn't dodge it calmly, then he could buy a piece of tofu and hit himself to death. Boom! The two red lights collided again, and Snape's face became even paler. He suddenly found that he could not defeat Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi's magic power was too much, too powerful. Although Snape still had a coffin face, his heart was full of turbulent waves. Snape already knew that Xia Zhi's magic power was stronger than his, but he never expected that Xia Zhi's magic power would be so much stronger than his. This kind of magic strength, even compared with the Dark Lord of the Year, is not much worse. But he is only in the 2nd grade. Impossible? This is absolutely impossible. Snape's heart was extremely shocked. Snape was still shocked by Xia Zhi's magic. Suddenly, he saw Xia Zhi on the other side seem to wink at him. Then he felt the pressure in his hand suddenly reduced. Snape understood that Xia Zhi was giving him a way out. If he lost to Xia Zhi in front of the whole school, it would be a great shame. Humph. Do you think I will thank you if you give me a way out? Naive. At most, next time you come to my office, I will make you some old tea. Then Xia Zhi and Snape started a fierce battle. Back and forth. Various rays even blew a big hole in the duel stage. This wonderful battle made the little wizards in the audience scream with excitement. In the end, it was only after Professor Flitwick intervened on the grounds that the destructive power was too great that the duel ended. Of course, because it was a duel interrupted halfway, the two were evenly matched. As the duel champion, Professor Flitwick could naturally see that the latter part of the two was a show, so he took the opportunity to go on stage and interrupt the duel. After all, he had sparred with Xia Zhi before, so he naturally knew how Snape felt now. If he didn't go up, Snape would be exhausted. Professor Flitwick stood on the stage and explained to everyone the various spells that Xia Zhi and Snape had just used. Snape suddenly approached Xia Zhi and said in a voice that only they could hear, "Your strength is not bad." Then he turned and left. Xia Zhi found that when Snape left, there was a neatly folded parchment in his pocket. After watching Snape turn the corner, Xia Zhi opened the parchment. The parchment recorded the sharpshooter and its counterspell that Xia Zhi had just thought of. Xia Zhi looked at the direction where Snape left in surprise, thinking that Snape had seen the glowing eyes when he saw Snape casting the sharpshooter. "Thank you," Xia Zhi whispered as he looked at Snape's back. After that, Professor Flitwick began to organize the students to try to duel in groups. Because Snape left, Xia Zhi temporarily played the role of assistant to help Professor Flitwick teach everyone spells. No one objected to Professor Flitwick's decision. Xia Zhi was a tough guy who could fight Professor Snape to a draw. He was more than qualified to be an assistant. Because Lockhart went offline early and Snape left early, the following group exercises were carried out in an orderly manner. No one abandoned their own, they rushed forward with their wands in hand-to-hand combat, and no one was injured due to the erroneous spells. Hermione was surprised to find that she was not as weak as she thought. At least, the one lying on the ground was her opponent, Millicent Bulstrode, even though she was tall and strong. Without Snape's malicious deployment, Harry did not team up with Malfoy, but fought against Ron. Cassandra's opponent was Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin. Although Pansy believed that she was not weaker than Cassandra as she was from a pure-blood family, she could not hold out against Cassandra for even one round. In the end, the Duel Club ended in a joyful atmosphere. Thus, a world where only Lockhart was injured was achieved. But Lockhart was still lucky, because the wonderful performance of Xia Zhi, who defeated him, in the duel with Snape made many people think that it was normal for Lockhart to lose to Xia Zhi. Therefore, Lockhart's reputation did not become completely stinky. As Christmas approached, the young wizards felt that the atmosphere in the school became a little more relaxed. Of course, it may also be because the professors did not assign too many homework. In the evening, Xia Zhi got out of the suitcase. He had just fed the last big rooster to Tom. "I believe that in a few days, I will be able to really get the secret in his mind." Tom has become a little confused now. This may be a short-term side effect caused by overnutrition and oversupplementation. Therefore, when Xia Zhi sacrificed him in the suitcase, he did not even doubt the changes in the surrounding environment. Xia Zhi's dormitory door was suddenly opened, and a figure quietly slipped in. He got into the empty bed next to Xia Zhi with ease. In these days, Cassandra basically came to Xia Zhi's dormitory to spend the night every night. Of course, they were just telling stories between them, and nothing unspeakable happened. And since she went to the Forbidden Forest with Xia Zhi, Cassandra has become more courageous. She now dares to run to the kitchen alone to get food for Xia Zhi. In the past, she would not dare to go out at night. Xia Zhi told her the story of the monkey as usual, and told her about the 4 masters and apprentices who mistakenly entered the Lion Camel Ridge. However, not long after, he noticed that Cassandra fell asleep. Xia Zhi shook his head and sighed. Since he told her about the monkey being pressed under the 5 Elements mountain and then becoming the eldest apprentice of Monk Tang, Cassandra was not as enthusiastic about this story as before. Perhaps for her, when the monkey was tied up, the stone monkey in her heart was already dead. Xia Zhi got up, covered Cassandra with a quilt, and then returned to her bed. Just as he was about to go to bed, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell what caused it. His mind was turning. Could it be that something was wrong with Tom? His intuition told him that it had nothing to do with Voldemort. But if it wasn't Voldemort, what else could be a threat to him now? Xia Zhi was completely awake. He climbed into his suitcase, and then checked the diary in the wooden box. Tom was sleeping, and there was nothing unusual. Suddenly, I felt my heart suddenly tighten, as if something bad had happened. Xia Zhi frowned and quickly climbed out of the suitcase. Then he saw a shadow flash out of the window. Xia Zhi quickly looked at Cassandra on the bed and found that she was sleeping soundly and there was nothing unusual, so he was relieved. At this time, the ominous feeling in Xia Zhi's heart gradually dissipated, as if it had never appeared. What exactly was that black shadow? It looked like a human figure, but how could a person be so fast, so quietly? To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Even if that person escaped with a flying spell, why was there no trace on the glass of the window? Xia Zhi touched the window and it was cold to the touch. Could it be just a passing ghost? But ghosts in the school will not break into students' dormitories at will? Could it be that she finally came to see me? Xia Zhi murmured to himself. System, add the 3 skill points from last time to my prophecy. Xia Zhi said calmly. It is time to upgrade the mastery of prophecy. Although knowing too much will make life less fun, it can also avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. So after thinking it over again and again, Xia Zhi decided to upgrade the prophecy to 6 points. Ding! Adding points successfully. Xia Zhi immediately felt as if his head was hit by a big hammer, and he felt as if there was an extra eye on his forehead. He had a very strong feeling in his heart. It seemed that as long as he opened this eye, he would be able to know anything that would happen in the future. Xia Zhi tried to open this eye, but the severe headache that followed made Xia Zhi faint. When Xia Zhi woke up, he found that he had arrived at the school hospital. Are you awake? Xia Zhi turned his head and saw Cassandra looking at him in surprise, but her face looked haggard, as if she had not rested well. What happened? Xia Zhi touched his forehead, but he didn't feel the eye he felt that night. But he had a strong feeling that the eye could appear again at any time if he wanted. You have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When I woke up that morning and found you lying on the floor, looking pale, you don't know how worried I was. Ding! The host rashly tried to open the third eye and was backfired. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Xia Zhi's ears. Xia Zhi asked in his heart, I feel like I can open it. Ding! With the host's current ability, it is indeed possible to fully open the third eye, but the wider the third eye is opened, the more things the host can see. And these things include the host's future. A prophet cannot rashly make predictions for himself. In other words, when I opened my third eye at night, I saw my future. Ding! To be exact, I was knocked unconscious by the system before I could see it. Shit! It's you? Ding! Please be grateful, otherwise you are a fool now. Okay, thank you very much. Xia Zhi thought about it and realized that he had opened his third eye rashly without listening to the system's explanation. Fortunately, the system knocked him out. Wait, how did you knock me out? 663 ding? This is just a figurative way of saying it. In fact, the system just helped you close your third eye in time before you saw your entire future, but it still didn't completely prevent the backlash from coming. Well, if this third eye cannot be opened at will, then what is the point of my mastery of prophecy? Ding! In fact, the host's third eye can be opened at will to predict anyone's future. But please note that before opening it, as long as you silently say not to see your own future, you can completely block out the host's own things. Huh? It's that simple. Ding! It's that simple? The host is too dependent on the talent of Crisis Alert. This is a talent generated by prophecy, and there is a chance that the crisis brought by prophecy cannot be predicted. Xia Zhi was a little depressed. He really didn't expect such a thing to happen. He almost died. It seems that he must not be too arrogant. Since his strength has expanded, Xia Zhi himself has also expanded involuntarily. This is inevitable, but this kind of expansion is likely to bury himself. This is not the result Xia Zhi wants. It seems that it is better to be a little more cautious and stable. Ding! In fact, as long as the host does not use himself as the first person when predicting, there will be no backlash even if he sees his future self, but be careful, this bug cannot be stuck too many times. Haha, there is such a good thing. Ding! Considering the host's almost dead experience, the system thinks it would be better to explain it in more detail next time. Suddenly, Xia Zhi felt a cold little hand pressing on his forehead. It turned out to be Cassandra, who said anxiously, What happened to you? Why did you suddenly become stupid? It turned out that Cassandra had been talking to Xia Zhi, but Xia Zhi was immersed in fear and was too involved in the communication with the system to pay attention to Cassandra's words. Cassandra saw Xia Zhi's sudden stupid look and thought he had suddenly become a fool. When Xia Zhi saw Cassandra anxiously stand up and wanted to call Madame Pomfrey, he couldn't help but grab her little hand. If I really become a fool, will you still be friends with me? Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra with a smile. How could I possibly make friends with a fool? Cassandra looked at Xia Zhi with disgust. Xia Zhi's face suddenly fell. With such a good atmosphere, why didn't they follow the script at all? But if that fool is you, Cassandra's face suddenly turned red. I'll tell everyone that you've woken up. Cassandra ran out of the school hospital. Xia Zhi suddenly became happy again. He was happy only because he had enough predictive ability, of course not because the little loli blushed because of him. Xia Zhi was upright, and of high moral character. How could he have any thoughts about loli? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? Xia Zhi checked his third eye a little, and tried to open it a little according to the tricks taught by the system. Sure enough, after blocking his own affairs, he really saw what would happen in the future. However, for Xia Zhi, there was no other special feeling. His feeling was the same as before. Before, he did not use his predictive ability to see what would happen in the future, but he was familiar with the original book and still knew what would happen in the future. The feeling now was the same as that time, but the difference was that the original book he saw was a little different from the original book he saw in his previous life. However, to be on the safe side, he deliberately blocked any events that occurred to him, and did not hit the bug as the system said. Therefore, some things that happened to the people around him in the future were missing, and he should have participated in those missing events, so he could not see them. However, this is more than enough. Not long after, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the school hospital. The door of the school hospital was opened, and a group of people walked in. Dumbledore looked at Xia Zhi with concern, while Snape held a large bottle of potion in his hand. After he handed the potion to Madame Pomfrey, he stared at Xia Zhi with a pair of empty eyes. Most of the professors in the school came, and even Lockhart hid in the crowd. Professor McGonagall covered her chest with tears in her eyes. Xia Zhi, you finally woke up. What happened? I thought we were going to lose you. Professor Flitwick also looked at Xia Zhi with concern. Oh, I thought you were cursed when you were fighting with Professor Snape. Snape glared at Professor Flitwick. It was obvious that they had had a quarrel before. Hermione, Harry, and Cedric were also there, but they all stood behind the professors. Because of the professor's presence, it was difficult to talk. Xia Zhi couldn't help but be a little curious. How did they come in such a large number? Cassandra stood next to Madame Pomfrey, reporting something to her. The latter was looking at Xia Zhi and nodding repeatedly, and seemed to be worried about Xia Zhi's sudden stupidity. We almost sent you to St. Mungo's, but Professor Dumbledore said you were not cursed or hurt in any way, you were just sleeping. Professor Flitwick said. I'm glad you woke up safe and sound, Xia Zhi. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with joy. Although I am very curious about why you fell into a coma, but you have the right to choose whether to tell me the reason. I can certainly tell you what happened, Professor Dumbledore, about a little gift of mine that changed that evening, Xia Zhi said, touching his ring. Dumbledore felt the message from the slightly warm ring on his finger. So, this is still a good thing worth celebrating. But it's better not to tell it easily. Dumbledore stretched out his slender fingers and placed them on his lips, making a gesture of silence. Xia Zhi nodded. He just told Dumbledore that his talent for prophecy suddenly upgraded that day, causing him to faint suddenly. Due to Xia Zhi's good reputation before, Dumbledore believed it and advised Xia Zhi again not to tell his talent to people he didn't trust. People with the gift of prophecy are too easy to be exploited and are in a dangerous situation. It is better not to expose your talent easily, unless you have the strength like your old friend. When he went to interview Sybil Trelawney, the prophecy she made led to a series of tragedies. So he hired Sybil Trelawney as a prophecy teacher at Hogwarts, which was also a protection for her, otherwise Voldemort might have found her long ago. He didn't want Xia Zhi to be targeted by others. So, Professor McGonagall frowned and looked at Dumbledore in confusion. I think his friends will have a lot to say to him next, so let's not disturb them here. But, Xia Zhi, if you are discharged from the hospital, please come to the principal's office to visit me if it is convenient. You haven't seen me for a long time. Dumbledore blinked, and then left with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's angry questioning came from afar. She saw that Dumbledore was hiding something from her. Oh, Minerva, if you really want to know, come with me to the principal's office and talk. Snape looked at Xia Zhi deeply, then turned and left. Professor Flitwick watched him leave. Oh, I don't know what happened to you, but, as long as Snape didn't curse you, I'll be relieved. Professor Flitwick also left, but Xia Zhi found that his right leg was a little limp. I heard that after you got into trouble, our dean thought that Snape cursed you, so he had a fight with Professor Snape. Luna's ethereal voice came from behind Cedric, but Cedric was too tall and blocked her. I hope Professor Flitwick wins. Xia Zhi was moved to watch the little figure going away. They were stopped by Professor McGonagall before they could decide who was the winner. To be honest, I have never seen Professor McGonagall so angry, Cedric said with lingering fear. What happened that day left a deep impression on him. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Xia Zhi, you are amazing. You even caused the head of Ravenclaw and the head of Slytherin to fight over you. This has never happened in the history of Hogwarts. Fred and George were fiddling with a suspicious round object wrapped in gift paper. This is our gift to you. Please accept it. Xia Zhi pressed his forehead with a headache. Oh, if the gift you are talking about is this toilet seat. What? Toilet seat? Madame Pomfrey heard this and immediately cast her eyes on the suspicious objects in Fred and George's hands. This is so unsanitary. Take it out quickly. Xia Zhi, how do you know this is the toilet seat? What a pity. I thought I could finally trick you this time. Did not expect. Still failed. Then the Weasley twins were chased out by Madame Pomfrey. Cassandra came over and said, I saw Dumbledore asked you to keep it a secret, but forget it. Since Dumbledore asked you to keep it a secret, don't tell it easily. That's right, although it's not convenient for us to know why you fainted, it's we want to know, will this happen to you again in the future? Hermione said worriedly. She knew that she shouldn't ask about things she shouldn't know, but she wanted to know if Xia Zhi would still be in danger of fainting at any time. Of course not, I won't do that anymore. Xia Zhi smiled and nodded. He learned a lesson. He was too arrogant before. Self-confidence is a good thing, but you must not be too arrogant. Just like when playing games, even if you use a modifier to make yourself invincible, you may still be killed by a small bug in the system. Moreover, this is in reality, and you can only pass the level with one life, so how can you be so unstable? Although you don't run away when you see danger, you have to frown and retreat behind everyone when you see that the situation is not good. If you say no, then everyone will believe you. Don't let us down, Cassandra said, crossing her arms. Xia Zhi nodded repeatedly. He swore that he had never nodded as many times in his life as he did today. Xia Zhi stayed in the school hospital for another day. After the examination showed that there was no problem, he was finally discharged. However, after being discharged from the hospital, Xia Zhi did not return to his Li Qianzhao dormitory, but went to the principal's office on the 8th floor. Dumbledore told him that day that if he was discharged from the hospital, he would go to find him. Looking at the dripping stone beast in front of him, Xia Zhi pondered for a moment. Sweet and sour carp? Sweet and sour pork? Lemon sherbet? However, the dripping stone beast in front of him did not respond. Just when Xia Zhi was still guessing what the password was, the stone beast suddenly jumped away, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Xia Zhi went straight up the stairs and knocked on the door of the principal's office. Dumbledore was sitting in his seat, smiling at Xia Zhi who came in. In fact, the password is sweet and sour pork. Xia Zhi looked at Dumbledore in surprise. I don't remember making this dish, nor did I teach it to the elves in the school. Oh, the ancient country in the Far East, the food there is really delicious, so I occasionally go there to eat during my holidays, Dumbledore said with great joy. To be honest, I have never had such delicious food in my long time in England. Xia Zhi sat down, and then Dumbledore asked with a smile, would you like a bowl of red bean paste? Or do you prefer mung bean paste? Well, now it's not iced lemonade and pumpkin juice anymore. It seems that he has been to Oriental dessert shops a lot. A bowl of red bean paste, please, Xia Zhi said seriously. A wise choice, Xia Zhi. Dumbledore happily tapped Xia Zhi's front with his wand. A bowl of red bean paste appeared in front of Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi took away the small spoon, then picked up the small bowl of red bean paste and took a big sip. Why do you need a spoon to drink red bean paste? Of course it's more refreshing to drink it in big gulps. Then Xia Zhi regretted it. He looked at Dumbledore with a bitter face. Dumbledore looked at Xia Zhi expectantly. This is the red bean paste I improved. How does it feel? Very sweet. Xia Zhi calmly put down the bowl and decided not to touch the red bean paste. He didn't want to be dependent on insulin for the rest of his life. What? Wizards are not afraid of diabetes? That's fine. Then Xia Zhi picked up the bowl again and took a sip. I know my improvement is successful. Dumbledore was as happy as an old child. After discussing the food of the ancient country in the Far East for a while, they gradually got to the point. Summer solstice, your gift of prophecy is very rare and very precious, but promise me that you will never try to predict your future. Dumbledore said seriously. Okay, I see. Professor Dumbledore, how did you know that? Well, I learned this from an old friend of mine who also possesses rare prophetic powers. Dumbledore's eyes became deeper, as if he was lost in some beautiful memories. I understand, Professor. In fact, when I want to see my own future, I am always blocked by an invisible force, so you can rest assured. Well, you have to remember this. The backlash from violating the taboos is irreversible and the price is heavy. In the past. Well, in short, you must be careful. 937 So, why don't we predict now whether Voldemort will be resurrected in the future? I advise you not to do this, Xia Zhi. Dumbledore quietly watches the summer solstice. Sometimes the future is fixed and bound to happen, but sometimes it can be changed. Dumbledore continued, when you use prophecy to observe the fixed future in advance, then this future has become a changeable future. Do you understand what I mean? Xia Zhi nodded to show that he understood. The future has countless possibilities, just like countless intertwined lines. It will develop along the line that is most likely to happen, and if this line is spied on by someone, then the probability of this line happening will be reduced, because the person who spied on the future becomes a variable. For example, if Xia Zhi foresaw that Harry would die tomorrow, this was a very likely thing to happen before he met him. But if Xia Zhi foresaw this result in advance and broke Harry's leg with a jeep before Harry was ready to go out for fun, then Harry avoided the result of death, and the future predicted by Xia Zhi before changed. In the process of development, because of Xia Zhi, that line turned a corner and entered another line, developing according to another possibility of development. In other words, the future is actually impossible to change. What can be changed is which direction the future will go. Online development? However, the changes in this future line may not necessarily turn out the way you wish, and it may also turn out for the worse. Because sometimes some actions taken to prevent the prophecy from happening will happen to be the inevitable events that promote the prophecy to become a reality. There are countless possibilities for future development. If you must intervene, you must be very cautious. Otherwise, as in the example above, Harry may not die in the process of wandering outside, but may die in the collision of Xia Zhi's jeep. This is also one of the lines of future development. As long as there is a little difference when the future turns, then. So Dumbledore advised Xia Zhi not to make predictions casually, because this might bring Voldemort a glimmer of hope. That is not a good thing for everyone. Xia Zhi nodded seriously. People must not think that they can play with fate at will, otherwise, they may be played by fate. Talking to smart children is always such a pleasant thing. Dumbledore happily drank a mouthful of red bean paste. Oh, by the way, during the 3 days you were in a coma, someone sent you a letter. Although I didn't want to read it, it didn't have an envelope. It just flew to your bedside, and I happened to be there, so I accidentally saw a little bit of it. Dumbledore took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Xia Zhi, but his deep blue eyes stared at Xia Zhi closely, as if he wanted to read something else from his expression. Xia Zhi happily took the letter and did not show any panic. Oh, this is a reply from one of my pen pals. Then Xia Zhi told Dumbledore some of the settings for his friendship paper airplane. So, you don't know who this Mr. G is? Yes, he is really a very knowledgeable person, and I have learned a lot from him. Xia Zhi said with a smile. If I knew who he was, I would definitely go to visit him. Although I have no intention of obstructing your communication with others, but, when facing a strange wizard you don't know, you must remain vigilant and don't easily believe his words. Do you understand what I mean? Because you don't know what kind of person he is. Dumbledore didn't want Xia Zhi to be easily influenced by that person, because he was so familiar with the handwriting on the letter, so familiar that even if he closed his eyes and just touched it with his hands, he could recognize the handwriting of that person. Some of his words? But I just discussed some magic knowledge with him, and didn't say anything else. Dumbledore was silent for a while, and he looked at Xia Zhi very seriously. If possible, I still hope you don't communicate with him anymore, although I also know that my request is a bit unreasonable. Do you know who this Mr. G is? Fej, Xia Zhi saw Dumbledore's face gloomy, so he had to pretend to be aggrieved. Okay, since you said so, Professor, then I won't reply to him. Professor, this Mr. G, is he not a good person? Although I don't want to say this, but, yes, he is a bad guy, unforgivable, but, so I suggest you stop replying to his letters. You want to learn magic knowledge. If the professors can't satisfy your thirst for knowledge, you can always come to me. Let me brag. I am confident that I know as much as he does. Summer solstice prophecy ends again. Xia Zhi, stop asking who Mr. G is, okay? You should believe that I won't hurt you. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Xia Zhi said seriously. Finally, Xia Zhi left the principal's office with a calm expression. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Before he came to the principal's office, he had already predicted that Professor Dumbledore had discovered the letters between him and Mr. G, and would ask him in the principal's office. Although this matter was related to him, what he saw was Dumbledore's first-person perspective. This was the bug that the system mentioned. Although it cannot be stuck too much, it is still very useful at critical junctures. It's a pity that he didn't foresee the bowl of sweet red bean paste. This bug has actually always existed. When he predicted to Nagini, he also used Nagini's vision. Because Xia Zhi had predicted it in advance, he didn't see it when Dumbledore took out the letter. There was panic. But Dumbledore knew that the prophet could not predict himself, and he happened to be unaware of this bug, so he did not doubt Xia Zhi's words. Fortunately, the letter did not mention any topics about ideas, otherwise Dumbledore would definitely think that Xia Zhi had been brainwashed and bewitched by Mr. G. Although he would not kill Xia Zhi for this, he would definitely find ways to brainwash Xia Zhi, and things would become very troublesome. Fortunately, this future did not go in a bad direction. Xia Zhi suddenly smiled, and he saw some clips again. There would be a small celebration in the Gryffindor common room to celebrate Xia Zhi's discharge. Many people are waiting for him to come back there now. Xia Zhi did not stay for long, and walked quickly to the Gryffindor common room. In the dark stone room, the thin figure was curled up on the cold stone bed, shivering. Suddenly he spoke, and there seemed to be some joy in his words. You've never tried to come twice in a year, Albus. The thin figure sat up. On the top of the tower, outside the stone room, a tall, thin old man with a long beard was standing with an angry face. Don't forget what you promised me, Dumbledore said coldly. The thin figure paused as he stood up. Oh, I haven't seen you so angry for a long time. Is it because of me? But I have always followed our agreement and stayed in this cold stone room. Did you write a letter? Dumbledore interrupted him. How did you know? Oh, was it intercepted by you? You will never hear from him again. Dumbledore said coldly. What have you done to him? The thin figure stood up suddenly. In the dark stone room, his white hair could be vaguely seen. This is just a strange little talent of his. He just accidentally sent the letter to me. You can't hurt him. Dumbledore's voice slowed down. People like you would also care about the safety of a little wizard. Little wizard? You mean, a little wizard? The voice of the man in the stone house was full of surprise. A little wizard would have such foresight and magical knowledge? He was shocked by the news. You don't know who he is. Dumbledore said in surprise. He thought that Xia Zhi, such an innocent child, would have been tricked into revealing all his information if he had communicated with this person. No, I don't know who he is at all. We just discussed some magic knowledge and... Oh, I see, he is your student, right? No wonder you are so angry. You certainly don't want your students to come into contact with people like me. Dumbledore was silent, not expecting that he had exposed Xia Zhi's identity. Let me guess. Such an outstanding little wizard. Another Newt, right? Another favorite student of Dumbledore? Ha 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 ha, the people in the stone chamber laughed wildly. Gadler, he will never reply to your letter again. Dumbledore said calmly. Did you tell him who I am? Oh, no, you won't tell him who I am. I know you, Albus. You must be worried that your students will be bewitched by me, right? My name is destined to be a taboo. You are involved with him, which is not good for him. I think you should understand that if you really care about him, don't reply to his letter. Dumbledore said calmly. The two of them were silent for a long time across the cold stone wall. Dumbledore turned around and prepared to leave. If he is still a little wizard, then his future achievements will be greater than you and me, Dumbledore. The man in the stone chamber suddenly said. Dumbledore stopped and listened. I have never seen such a talented little wizard. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that this was just a little wizard who hadn't graduated yet. I have always known about his excellence. Don't waste your time, Gadler. He will never become like you, never. Dumbledore replied, and then left without looking back. In the stone chamber, the man suddenly laughed again. Haha, Dumbledore, you don't know what kind of person your student is. But I won't tell you. I'm really looking forward to your expression at that time. Ha ha ha. Xia Zhi was sitting on the most comfortable sofa closest to the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and a hint of white light flashed quietly in his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes, then raised the hot tea in his hand and drank it all. Cassandra was trying to make tea. She only knew how to make coffee, and making tea was indeed not her strong point. It's just that recently she seems to have become obsessed with making tea for some special reasons. Hermione was reading a big book not far away. According to her, this kind of book was just borrowed for her entertainment. Xia Zhi glanced at the two of them, and suddenly said, I will give you two a magic. This magic can save lives. But promise me that you can only use it at the most critical moment. Why, did you suddenly remember to teach us magic? Hermione asked curiously. Cassandra also put down the teapot she had been fiddling with for a long time, and looked at Xia Zhi with a pair of emerald green eyes. Be obedient, don't ask too many questions, and study hard. Xia Zhi's eyes flashed with that strange white light again. But Cassandra and Hermione didn't notice it. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. But since Xia Zhi asked them not to ask, there must be a reason for it. The two of them had already developed the habit of completely trusting Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi taught the two of them the magic carefully and reminded them again. Remember, you can only use it at the most critical moment. This is magic that acts on the soul. It is very powerful. After saying this, Xia Zhi glanced at Cassandra, then stood up and said, I'm a little sleepy, I'm going to take a rest first. Looking at Xia Zhi's departing back, Cassandra seemed to be thinking about something. Squeak. Xia Zhi's dormitory door opened and Cassandra slipped in. Xia Zhi was lying on the bed, seemingly sleeping. You're here. I am coming. You can come at noon, but you'd better not come tonight. Xia Zhi turned over and sat up. Is there something you want to do tonight that you're hiding from me? I didn't intend to hide it from you, because I couldn't hide it at all. Xia Zhi said with a smile, I do have something to do tonight, but I still say that you'd better not come tonight. In English, you and you are the same word. So Cassandra didn't hear anything wrong. Do you want me to come? Cassandra said hesitantly. The future is made up of countless intertwined threads. Even if I don't want you to come, you may still come. It all depends on your thoughts. At some point, different choices people make will lead to completely different futures. This kind of thing has too many variables and is largely uncontrollable. Xia Zhi looked up at the ceiling, not looking at Cassandra's emerald green pupils. Humph? Is there something wrong with your brain? Ever since you fainted that day, you have been talking in a trance. Like, Cassandra was trying hard to think of a suitable adjective. Like a chatterbox centaur. Xia Zhi smiled bitterly and nodded, it does look like one. Then Xia Zhi turned over in bed and continued to sleep. The door of the dormitory made a sound again. Cassandra had left angrily. Today is the weekend. There are no classes, no homework, no training, and no ball games. Today is a very relaxing day. Xia Zhi turned over in bed, and soon after, a soft snoring sound came from the bed. After Cassandra returned to her dormitory, she kept thinking about Xia Zhi's words. He didn't want me to go to him tonight, which proved that he must be going to do something tonight. Is this thing inconvenient for me to see? Otherwise, why didn't he let me go to him? Or is it that this matter is dangerous, so he doesn't want me to be there to hold him back? Cassandra was in a dilemma. If she didn't go, she was worried that Xia Zhi would be in danger. If she went, she was worried that she might hold Xia Zhi back and even harm Xia Zhi's life. Xia Zhi is so strong that he must not be in danger. But, what if he is in danger? What if he suddenly faints like that day when he is doing things? If no one takes care of him, wouldn't he become a fish that can be slaughtered at will? And why did he suddenly teach her and Hermione that strange magic? Cassandra felt that her mind was in a mess. She planned to ask Xia Zhi again when she had dinner in the hall, but she was surprised to find that Xia Zhi, who never missed dinner, didn't come to dinner. She didn't even have the appetite to eat dinner. She ran back to Gryffindor Tower and then ran to the door of Xia Zhi's dormitory. Cassandra took a deep breath and opened the dormitory door. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, but Xia Zhi was gone. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Cassandra was stunned for a moment. Where did Xia Zhi go? She couldn't help but get nervous. She wanted to find Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore, but she was worried that Xia Zhi's actions tonight might violate school rules. Then her behavior would be equivalent to snitching, and Xia Zhi would be sold out directly. How abominable? You talk in a mysterious way? Can't you just tell me directly? Cassandra kicked Xia Zhi's suitcase in anger. Cassandra's eyes lit up. Could it be in the suitcase? But after a while, Cassandra climbed out of the suitcase with a disappointed look on her face. Xia Zhi was not in it either. As night fell, the little wizards returned to the common room. Not long after, it was curfew time, but Cassandra, who had been staying in the Gryffindor common room, had not seen Xia Zhi. He is so strong, he will definitely come back safely. Cassandra muttered to herself as she changed into her pajamas and lay back on the bed she hadn't slept in for a long time. After a long time, Cassandra suddenly sat up. She really couldn't sleep, so she finally decided to go to Xia Zhi's dormitory to take a look. It was already so late, maybe he had already finished everything and came back? Cassandra thought so too, and the desire to go and take a look became stronger in her heart. Zero, please give me flowers. Finally, Cassandra got up secretly and changed into sportswear that was convenient for her to move around. She carefully glanced at her roommates on other beds and found that they were all asleep. Then she quietly slipped out of the dormitory. There was no one in the common room anymore, only the fireplace was still crackling and burning, emitting a dim light. Cassandra quietly slipped into the boys' dormitory and came to the door of Xia Zhi's dormitory. She took a deep breath and wanted to open Xia Zhi's dormitory door, but she was surprised to find that Xia Zhi's dormitory door was locked. Xia Zhi's dormitory door was never locked? Why did he lock the door? Wait, since he locked the door, does that mean he is actually back? Because it was locked from the inside. Cassandra was relieved first. Coming back meant that Xia Zhi was safe now. But, he actually dared to lock the door? He actually dared not let me go in? Cassandra became a little angry. If you don't let me in, I will go in? Cassandra pulled out her wand and gently tapped the door lock of the dormitory. Click. The door lock made a slight sound, and Cassandra grabbed the door handle and turned it gently to open the door. 00. The dormitory was dark, but Cassandra's heart was sinking, because although the light was dim, Cassandra could still vaguely find that the quilt on the bed was still neatly folded. He didn't come back? But why was his door locked? Is he in the suitcase now? When Cassandra was thinking about this, the door behind her suddenly squeaked shut. Cassandra turned around quickly, but the figure she imagined did not appear. The door closed by itself? She hurried forward and wanted to open the door again, but she was surprised to find that no matter how she turned it, the door handle was still motionless. This shouldn't be. Even if someone locked the door from the outside of the dormitory, it can be turned from the inside. Cassandra took out her wand and prepared to use a spell to open the door. Suddenly, she felt the temperature around her drop sharply. Cassandra immediately became nervous. Could it be that the thing that was not good for Xia Zhi was in the dormitory now? Cassandra turned around abruptly, but before she could see the scenery in front of her clearly, she immediately felt a pain in her neck. Then someone grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Bang! Suddenly, Cassandra's wand slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground. Who are you? Where is the boy? A hoarse and terrifying voice came from the figure in front of her. Cassandra couldn't see clearly who the person was, but she felt that the person's hand was very cold. It was like a hand carved out of ice strangling her neck. But now it was useless to think about who the other person was. Because now Cassandra was being strangled by the neck and lifted up, she only felt that her eyes were black. If she couldn't think of a way to escape, she would be strangled to death. Cassandra's wand had fallen, and she couldn't cast spells without a wand. She had to raise her hands and tried to forcibly pry open the man's fingers. Cassandra knew that she was very powerful now, and she would definitely be able to pry open his fingers. However, Cassandra soon discovered in despair that her hand had passed through the other person's fingers, and she couldn't touch his body at all. This person was actually a ghost? But why could ghosts touch her? Aren't they unable to touch real objects? But Cassandra soon couldn't think about these questions. She found that her eyes were slowly falling into darkness, and her consciousness was gradually declining. She was about to die. It was so painful to suffocate to death. After I die, I will also become a ghost and stay with him. At the moment of death, many images flashed through Cassandra's mind. Some were of her parents, some were of other people, but there were more images of Xia Zhi. Her last thought was only one, that is, Xia Zhi must not come to save her, because this ghost was too scary. She could touch objects like peeves, which meant that she could hurt people, but people could not hurt her. If Xia Zhi came to save her, it would be dangerous. Just when Cassandra's consciousness was blurred to the extreme, she heard a nervous spell. Soul torn apart. Ah! The sharp screams echoed throughout the dormitory. Bump! Cassandra felt the hand around her throat loosen, and she fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough cough. Cassandra coughed violently. Her blurred vision gradually recovered, and then she saw Hermione, whose face was pale. Hermione was holding her wand and looking nervously behind Cassandra. Cassandra grabbed the wand on the ground and turned to point it at the ghost who almost took her life. Ah! The ghost screamed shrilly and rushed towards them frantically. Soul tear. A purple light shot out from Hermione's wand again. The ghost hurriedly stopped, and the purple spell 687 passed by her eyes. She stared at Hermione with resentful eyes, wishing to skin Hermione alive. You filthy mudblood, go to hell. Cassandra's voice was strangled by her throat, so she couldn't make any sound in a hurry, so she couldn't cast a spell to help. She couldn't use the silent spell of this spell either. The ghost grabbed a table and threw it at Hermione. Hermione barely dodged it, but the ghost pounced in front of her. Before she raised her wand, she was strangled by the throat by the ghost? Well, Hermione rolled her eyes. Cassandra couldn't help because she couldn't recite the spell, but how could she watch Hermione being strangled to death? Cassandra forced herself to calm down, then pointed her wand at her throat and silently recited the spell in her heart. Restored to its original state. Cassandra only felt a crisp sound in her throat, followed by an indescribable pain. This spell actually worked. She quickly pointed her wand at the ghost. Soul Tear. Her voice was hoarse, but the spell she spoke was extremely clear. Bang! The purple magic spell hit the ghost directly. Ah! The ghost screamed again and let go of Hermione. Soul torn apart. Soul torn apart. Cassandra continued to attack the ghost. She turned around and saw Hermione struggling on the ground, holding her throat. She quickly ran to her and pointed her wand at her throat. Back to normal. Gulp. Hermione took a deep breath. Her throat had just been severely injured, her trachea was blocked, and she almost suffocated to death. The ghost obviously hated Hermione, who was born in Muggle, even more, and was even more ruthless. The two girls supported each other, trembling with their wands, and confronted the ghost. I don't know why there was such a big commotion here. Logically, other students should have been alarmed. But the entire Gryffindor Tower was still quiet, and no one noticed what happened here. At this time, they also saw the appearance of the ghost. It was a hideous and ragged old woman with a broken poison arrow stuck in her left chest. If I can't find him, I'll kill you first. You're all his good friends, right? Ha ha ha. Cassandra and Hermione clenched their wands nervously. Boom. The old woman waved her hand, and all the tables and wardrobes in the dormitory flew up and smashed towards the two girls. Her figure was behind a cabinet. As long as she could avoid the spell that could attack her, it would be very easy to kill the two little witches. Get out of the way. Hermione pushed Cassandra away, but she was hit by the cabinet and fell to the ground. Hermione. Soul ripped. The old woman laughed wildly and dodged Cassandra's spell. A box hit Cassandra's hand, knocking her wand off. At the same time, her right hand made a crisp sound, and then there was an indescribable pain. The bones of her arm should be broken. The old woman rushed up again, intending to grab Cassandra's throat with the same trick. Cassandra looked at Hermione, who was pressed under the cabinet, and her life or death was unknown, and her wand was knocked several meters away. It's over, this time it's dead. Cassandra closed her eyes in despair. Just as she closed her eyes and waited for death, she suddenly heard a familiar voice, but this voice was angry and fortunate. To read violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Soulbinding. Bump. How is it possible? How could you tie me up? The old woman screamed in an unpleasant voice. Shut up. Then the old woman couldn't shout anymore. Cassandra opened her eyes and saw Xia Zhi's familiar figure and his guilty look. Hermione. She was pinned down. Cassandra fainted after saying this. It was unknown how much time had passed before Cassandra slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and found herself still in Xia Zhi's dormitory, but now the dormitory had completely returned to its original state, as if all the terrible things that had just happened were just a dream. Cassandra quickly sat up and found my right hand was numb, but the broken bone had been successfully reattached and was now intact. You woke up? I'm sorry, Xia Zhi's guilty voice came from the side. Cassandra turned around and saw Xia Zhi with tears streaming down her face. That's great. I finally managed to rescue all of you. That's great. Finally there was nothing wrong. Xia Zhi's words puzzled Cassandra, and she soon found Hermione lying on the other bed. She seemed to have just woken up, and was sitting up on the bed, then looking at Xia Zhi in confusion. Looking at Xia Zhi, who was crying with joy, Cassandra calmed down. So, what exactly is going on? I think we should know the truth. Yes, Xia Zhi, we almost died. Now the sky outside the window is still dark, which proves that it has not been long since what happened just now. Sorry, I have to do this. Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra's pale face with heartache. She almost died just now. We are listening. Call. Summer Solstice took a long breath. I don't know if you remember, but I have the gift of prophecy. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and nodded. Well, the reason I fainted that day was because I had awakened my third eye and could see what would happen in the future, but I almost made a big mistake. Xia Zhi touched his forehead in fear. A prophet cannot predict himself, but I almost saw my own future. This is a taboo that is not allowed, so I fainted. However, my prophetic talent has finally been improved, so I can see things from time to time. I had this ability before, but not as often as it is now. This morning, I saw it again. There was some panic in Xia Zhi's eyes. This was an emotion that Cassandra and Hermione had never seen in his eyes. Xia Zhi's eyes were always confident and firm. What did you see? Cassandra asked. I saw you guys dead. Really dead. Xia Zhi's eyes were filled with sadness. Strangled to death by that ghost. Cassandra said, so you want to teach us that magic in the morning, and then ask me not to come to you at night? Is it to save us? Xia Zhi nodded. Hermione said puzzledly, but why can't you explain it to us clearly? If you explain it clearly. No. Xia Zhi interrupted Hermione and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you about this in advance. The moment I saw the future, it was no longer an unchangeable line. Instead, it became a future with countless possibilities? After I saw that horrible scene this morning, I started to deduce it constantly. I found that no matter what remedial measures I took, you would all come to my dormitory, and then you would all die in the hands of that ghost, Xia Zhi said in a low voice, including the future where I told you about it in advance. In that future, although you knew it in advance, you still died. The ghost couldn't find me in my dormitory, so she went to your place and killed you all. No one in your dormitory was spared. She seemed to know that you were my friends. There was another future where I planned to stay in the dormitory alone and wait, but I mistook Peeves for the ghost and chased after it. When I realized I was chasing the wrong person and came back, you were already dead. I have deduced countless possibilities, including telling Professor Dumbledore about it. But there will always be casualties among you. I calculated for a long time and finally found this future. Xia Zhi's voice was full of relief. In this future, I knew in advance that the ghost would come to me on 5.2, so I planned to find her in advance, and because I was worried about you, I taught you the soul magic. But you all came to my dormitory in the middle of the night because you were worried about me. And because of the spell I taught you, although you will suffer a little, at least you won't die. But all this has a prerequisite, that is, you have to come to my dormitory one after another. And I locked the door. A locked door will make you angry, and when you are angry, you have to come in. Although Xia Zhi said it very easily, everything was extremely complicated. Everything he said and did had to be done according to that future, including the time when Xia Zhi went out and the time when he came back to rescue, 1 second earlier or 1 second later, that would be another completely different future. In order to achieve a future that completely conformed to this line, Xia Zhi almost overdrew his brain power. But fortunately, the result was still good. I'm sorry, I don't want you to suffer, but the only thing that can save you is this future. Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra and Hermione with guilt on his face. I was actually outside the door a long time ago. I wanted so much to come in and save you earlier. But then one of you would have to die in an accident. So in order to fully conform to this future, we should be the ones thanking you, Xia Zhi, Hermione said softly. Seeing the sad expression of the boy in front of them, the two girls couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. This was partly due to Xia Zhi's 10 points of charm, and partly because they were really grateful. If Xia Zhi hadn't done so much, they might all have died. No, you shouldn't thank me. Because all this happened because of me. Xia Zhi raised his head, but his expression became extremely cold. Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra and Hermione firmly. That ghost came for me. If you hadn't been implicated by me, you wouldn't have been in trouble. This incident taught me another lesson. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot underestimate any opponent. This ghost had already appeared during the Death Day party, and was clearly hostile to me. At that time, I should have dealt with her. Xia Zhi decided that he would never waste time talking to the enemy again. When he met an enemy, he should directly give him an Avada. Unless this enemy is like Tom and Voldemort, he still has value to use. Fortunately, after this incident, Xia Zhi has completely mastered the method of changing the future. Prophecy, it is useless to foresee it alone. You must know how to change your destiny and make the future with countless possibilities completely turn into the only history that is beneficial to you and can no longer be changed. But, who is that ghost? Why does she hate you so much? She even wants to kill all your friends, Cassandra asked doubtfully. In fact, she doesn't hate me, but hates everyone who owns that thing, Xia Zhi said calmly. What's going on? Can you tell us? Hermione asked hesitantly. This matter has to start with the identity of this ghost. Xia Zhi continued. Her name is Gormlaith Gaunt, and she is a descendant of Slytherin. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. During the holidays, I accidentally got an ancient magic wand. Then, Xia Zhi told Cassandra and Hermione the whole story, including how Gormlaith chased her niece Isolde and was shot to death by Isolde's friend with a poison arrow. Then, when Xia Zhi attended the Death Day party, she recognized him. Of course, it was not easy to tell them how to get the Slytherin wand, because it was a reward from the system. So Xia Zhi just said that he accidentally bought a strange branch while wandering in Nocturne Alley, and when he came back, he found that it was a wand, but it was dormant and needed Parseltongue to wake it up. Don't be angry when I say this, Xia Zhi, Hermione said hesitantly. As we all know, there are two wizards who can speak Parseltongue. One is the famous dark wizard in ancient Greece, the despicable Herpo, and the other is Slytherin and his descendants. Could it be that after Slytherin left Hogwarts, he went to the east, and then? Are you saying that I might be a descendant of Slytherin? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Xia Zhi immediately rejected this possibility. His Parseltongue was a talent given by the system and had nothing to do with that old guy in Slytherin. I'm just saying it's possible. After all, Slytherin is a person from thousands of years ago, Hermione said a little embarrassedly. Xia Zhi shrugged. Hermione didn't know he had a system, so it was normal for her to have this question. Xia Zhi, that ghost. Where is Gormlaith Gaunt? Have you destroyed her? Cassandra asked. Not yet. I just arrested her temporarily. Giving you treatment is the top priority rather than dealing with her. How did you do that? I remember a lot of my ribs were broken. Hermione carefully touched her intact ribs. Cassandra also raised her right hand and looked at it. She also remembered that her hand bones were also broken, but now they are completely healed, and there is still a slight tingling feeling from the healing of the bones. Please forgive me, I think it's best not to alert the school about this matter, so I will heal your injuries myself. Facts have proved that my healing skills are still very good. Of course, the potion I got from Professor Snape is also very effective. Xia Zhi said a little embarrassedly. You are really amazing. You can heal us from such a serious injury by yourself. Hermione said with lingering fear, pressing her ribs. Actually, your injuries are not serious. I can still heal you. It's just that the broken bones are a bit troublesome. I have to help you connect the bones one by one, and then feed you the magic potion after they are fixed. Xia Zhi nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. Wait, you said to connect them one by one. Hermione suddenly remembered something was wrong. Yes, I have to feel the broken bones through the skin first, and then one by one. Xia Zhi stretched out his hand and gestured. Hermione's face turned red. Cassandra's hand bones were fine, but her broken ribs, and the position was quite high. Xia Zhi didn't notice Hermione's embarrassment and continued to talk non-stop. Well, you don't have to explain this in such detail. Cassandra was more careful than him and noticed Hermione's embarrassment immediately, interrupting Xia Zhi. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Xia Zhi saw Hermione covering the place where she was injured, her face red as if blood was about to drip out, and then he finally understood. This position seemed to be really a bit bad. Hiss. I didn't pay attention to it at that time. Oh, Hermione. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to heal you. I don't have any bad intentions. I know you are doing this to heal my wounds. I understand. I can understand. I won't blame you. Hermione lowered her head, her face flushed, and her voice was as small as the buzzing of a mosquito. Cough cough. Xia Zhi's face, which was as thick as a city wall, couldn't help but blush slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Hermione said so, but she was thin-skinned after all, and finally pulled the quilt over her head. Oh, Hermione, if you think this memory is really bad, I can help you with a forgetfulness spell. Could you please stop talking? Cassandra glared at Xia Zhi. You can't cast a forgetfulness spell on me. Hermione suddenly lifted the quilt on her head and glared at Xia Zhi fiercely. If you dare to cast a spell on me, I will bite to death. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The suitcase of Xia Zhi was enchanted by Xia Zhi with the same magic as the ceiling of Hogwarts Great Hall. It can project the sky outside. Now, it is still night outside. In fact, it has only been a few hours since the ghost attack. It is still dark. Xia Zhi threw Gormlaith on the lawn. She stared at Xia Zhi with resentment, wishing she could pounce on him and tear him to pieces, and then take back her family heirloom, Slytherin's snakewood wand. But now she could do nothing but stare at Xia Zhi, and couldn't even speak. This puzzled her very much, because wizards could only use specific spells to hurt ghosts, or even destroy them. But she had never heard of anyone being able to trap a ghost and make it unable to move at all. As for making herself speechless with just a word of shut up, this method was even more unheard of. Cassandra and Hermione followed Xia Zhi, and they both looked at the hideous ghost with nervousness on their faces. After all, they were almost killed by this ghost. Okay, you can talk now, Xia Zhi said. Then Gormlaith could open her mouth immediately. Boy, I admit that you do have some skills, but, if you don't return my wand to me, you will die a miserable death in the future, Gormlaith said resentfully. I ask, you answer, don't say any more words, otherwise, you will regret it. Xia Zhi ignored her threat. Hehe, kid, I'm already dead, how can you threaten me? It's heart-wrenching. How is it possible? How can the Cruciatus curse work on ghosts? The Cruciatus curse is harmful to ghosts. It's heart-wrenching. Summer solstice, what you just used, was the Cruciatus curse. Hermione suddenly couldn't help asking. Yes, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus curse. Xia Zhi said calmly. You shouldn't use this spell, it's black magic. I'm not saying you shouldn't hurt this bad ghost, but, we're not black magicians. If we use this spell, then aren't we the same as them? Xia Zhi smiled. He left the tortured ghost on the ground and said softly to Hermione, how can this be said to be the same as them? They use the unforgivable curse on innocent people, and we only use the unforgivable curse on them. There is an essential difference. But, Hermione felt that something was wrong with Xia Zhi's words, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Hermione, think about it. When the Death Eaters were in power, how many Aurors died under the Death Eaters' killing curse? And how many innocent people died under the Death Eaters' killing curse? Do you know when the war finally turned around? I tell you, it was when the ban on the Unforgivable Curse was lifted. When the Aurors also used the Unforgivable Curse in the battle against the Death Eaters, they successfully reversed the situation. Hermione frowned, but, Hermione, why should good people be bound by rules, while bad people can do whatever they want? Hermione immediately fell into deep thought. Indeed, dark wizards can use the Unforgivable Curse recklessly without considering the consequences. But when innocent people fight back, they are bound by the ban and are easily killed by the dark wizards. Is this really reasonable? Hermione, some powers do need to be restricted, but when we encounter enemies, we must not hesitate to use them to protect ourselves. When facing these crazy enemies, we must act even more crazy than them. Only in this way can we really hurt them and make them afraid, so that they will no longer be so reckless. Only in this way can we protect more people from being harmed. Those Aurors back then deserve respect. They risked their lives to fight the Death Eaters with dark magic, and finally brought us today's brief days of peace. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. There is no doubt that Hermione was moved by Xia Zhi's words, but she was a clear-headed little witch after all, and was not completely fooled by Xia Zhi. But, you have already caught this ghost, so you don't need to use black magic to torture her. I've read in a book that using black magic too much will cause the wizard's psychology to become distorted, Hermione said worriedly. Using black magic on the enemy, I don't know whether it is right or wrong, but I don't want your mind to be corrupted by black magic. Don't worry, since I can use these black magics, there are naturally ways to avoid its side effects. But this is impossible. The book says that both the killing curse and the cruciatus curse require a strong hatred for the other party in order to be effective. Xia Zhi interrupted Hermione again. In fact, after my experiments, I found that these two spells can be used with strong emotions. The reason why we use hatred to cast the spell is that compared to other emotions, hatred is stronger and easier to trigger. Using hatred to cast spells can make it easier for people to get started, and the power is also stronger. Xia Zhi's 3 unforgivable curses are all at the maximum level, so his understanding of the 3 spells is extraordinary. He can even use happy emotions to cast the unforgivable curses. Xia Zhi thinks that this is only because he is gifted, and it is definitely not because of ridiculous reasons such as he might be a natural Dark Lord. He, Xia Zhi, is destined to become a white wizard, and will never become a dark wizard, although he is good at dark magic. In the original book, after Sirius died, Harry wanted to use the cruciatus curse on Bella, but he failed, which was caused by his indecision in his heart. His emotions at the time were actually very strong, and that emotion was not hatred, but anger. This was actually enough for him to successfully use the cruciatus curse. However, it was his first time after all, and he lacked decisiveness. When casting the spell, there was still a trace of hesitation in his heart, not knowing whether he used the cruciatus curse correctly, so at the last moment, the spell did not work. But, to torture her with black magic, after all, Hermione still felt very conflicted. Was it right or wrong to use dark magic against the enemy? Hermione, I'm not a saint, I'm just an ordinary person. She almost killed my friend. I wanted to tear her tendons and skin her. That's why Cassandra suddenly said, since your black magic has no side effects, then try it a few more times. Xia Zhi looked at Cassandra in surprise. She almost killed me, and I don't think there's anything wrong with torturing her with black magic. I just want to take revenge on her. Since she can wantonly want to kill me, why should I be polite to her? Hermione, I don't understand what you are struggling with. Cassandra crossed her arms and glared at Gormlaith on the ground, as if she wanted to torture her herself. Hermione also frowned at Gormlaith on the ground. It was impossible for her to say that she didn't hate this ghost, but the education she received since childhood made her instinctively resist such things. It can be said that her worldview has been severely impacted today. She wants to kill me, why can't I kill her back? She wants to hurt me, why can't I hurt her back? Although Hermione didn't say anything on the surface, some of her thoughts and concepts in her heart were quietly changing. Gormlaith lay on the ground and looked at Xia Zhi in fear. Whatever you want to ask, just don't torture me anymore. Tisk tisk, I still like your rebellious look just now. Xia Zhi squatted down, holding his magic wand with his slender fingertips. Hiss, Gormlaith shuddered and lowered her head. At an angle that Xia Zhi couldn't see, her eyes flashed red. She planned to make up a lie to hold the little wizard back, and then find a way to get out. When she succeeded in getting out, she would definitely teach the little wizard a profound and painful lesson, and that mudblood named Hermione? She actually dared to use her dirty magic to attack her. It was unforgivable. I am indeed very interested in the secret that you can use magic and touch real objects even though you are a ghost. However, I don't need you to tell me anymore. Xia Zhi raised his wand. Telepathy. No. Gormlaith screamed in despair. This little wizard turned out to be a master of legilimency. Under legilimency, all her secrets would be exposed, and she would lose her biggest trump card to survive. Haha, so that's how it is, very interesting. Xia Zhi exited the state of legilimency. He had already got what he wanted. Gormlaith lay on the ground trembling all over. You will let me go, right, since you have already got what you wanted. You are already dead, Gormlaith. Xia Zhi said slowly, you should go to the place where you should have gone a long time ago. No, I don't want to die. Swish. Xia Zhi waved his wand, and Gormlaith's body suddenly turned into debris and dissipated in the air. For him, killing a ghost was too easy. Hermione frowned, but didn't say anything else. This ghost was extremely evil. If she was released, there would be endless troubles. Hermione was not such a fool. So, what useful things did you get? Cassandra asked. Well, yes, and I got another interesting news. Xia Zhi smiled. What is it? Hermione couldn't help asking. In Gormlaith's memory, I found a secret room of Slytherin. Xia Zhi said excitedly. The reason why he was excited was that this secret room was not the one in the girls' bathroom. It was another secret room left by Slytherin. When Gormlaith was still studying at Hogwarts, she discovered this secret room and successfully entered it. But although she had Slytherin's wand and was a descendant of Slytherin, she was still blocked by the last door. The reason was very simple, that is, her talent was not strong enough, or in other words, she could not reach the threshold set by Slytherin. Xia Zhi felt that his talent could probably reach the threshold, so he decided to open the secret room of Slytherin, and Merlin couldn't stop him. He said it. The Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin. Hermione said in surprise, are you going to open it yourself? Why not? Cassandra also became excited. Now she has been led astray by Xia Zhi and is very interested in adventures. She even dares to enter the Forbidden Forest, let alone Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. I'm going to go in and take a look. What about you, Hermione? Would you like to go on an adventure with us? Xia Zhi asked with a smile. Although she subconsciously felt that it would be safer to tell the professors, she was also a Gryffindor. She also had a heart that was eager to explore. She gritted her teeth and agreed. I want to go in and take a look too. Great! Xia Zhi cheered. Hermione also smiled, but for some reason, she always had a strange feeling, as if she had accidentally boarded a pirate ship. So, where is the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Since she had decided to go, Hermione didn't plan to dwell on it anymore. The secret room is in the Slytherin common room, Xia Zhi said with a smile. Then how should we get in? We are all Gryffindors, only Slytherin students can enter their common room. Cassandra frowned and thought about countermeasures. Xia Zhi smiled. I remember there was a potion that seemed to be able to turn a person into someone else. Hermione interrupted Xia Zhi. To read the exciting novels, go to Phila Novel Network. Actually, are you talking about the Polyjuice potion? Cassandra's eyes lit up and she interrupted Xia Zhi again. With our level of potion skills, we can definitely make this Polyjuice potion. Then we can transform into other people and enter the Slytherin common room. No need. But we don't have the potion formula, said Hermione. Can you? We can look for it in the restricted section, and we can get an autograph from Professor Lockhart. Cassandra said excitedly. No, but what if we don't have enough materials? Hermione frowned again. You guys. I'll ask if they have any at home, but we can try to get some from Snape's materials room, Cassandra groaned. Yes, let Xia Zhi attract Snape's attention, and then Hermione said excitedly. I say, can you listen to me for a few words? Xia Zhi said helplessly. Do you have a way to get the Polyjuice potion? Cassandra finally stopped interrupting Xia Zhi. You guys, why do you have to think about transformation? We certainly can't enter the Slytherin common room in broad daylight. Xia Zhi spread his hands. We must wait until the dead of night when no one is around before we do it. Cassandra and Hermione blushed. They felt like Gormlaith had damaged their brains. They couldn't figure out such a simple question. Even if they transformed into Slytherin students, they couldn't open Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets in front of everyone. Since they had to start working when no one was around, was it necessary to transform? All they had to do was cast an invisibility charm on themselves in the dead of night when all the Slytherin students had gone to bed. Are you guys getting carried away by the excitement? Xia Zhi shook his head helplessly. It would be fine to use the disillusionment charm, but what if someone stays in the Slytherin common room all the time and doesn't go to bed until late at night? Hermione couldn't help asking again. I have a way to do this. Xia Zhi shook his wand, and his figure began to rise. After a while, a living Snape appeared in front of the two girls. Hermione almost had a heart attack when she saw Snape for the first time. She thought Snape used Polyjuice potion to impersonate Xia Zhi. It was not until they saw the smile on Snape's face that could not appear on Snape that they confirmed that this was Xia Zhi himself. Is this the human transfiguration you mentioned in your paper? I thought it could only transform into animals. Cassandra looked at the Snape in front of her with interest. Of course, since humans are animals, Miss Wallace actually remembered my essay. Very good, 5 points for Gryffindor. Xia Zhi said it in Snape's unique accent, enunciating each word. Xia Zhi's vivid imitation immediately made the two girls laugh. You should change back. Professor Snape is really, Hermione frowned, unable to think of a suitable adjective. Xia Zhi returned to his original form. Snape's bitter and vengeful look was indeed very oppressive, making many young wizards involuntarily afraid. Seeing Xia Zhi return to his original form, Hermione was obviously relieved. So your solution is? It's normal for Snape to go to the Slytherin common room. I'll just go to the common room and chase them back to sleep. What if you happen to run into Snape? Cassandra asked again. Then knock him down, and then make him forget everything. Okay, I'm kidding. I will definitely find a way to make him reluctant to leave his office. Xia Zhi said confidently. You mean Professor Snape is reluctant to leave, not that he can't leave. Cassandra sensitively grasped the key words. Have you found Professor Snape's weakness? Hermione asked curiously. Yes, it would require a little finesse, but it might be fun. The corners of Xia Zhi's mouth slightly raised. I always feel like someone is going to get into trouble again. Every time he laughs like this, someone gets into trouble. I remember it was Harry who came last time. Could it be Harry again this time? Hermione and Cassandra were not really friends before, but this time they experienced life and death together, and saved each other's lives, so they are now real friends. Oh, don't say that. I've always been a good person. Summer solstice sophistry. Well, it's late now, let's go back and rest. Girls can't stay up late. Good night. Forrid, is it bad to stay up late? That's not what you said when you came to ask me to tell you a story, Miss Vore. After sending the two girls away, Xia Zhi got into his suitcase again, took out the crucible, and began to make a very interesting potion. Xia Zhi's strong physique made him very energetic, so he would not feel too tired even if he didn't sleep. He was very interested in improving this interesting potion formula that he had seen in the Forbidden Book area. This was not difficult for Xia Zhi, who had a full 8 points of potion proficiency, and he had enough potion material reserves. Finally, when the sky was slightly white, his potion was finished. Looking at the clear light blue liquid in the glass bottle, Xia Zhi sniffed it with his nose, and a sweet smell came. Xia Zhi nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very successful. Xia Zhi was looking forward to its efficacy. The corners of Xia Zhi's mouth slightly lifted up again, revealing his harmless signature smile without a trace of malice. The three of them set the time for opening the Chamber of Secrets to be 2 days later, because too many terrible things happened tonight, and the two girls needed to take a break. Xia Zhi had no objection to this, as he just needed to make some preparations. During these 2 days, he used his excellent alchemy to refine several alchemical amulets. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets has been sealed for 1,000 years, who knows what is inside? Another Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets hides a basilisk. Xia Zhi secretly reminded himself that he must never trust the character of Slytherin casually, because this old man is very bad. 2 days passed quickly, and today was the day they planned to take action. Cassandra and Hermione were very curious about how Xia Zhi would make Professor Snape reluctant to leave his office. Today is another weekend. Harry is sitting comfortably on a comfortable sofa in front of the fireplace and playing wizard chess with Ron. Harry, Xia Zhi wants to see you. He wants you to go to his bedroom and wait for him. He will be back soon. Neville came over and said to Harry. Oh, thank you, Neville. Harry stood up happily. He had lost 10 games in a row and was about to lose again. He was very grateful to Neville for saving him. Compared to playing chess, Harry still liked to learn some new knowledge about dueling from Xia Zhi. As long as Xia Zhi didn't drive a jeep, Harry still liked to play with him. Well, I'll wait for you to come back and continue playing chess, Ron said sullenly. No, Neville, come and help me, a guy. Harry pressed the innocent Neville on the sofa where he was originally. Ron looked at Neville in front of him with expectation in his eyes, and couldn't bear to refuse for a moment. Well, he decided to be gentle and bully him a little. Harry walked up to the boys' dormitory and came to the door of Xia Zhi's dormitory. He pushed the door and Xia Zhi's dormitory door creaked open. Xia Zhi didn't lock the door. Harry guessed that Xia Zhi had left the door open for him, so he walked in without any guard. Xia Zhi was the only one living in his dormitory, and the other 4-poster beds were empty. Harry used to envy Xia Zhi's single dormitory, but now he thinks that multi-person dormitories are more lively. He has lived alone in the stairwell of his aunt and uncle's house for a long time, and now he just wants to have more friends. Harry guessed that Xia Zhi asking him what he wanted. He pulled a chair over the desk and sat down. Harry suddenly found a cup of azure blue drink on the desk, and waves of tempting sweet fragrance kept tempting Harry. This might be another new drink created by Xia Zhi, just like the new dishes he often creates. Harry thought secretly. I don't know what this drink tastes like. The new dishes made by Xia Zhi are all delicious, and the drink should be delicious too. Harry suddenly felt that he seemed a little thirsty. He looked at the drink on the table and suddenly had an urge to drink the drink immediately. But Harry still stopped himself. He couldn't do such a thing as stealing someone else's food from someone else. But as time went on, Harry felt that the drink on the table was becoming more and more tempting to him. Otherwise, just a small sip. Xia Zhi might not notice, but this is not good. It was as if there were two villains arguing in Harry's heart. One said that Xia Zhi wouldn't mind him taking a sip of the drink, and the other said that it was not good to steal other people's drinks. The whole process did not last long, and the villain who agreed to take a sip won the final victory. Harry looked at the door and found that Xia Zhi had not come back yet. Then he quietly picked up the cup of the drink and gently took a small sip. Fragrant, sweet. Harry swore that he had never tasted such a delicious drink. Then he couldn't stop taking this small sip, and he drank the drink directly. Harry put down the cup, although he was ashamed, but it was really delicious. How could this drink be so delicious? Harry sat on the chair. He closed his eyes and savored the wonderful taste in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt his face itchy, and then his hair. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. He opened his eyes and touched his hair, and then he found that his hair was getting longer. This might be some spoof effect of Xia Zhi's drink. Harry knew that Xia Zhi often mixed some spoof food with the Weasley twins, such as canary cookies. So the prank effect of this drink is to make the hair longer. Harry grabbed a strand of his hair with interest and looked at it. Huh? Why did my hair turn red? Can this drink also change the color of hair? Harry still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, and still thought it was a prank drink developed by Xia Zhi and the Weasley brothers. This prank drink is so delicious. It doesn't matter if the hair gets a little longer. It will return to its original shape soon anyway, just like canary cookies. Although it turns into a golden canary for a short time, it will recover after a few seconds. Harry suddenly found that the hand holding his hair became smaller. Strictly speaking, it became thinner. What happened? Could it be that this drink has the effect of losing weight? Then this drink will definitely be liked by little witches. Then he felt that his shirt became a little smaller. Huh? What happened? Harry suddenly felt a little bad, and then he found that he seemed to be missing something very important. Harry stood up suddenly and ran to the big mirror in front of the wardrobe. The self in the mirror had completely turned into another person. What appeared in the mirror was a beautiful little witch with red hair, green pupils, and a slender figure. She looked a lot like her mother. Boom. Harry felt as if his brain was struck by a bolt of lightning. I became a girl. Harry muttered to himself in disbelief, and then he found that his voice had changed. It was a very nice girl's voice. Oh my god, what is that drink at summer solstice? Calm down, Harry, this should just be a prank drink. I'll be fine soon. Harry forced himself to calm down. Then he heard the door of his bedroom open. Harry, I'm going to teach you a very interesting little magic today. Who are you? You're wearing the Gryffindor uniform. But how come I've never seen you before? Xia Zhi looked at the girl in front of him with a dull look on his face. Cassandra and Hermione also came in with Xia Zhi. They also looked at the girl in front of them with confusion. I'm Harry Potter. Harry's face flashed. He was seen in his girlish form? He had just hoped that the effect of this terrible prank would disappear before the summer solstice came back. Obviously, he was caught red-handed. Are you Harry Potter? Xia Zhi looked Harry up and down, but I don't remember Harry having a sister or an older sister. Oh, no. I drank the drink on your table, so, what? You are Harry Potter. Xia Zhi ran to the desk in panic, and then picked up the cup with a look of despair. How can you drink this? I will be able to return to my original form soon, right? Harry looked at Xia Zhi hopefully. Her heart was sinking. Xia Zhi shook her head and sighed. Maybe, you will have to move to the girls' dormitory in the future. What? Harry felt his eyes go dark and he almost fainted. But, isn't this just a prank drink you invented? A joke drink? No, Harry, why would you think that? This isn't a drink, it's a potion. Xia Zhi looked at Harley with pity. But, Harley's heart was filled with despair. You should be able to help me change back, right? I'm sorry, Harry, I can't do anything. Maybe Professor Snape will have a way. Xia Zhi said with a sad face. But Cassandra noticed that the corners of his mouth slightly raised in an instant. At this point, Cassandra and Hermione were not sure what was going on. It was obvious that the unlucky guy this time was still Harry. Oh, now it was Harry. But, could Harry's transformation into a girl really make Snape reluctant to leave the office? Hermione didn't quite understand, but Cassandra knew some of the past events and had seen a photo of Harry's mother, so she guessed something. Oh, no. But why did you put a cup of such potion there? Xia Zhi, Harley groaned in despair. My little snowball told me last night that he doesn't want to be a male owl anymore, so, Xia Zhi said casually. Although Harry thought his excuse was lame, it was impossible that Xia Zhi had made him drink it on purpose. How could Xia Zhi harm him? Having ruled out the correct answer, Harry kept blaming himself. It was not Xia Zhi's fault, but his own greed, stealing the drink Xia Zhi had placed on his desk. Potion. Could it be that? Harry thought of many things at once. If other classmates knew that she had turned into a girl. Oh, what would Ron, Neville, and the others think? What would Aunt Petunia and Uncle Petunia think? What would Dudley think? Xia Zhi forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth that were rising wildly. Ahem, Professor Snape is a master of potions, he will definitely find a way. Don't despair. The effect of this potion is actually time-limited, and the effect lasts for about a day. After a day, it will return to its original state. Of course, this one day is enough. Think about it. When Snape saw a smaller version of Lily appear in front of him, would he be willing to leave the office tonight? If Harry became Harry from now on, then even if Voldemort came, Snape would dare to wave his wand and fight with the Dark Lord. As for why Harry drank that potion, it was naturally because Xia Zhi secretly cast a confusion charm on him. Without further ado, let's go find Professor Snape right now. If it's too late, we might not be able to change back. Let's go. Harry hurried out. Wait a minute, are you planning to leave like this? Xia Zhi looked Harley up and down. What to do then? Harry was stunned. There were many people in the common room. If they knew that the famous savior had turned into a soft and cute girl, they must not be seen. Could you bring me my invisibility cloak? Harry said with a sad face. No, come with me. I'll cast an disillusionment charm on you to be safer. What if your invisibility cloak is blown away by the wind? Xia Zhi cast an disillusionment charm on Harry, and then took her to Snape's office. Seeing them leave, Hermione said to Cassandra in surprise, Harry won't really be our new roommate, will he? Along the way, Harry walked in fear. What if the summer solstice's disillusionment charm went wrong? What if he bumped into someone while walking? What if his invisibility was discovered? What if Professor Snape couldn't change him back? Harry was worried all the way. Finally, this not too long road was finally over. Harry looked at the door of Snape's office. In fact, she was quite resistant in her heart, because every time she came here, it was not a good thing. She still remembered what happened when she was in detention last time. It was really hard to recall the past. Could Snape really help her? If he knew the truth, he would probably laugh at her to death. If it wasn't for the fact that being exposed in front of her classmates would make her even more socially doomed, she would rather go to the school hospital to find Madame Pomfrey. Knock, knock. Xia Zhi knocked on Snape's office door skillfully. Who? Me. Harry's face was full of despair. How could Snape answer Xia Zhi when he knocked on the door like that? He would definitely tell him to get lost the next moment. However, what Harry didn't expect was that the door opened all of a sudden. Snape glanced around Xia Zhi and breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see any groups of followers. The last time Xia Zhi came to find him during the day, he brought a lot of people with him, which made him so angry that he deducted 20 points from his school. Afterwards, Snape was heartbroken for a long time. Later, he felt a little more balanced after he got the points back from Potter. What's up? Can we go in and talk? Xia Zhi said as he pushed the door open. Snape looked at Xia Zhi with suspicion. Seeing that he opened the door so wide, he frowned slightly. Xia Zhi brought the invisible Harry in. Even Snape couldn't see through his disillusionment spell. Professor, summer solstice twisted. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. Snape returned to his seat with a gloomy face. However, this time, there was a cup of strong tea with strange green smoke in front of Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi wisely did not touch the tea. God knows if there was truth serum in it. It was not impossible for Snape to do such a thing. Ahem, I'm in trouble, Professor. Snape squinted at Xia Zhi. I remember you are not a Slytherin student, right? If you get into trouble, you should go to Professor McGonagall instead of me. This was an incident involving potions, and regarding potions, I don't think anyone in Hogwarts is more professional than you. Snort. Snape snorted disdainfully, but Xia Zhi could tell that he was in a pretty good mood. What trouble have you gotten into? It's like this, I got a potion recipe by chance, and then I made a pot of potion according to this recipe, but I haven't tested the efficacy yet, so I left it on the table and went out because I had something urgent to do. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Harry complained wildly in his heart. You didn't say that to me? Didn't you say that your owl wanted to become a female owl? Then what? Then Harry drank the potion. Crack. Snape stood up suddenly, speaking word by word. Is your potion fatal? Harry was greatly surprised standing aside. She never knew that Snape cared so much about her life, although he did save her life last year. Oh, not really. Snape breathed a sigh of relief and sat back. He dared to drink a potion of unknown origin? He is as stupid and arrogant as his father. So, what happened after he drank the potion? Harry suddenly became angry. She almost clenched her fists and rushed up to beat Snape. He actually dared to speak ill of his father like that? I think you should take a look yourself. Xia Zhi took out his wand and tapped Harry's shoulder. Snap. A glass bottle in Snape's hand suddenly fell to the ground and shattered. Snape saw that a lily suddenly appeared next to Xia Zhi. He stared blankly at the lily in front of him, almost exactly the same as before. 0 asking for flowers 0. The same Gryffindor school uniform, the same red hair, the same slender figure, and most importantly, the same emerald green pupils. Almost the same as before, the pair of emerald green eyes were now looking at him angrily. This angry look made Snape seem to have returned to the moment that made him feel desperate. When he cursed Lily as a mudblood, her eyes were the same as now. This look was so angry, cold, and this look has been appearing in his nightmares for so many years. Snape felt a cool liquid running across his cheek, and he slowly approached with trembling hands. Lily stepped back in panic, her angry eyes gone. At this time, Snape finally came out of his memories. How is this going? Apparently, I accidentally turned Harry into a girl. I can't change him back to his original appearance. I guess Professor Snape, you will be able to change her back. Xia Zhi looked at Snape desperately. I think you will find a way, right? Otherwise, I might be expelled from school. 0. Snape was still staring at Lily blankly. He whispered, the formula is. Xia Zhi quickly took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Snape. Snape took the parchment and put it on the table without even looking at it. You go back. As for Potter, you will stay here for the time being. Okay. Xia Zhi stood up helplessly. Harley looked at Xia Zhi with pitiful and pleading eyes, hoping that he would not leave. But Xia Zhi just gave him a reassuring look and turned to walk to the door. Although you are very cute now, but I am a normal boy and I don't feel that there is something wrong with me. Sit, please sit. Snape was having trouble speaking now. Would you like something to drink? How about tea? Harry was completely stunned. She wondered if she had heard it wrong. Snape actually called her classmate Potter and asked her to sit down, and even offered to pour her tea? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible? Could this Snape be fake? He must have been impersonated by someone. Snape suddenly saw the strong tea on the table that was originally poured for Xia Zhi, which was still emitting strange green smoke. Oh, this one won't work. I'll change it for you. Xia Zhi turned around and glared at Snape. You really put something in my tea, didn't you? Good Snape, I'll settle the score with you next time. Xia Zhi slammed the door and left angrily. Snape ignored Xia Zhi and continued to talk to Harry carefully. Or, you might prefer a glass of pumpkin juice. Snape threw the potion formula on the table like garbage. Try to change Harry back? Why? Isn't this Potter much cuter? I'll talk to Dumbledore someday and see if Harry can be transferred to Slytherin. Harry felt uncomfortable under Snape's sharp eyes. Oh my god. Why did I drink the summer solstice drink secretly? Mr. Potter, you stay in my office tonight and don't go back. Snape said in a voice as gentle as possible. Can I refuse? Harry thought desperately. Okay, Professor Snape. P.S. The previous chapter was banned, modified, still under review. Xia Zhi strolled back to his dormitory. Cassandra and Hermione were waiting for him in his dormitory. Summer solstice, Harley, he, she, Hermione said hesitantly. It's not a big problem. The potion has a time limit. Harry will recover in about a day. So, we can't waste the precious time that Potter has sacrificed his life to buy for us. Xia Zhi said passionately. Tonight, whether it's Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets or Slytherin's common room, I'm going to move out anything of value. Just empty it out, Xia Zhi said indignantly. This is not appropriate. Hermione said hesitantly. It's right. It's right, Xia Zhi said excitedly. Snape actually put something in his tea, and he didn't even cover it up. It was really too much. Xia Zhi took out the parchment from his schoolbag indignantly and started writing the paper assigned by Snape. Homework, too. Snape has the most homework? Xia Zhi once thought that he would have to finish it for 6 years. Only then can I finish the homework assigned by Snape. Xia Zhi angrily wrote the paper on the parchment. He suddenly missed Tom a little bit. Since he began to sleep, no one could help Xia Zhi with his homework. Time passed quietly in the busy 9:03 homework. Soon it was time for curfew. The curfew time of Hogwarts was at 9 o'clock in the evening. Hermione and Cassandra had already made preparations in Xia Zhi's dormitory. Xia Zhi gave each of them several amulets for self-defense and a pair of special alchemical glasses. Xia Zhi was worried that there would be monsters like basilisks in the secret room that would kill anyone who stared at them. This kind of preparation was indispensable. The preparations were already complete, but Xia Zhi still decided to wait until midnight before setting off. After all, 9 o'clock was still too early. There must be people in the Slytherin common room. Even Snape couldn't chase them away to rest so early. It was more legitimate by 12 o'clock, and the professors on night watch had gone back to sleep. Only Filch was left, so Xia Zhi was still confident that he would not be caught. At 12 o'clock, Xia Zhi quietly crawled out of the Gryffindor common room with Cassandra and Hermione, and then each of them wore a disillusionment charm and walked towards the Slytherin common room. Xia Zhi had already found out the location and password of the Slytherin common room in advance. House elves are one of the creatures most familiar with this castle, and Xia Zhi happened to have a good relationship with them. Cassandra and Hermione followed behind him, holding his robe tightly, because they were both invisible, and if they lost each other, they would not be able to find each other. They did not have Xia Zhi's ability to see through the disillusionment charm. When Xia Zhi passed by Snape's office, he deliberately checked it out. He found that at this time, Snape was still stumbling and chatting with Harry. Xia Zhi knew that this wave was stable, so he continued to take Cassandra and Hermione to the Slytherin common room. The three of them didn't walk for long before they stopped beside an empty, wet stone wall. Cassandra and Hermione were wondering why Xia Zhi stopped. Xia Zhi whispered, "Pure blood." A stone door hidden in the stone wall slowly opened. Cassandra and Hermione swallowed nervously, and then followed Xia Zhi in. The Slytherin common room is a long, narrow, low basement. The walls and ceiling are made of rough stone. Round, green lights are chained and hung from the ceiling. Under an exquisitely carved mantel, a fire was crackling. There were also several Slytherin students sitting on carved chairs by the fireplace. Xia Zhi looked at the Slytherin common room with some disdain. Living in such a place for a long time, aren't you afraid of getting rheumatism when you get old? Are wizards afraid of getting rheumatism? Well, Xia Zhi asked Cassandra and Hermione to loosen their robes. They had no choice but to pull each other's robes. Xia Zhi took advantage of no one's attention and immediately turned into Snape, then cancelled his disillusionment charm. He stared with a pair of empty and dead fish eyes, and came to the fireplace with a gloomy face. When the Slytherin students saw their dean coming, they were so scared that they stood up quickly. "Professor Snape! Professor Snape! Are you in good spirits? Why are you still not going to bed so late and gathering here? Do you want to learn from those stupid lions and go out for a night walk secretly?" Xia Zhi sprayed venom slowly and leisurely in Snape's usual tone. It must be said that he imitated Snape very well. "No, not Professor Snape. We have just finished our homework. We are going to rest now. Good night, Professor Snape." Several Slytherin students hurried to their dormitories. Snape watched them disappear around the corner of the stairs, then carefully checked the common room. After making sure that no one was there, Xia Zhi cast several spells on the road from Slytherin's dormitory to the common room. These spells can completely isolate all noise from the Slytherin common room. Even if Xia Zhi sets off a string of firecrackers here, it is guaranteed that the Slytherin students staying in the dormitory will not hear any noise. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Similarly, if a student wants to come to the common room late at night, after encountering Xia Zhi's magic, he will immediately feel, "I was so sleepy that I went back to the dormitory to sleep. I couldn't bring myself to go to the common room." This was a protective spell that Xia Zhi had modified based on the Muggle-repelling spell to deal with the situation tonight. It was very effective. Xia Zhi even placed this spell at the door of the common room to prevent Slytherin students who were out at night from suddenly coming back. Of course, the effect of the spell outside was a little different. When the spell was triggered, students who were out at night would feel that they were not sleepy enough and could still have fun, so they would continue their night outing. As for Snape, there was no way Snape would come to the Slytherin common room tonight. He couldn't let Harry stay in his office alone, and Snape wouldn't let her go back to the dormitory to sleep. He had to study Xia Zhi's potion carefully, and see if he could find a way to make Harry become Harry forever. Xia Zhi checked it again, and after confirming that there were no omissions, he lifted the disillusionment curse on Cassandra and Hermione. The three of them visited the Slytherin common room. Cassandra didn't feel anything, but Hermione felt a little uncomfortable. "It's too dark and humid here." Hermione felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't help but wrap her robes tightly around her. "This is under the Black Lake. It's a dungeon. Of course it's dark and damp. Okay, let's get to work. Where is the Chamber of Secrets? Cassandra asked. What's the hurry? I told you, we'll clear out the Slytherin common room and the Slytherin secret room. Xia Zhi looked at the somewhat shabby Slytherin common room. This armor is nice, this shield is also okay. This chair is quite comfortable to sit on. This statue is carved very finely. Cassandra and Hermione stared at Xia Zhi frantically ransacking the Slytherin common room. Anything with a little bit of magic power was collected by Xia Zhi in his ring. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other and had the same thought, Snape would be pissed off tomorrow. At this time, Xia Zhi had already searched a large area and was walking to the exquisite fireplace with hesitation. Cassandra quickly advised, why don't we just forget it? This fireplace is so big. It's not easy to move, right? Move the fireplace? No, the secret room is behind this fireplace. Wait, this fireplace is really nice, it's actually gilded on the outside. Okay, move it after you're done. Cassandra opened her mouth, but was speechless. Based on Cassandra's understanding of Xia Zhi, Snape must have offended Xia Zhi today. This was purely to disgust Snape. Xia Zhi looked around the exquisite fireplace, and he used a pair of tongs to move the burning charcoal, and then he found a dark little snake pattern at the bottom of the fireplace. This pattern was hidden very secretly, and it was really difficult for ordinary people to find it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Open. Xia Zhi opened his mouth and spoke in Parseltongue. Boom. The exquisite fireplace suddenly made a series of roaring sounds, and then the entire fireplace shrank back. Snap, the entire fireplace turned into a door, and then opened to the back. Looking at the dark space behind the door, Xia Zhi motioned Cassandra and Hermione to wait for a moment, and he went in first to take a look. Xia Zhi opened his hands, and a ball of light flew in lightly. The dazzling light immediately illuminated everything inside clearly. This is a long corridor, and like the 4.2 common room outside, the floor, walls and ceiling are all made of rough stone. Xia Zhi threw out a small silver ball, and a Xia Zhi that was exactly the same as the original appeared in front of Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi nodded to the main body, and then strode in. The bionic teardrop was just right for exploring the way, very stable and safe. This corridor was not long, and Xia Zhi did not walk for long before appearing in front of an ordinary stone door. On the stone door, there was a lifelike carving of an old man with a long beard. The old man had dull eyes and looked like a monkey. Xia Zhi guessed that this should be Slytherin. Xia Zhi, who was transformed from the teardrop, put his hand on the handle of the stone door. A weak magic power scanned Xia Zhi's body, and the stone door did not react. Just like what Xia Zhi learned from Gormlaith, this magic power should be used to detect the magical qualifications of the people who come. Gormlaith failed here that year, just like the Xia Zhi transformed from the bionic teardrop. Xia Zhi controlled Xia Zhi to retreat, and then carefully checked the entire stone room. After confirming that there was no danger, he put away the bionic teardrop and called Cassandra and Hermione to enter the corridor. The clock on the wall had reached 12 o'clock, and Harry tightly grasped her school uniform robe. She had been in Snape's office for 7 or 8 hours. She had never seen Snape say so much to her and treat her so well. Although Snape pretended not to care, the strange concern was evident. She knew how similar she looked to her mother when she was young. Moreover, last year she also heard some stories about her mother and Snape from Xia Zhi. Although she didn't want to believe it, it seemed that these things were very credible. Harry had always been very smart, so now she had completely understood. Snape hated her because she looked like her father. But now he has become a girl she, and this she looks very similar to her mother. That's why Snape is so polite and special to her. However, Harry felt very uncomfortable, because she not only had to endure Snape's intermittent awkward chat, but also had to endure Snape's occasional dazed and affectionate gaze at her 08. Merlin's beard. She would rather be expelled from Hogwarts immediately than stay in Snape's office. Professor Snape, Harry said weakly. What's wrong? Snape crossed out an ingredient on the summer solstice potion recipe and raised his head to ask, with a hint of concern in his eyes. I want to go to the bathroom. Harry used the urination method, even if it was only for a short time to leave Snape's sight. It was good. Snape nodded and pointed her in the direction of the bathroom. Harry slipped out of Snape's office as if he had been pardoned and hid in the bathroom. She actually did want to go to the bathroom. After all, she had been in Snape's office for so long and drank so many drinks. But when she made her habitual movements and wanted to solve the problem, she was stunned. How should a girl solve the problem? She has no experience at all. Xia Zhi took Cassandra and Hermione and strode into the secret room that Slytherin prepared for his descendants. Xia Zhi believed that the descendants of the previous Slytherins must have known about this secret room. It was just that for some reason, it was lost at some point, or the descendants of a certain generation of Slytherins did not have time to tell their descendants about the existence of this secret room when they died. If Gormlaith Gaunt had not accidentally discovered this secret room and fell into Xia Zhi's hands, this secret room might have been sealed forever. But these are no longer important, because if the things inside had not been taken away by the descendants of Slytherin before, then now they all belong to Xia Zhi. The three came to the stone door, and Xia Zhi tentatively stretched out his hand. His hand slowly stretched out to the stone door, and the crisis alert talent did not activate. This proved that there was no special blood magic on this door to identify the descendants of Slytherin. It's no wonder that Slytherin was so conceited. He would never have thought that 1,000 years later, there would be a freak like Xia Zhi who was not a descendant of Slytherin but could speak Parseltongue, and he also discovered his Chamber of Secrets. Without knowing Parseltongue, he couldn't even get in through the first door, so Slytherin thought that it was unnecessary to set up a blood identification magic on the second stone door. His confident behavior directly benefited Xia Zhi. Xia Zhi gently pressed the stone door with his palm, and the weak magic power appeared again, sweeping across Xia Zhi's body. Xia Zhi calmly let the magic power scan himself. His talent for crisis alertness would only fail when he used prophecy to predict his future. Buzz. After a magic scan, the lifeless eyes of the Slytherin stone sculpture on the stone door suddenly ignited 2 balls of green flames. Click. As expected, the stone door opened automatically. The descendants of Slytherin, who are not highly gifted in magic, cannot enter the secret room. Xia Zhi, with such a high panel, can naturally meet the requirements. To read the exciting novel, go to Full Novel Network. After the stone door opened, the scene behind the door could not be seen, because after the stone door opened, the door was shrouded in a layer of white mist. Xia Zhi calmly walked through the white mist and strode in, as casual as going home. Hermione and Cassandra looked at each other and followed nervously. They also felt the scan of that weak magic. Obviously, their qualifications were also very high, reaching the threshold set by Slytherin. So they followed Xia Zhi and entered the foggy door. If Slytherin knew that his Chamber of Secrets was opened by a kid who was not his descendant, and that he brought a little witch from a Muggle family with dirty blood into his Chamber of Secrets, his coffin lid might not be able to hold it down. As soon as Xia Zhi entered the foggy door, the stone chamber behind the door immediately lit up, and the magic lamps that had been silent for 1,000 years automatically lit up. Then Xia Zhi saw a stone pillar in front of him, on which was engraved a passage. Absolutely pure. Then there was a line of small words under these words: descendants of Slytherin who enter the Chamber of Secrets must not take away any items in the Chamber of Secrets. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Xia Zhi's eyes lit up when he saw this sentence. In other words, are the things left by Slytherin still in the Chamber of Secrets? Xia Zhi walked around the stone pillar and saw a long and narrow stone chamber of about 70 or 80 square meters. 10 bookshelves were neatly placed in the Chamber of Secrets. The bookshelves were filled with magic books and various manuscripts. This is most likely Slytherin's magic inheritance. No wonder Slytherin left a rule that descendants are not allowed to take things away. If these books and materials are taken away by their predecessors, then if Slytherin's descendants come here in the future, they can only sigh at the bare bookshelves. Slytherin knows very well, there are more than one of his descendants. These inheritances are not left to the descendants of just one branch, but to all of Slytherin's descendants. Of course, the premise is that they are good enough. Xia Zhi checked the bookshelves around him and found that there were no magic traps, so he took out a magic book and started reading. Hermione and Cassandra were also walking around, curiously flipping through the books and materials on the bookshelf, and the more they read, the more excited they became. These books recorded a lot of powerful magic, and some magical potion recipes. Xia Zhi's eyes were filled with joy. Very good, these books are very valuable for reference, and they are also priceless treasures for you. This is simply a treasure, but I, Xia Zhi, will accept this treasure. Xia Zhi took out a snakeskin bag and prepared to wrap it up. Anyway, the words on the wall of Slytherin said that the descendants of Slytherin were not allowed to take the books away, and he, Xia Zhi, was not a descendant of Slytherin. Nothing wrong. Cassandra and Hermione would naturally not object to Xia Zhi's decision. Cassandra and Hermione opened the mouth of the snakeskin bag. Xia Zhi waved his wand, and the books on the bookshelf flew down from the bookshelf one by one. These books rushed into the snakeskin bag like countless birds returning to their nests. Xia Zhi's traceless extension spell has reached the maximum level, and this small snakeskin bag can even hold the entire collection of books in the Hogwarts library. Of course, Xia Zhi didn't want to do such a thing, because it was unnecessary. Anyway, going to the library now is like going home. Madame Pants is so polite to him now, especially when Xia Zhi gave her a whole computer operating manual, and he can come and go freely in the restricted book area, and no one can find him at all, so there is no need. After a while, the books in the secret room were emptied by Xia Zhi. If these bookshelves were not just ordinary wooden bookshelves and worthless, he would have moved the bookshelves directly. Xia Zhi tied up the mouth of the still somewhat shriveled snakeskin bag, cast a shrinking spell on it and threw it into his pocket. After looking around and finding that nothing was missing, Xia Zhi smacked his lips with satisfaction and prepared to retreat with his men. Time was running out, and they had to find a way to take the fireplace in the Slytherin common room with them before leaving. Just as Xia Zhi and the other two were about to step out of the fog door, they suddenly heard a crackling sound behind them. It sounded like the sound of armor touching each other. Xia Zhi turned around suddenly and saw a fully armed knight standing behind the three of them. Cassandra and Hermione quickly drew out their wands and nervously pointed at the knight. The knight was equipped with a set of exquisite armor, and he was fully armed without revealing even a trace of skin. He just stood quietly in front of Xia Zhi and the other two, holding an exquisite shield in his left hand, but he had no weapon in his right hand. Or rather, he once had a weapon, but it disappeared. Cassandra and Hermione looked at the knight with a wary look on their faces. They had prepared the most powerful spells they knew. They couldn't rely on Xia Zhi for any problems, and they also wanted to help. Xia Zhi looked at the knight in front of him, and then suddenly a knowing smile appeared on his face. You want to go with us? Crack, crack. After hearing Xia Zhi's words, the knight actually nodded. All right, then you come with us. Xia Zhi took out his snakeskin bag and opened it again. The knight jumped into the bag without hesitation. Forrid, Cassandra and Hermione were both stunned. What was going on with this strange knight? They hadn't seen him just now, but he suddenly appeared when the three of them wanted to leave. It was suspicious. Why did Xia Zhi put such a suspicious person into his bag without even thinking about it? Xia Zhi seemed to see through the two girls' doubts. That's not a person. Hermione shuddered. Is it a ghost? She still has a psychological trauma about ghosts. It's not a ghost, it's just a suit of armor. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Armor? But it walks, and you just talk to it? How can an object? Hermione's face was full of surprise. The sorting hat is just an object, Hermione. Xia Zhi smiled and said, of course, we can communicate with the sorting hat fluently, right? Hermione was speechless. How do you know this armor is harmless? We can't just trust a magical item that thinks for itself, Cassandra said cautiously. Because I can see clearly what it is. Xia Zhi's eyes flashed white. Trust me, Cassandra, it's just a suit of armor. It's been in that chamber for so long that it doesn't want to stay there any longer. You mean it got bored in the Chamber of Secrets, so it wants to go out with us? Hermione still found it a little unbelievable. This kind of magical item with the ability to think is very rare. Even if ordinary wizards encounter it, they will avoid it as much as possible, because this kind of thing is generally a dark magic item. Mr. Weasley often told his children that you must never trust things that can think independently unless you can figure out where its head is hidden. Xia Zhi is very interested in these items that can think independently, because he thinks that these items may have been cast with magic related to the soul. And studying soul magic happens to be Xia Zhi's interest. When leaving, Xia Zhi kindly closed the door. Perhaps this Chamber of Secrets will be sealed in the dust from now on. History. Because Voldemort is the only descendant of Slytherin left, unless Voldemort has descendants, this Chamber of Secrets will never be opened by anyone again. Xia Zhi and the other two walked out of the Chamber of Secrets, and he did not break his promise. Before leaving, he cut the entire exquisite fireplace with a cutting spell. Of course, Xia Zhi wisely did not use the divine sharpness. This fireplace was still very thick, and Xia Zhi only cut off a layer of the surface, without revealing the passage to the Chamber of Secrets behind. After looting everything, Xia Zhi recast the disillusionment charm on the three of them, and then revoked the surrounding spells, and then the three of them successfully left the Slytherin common room. Snape felt a sense of fear tonight, as if something bad was going to happen. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Snape, who was carefully studying the potion formula, could not help but be distracted for a moment. Even Harry seemed to have stayed in the bathroom for a long time, which did not attract his attention. What happened? Snape frowned and thought about recent events. It seemed that nothing was worth noting. He felt that he might be too sensitive, especially after seeing Lily again. Snape shook his head, drove away the bad premonition, and immersed his mind in the potion formula. He was a little anxious now, because he saw that this potion was actually time-limited. That is to say, the lovely Harry, the next day, will return to the original annoying Harry. This won't do. Absolutely not. He must change this formula before, Wang Dihao, tonight. Change it into a potion with permanent efficacy. How about making another cup according to Xia Zhi's original recipe and refilling Harry's cup? The Xia Zhi trio really made a killing tonight. The three of them got into Xia Zhi's suitcase, took out all the books, and put them on the bookshelf that Xia Zhi had just created. You can come and read these books anytime in the future, but if you want to try the spells above, you must tell me first. Those powerful spells, once wrong, are likely to have very serious consequences. Xia Zhi solemnly warned Cassandra and Hermione. Luna, you all know that her mother accidentally blew herself to death because she used a wrong spell. I don't want you to get hurt. Cassandra and Hermione nodded in agreement. In fact, with their current level of magic power, they don't have the ability to cast these spells. But Xia Zhi's words can be regarded as a precaution. Dumbledore hadn't been so surprised in many years. He looked at Harry, who was sleeping in Snape's office, and then looked at Snape with complicated eyes. Oh, Severus, how could you do such a thing? Dumbledore's tone was already full of reproach. I hope you can change Harry back, instead of. Snape frowned. You think I made him like this? Isn't it? Dumbledore looked at Harry on the bed again. It was obvious that he had taken a special potion to become like this. In the whole Hogwarts, except for Snape, Dumbledore really couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to brew such a magical potion. And he knew Snape's obsession better than anyone else. Oh, look at Harry's little face now, how much he looks like Lily when she was a child. Of course not. I don't have that ability, Snape blurted out. Oh, Merlin's beard, this is the first time I've heard such words from you. You actually showed weakness in potions. Dumbledore said in surprise. Dumbledore has been surprised many times tonight. Humph. Although I don't want to admit it. But this is the truth. I can't research such a potion formula. Who on earth made such a potion, and how did Harry drink it? Dumbledore asked curiously. Tonight, Snape suddenly found him and said that he wanted to ask for 2 days of sick leave for Harry Potter. Dumbledore immediately realized that something was going on. Snape actually asked for sick leave for Harry Potter? What's the difference between this and the sun rising from the west? When he first heard Snape's request, Dumbledore even suspected that Snape had cursed Harry. But no matter how much Dumbledore thought about it, he didn't expect that this matter would be so magical, and Harry would actually become Harry Potter. Who else could it be? Your favorite student, of course. You mean Xia Zhi? His potion level is so high? Dumbledore asked again in surprise. I don't know where he got the potion formula from, but I can tell that he has improved it. Snape didn't want to alarm Dumbledore, but Harry still had to attend class, and he couldn't stay in his office forever, so the necessary reporting was still necessary. At least Dumbledore had to be informed of this, and then he could secretly refill Harry's cup to let her stay in this state longer. Then he would work harder to research a potion that could permanently turn Harry into Harry. If he couldn't do it, he would catch that kid Xia Zhi and research with him. So after he gave Harry a cup of sleeping potion, he came to find Dumbledore. It must be said that Snape was a little crazy. However, Dumbledore didn't know about Snape's perverted thoughts. He was concerned about another issue. This potion was brewed by Xia Zhi. Why did he brew such a strange potion? Dumbledore asked puzzledly. Snape shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. You didn't ask at the time. Snape shook his head again. At that time, his heart was all on Lily. As for why that annoying boy Xia Zhi was dealing with such a strange potion, he didn't care. Looks like I need to have a good talk with him, Dumbledore pondered and said. I will tell Minerva about Harry's matter. Are you sure you can change him back? Snort. Snape snorted softly. In fact, he was not sure that he could keep Harry in this state. Dumbledore sighed. He could not help much. Snape was better than him in potions. Xia Zhi brewed such a strange potion and turned his classmate into a girl. Dumbledore was angry and amused about this. He didn't know why this bastard brewed such a strange potion. He really couldn't figure out what Xia Zhi's motive was. Could it be that Xia Zhi wanted to be a girl? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this conjecture was very likely to be true. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. The thoughts of young people nowadays are really hard to understand. Dumbledore sighed again. Of course, he didn't know that Xia Zhi wanted to use this to trap Snape so that he could open Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Of course, Xia Zhi also had some ideas to spoof Harry. Anyway, this potion has a time limit, and it will return to its original state after it passes. Maybe after this last time, Snape's attitude towards Harry will become better? This is also for Harry's own good. But Xia Zhi never thought that Snape would be so crazy as to think of refilling Harry's cup. Xia Zhi is sorting the magic books and restoring their original positions on the bookshelf. The Slytherins back then had obviously sorted them into categories, so putting them back as they were was the best option. Ding! The host has successfully made fun of the savior, fully satisfying his own evil taste. His behavior is extremely bad. The system is very pleased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill points +2. Forward, now his system is no longer working. Help me add both skill points to prophecy. Xia Zhi said calmly. Although the world seems peaceful on the surface, it is full of dangers. Although Xia Zhi did not want to get involved in it, he knows that he is already trapped in it. So he must control everything. He must know more than others. Only in this way can he better protect himself and the people around him. Boom! Xia Zhi closed his eyes. With his experience, he did not faint from the backlash like before. Now, his talent for prophecy has reached 8 points. Professor Snape, you are really too cruel. Xia Zhi saw Snape giving Harry medicine, refill. Draco Malfoy got up very early today. He has been training very hard recently. Even though the Slytherin team was helpless under the siege of the two monsters, Solstice and Cassandra, he had to at least catch the golden snitch before that scarred Potter. This was his last dignity. Malfoy walked down the stairs and saw the Slytherin common room. Is this the Slytherin common room? Malfoy suspected that he was still asleep. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the common room again. Oh no, the common room has been robbed. Malfoy yelled and ran towards Snape's office. Malfoy wanted to knock on the door anxiously, but the door of Snape's office seemed to be unlocked, so Malfoy just knocked on the door and it was opened. Malfoy didn't care. After all, compared with breaking in without knocking, the burglary of Slytherin's common room was more serious. Then he saw a very cute and very beautiful little red-haired girl. This little girl had sleepy eyes and was looking at him with her beautiful emerald eyes in horror. Malfoy suddenly felt as if his heart was hit hard by something. Who is this girl? Why have I never seen her before? Really, too cute. Malfoy has now completely forgotten about the Slytherin common room. Harry was going crazy now. She had stayed in Snape's office all night just to prevent other students from finding out about her situation. But she didn't expect it to be even worse this time. She was actually seen by Draco Malfoy, whom she hated the most. She wanted to cast an explosion spell on the ground, making a big deep pit, and then hide deeply in it and never come out again. Harry's heart was full of regret. When she came back from the bathroom, why didn't she lock the door? Why did she drink the potion of Xia Zhi so greedily? No, she could already imagine Malfoy's ridicule of her next. Harry closed her eyes in despair, but the ridiculing words she imagined did not appear. She heard Malfoy's uneasy voice coming. Hello, I'm Draco Malfoy, who are you? I've never seen you before. Malfoy's heart was pounding. Because the scar on Harry's head was covered by her long hair, Malfoy didn't recognize that this little witch was his mortal enemy Harry Potter. At this time, Harry also realized that Malfoy didn't recognize her. In fact, it was normal not to recognize her. Harry looked more like his father, and the current Harry looked almost exactly like Lily. Harry planned to think of a more appropriate girl's name, and then fool Malfoy. But when he thought about how a man like himself had to pretend to be a girl, he couldn't help but feel sad. His tiger eyes were filled with tears, and he was so ashamed and angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. Malfoy saw the little girl in front of him hesitating and with tears in her eyes. She looked so pitiful. Malfoy felt that he had fallen in love. He had even started thinking about what to name his future child. Malfoy thought he had suddenly rushed in and scared the girl. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I barged in a little suddenly. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Snape rushed in and glared at Malfoy fiercely. Malfoy was almost scared to death by Snape, but how could he be so unbearable in front of his goddess? Professor, I just. Get out of here. Snape grabbed Malfoy by the back of his neck, pulled him out, and slammed the office door shut. He was too familiar with the look in Malfoy's eyes just now. How dare he have evil thoughts about Harry? Malfoy, how dare you? Malfoy looked at the goddess in his mind with regret being locked up in Snape's office. He immediately remembered the theft in the Slytherin common room. How dare you come into my office without knocking? Looks like you needed attention. No, Professor. I came here this time to tell you that our Slytherin common room has been robbed. Snape frowned, staring at Malfoy with empty eyes, as if trying to see from his face whether he was lying. Follow me. Snape threw off his black robe and strode towards the Slytherin common room. Malfoy looked back at the door of Snape's office every few steps, as if he wanted to take another look at the girl, but Snape suddenly turned around, grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of him. I'm warning you, you'd better forget everything you just saw in my office. Otherwise, Snape warned Malfoy sternly. Malfoy trembled with fear and shook his head repeatedly. I won't tell anyone. Malfoy said firmly. He had never seen that girl before, which meant that she was not a student of Hogwarts, and Snape's secretive attitude proved that the girl's origin was very mysterious and it was not convenient to tell outsiders. Malfoy was worried that if he told this matter, he would never see the girl again. Snape stared at Malfoy for a while, then let go and walked quickly towards the Slytherin common room. At this time, many Slytherin students had already stood up, and they soon discovered that their college's common room had been robbed. Merlin's beard, who did this? It was too cruel. They even cut and took away the fireplace. Could this thief be a giant niffler? Otherwise, why did all the slightly shiny things disappear? The stone door of the common room was opened, and Snape walked in quickly. To read exciting novels, go to Full Novel Network. When he saw the common room in front of him, which looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. This was too cruel. Anything of value was taken away. 0 flowers requested. Even a wall painted with a little gold powder was scraped away by the thief, not to mention the exquisite golden fireplace. Someone actually ransacked the Slytherin common room quietly overnight. This was simply a slap in the face to Snape. Snape's face was gloomy. Did anyone of you notice anything unusual last night? At this time, more and more people came to the common room. Those who were sent back to sleep by the fake Snape pretending to be Xia Zhi last night did not speak, because they did not think that Snape coming to the common room at that time to send them to sleep was an abnormal event. Their silence made Snape completely miss the only clue. Are you all pigs? You slept so soundly? The common room downstairs was destroyed like this, and none of you noticed anything unusual last night. Snape's face became increasingly gloomy. No one dared to speak at this time. Snape glanced at the Slytherin students and felt very disappointed. Everyone listen, no one is allowed to tell anyone about the theft in the common room. Everyone nodded. After all, this was too embarrassing. Someone stole things under their noses, but they didn't notice it at all. Snape threw his black robe and walked out of the door of the common room like a bat. He had to tell Dumbledore about this. After all, there was a thief in the common room. This was a very serious matter. This proved that the safety of the students in the college could not be guaranteed. If someone could steal things quietly, they could also take the lives of the students quietly. Snape went straight to the 8th floor and came to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk enjoying a cheesecake. He looked up and saw Snape coming. Severus, is Harry recovered? I came here because I have something else very serious to tell you. What's the matter? When Dumbledore saw the Slytherin common room, his expression immediately became serious. His thoughts were the same as Snape's. Someone could sneak into the school so easily. This matter was very serious. Xia Zhi was enjoying breakfast in the hall. Suddenly, he showed a faint smile.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.